Section 29 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, 18th Century Literature, 1700 1800. Part 1. Augustan or Classic Age. History of the period. The Revolution of 1688, which banished the last of the Stuart kings and called William of Orange to the throne, marks the end of the long struggle for political freedom in England. Thereafter the Englishman spent his tremendous energy, which his forebears had largely spent in fighting for freedom, in endless political discussions and in efforts to improve his government. In order to bring about reforms, votes were now necessary, and to get votes the people of England must be approached with ideas, facts, arguments, information. So the newspaper was born. Note: the first daily newspaper, the Daily Courant, appeared in London in 1702. End of note. And literature in its widest sense, including the book, the newspaper, and the magazine, became the chief instrument of a nation's progress. Social development. The first half of the 18th century is remarkable for the rapid social development in England. Hitherto men had been more or less governed by the narrow, isolated standards of the Middle Ages, and when they differed they fell speedily to blows. Now, for the first time, they set themselves to the task of learning the art of living together while still holding different opinions. In a single generation, nearly 2,000 public coffee-houses, each a center of sociability, sprang up in London alone, and the number of private clubs is quite as astonishing. Note: see Leakey's England, the 18th Century. End of note. This new social life had a marked effect in polishing men's words and manners. The typical Londoner of Queen Anne's day was still rude and a little vulgar in his tastes. The city was still very filthy, the streets unlighted and infested at night by bands of rowdies and Mohawks. But outwardly men sought to refine their manners according to prevailing standards, and to be elegant, to have good form, was a man's first duty, whether he entered society or wrote literature. One can hardly read a book or poem of the age without feeling this superficial elegance. Government still had its opposing Tory and Whig parties, and the Church was divided into Catholics, Anglicans, and Dissenters, but the growing social life offset many antagonisms, producing at least the outward impression of peace and unity. Nearly every writer of the age busied himself with religion as well as with party politics. The scientist Newton as sincerely as the churchman Barrow, the philosophical Locke no less earnestly than the evangelical Wesley. But nearly all tempered their zeal with moderation and argued from reason and Scripture, or used delicate satire upon their opponents instead of denouncing them as followers of Satan. There were exceptions, of course, but the general tendency of the age was toward toleration. Man had found himself in the long struggle for personal liberty. Now he turned to the task of discovering his neighbor, of finding in Whig and Tory, in Catholic and Protestant, in Anglican and Dissenter, the same general human characteristics that he found in himself. This good work was helped, moreover, by the spread of education and by the growth of the national spirit following the victories of Marlborough on the Continent. In the midst of heated argument it needed only a word: Gibraltar, Blenheim, Ramillies, Malplaquet, or a poem of victory written in a garret. Note: Addison's Campaign, 1704, written to celebrate the Battle of Blenheim. End of note. To tell a patriotic people that under their many differences they were all alike Englishmen. In the latter half of the century, the political and social progress is almost bewildering. The modern form of cabinet government responsible to Parliament and the people had been established under George I, and in 1757 the cynical and corrupt practices of Walpole, premier of the first Tory cabinet, were replaced by the more enlightened policies of Pitt. Schools were established, clubs and coffee-houses increased, books and magazines multiplied until the press was the greatest visible power in England. The modern great dailies, the Chronicle, Post, and Times, began their career of public education. Religiously, all the churches of England felt the quickening power of that tremendous spiritual revival known as Methodism, under the preaching of Wesley and Whitefield. Outside her own borders, three great men, Clive in India, Wolfe on the plains of Abraham, Cook in Australia, and the islands of the Pacific, were unfurling the banner of St. George over the untold wealth of new lands and spreading the world-wide empire of the Anglo-Saxons. An age of prose. Literary characteristics. In every preceding age we have noted especially the poetical works which constitute, according to Matthew Arnold, the glory of English literature. Now, for the first time, we must chronicle the triumph of English prose. A multitude of practical interests arising from the new social and political conditions demanded expression, not simply in books, but more especially in pamphlets, magazines, and newspapers. Poetry was inadequate for such a task. Hence the development of prose, of the unfettered word, as Dante calls it, a development which astonishes us by its rapidity and excellence. The graceful elegance of Addison's essays, the terse vigor of Swift's satires, the artistic finish of Fielding's novels, the sonorous eloquence of Gibbon's history and of Burke's orations, these have no parallel in the poetry of the age. Indeed, poetry itself became prosaic in this respect, that it was used not for creative works of imagination, but for essays, for satire, for criticism, for exactly the same practical ends as was prose. The poetry of the first half of the century, as typified in the work of Pope, is polished and witty enough, but artificial. It lacks fire, fine feeling, enthusiasm, the glow of the Elizabethan age, and the moral earnestness of Puritanism. In a word, it interests us as a study of life rather than delights or inspires us by its appeal to the imagination. The variety and excellence of prose works, and the development of a serviceable prose style, which had been begun by Dryden, until it served to express clearly every human interest and emotion, these are the chief literary glories of the 18th century. Satire. In the literature of the preceding age we noted two marked tendencies: the tendency to realism in subject matter, and the tendency to polish and refinement of expression. Both these tendencies were continued in the Augustan age, and are seen clearly in the poetry of Pope, who brought the couplet to perfection, and in the prose of Addison. The third tendency is shown in the prevalence of satire resulting from the unfortunate union of politics with literature. We have already noted the power of the press in this age, and the perpetual strife of political parties. Nearly every writer of the first half of the century was used and rewarded by Whigs or Tories for satirizing their enemies and for advancing their special political interests. Pope was a marked exception, but he nevertheless followed the prose writers in using satire too largely in his poetry. Now, satire, that is, a literary work which searches out the faults of men or institutions in order to hold them up to ridicule, is at best a destructive kind of criticism. A satirist is like a laborer who clears away the ruins and rubbish of an old house before the architect and builders begin on a new and beautiful structure. The work may sometimes be necessary, but it rarely arouses our enthusiasm. While the satires of Pope, Swift, and Addison are doubtless the best in our language, we hardly place them with our great literature, which is always constructive in spirit, and we have the feeling that all these men were capable of better things than they ever wrote. The Classic Age. The period we are studying is known to us by various names. It is often called the Age of Queen Anne, but unlike Elizabeth, this meekly stupid queen had practically no influence upon our literature. The name Classic Age is more often heard, but in using it we should remember clearly these three different ways in which the word classic is applied to literature. 1. The term classic refers in general to writers of the highest rank in any nation. As used in our literature, it was first applied to the works of the great Greek and Roman writers like Homer and Virgil, and any English book which followed the simple and noble method of these writers was said to have a classic style. Later the term was enlarged to cover the great literary works of other ancient nations, so that the Bible and the Avestas, as well as the Iliad and the Aeneid, are called classics. 2. Every national literature has at least one period in which an unusual number of great writers are producing books, and this is called the classic period of a nation's literature. Thus, the reign of Augustus is the classic or golden age of Rome, the generation of Dante is the classic age of Italian literature, the age of Louis XIV is the French classic age, and the age of Queen Anne is often called the classic age of England. 3. The word classic acquired an entirely different meaning in the period we are studying, and we shall better understand this by reference to the preceding ages. The Elizabethan writers were led by patriotism, by enthusiasm, and in general by romantic emotions. They wrote in a natural style without regard to rules, and though they exaggerated and used too many words, their works are delightful because of their vigor and freshness and fine feeling. In the following age, patriotism had largely disappeared from politics, and enthusiasm from literature. Poets no longer wrote naturally, but artificially with strange and fantastic verse forms to give effect, since fine feeling was wanting. And this is the general character of the poetry of the Puritan age. Note: great writers in every age, men like Shakespeare and Milton, make their own style. They are therefore not included in this summary. Among the minor writers also there are exceptions to the rule, and fine feeling is often manifest in the poetry of Donne, Herbert, Vaughan, and Herrick. End of note. Gradually our writers rebelled against the exaggerations of both the natural and the fantastic style. They demanded that poetry should follow exact rules, and in this they were influenced by French writers, especially by Boileau and Rapin, who insisted on precise methods of writing poetry and who professed to have discovered their rules in the classics of Horace and Aristotle. In our study of the Elizabethan drama, we noted the good influence of the classic movement in insisting upon that beauty of form and definiteness of expression which characterized the dramas of Greece and Rome. And in the work of Dryden and his followers we see a revival of classicism in the effort to make English literature conform to rules established by the great writers of other nations. At first the results were excellent, especially in prose. But as the creative vigor of the Elizabethans was lacking in this age, writing by rules soon developed a kind of elegant formalism, which suggests the elaborate social code of the time. Just as a gentleman might not act naturally, but must follow exact rules in doffing his hat, or addressing a lady, or entering a room, or wearing a wig, or offering his snuff-box to a friend, so our writers lost individuality and became formal and artificial. The general tendency of literature was to look at life critically, to emphasize intellect rather than imagination, the form rather than the content of a sentence. Writers strove to repress all emotion and enthusiasm, and to use only precise and elegant methods of expression. This is what is often meant by the classicism of the ages of Pope and Johnson. It refers to the critical intellectual spirit of many writers, to the fine polish of their heroic couplets or the elegance of their prose, and not to any resemblance which their work bears to true classic literature. In a word, the classic movement had become pseudo-classic, i.e., a false or sham classicism, and the latter term is now often used to designate a considerable part of 18th century literature. Note: we have endeavored here simply to show the meaning of terms in general use in our literature, but it must be remembered that it is impossible to classify or to give a descriptive name to the writers of any period or century. While classic or pseudo-classic may apply to a part of 18th century literature, every age has both its romantic and its classic movements. In this period, the revolt against classicism is shown in the revival of romantic poetry under Gray, Collins, Burns, and Thomson, and in the beginning of the English novel under Defoe, Richardson, and Fielding. These poets and novelists, who have little or no connection with classicism, belong chronologically to the period we are studying. They are reserved for special treatment in the sections following. End of note. To avoid this critical difficulty, we have adopted the term Augustan Age, a name chosen by the writers themselves, who saw in Pope, Addison, Swift, Johnson, and Burke the modern parallels to Horace, Virgil, Cicero, and all that brilliant company who made Roman literature famous in the days of Augustus. Alexander Pope, 1688–1744. Pope is in many respects a unique figure. In the first place, he was for a generation the poet of a great nation. To be sure, poetry was limited in the early 18th century. There were few lyrics, little or no love poetry, no epics, no dramas or songs of nature worth considering. But in the narrow field of satiric and didactic verse, Pope was the undisputed master. His influence completely dominated the poetry of his age, and many foreign writers, as well as the majority of English poets, looked to him as their model. Second, he was a remarkably clear and adequate reflection of the spirit of the age in which he lived. There is hardly an ideal, a belief, a doubt, a fashion, a whim of Queen Anne's time that is not neatly expressed in his poetry. Third, he was the only important writer of that age who gave his whole life to letters. Swift was a clergyman and politician. Addison was Secretary of State. Other writers depended on patrons or politics or pensions for fame and a livelihood. But Pope was independent and had no profession but literature. And fourth, by the sheer force of his ambition, he won his place, and held it, in spite of religious prejudice and in the face of physical and temperamental obstacles that would have discouraged a stronger man. For Pope was deformed and sickly, dwarfish in soul and body. He knew little of the world of nature or of the world of the human heart. He was lacking apparently in noble feeling, and instinctively chose a lie when the truth had manifestly more advantages. Yet this jealous, peevish, waspish little man became the most famous poet of his age and the acknowledged leader of English literature. We record the fact with wonder and admiration, but we do not attempt to explain it. Life. Pope was born in London in 1688, the year of the Revolution. His parents were both Catholics, who presently removed from London and settled in Binfield, near Windsor, where the poet's childhood was passed. Partly because of an unfortunate prejudice against Catholics in the public schools, partly because of his own weakness and deformity, Pope received very little school education, but browsed for himself among English books and picked up a smattering of the classics. Very early he began to write poetry, and records the fact with his usual vanity. As yet a child, nor yet a fool to fame, I list in numbers, for the numbers came. Being debarred by his religion from many desirable employments, he resolved to make literature his life work, and in this he resembled Dryden, who, he tells us, was his only master, though much of his work seems to depend on Boileau, the French poet and critic. Note: Pope's satires, for instance, are strongly suggested in Boileau. His Rape of the Lock is much like the mock heroic Le Lutrin, and the essay on criticism, which made him famous, is an English edition and improvement of L'Art Poétique. The last was, in turn, a combination of the Ars Poetica of Horace and of many well-known rules of the classicists. End of note. When only 16 years old, he had written his Pastorals. A few years later appeared his Essay on Criticism, which made him famous. With the publication of The Rape of the Lock in 1712, Pope's name was known and honored all over England, and this dwarf of 24 years, by the sheer force of his own ambition, had jumped to the foremost place in English letters. It was soon after this that Voltaire called him the best poet of England and at present of all the world, which is about as near the truth as Voltaire generally gets in his numerous universal judgments. For the next 12 years Pope was busy with poetry, especially with his translations of Homer, and his work was so successful financially that he bought a villa at Twickenham on the Thames and remained happily independent of wealthy patrons for a livelihood. Led by his success, Pope returned to London and for a time endeavored to live the gay and dissolute life which was supposed to be suitable for a literary genius. But he was utterly unfitted for it, mentally and physically, and soon retired to Twickenham. There he gave himself up to poetry, manufactured a little garden, more artificial than his verses, and cultivated his friendship with Martha Blount, with whom for many years he spent a good part of each day, and who remained faithful to him to the end of his life. At Twickenham he wrote his Moral Epistles, poetical satires modeled after Horace, and revenged himself upon all his critics in the bitter abuse of the Dunciad. He died in 1744 and was buried at Twickenham, his religion preventing him from the honor, which was certainly his due, of a resting place in Westminster Abbey. Works of Pope. For convenience, we may separate Pope's work into three groups, corresponding to the early, middle, and later period of his life. In the first he wrote his Pastorals, Windsor Forest, Messiah, Essay on Criticism, Eloise to Abelard, and The Rape of the Lock. In the second, his translations of Homer. In the third, the Dunciad and the Epistles, the latter containing the famous Essay on Man and the Epistle to Dr. Arbuthnot, which is in truth his Apologia, and in which alone we see Pope's life from his own viewpoint. Essay on Criticism. The Essay on Criticism sums up the art of poetry as taught first by Horace, then by Boileau and the 18th century classicists. Though written in heroic couplets, we hardly consider this as a poem, but rather as a storehouse of critical maxims. For fools rush in where angels fear to tread. To err is human, to forgive divine. A little learning is a dangerous thing. These lines and many more like them from the same source have found their way into our common speech, and are used without thinking of the author whenever we need an apt quotation. Rape of the Lock. The Rape of the Lock is a masterpiece of its kind, and comes nearer to being a creation than anything else that Pope has written. The occasion of the famous poem was trivial enough. A fop at the court of Queen Anne, one Lord Petre, snipped a lock of hair from the abundant curls of a pretty maid of honor named Arabella Fermor. The young lady resented it, and the two families were plunged into a quarrel which was the talk of London. Pope, being appealed to, seized the occasion to construct not a ballad, as the Cavaliers would have done, nor an epigram, as French poets love to do, but a long poem in which all the mannerisms of society are pictured in minutest detail and satirized with the most delicate wit. The first edition, consisting of 2 cantos, was published in 1712, and it is amazing now to read of the trivial character of London court life at the time when English soldiers were battling for a great continent in the French and Indian Wars. Its instant success caused Pope to lengthen the poem by 3 more cantos, and in order to make a more perfect burlesque of an epic poem he introduces gnomes, sprites, sylphs, and salamanders. Note, these are the 4 kinds of spirits inhabiting the 4 elements, according to the Rosicrucians, a fantastic sect of spiritualists of that age. In the dedication of the poem, Pope says he took the idea from a French book called Le Conte de Gabalis. End of note. Instead of the gods of the great epics with which his readers were familiar. The poem is modeled after 2 foreign satires, Boileau's Le Lutrin, Reading Desk, a satire on the French clergy who raised a huge quarrel over the location of a lectern, and La secchia rapita, Stolen Bucket, a famous Italian satire on the petty causes of the endless Italian wars. Pope, however, went far ahead of his masters in style and in delicacy of handling a mock heroic theme, and during his lifetime The Rape of the Lock was considered as the greatest poem of its kind in all literature. The poem is still well worth reading, for as an expression of the artificial life of the age, of its cards, parties, toilettes, lapdogs, tea-drinking, snuff-taking, and idle vanities, it is as perfect in its way as Tamburlaine, which reflects the boundless ambition of the Elizabethans. Pope's translations. The fame of Pope's Iliad, which was financially the most successful of his books, was due to the fact that he interpreted Homer in the elegant, artificial language of his own age. Not only do his words follow literary fashions, but even the Homeric characters lose their strength and become fashionable men of the court. So the criticism of the scholar Bentley was most appropriate when he said, "It is a pretty poem, Mr. Pope, but you must not call it Homer." Pope translated the entire Iliad and half of the Odyssey, and the latter work was finished by 2 Cambridge scholars, Elijah Fenton and William Broome, who imitated the mechanical couplet so perfectly that it is difficult to distinguish their work from that of the great poet of the age. A single selection is given to show how, in the nobler passages, even Pope may faintly suggest the elemental grandeur of Homer. The troops exulting sat in order round, and beaming fires illumined all the ground. As when the moon, refulgent lamp of night, o'er heaven's clear azure spreads her sacred light, when not a breath disturbs the deep serene, and not a cloud o'ercasts the solemn scene. Around her throne the vivid planets roll, and stars unnumbered gild the glowing whole. O'er the dark trees a yellower verdure shed, and tip with silver every mountain's head. Essay on Man. The essay is the best known and the most quoted of all Pope's works. Except in form, it is not poetry, and when one considers it as an essay and reduces it to plain prose, it is found to consist of numerous literary ornaments without any very solid structure of thought to rest upon. The purpose of the essay is, in Pope's words, to vindicate the ways of God to man. And as there are no unanswered problems in Pope's philosophy, the vindication is perfectly accomplished in 4 poetical epistles concerning man's relations to the universe, to himself, to society, and to happiness. The final result is summed up in a few well-known lines. All nature is but art, unknown to thee. all chance, direction which thou canst not see, all discord, harmony not understood, all partial evil, universal good, and spite of pride in erring reason's spite, one truth is clear, whatever is right. Like the essay on criticism, the poem abounds in quotable lines, such as the following, which make the entire work well worth reading. Hope springs eternal in the human breast. Man never is, but always to be blessed. Know then thyself, presume not God to scan. The proper study of mankind is man. The same ambition can destroy or save, and makes a patriot as it makes a knave. Honor and shame from no condition rise. Act well your part, there all the honor lies. Vice is a monster of so frightful mien as to be hated needs but to be seen. Yet seen too oft, familiar with her face, we first endure, then pity, then embrace. Behold the child, by nature's kindly law, pleased with a rattle, tickled with a straw. Some livelier plaything gives his youth delight, a little louder, but as empty quite. Scarfs, garters, gold amuse his riper stage, and beads and prayer books are the toys of age. Pleased with this bauble still, as that before, till tired he sleeps, and life's poor play is o'er. Note: compare this with Shakespeare's All the World's a Stage, in As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 7. End of note. Miscellaneous works. The Dunciad, i.e., the Iliad of the Dunces, began originally as a controversy concerning Shakespeare, but turned out to be a coarse and revengeful satire upon all the literary men of the age who had aroused Pope's anger by their criticism or lack of appreciation of his genius. Though brilliantly written and immensely popular at one time, its present effect on the reader is to arouse a sense of pity that a man of such acknowledged power and position should abuse both by devoting his talents to personal spite and petty quarrels. Among the rest of his numerous works, the reader will find Pope's estimate of himself best set forth in his Epistle to Dr. Arbuthnot, and it will be well to close our study of this strange mixture of vanity and greatness with the universal prayer, which shows at least that Pope had considered and judged himself, and that all further judgment is consequently superfluous. End of section 29. Section 30 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, continued. Jonathan Swift, 1667–1745. In each of Marlowe's tragedies we have the picture of a man dominated by a single passion, the lust of power for its own sake. In each we see that a powerful man without self-control is like a dangerous instrument in the hands of a child, and the tragedy ends in the destruction of the man by the ungoverned power which he possesses. The life of Swift is just such a living tragedy. He had the power of gaining wealth, like the hero of the Jew of Malta. Yet he used it scornfully, and in sad irony left what remained to him of a large property to found a hospital for lunatics. By hard work he won enormous literary power, and used it to satirize our common humanity. He wrested political power from the hands of the Tories, and used it to insult the very men who had helped him, and who held his fate in their hands. By his dominant personality he exercised a curious power over women, and used it brutally to make them feel their inferiority. Being loved supremely by two good women, he brought sorrow and death to both, and endless misery to himself. So his power brought always tragedy in its wake. It is only when we remember his life of struggle and disappointment and bitterness that we can appreciate the personal quality in his satire, and perhaps find some sympathy for this greatest genius of all the Augustan writers. Life. Swift was born in Dublin, of English parents, in 1667. His father died before he was born. His mother was poor, and Swift, though proud as Lucifer, was compelled to accept aid from relatives who gave it grudgingly. At the Kilkenny School, and especially at Dublin University, he detested the curriculum, reading only what appealed to his own nature. But since a degree was necessary to his success, he was compelled to accept it as a favor from the examiners, whom he despised in his heart. After graduation, the only position open to him was with a distant relative, Sir William Temple, who gave him the position of private secretary, largely on account of the unwelcome relationship. Temple was a statesman and an excellent diplomatist, but he thought himself to be a great writer as well, and he entered into a literary controversy concerning the relative merits of the classics and modern literature. Swift's first notable work, The Battle of the Books, written at this time but not published, is a keen satire upon both parties in the controversy. The first touch of bitterness shows itself here, for Swift was in a galling position for a man of his pride, knowing his intellectual superiority to the man who employed him, and yet being looked upon as a servant and eating at the servant's table. Thus he spent 10 of the best years of his life in the pretty Moor Park, Surrey, growing more bitter each year, and steadily cursing his fate. Nevertheless, he read and studied widely, and after his position with Temple grew unbearable, quarreled with his patron, took orders, and entered the Church of England. Some years later we find him settled in the little church of Laracor, Ireland, a country which he disliked intensely, but whither he went because no other living was open to him. In Ireland, faithful to his church duties, Swift labored to better the condition of the unhappy people around him. Never before had the poor of his parishes been so well cared for, but Swift chafed under his yoke, growing more and more irritated as he saw small men advance to large positions, while he remained unnoticed in a little country church, largely because he was too proud and too blunt with those who might have advanced him. While at Laracor, he finished his Tale of a Tub, a satire on the various churches of the day, which was published in London with The Battle of the Books in 1704. The work brought him into notice as the most powerful satirist of the age, and he soon gave up his church to enter the strife of political politics. The cheap pamphlet was then the most powerful political weapon known, and as Swift had no equal at pamphlet writing, he soon became a veritable dictator. For several years, especially from 1710 to 1713, Swift was one of the most important figures in London. The Whigs feared the lash of his satire, the Tories feared to lose his support. He was courted, flattered, cajoled on every side, but the use he made of his new power is sad to contemplate. An unbearable arrogance took possession of him. Lords, statesmen, even ladies were compelled to sue for his favor and to apologize for every fancied slight to his egoism. It is at this time that he writes in his Journal to Stella, Mr. Secretary told me the Duke of Buckingham had been talking much about me and desired my acquaintance. I answered it could not be, for he had not yet made sufficient advances. Then Shrewsbury said he thought the Duke was not used to making advances. I said I could not help that, for I always expected advances in proportion to men's quality, and more from a duke than any other man. Writing to the Duchess of Queensberry, he says, I am glad you know your duty, For it has been a known and established rule above 20 years in England that the first advances have been constantly made me by all ladies who aspire to my acquaintance, and the greater their quality, the greater were their advances. When the Tories went out of power, Swift's position became uncertain. He expected, and had probably been promised, a bishopric in England, with a seat among the peers of the realm, but the Tories offered him instead the place of Dean of St. Patrick's Cathedral in Dublin. It was galling to a man of his proud spirit. But after his merciless satire on religion in The Tale of a Tub, any ecclesiastical position in England was rendered impossible. Dublin was the best he could get, and he accepted it bitterly, once more cursing the fate which he had brought upon himself. With his return to Ireland begins the last act in the tragedy of his life. His best-known literary work, Gulliver's Travels, was done here, but the bitterness of life grew slowly to insanity, and a frightful personal sorrow, of which he never spoke, reached its climax in the death of Esther Johnson, a beautiful young woman who had loved Swift ever since the two had met in Temple's household, and to whom he had written his Journal to Stella. During the last years of his life, a brain disease, of which he had shown frequent symptoms, fastened its terrible hold upon Swift, and he became by turns an idiot and a madman. He died in 1745, and when his will was opened, it was found that he had left all his property to found St. Patrick's Asylum for lunatics and incurables. It stands today as the most suggestive monument of his peculiar genius. The works of Swift. From Swift's life one can readily foresee the kind of literature he will produce. Taken together, his works are a monstrous satire on humanity, and the spirit of that satire is shown clearly in a little incident of his first days in London. There was in the city at that time a certain astrologer named Partridge, who duped the public by calculating nativities from the stars and selling a yearly almanac predicting future events. Swift, who hated all shams, wrote, with a great show of learning, his famous Bickerstaff Almanac, containing predictions for the year 1708, as determined by the unerring stars. As Swift rarely signed his name to any literary work, letting it stand or fall on its own merits, his burlesque appeared over the pseudonym of Isaac Bickerstaff, a name afterwards made famous by Steele in The Tatler. Among the predictions was the following: "My first prediction is but a trifle. Yet I will mention it to show how ignorant these sottish pretenders to astrology are in their own concerns. It relates to Partridge, the almanac maker. I have consulted the star of his nativity by my own rules, and find he will infallibly die upon the 29th of March next, about 11 at night, of a raging fever. Therefore I advise him to consider of it, and settle his affairs in time." On March 30th, the day after the prediction was to be fulfilled, there appeared in the newspapers a letter from a revenue officer giving the details of Partridge's death, with the doings of the bailiff and the coffin-maker, and on the following morning appeared an elaborate elegy of Mr. Partridge. When poor Partridge, who suddenly found himself without customers, published a denial of the burial, Swift answered with an elaborate vindication of Isaac Bickerstaff, in which he proved by astrological rules that Partridge was dead, and that the man now in his place was an impostor, trying to cheat the heirs out of their inheritance. Character of Swift's satire. This ferocious joke is suggestive of all Swift's satires. Against any case of hypocrisy or injustice he sets up a remedy of precisely the same kind, only more atrocious, and defends his plan with such seriousness that the satire overwhelms the reader with a sense of monstrous falsity. Thus his solemn argument to prove that the abolishing of Christianity may be attended with some inconveniences is such a frightful satire upon the abuses of Christianity by its professed followers that it is impossible for us to say whether Swift intended to point out needed reforms or to satisfy his conscience. Note: it is only fair to point out that Swift wrote this and two other pamphlets on religion at a time when he knew that they would damage, if not destroy, his own prospects of political advancement. End of note. Or to perpetrate a joke on the Church, as he had done on poor Partridge. So also with his modest proposal concerning the children of Ireland, which sets up the proposition that poor Irish farmers ought to raise children as dainties, to be eaten like roast pigs on the tables of prosperous Englishmen. In this most characteristic work it is impossible to find Swift or his motive. The injustice under which Ireland suffered, her perversity in raising large families to certain poverty, and the indifference of English politicians to her suffering and protests are all mercilessly portrayed. But why? That is still the unanswered problem of Swift's life and writings. Tale of a Tub. Swift's two greatest satires are his Tale of a Tub and Gulliver's Travels. The tale began as a grim exposure of the alleged weaknesses of three principal forms of religious belief, Catholic, Lutheran, and Calvinist, as opposed to the Anglican, but it ended in a satire upon all science and philosophy. Swift explains his whimsical title by the custom of mariners in throwing out a tub to a whale in order to occupy the monster's attention and divert it from an attack upon the ship, which only proves how little Swift knew of whales or sailors. But let that pass. His book is a tub thrown out to the enemies of church and state to keep them occupied from further attacks or criticism, and the substance of the argument is that all churches, and indeed all religion and science and statesmanship, are arrant hypocrisy. The best known part of the book is the allegory of the old man who died and left a coat, which is Christian truth, to each of his three sons, Peter, Martin, and Jack, with minute directions for its care and use. These three names stand for Catholics, Lutherans, and Calvinists, and the way in which the sons evade their father's will and change the fashion of their garment is part of the bitter satire upon all religious sects. Though it professes to defend the Anglican Church, that institution fares perhaps worse than the others, for nothing is left to her but a thin cloak of custom under which to hide her alleged hypocrisy. Gulliver's Travels. In Gulliver's Travels the satire grows more unbearable. Strangely enough, this book, upon which Swift's literary fame generally rests, was not written from any literary motive, but rather as an outlet for the author's own bitterness against fate and human society. It is still read with pleasure, as Robinson Crusoe is read, for the interesting adventures of the hero, and fortunately those who read it generally overlook its degrading influence and motive. Gulliver's Travels records the pretended 4 voyages of one Lemuel Gulliver, and his adventures in 4 astounding countries. The first book tells of his voyage and shipwreck in Lilliput, where the inhabitants are about as tall as one's thumb, and all their acts and motives are on the same dwarfish scale. In the petty quarrels of these dwarfs we are supposed to see the littleness of humanity. The statesmen who obtain place and favor by cutting monkey capers on the tightrope before their sovereign, and the 2 great parties, the Little Indians and Big Indians, who plunge the country into civil war over the momentous question of whether an egg should be broken on its big or its little end, are satires on the politics of Swift's own day and generation. The style is simple and convincing. The surprising situations and adventures are as absorbing as those of Defoe's masterpiece, and altogether it is the most interesting of Swift's satires. On the second voyage, Gulliver is abandoned in Brobdingnag, where the inhabitants are giants, and everything is done upon an enormous scale. The meanness of humanity seems all the more detestable in view of the greatness of these superior beings. When Gulliver tells about his own people, their ambitions and wars and conquests, the giants can only wonder that such great venom could exist in such little insects. In the third voyage, Gulliver continues his adventures in Laputa, and this is a satire upon all the scientists and philosophers. Laputa is a flying island held up in the air by a lodestone, and all the professors of the famous academy at Lagado are of the same airy constitution. The philosopher who worked 8 years to extract sunshine from cucumbers is typical of Swift's satiric treatment of all scientific problems. It is in this voyage that we hear of the Struldbrugs, a ghastly race of men who are doomed to live upon earth after losing hope and desire for life. The picture is all the more terrible in view of the last years of Swift's own life, in which he was compelled to live on, a burden to himself and his friends. In these 3 voyages the evident purpose is to strip off the veil of habit and custom with which men deceive themselves and show the crude vices of humanity as Swift fancies he sees them. In the 4th voyage the merciless satire is carried out to its logical conclusion. This brings us to the land of the Houyhnhnms, in which horses, superior and intelligent creatures, are the ruling animals. All our interest, however, is centered on the Yahoos, a frightful race having the form and appearance of men, but living in unspeakable degradation. Miscellaneous works. The Journal to Stella, written chiefly in the years 1710-1713 for the benefit of Esther Johnson, is interesting to us for 2 reasons. It is, first, an excellent commentary on contemporary characters and political events by one of the most powerful and original minds of the age, and second, in its love passages and purely personal descriptions it gives us the best picture we possess of Swift himself at the summit of his power and influence. As we read now its words of tenderness for the woman who loved him and who brought almost the only ray of sunlight into his life, we can only wonder and be silent. Entirely different are his Drapier's Letters, a model of political harangue and of popular argument which roused an unthinking English public and did much benefit to Ireland by preventing the politicians' plan of debasing the Irish coinage. Swift's poems, though vigorous and original, like Defoe's of the same period, are generally satirical, often coarse, and seldom rise above doggerel. Unlike his friend Addison, Swift saw in the growing polish and decency of society only a mask for hypocrisy, and he often used his verse to shock the newborn modesty by pointing out some native ugliness which his diseased mind discovered under every beautiful exterior. Character of Swift's prose. That Swift is the most original writer of his time and one of the greatest masters of English prose is undeniable. Directness, vigor, simplicity mark every page. Among writers of that age he stands almost alone in his disdain of literary effects. Keeping his object steadily before him, he drives straight on to the end with a convincing power that has never been surpassed in our language. Even in his most grotesque creations, the reader never loses the sense of reality, of being present as an eyewitness of the most impossible events, so powerful and convincing is Swift's prose. Defoe had the same power, but in writing Robinson Crusoe, for instance, his task was comparatively easy, since his hero and his adventures were both natural, while Swift gives reality to pygmies, giants, and the most impossible situations as easily as if he were writing of facts. Notwithstanding these excellent qualities, the ordinary reader will do well to confine himself to Gulliver's Travels and a book of well-chosen selections, for it must be confessed the bulk of Swift's work is not wholesome reading. It is too terribly satiric and destructive. It emphasizes the faults and failings of humanity, and so runs counter to the general course of our literature, which from Cynewulf to Tennyson follows the ideal, as Merlin followed the gleam. Note, see Tennyson's Merlin and the Gleam. End of note. And is not satisfied till the hidden beauty of man's soul and the divine purpose of his struggle are manifest. End of section 30. Section 31 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, continued. Joseph Addison, 1672-1719. In the pleasant art of living with one's fellows, Addison is easily a master. It is due to his perfect expression of that art, of that new social life which, as we have noted, was characteristic of the age of Anne, that Addison occupies such a large place in the history of literature. Of less power and originality than Swift, he nevertheless wields and deserves to wield a more lasting influence. Swift is the storm roaring against the ice and frost of the late spring of English life. Addison is the sunshine which melts the ice and dries the mud and makes the earth thrill with light and hope. Like Swift, he despised shams, but unlike him he never lost faith in humanity, and in all his satires there is a gentle kindliness which makes one think better of his fellow men, even while he laughs at their little vanities. Addison's influence. Two things Addison did for our literature which are of inestimable value. First, he overcame a certain corrupt tendency bequeathed by Restoration literature. It was the apparent aim of the low drama, and even of much of the poetry of that age, to make virtue ridiculous and vice attractive. Addison set himself squarely against this unworthy tendency. To strip off the mask of vice, to show its ugliness and deformity, but to reveal virtue in its own native loveliness. That was Addison's purpose, and he succeeded so well that never since his day has our English literature seriously followed after false gods. As Macaulay says, so effectually did he retort on vice the mockery which had recently been directed against virtue, that since his time the open violation of decency has always been considered amongst us a sure mark of a fool. And second, prompted and aided by the more original genius of his friend Steele, Addison seized upon the new social life of the clubs and made it the subject of endless pleasant essays upon types of men and manners. The Tatler and the Spectator are the beginning of the modern essay, and their studies of human character, as exemplified by Sir Roger de Coverley, are a preparation for the modern novel. Life. Addison's life, like his writings, is in marked contrast to that of Swift. He was born in Millston, Wiltshire, in 1672. His father was a scholarly English clergyman, and all his life Addison followed naturally the quiet and cultured ways to which he was early accustomed. At the famous Charterhouse School in London, and in his university life at Oxford, he excelled in character and scholarship, and became known as a writer of graceful verses. He had some intention at one time of entering the church, but was easily persuaded by his friends to take up the government service instead. Unlike Swift, who abused his political superiors, Addison took the more tactful way of winning the friendship of men in large places. His lines to Dryden won that literary leader's instant favor, and one of his Latin poems, The Peace of Ryswick, 1697, with its kindly appreciation of King William's statesmen, brought him into favorable political notice. It brought him also a pension of £300 a year, with a suggestion that he travel abroad and cultivate the art of diplomacy, which he promptly did to his own great advantage. From a literary viewpoint, the most interesting work of Addison's early life is his Account of the Greatest English Poets, 1693, written while he was a Fellow of Oxford University. One rubs his eyes to find Dryden lavishly praised, Spenser excused or patronized, while Shakespeare is not even mentioned. But Addison was writing under Boileau's classic rules, and the poet, like the age, was perhaps too artificial to appreciate natural genius. While he was traveling abroad, the death of William and the loss of power by the Whigs suddenly stopped Addison's pension. Necessity brought him home, and for a time he lived in poverty and obscurity. Then occurred the Battle of Blenheim, and in the effort to find a poet to celebrate the event, Addison was brought to the Tories' attention. His poem, The Campaign, celebrating the victory, took the country by storm. Instead of making the hero slay his thousands and 10,000s like the old epic heroes, Addison had some sense of what is required in a modern general, and so made Marlborough direct the battle from the outside, comparing him to an angel riding on the whirlwind. "'Twas then great Marlborough's mighty soul was proved, that in the shock of charging hosts unmoved, amidst confusion, horror, and despair, examined all the dreadful scenes of war, in peaceful thought the field of death surveyed, to fainting squadrons sent in timely aid, inspired repulsed battalions to engage, and taught the doubtful battle where to rage. So when an angel by divine command with rising tempest shakes a guilty land, such as of late o'er pale Britannia's past, calm and serene he drives the furious blast, and pleased th' Almighty's orders to perform, rides in the whirlwind and directs the storm." That one doubtful simile made Addison's fortune. Never before or since was a poet's mechanical work so well rewarded. It was called the finest thing ever written, and from that day Addison rose steadily in political favor and office. He became in turn Under-Secretary, Member of Parliament, Secretary for Ireland, and finally Secretary of State. Probably no other literary man, aided by his pen alone, ever rose so rapidly and so high in office. The rest of Addison's life was divided between political duties and literature. His essays for the Tatler and Spectator, which we still cherish, were written between 1709 and 1714. But he won more literary fame by his classic tragedy, Cato, which we have almost forgotten. In 1716 he married a widow, the Countess of Warwick, and went to live at her home, the famous Holland House. His married life lasted only 3 years, and was probably not a happy one. Certainly he never wrote of women except with gentle satire, and he became more and more a clubman, spending most of his time in the clubs and coffee-houses of London. Up to this time his life had been singularly peaceful, but his last years were shadowed by quarrels, first with Pope, then with Swift, and finally with his lifelong friend Steele. The first quarrel was on literary grounds, and was largely the result of Pope's jealousy. The latter's venomous caricature of Addison as Atticus shows how he took his petty revenge on a great and good man who had been his friend. The other quarrels with Swift, and especially with his old friend Steele, were the unfortunate result of political differences, and show how impossible it is to mingle literary ideals with party politics. He died serenely in 1719. A brief description from Thackeray's English Humorists is his best epitaph. A life prosperous and beautiful, a calm death, an immense fame and affection afterwards for his happy and spotless name. The Essays. Works of Addison. The most enduring of Addison's works are his famous Essays, collected from the Tatler and Spectator. We have spoken of him as a master of the art of gentle living, and these essays are a perpetual inducement to others to know and to practice the same fine art. To an age of fundamental coarseness and artificiality he came with a wholesome message of refinement and simplicity, much as Ruskin and Arnold spoke to a later age of materialism. Only Addison's success was greater than theirs because of his greater knowledge of life and his greater faith in men. He attacks all the little vanities and all the big vices of his time, not in Swift's terrible way, which makes us feel hopeless of humanity, but with a kindly ridicule and gentle humor which takes speedy improvement for granted. To read Swift's brutal letters to a young lady, and then to read Addison's dissection of a beau's head, and his dissection of a coquette's heart, is to know at once the secret of the latter's more enduring influence. Three other results of these delightful essays are worthy of attention. First, they are the best picture we possess of the new social life of England with its many new interests. Second, they advanced the art of literary criticism to a much higher stage than it had ever before reached, and however much we differ from their judgment and their interpretation of such a man as Milton, they certainly led Englishmen to a better knowledge and appreciation of their own literature. And finally, in Ned Softly, the literary dabbler, Will Wimble, the poor relation, Sir Andrew Freeport, the merchant, Will Honeycomb, the fop, and Sir Roger, the country gentleman, they give us characters that live forever as part of that goodly company which extends from Chaucer's country parson to Kipling's Mulvaney. Addison and Steele not only introduced the modern essay, but in such characters as these they herald the dawn of the modern novel. Of all his essays, the best known and loved are those which introduce us to Sir Roger de Coverley, the genial dictator of life and manners in the quiet English country. Addison's style. In style, these essays are remarkable as showing the growing perfection of the English language. Johnson says, "Whoever wishes to attain an English style familiar but not coarse, and elegant but not ostentatious, must give his days and nights to the volumes of Addison." And again he says, "Give nights and days, sir, to the study of Addison, if you mean to be a good writer, or, what is more worth, an honest man." That was good criticism for its day, and even at the present time critics are agreed that Addison's essays are well worth reading once for their own sake, and many times for their influence in shaping a clear and graceful style of writing. Poems. Addison's poems, which were enormously popular in his day, are now seldom read. His Cato, with its classic unities and lack of dramatic power, must be regarded as a failure if we study it as tragedy, but it offers an excellent example of the rhetoric and fine sentiment which were then considered the essentials of good writing. The best scene from this tragedy is the fifth act, where Cato soliloquizes with Plato's Immortality of the Soul open in his hand, and a drawn sword on the table before him. "It must be so, Plato, thou reason'st well. Else whence this pleasing hope, this fond desire, this longing after immortality? Or whence this secret dread and inward horror of falling into naught? Why shrinks the soul back on herself and startles at destruction? 'Tis the divinity that stirs within us. 'Tis heaven itself that points out an hereafter, and intimates eternity to man." Many readers make frequent use of one portion of Addison's poetry without knowing to whom they are indebted. His devout nature found expression in many hymns, a few of which are still used and loved in our churches. Many a congregation thrills, as Thackeray did, to the splendid sweep of his God in Nature, beginning, "The spacious firmament on high." Almost as well known and loved are his Traveller's Hymn, and his Continued Help, beginning, "When all thy mercies, O my God." The latter hymn, written in a storm at sea off the Italian coast, when the captain and crew were demoralized by terror, shows that poetry, especially a good hymn that one can sing in the same spirit as one would say his prayers, is sometimes the most practical and helpful thing in the world. Richard Steele, 1672–1729. Steele was in almost every respect the antithesis of his friend and fellow worker. A rollicking, good-hearted, emotional, lovable Irishman. At the Charterhouse School and at Oxford he shared everything with Addison, asking nothing but love in return. Unlike Addison, he studied but little and left the university to enter the Horse Guards. He was in turn soldier, captain, poet, playwright, essayist, member of Parliament, manager of a theater, publisher of a newspaper, and 20 other things, all of which he began joyously and then abandoned, sometimes against his will, as when he was expelled from Parliament, and again because some other interest of the moment had more attraction. His poems and plays are now little known, but the reader who searches them out will find one or two suggestive things about Steele himself. For instance, he loves children, and he is one of the few writers of his time who show a sincere and unswerving respect for womanhood. Even more than Addison, he ridicules vice and makes virtue lovely. He is the originator of the Tatler, and joins with Addison in creating the Spectator, the two periodicals which in the short space of less than 4 years did more to influence subsequent literature than all other magazines of the century combined. Moreover, he is the original genius of Sir Roger and of many other characters and essays for which Addison usually receives the whole credit. It is often impossible in the Tatler essays to separate the work of the two men, but the majority of critics hold that the more original parts, the characters, the thought, the overflowing kindliness, are largely Steele's creation, while to Addison fell the work of polishing and perfecting the essays, and of adding that touch of humor which made them the most welcome literary visitors that England had ever received. The Tatler and the Spectator. On account of his talent in writing political pamphlets, Steele was awarded the position of official gazetteer. While in this position and writing for several small newspapers, the idea occurred to Steele to publish a paper which should contain not only the political news, but also the gossip of the clubs and coffee houses, with some light essays on the life and manners of the age. The immediate result, for Steele never let an idea remain idle, was the famous Tatler, the first number of which appeared April 12, 1709. It was a small folio sheet appearing on post days 3 times a week, and it sold for a penny a copy. That it had a serious purpose is evident from this dedication to the first volume of collected Tatler essays. The general purpose of this paper is to expose the false arts of life, to pull off the disguises of cunning, vanity, and affectation, and to recommend a general simplicity in our dress, our discourse, and our behavior. The success of this unheard-of combination of news, gossip, and essay was instantaneous. Not a club or a coffee house in London could afford to be without it, and over its pages began the first general interest in contemporary English life as expressed in literature. Steele at first wrote the entire paper, and signed his essays with the name of Isaac Bickerstaff, which had been made famous by Swift a few years before. Addison is said to have soon recognized one of his own remarks to Steele, and the secret of the authorship was out. From that time Addison was a regular contributor, and occasionally other writers added essays on the new social life of England. Note: of the Tatler essays, Addison contributed 42. 36 others were written in collaboration with Steele, while at least 180 are the works of Steele alone. End of note. Steele lost his position as gazetteer, and the Tatler was discontinued after less than 2 years' life, but not till it won an astonishing popularity and made ready its way for its successor. 2 months later, on March 1st, 1711, appeared the first number of The Spectator. In the new magazine, politics and news as such were ignored. It was a literary magazine, pure and simple, and its entire contents consisted of a single light essay. It was considered a crazy venture at the time, but its instant success proved that men were eager for some literary expression of the new social ideals. The following whimsical letter to the editor may serve to indicate the part played by the Spectator in the daily life of London. Mr. Spectator, your paper is a part of my tea equipage, and my servant knows my humor so well that in calling for my breakfast this morning, it being past my usual hour, she answered, the Spectator was not yet come in, but the tea-kettle boiled, and she expected it every moment. It is in the incomparable Spectator papers that Addison shows himself most worthy to be remembered. He contributed the majority of its essays, and in its first number appears this description of the Spectator, by which name Addison is now generally known. There is no place of general resort wherein I do not often make my appearance. Sometimes I am seen thrusting my head into a round of politician at Will's (in brackets, coffee house), and listening with great attention to the narratives that are made in those little circular audiences. Sometimes I smoke a pipe at Child's, and whilst I seem attentive to nothing but the postman, overhear the conversation of every table in the room. I appear on Sunday nights at St. James, and sometimes join the little committee of politics in the inner room as one who comes to hear and improve. My face is likewise very well known at the Grecian, the Cocoa Tree, and in the theatres of both Drury Lane and the Haymarket. I have been taken for a merchant upon the Exchange for above these 10 years, and sometimes pass for a Jew in the assembly of stock jobbers at Jonathan's. Thus I live in the world rather as a spectator of mankind than as one of the species, which is the character I intend to preserve in this paper. The large place which these two little magazines hold in our literature seems most disproportionate to their short span of days. In the short space of 4 years in which Addison and Steele worked together, the light essay was established as one of the most important forms of modern literature, and the literary magazine won its place as the expression of the social life of a nation. End of section 31. Section 32 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9 continued. Samuel Johnson, 1709–1784. The reader of Boswell's Johnson, after listening to endless grumblings and watching the clumsy actions of the hero, often finds himself wondering why he should end his reading with a profound respect for this old bear, who is the object of Boswell's groveling attention. Here is a man who was certainly not the greatest writer of his age, perhaps not even a great writer at all, but who was nevertheless the dictator of English letters, and who still looms across the centuries of a magnificent literature as its most striking and original figure. Here, moreover, is a huge, fat, awkward man of vulgar manners and appearance, who monopolizes conversation, argues violently, abuses everybody, clubs down opposition. Madam, speaking to his cultivated hostess at table, talk no more nonsense. Sir, turning to a distinguished guest, I perceive you are a vile Whig. While talking he makes curious animal sounds, sometimes giving a half-whistle, sometimes clucking like a hen, and when he has concluded a violent dispute and laid his opponents low by dogmatism or ridicule, he leans back to blow out his breath like a whale and gulp down numberless cups of hot tea. Yet this curious dictator of an elegant age was a veritable lion, much sought after by society, and around him in his own poor house gathered the foremost artists, scholars, actors, and literary men of London, all honoring the man, loving him, and listening to his dogmatism as the Greeks listened to the voice of their oracle. What is the secret of this astounding spectacle? If the reader turns naturally to Johnson's works for an explanation, he will be disappointed. Reading his verses, we find nothing to delight or inspire us, but rather gloom and pessimism, with a few moral observations in rhymed couplets. But scarce observed the knowing and the bold fall in the general massacre of gold, wide-wasting pest, that rages unconfined and crowds with crimes the records of mankind. For gold his sword the hireling ruffian draws, for gold the hireling judge distorts the laws. Wealth heaped on wealth nor truth nor safety buys, the dangers gather as the treasures rise. That is excellent common sense, but it is not poetry. And it is not necessary to hunt through Johnson's bulky volumes for the information, since any moralist can give us offhand the same doctrine. As for his Rambler essays, once so successful, though we marvel at the big words, the carefully balanced sentences, the classical allusions, one might as well try to get interested in an old-fashioned 3-hour sermon. We read a few pages listlessly, yawn, and go to bed. Since the man's work fails to account for his leadership and influence, we examine his personality, and here everything is interesting. Because of a few oft-quoted passages from Boswell's biography, Johnson appears to us as an eccentric bear who amuses us by his growlings and clumsy antics. But there is another Johnson, a brave, patient, kindly, religious soul, who, as Goldsmith said, had nothing of the bear but his skin. A man who battled like a hero against poverty and pain and melancholy and the awful fear of death, and who overcame them manfully. That trouble passed away, so will this, sang the sorrowing Deor in the first old Anglo-Saxon lyric. And that expresses the great and suffering spirit of Johnson, who in the face of enormous obstacles never lost faith in God or in himself. Though he was a reactionary in politics, upholding the arbitrary power of kings and opposing the growing liberty of the people, yet his political theories, like his manners, were no deeper than his skin, for in all London there was none more kind to the wretched, and none more ready to extend an open hand to every struggling man and woman who crossed his path. When he passed poor homeless Arabs sleeping in the streets, he would slip a coin into their hands in order that they might have a happy awakening, for he himself well knew what it meant to be hungry. Such was Johnson, a mass of genuine manhood, as Carlyle called him, and as such men loved and honored him. Note: a very lovable side of Johnson's nature is shown by his doing penance in the public marketplace for his unfilial conduct as a boy. See in Hawthorne's Our Old Home, the article on Lichfield and Johnson. His sterling manhood is recalled in his famous letter to Lord Chesterfield, refusing the latter's patronage for the dictionary. The student should read this incident entire in Boswell's Life of Johnson. End of note. Life of Johnson. Johnson was born in Lichfield, Stratfordshire, in 1709. He was the son of a small bookseller, a poor man, but intelligent and fond of literature, as booksellers invariably were in the good days when every town had its bookshop. From his childhood Johnson had to struggle against physical deformity and disease, and the consequent disinclination to hard work. He prepared for the university partly in the schools, but largely by omnivorous reading in his father's shop, and when he entered Oxford he had read more classical authors than had most of the graduates. Before finishing his course he had to leave the university on account of his poverty, and at once he began his long struggle as a hack writer to earn his living. At 25 years he married a woman old enough to be his mother. A genuine love match, he called it, and with her dowry of £800 they started a private school together, which was a dismal failure. Then, without money or influential friends, he left his home and wife in Lichfield and tramped to London, accompanied only by David Garrick, afterwards the famous actor, who had been one of his pupils. Here, led by old associations, Johnson made himself known to the booksellers, and now and then earned a penny by writing prefaces, reviews, and translations. It was a dog's life, indeed, that he led there with his literary brethren. Many of the writers of the day, who are ridiculed in Pope's heartless Dunciad, having no wealthy patrons to support them, lived largely in the streets and taverns, sleeping on an ash-heap or under a wharf like rats, glad of a crust and happy over a single meal which enabled them to work for a while without the reminder of hunger. A few favored ones lived in wretched lodgings in Grub Street, which has since become a synonym for the fortunes of struggling writers. Note: in Johnson's dictionary we find this definition: Grub Street, the name of a street in London much inhabited by writers of small histories, dictionaries, and temporary poems, whence any mean production is called Grub Street. End of note. Often, Johnson tells us, he walked the streets all night long in dreary weather, when it was too cold to sleep, without food or shelter. But he wrote steadily for the booksellers and for the Gentleman's Magazine, and presently he became known in London and received enough work to earn a bare living. The works which occasioned this small success were his poem London and his Life of the Poet Savage, a wretched life at best, which were perhaps better left without a biographer. But his success was genuine, though small, and presently the booksellers of London are coming to him to ask him to write a dictionary of the English language. It was an enormous work, taking nearly 8 years of his time, and long before he had finished it he had eaten up the money which he received for his labor. In the leisure intervals of this work he wrote The Vanity of Human Wishes and other poems, and finished his classic tragedy of Irene. Led by the great success of The Spectator, Johnson started 2 magazines, The Rambler, 1750-1752, and The Idler, 1758-1760. Later, the Rambler essays were published in book form and ran rapidly through 10 editions. But the financial returns were small, and Johnson spent a large part of his earnings in charity. When his mother died in 1759, Johnson, although one of the best-known men in London, had no money and hurriedly finished Rasselas, his only romance, in order, it is said, to pay for his mother's burial. It was not till 1762, when Johnson was 53 years old, that his literary labors were rewarded in the usual way by royalty, and he received from George III a yearly pension of £300. Then began a little sunshine in his life. With Joshua Reynolds, the artist, he founded the famous Literary Club, of which Burke, Pitt, Fox, Gibbon, Goldsmith, and indeed all the great literary men and politicians of the time were members. This is the period of Johnson's famous Conversations, which were caught in minutest detail by Boswell and given to the world. His idea of conversation, as shown in 100 places in Boswell, is to overcome your adversary at any cost, to knock him down by arguments, or, when these fail, by personal ridicule, to dogmatize on every possible question, pronounce a few oracles, and then desist with an air of victory. Concerning the philosopher Hume's view of death, he says, "Sir, if he really thinks so, his perceptions are disturbed, he is mad. If he does not think so, he lies." Exit opposition. There is nothing more to be said. Curiously enough, it is often the palpable blunders of these monologues that now attract us, as if we were enjoying a good joke at the dictator's expense. Once a lady asked him, "Dr. Johnson, why did you define pastern as the knee of a horse?" "Ignorance, madam, pure ignorance," thundered the great authority. When 70 years of age, Johnson was visited by several booksellers of the city who were about to bring out a new edition of the English poets, and who wanted Johnson, as the leading literary man of London, to write the prefaces to the several volumes. The result was his Lives of the Poets, as it is now known, and this is his last literary work. He died in his poor Fleet Street house in 1784, and was buried among England's honored poets in Westminster Abbey. The English Dictionary. Johnson's works. "A book," says Dr. Johnson, "should help us either to enjoy life or to endure it. Judged by this standard, one is puzzled what to recommend among Johnson's numerous books. The two things which belong among the things worthy to be remembered are his dictionary and his Lives of the Poets, though both these are valuable not as literature but rather as a study of literature. The dictionary, as the first ambitious attempt at an English lexicon, is extremely valuable, notwithstanding the fact that his derivations are often faulty, and that he frequently exercises his humor or prejudice in his curious definitions. In defining oats, for example, as a grain given in England to horses, and in Scotland to the people, he indulges his prejudice against the Scotch, whom he never understood, just as in his definition of pension he takes occasion to rap the writers who had flattered their patrons since the days of Elizabeth, though he afterwards accepted a comfortable pension for himself. With characteristic honesty, he refused to alter his definition in subsequent editions of the dictionary. Lives of the Poets. The Lives of the Poets are the simplest and most readable of his literary works. For 10 years before beginning these biographies, he had given himself up to conversation, and the ponderous style of his Rambler essays here gives way to lighter and more natural expression. As criticisms, they are often misleading, giving praise to artificial poets like Cowley and Pope, and doing scant justice or abundant injustice to nobler poets like Gray and Milton. And they are not to be compared with those found in Thomas Warton's History of English Poetry, which was published in the same generation. As biographies, however, they are excellent reading, and we owe to them some of our best-known pictures of the early English poets. Poems and Essays. Of Johnson's poems the reader will have enough if he glances over The Vanity of Human Wishes. His only story, Rasselas, Prince of Abyssinia, is a matter of rhetoric rather than of romance, but is interesting still to the reader who wants to hear Johnson's personal views on society, philosophy, and religion. Any one of his essays, like that on Reading or The Pernicious Effects of Reverie, will be enough to acquaint the reader with the Johnsonese style, which was once much admired and copied by orators, but which happily has been replaced by a more natural way of speaking. Most of his works, it must be confessed, are rather tiresome. It is not to his books, but rather to the picture of the man himself, as given by Boswell, that Johnson owes his great place in our literature. Boswell's Life of Johnson. In James Boswell, 1740–1795, we have another extraordinary figure. A shallow little Scotch barrister who trots about like a dog at the heels of his big master, frantic at a caress and groveling at a cuff, and abundantly contented if only he can be near him and record his oracles. All his life long, Boswell's one ambition seems to have been to shine in the reflected glory of great men, and his chief task to record their sayings and doings. When he came to London at 22 years of age, Johnson, then at the beginning of his great fame, was to this insatiable little glory-seeker like a silver doctor to a hungry trout. He sought an introduction as a man seeks gold, haunted every place where Johnson declaimed, until in Davies' bookstore the supreme opportunity came. This is his record of the great event. "I was much agitated," says Boswell, "and recollecting his prejudice against the Scotch, of which I had heard much, I said to Davies, 'Don't tell him where I come from.' 'From Scotland,' cries Davies roguishly. 'Mr. Johnson,' said I do indeed come from Scotland, and I cannot help it.' 'That, sir,' cried Johnson, 'I find is what a very great many of your countrymen cannot help.' This stroke stunned me a good deal, and when we had sat down I felt myself not a little embarrassed, and apprehensive of what might come next. Then for several years, with a persistency that no rebuffs could abate, and with a thick skin that no amount of ridicule could render sensitive, he follows Johnson, forces his way into the literary club, where he is not welcome, in order to be near his idol, carries him off on a visit to the Hebrides, talks with him on every possible occasion, and when he is not invited to a feast, waits outside the house or tavern in order to walk home with his master in the thick fog of the early morning. And the moment the oracle is out of sight and in bed, Boswell patters home to record in detail all that he has seen and heard. It is to his minute record that we owe our only perfect picture of a great man, all his vanity as well as his greatness, his prejudices, superstitions, and even the details of his personal appearance. There is the gigantic body, the huge face seamed with the scars of disease, the brown coat, the black worsted stockings, the gray wig with the scorched foretop, the dirty hands, the nails bitten and pared to the quick. We see the eyes and mouth moving with convulsive twitches. We see the heavy form rolling, we hear it puffing, and then comes up the "Why, sir," and the "What then, sir?" and the "No, sir," and the "You don't see your way through the question, sir." Note from Macaulay's review of Boswell's Life of Johnson. End of note. To Boswell's record we are indebted also for our knowledge of those famous conversations, those wordy knock-down battles, which made Johnson famous in his time and which still move us to wonder. Here is a specimen conversation taken almost at random from 100 such in Boswell's incomparable biography. After listening to Johnson's prejudice against Scotland and his dogmatic utterances on Voltaire, Robertson, and 20 others, an unfortunate theorist brings up a recent essay on the possible future life of brutes, quoting some possible authority from the sacred scriptures. Johnson, who did not like to hear anything concerning a future state which was not authorized by the regular canons of orthodoxy, discouraged this talk, and being offended at its continuation, he watched an opportunity to give the gentleman a blow of reprehension. So when the poor speculatist, with a serious, metaphysical, pensive face, addressed him, "But really, sir, when we see a very sensible dog, we don't know what to think of him," Johnson, rolling with joy at the thought which beamed in his eye, turned quickly round and replied, "True, sir, and when we see a very foolish fellow, we don't know what to think of him." He then rose up, strided to the fire, and stood for some time laughing and exulting. Then the oracle proceeds to talk of scorpions and natural history, denying facts and demanding proofs which nobody could possibly furnish. He seemed pleased to talk of natural philosophy. "That woodcocks," said he, "fly over the northern countries is proved, because they have been observed at sea. Swallows certainly sleep all the winter. A number of them conglobulate together by flying round, and then all in a heap throw themselves under water and lie in the bed of a river." He told us one of his first essays was a Latin poem upon the glowworm. I am sorry I did not ask where it was to be found. Then follows an astonishing array of subjects and opinions. He catalogues libraries, settles affairs in China, pronounces judgment on men who marry women superior to themselves, flouts popular liberty, hammers Swift unmercifully, and adds a few miscellaneous oracles, most of which are about as reliable as his knowledge of the hibernation of swallows. When I called upon Dr. Johnson next morning, I found him highly satisfied with his colloquial prowess the preceding evening. "Well," said he, "we had a good talk." "Yes, sir," says I. "You tossed and gored several persons." Far from resenting this curious mental dictatorship, his auditors never seem to weary. They hang upon his words, praise him, flatter him, repeat his judgments all over London the next day, and return in the evening hungry for more. Whenever the conversation begins to flag, Boswell is like a woman with a parrot, or like a man with a dancing bear. He must excite the creature, make him talk or dance for the edification of the company. He sidles obsequiously towards his hero, and with utter irrelevancy propounds a question of theology, a social theory, a fashion of dress or marriage, a philosophical conundrum. "Do you think, sir, that natural affections are born with us?" Or, "Sir, if you were shut up in a castle and a newborn babe with you, what would you do?" Then follow more Johnsonian laws, judgments, oracles. The insatiable audience clusters around him and applauds, while Boswell listens with shining face, and presently goes home to write the wonder down. It is an astonishing spectacle. One does not know whether to laugh or grieve over it, but we know the man and the audience almost as well as if we had been there, and that unconsciously is the superb art of this matchless biographer. When Johnson died, the opportunity came for which Boswell had been watching and waiting some 20 years. He would shine in the world now, not by reflection, but by his own luminosity. He gathered together his endless notes and records and began to write his biography. But he did not hurry. Several biographies of Johnson appeared in the 4 years after his death without disturbing Boswell's perfect complacency. After 7 years' labor, he gave the world his Life of Johnson. It is an immortal work. Praise is superfluous. It must be read to be appreciated. Like the Greek sculptors, the little slave produced a more enduring work than the great master. The man who reads it will know Johnson as he knows no other man who dwells across the border, and he will lack sensitiveness indeed if he lay down the work without a greater love and appreciation of all good literature. End of section 32. Section 33 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, continued. Later Augustan writers. With Johnson, who succeeded Dryden and Pope in the chief place of English letters, the classic movement had largely spent its force. and the latter half of the 18th century gives us an imposing array of writers who differ so widely that it is almost impossible to classify them. In general, three schools of writers are noticeable. First, the classicists, who under Johnson's lead insisted upon elegance and regularity of style. Second, the romantic poets like Collins, Gray, Thomson, and Burns, who revolted from Pope's artificial couplets and wrote of nature and the human heart. Note: many of the writers show a mingling of the classic and the romantic tendencies. Thus Goldsmith followed Johnson and opposed the Romanticists, but his Deserted Village is romantic in spirit, though its classic couplets are almost as mechanical as Pope's. So Burke's orations are elegantly classic in style, but are illumined by bursts of emotion and romantic feeling. End of note. Third, the early novelists like Defoe and Fielding, who introduced a new type of literature. The romantic poets and the novelists are reserved for special chapters. And of the other writers, Berkeley and Hume in philosophy, Robertson, Hume and Gibbon in history, Chesterfield and Lady Montagu in letter writing, Adam Smith in economics, Pitt, Burke, Fox, and a score of lesser writers in politics, we select only two, Burke and Gibbon, whose works are most typical of the Augustan, i.e., the elegant classic style of prose writing. Edmund Burke, 1729–1797. To read all of Burke's collected works and so to understand him thoroughly is something of a task. Few are equal to it. On the other hand, to read selections here and there, as most of us do, is to get a wrong idea of the man and to join either in fulsome praise of his brilliant oratory or in honest confession that his periods are ponderous and his ideas often buried under Johnsonian verbiage. Such are the contrasts to be found on successive pages of Burke's 12 volumes, which cover the enormous range of the political and economic thought of the age, and which mingle fact and fancy, philosophy, statistics, and brilliant flights of the imagination to a degree never before seen in English literature. For Burke belongs in spirit to the new Romantic school, while in style he is a model for the formal classicists. We can only glance at the life of this marvelous Irishman and then consider his place in our literature. Life. Burke was born in Dublin, the son of an Irish barrister, in 1729. After his university course in Trinity College, he came to London to study law, but soon gave up the idea to follow literature, which in turn led him to politics. He had the soul, the imagination of a poet, and the law was only a clog to his progress. His two first works, A Vindication of Natural Society and The Origin of Our Ideas of the Sublime and the Beautiful, brought him political as well as literary recognition, and several small offices were in turn given to him. When 36 years old, he was elected to Parliament as member from Wendover, and for the next 30 years he was the foremost figure in the House of Commons and the most eloquent orator which that body has ever known. Pure and incorruptible in his politics as in his personal life, no more learned or devoted servant of the Commonwealth ever pleaded for justice and human liberty. He was at the summit of his influence at the time when the colonies were struggling for independence, and the fact that he championed their cause in one of his greatest speeches on conciliation with America gives him an added interest in the eyes of American readers. His championship of America is all the more remarkable from the fact that in other matters Burke was far from liberal. He set himself squarely against the teachings of the Romantic writers, who were enthusiastic over the French Revolution. He denounced the principles of the revolutionists, broke with the liberal Whig party to join the Tories, and was largely instrumental in bringing on the terrible war with France which resulted in the downfall of Napoleon. It is good to remember that in all the strife and bitterness of party politics, Burke held steadily to the noblest personal ideas of truth and honesty, and that in all his work, whether opposing the slave trade, or pleading for justice for America, or protecting the poor natives of India from the greed of corporations, or setting himself against the popular sympathy for France in her desperate struggle, he aimed solely at the welfare of humanity. When he retired on a pension in 1794, he had won, and he deserved, the gratitude and affection of the whole nation. Works. There are three distinctly marked periods in Burke's career, and these correspond closely to the years in which he was busied with the affairs of America, India, and France successively. The first period was one of prophecy. He had studied the history and temper of the American colonies, and he warned England of the disaster which must follow her persistence in ignoring the American demands, and especially the American spirit. His great speeches on American taxation and on conciliation with America were delivered in 1774 and 1775, preceding the Declaration of Independence. In this period Burke's labors seemed all in vain. He lost his cause, and England her greatest colony. The second period is one of denunciation rather than of prophecy. England had won India, but when Burke studied the methods of her victory and understood the soulless way in which millions of poor natives were made to serve the interests of an English monopoly, his soul rose in revolt, and again he was the champion of an oppressed people. His two greatest speeches of this period are the Nabob of Arcot's Debts and his tremendous impeachment of Warren Hastings. Again, he apparently lost his cause, though he was still fighting on the side of right. Hastings was acquitted, and the spoliation of India went on. But the seeds of reform were sown, and grew and bore fruit long after Burke's labors were ended. The third period is, curiously enough, one of reaction. Whether because the horrors of the French Revolution had frightened him with the danger of popular liberty, or because his own advance in office and power had made him side unconsciously with the upper classes, is unknown. That he was as sincere and noble now as in all his previous life is not questioned. He broke with the liberal Whigs and joined forces with the reactionary Tories. He opposed the Romantic writers who were on fire with enthusiasm over the French Revolution, and thundered against the dangers which the revolutionary spirit must breed, forgetting that it was a revolution which had made modern England possible. Here, where we must judge him to have been mistaken in his cause, he succeeded for the first time. It was due largely to Burke's influence that the growing sympathy for the French people was checked in England, and war was declared, which ended in the frightful victories of Trafalgar and Waterloo. Burke's best-known work of this period is his Reflections on the French Revolution, which he polished and revised again and again before it was finally printed. This ambitious literary essay, though it met with remarkable success, is a disappointment to the reader. Though of Celtic blood, Burke did not understand the French or the principles for which the common people were fighting in their own way. Note: a much more interesting work is Thomas Paine's Rights of Man, which was written in answer to Burke's essay, and which had enormous influence in England and America. End of note. And his denunciations and apostrophes to France suggest a preacher without humor hammering away at sinners who are not present in his congregation. The essay has few illuminating ideas, but a great deal of Johnsonian rhetoric, which make its periods tiresome, notwithstanding our admiration for the brilliancy of its author. More significant is one of Burke's first essays, a philosophical inquiry into the origin of our ideas of the sublime and beautiful, which is sometimes read in order to show the contrast in style with Addison's Spectator essays on the pleasures of the imagination. Burke's orations. Burke's best-known speeches on conciliation with America, American taxation, and the impeachment of Warren Hastings are still much studied in our schools as models of English prose, and this fact tends to give them an exaggerated literary importance. Viewed purely as literature, they have faults enough, and the first of these, so characteristic of the classic age, is that they abound in fine rhetoric but lack simplicity. Note: in the same year, 1775, in which Burke's magnificent conciliation oration was delivered, Patrick Henry made a remarkable little speech before a gathering of delegates in Virginia. Both men were pleading the same cause of justice and were actuated by the same high ideals. A very interesting contrast, however, may be drawn between the methods and the effects of Henry's speech and of Burke's more brilliant oration. Burke makes us wonder at his learning, his brilliancy, his eloquence, but he does not move us to action. Patrick Henry calls us, and we spring to follow him. That suggests the essential difference between the two orators. End of note. In a strict sense, these eloquent speeches are not literature to delight the reader and to suggest ideas, but studies in rhetoric and in mental concentration. All this, however, is on the surface. A careful study of any of these three famous speeches reveals certain admirable qualities which account for the important place they are given in the study of English. First, as showing the stateliness and the rhetorical power of our language, these speeches are almost unrivaled. Second, though Burke speaks in prose, he is essentially a poet whose imagery, like that of Milton's prose works, is more remarkable than that of many of our writers of verse. He speaks in figures, images, symbols, and the musical cadence of his sentences reflects the influence of his wide reading of poetry. Not only in figurative expression, but much more in spirit, he belongs with the poets of the Revival. At times his language is pseudo-classic, reflecting the influence of Johnson and his school. But his thought is always romantic. He is governed by ideal rather than by practical interests, and a profound sympathy for humanity is perhaps his most marked characteristic. Third, the supreme object of these orations, so different from the majority of political speeches, is not to win approval or to gain votes, but to establish the truth. Like our own Lincoln, Burke had a superb faith in the compelling power of the truth, a faith in men also, who, if the history of our race means anything, will not willingly follow a lie. The methods of these two great leaders are strikingly similar in this respect, that each repeats his idea in many ways, presenting the truth from different viewpoints, so that it will appeal to men of widely different experiences. Otherwise, the two men are in marked contrast. The uneducated Lincoln speaks in simple, homely words, draws his illustrations from the farm, and often adds a humorous story so apt and telling that his hearers can never forget the point of his argument. The scholarly Burke speaks in ornate, majestic periods, and searches all history and all literature for his illustrations. His wealth of imagery and allusions, together with his rare combination of poetic and logical reasoning, make these orations remarkable, entirely apart from their subject and purpose. Fourth, and perhaps most significant of the man and his work, Burke takes his stand squarely on the principle of justice. He has studied history, and he finds that to establish justice between man and between nation and nation has been the supreme object of every reformer since the world began. No small or merely temporary success attracts him. Only the truth will suffice for an argument, and nothing less than justice will ever settle a question permanently. Such is his platform, simple as the golden rule, unshakable as the moral law. Hence, though he apparently fails of his immediate desire in each of these three orations, the principle for which he contends cannot fail. As a modern writer says of Lincoln, the full, rich flood of his life through the nation's pulse is yet beating. And his words are still potent in shaping the course of English politics in the way of justice. Edward Gibbon, 1737–1794. To understand Burke or Johnson, one must read a multitude of books and be wary in his judgment. But with Gibbon the task is comparatively easy, for one has only to consider two books, his Memoirs and the first volume of his History, to understand the author. In his Memoirs we have an interesting reflection of Gibbon's own personality, a man who looks with satisfaction on the material side of things, who seeks always the easiest path for himself and avoids life's difficulties and responsibilities. "I sighed as a lover, but I obeyed as a son," he says, when, to save his inheritance, he gave up the woman he loved and came home to enjoy the paternal loaves and fishes. That is suggestive of the man's whole life. His History, on the other hand, is a remarkable work. It was the first in our language to be written on scientific principles and with a solid base of fact, and the style is the very climax of that classicism which had ruled England for an entire century. Its combination of historical fact and literary style makes the decline and fall of the Roman Empire the one thing of Gibbon's life that is worthy to be remembered. Gibbon's History. For many years Gibbon had meditated, like Milton, upon an immortal work, and had tried several historical subjects, only to give them up idly. In his journal he tells us how his vague resolutions were brought to a focus. It was at Rome, on the 15th of October, 1764, as I sat musing amidst the ruins of the Capitol, while the barefooted friars were singing vespers in the temple of Jupiter, that the idea of writing the decline and fall of the city first started to my mind. 12 years later, in 1776, Gibbon published the first volume of The Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, and the enormous success of the work encouraged him to go on with the other 5 volumes, which were published at intervals during the next 12 years. The history begins with the reign of Trajan in A.D. 98, and builds a straight Roman road through the confused histories of 13 centuries, ending with the fall of the Byzantine Empire in 1453. The scope of the history is enormous. It includes not only the decline of the Roman Empire, but such movements as the descent of the northern barbarians, the spread of Christianity, the reorganization of the European nations, the establishment of the great Eastern Empire, the rise of Mohammedanism, and the splendor of the Crusades. On the one hand, it lacks philosophical insight, being satisfied with facts without comprehending the causes, and as Gibbon seems lacking in ability to understand spiritual and religious movements, it is utterly inadequate in its treatment of the tremendous influence of Christianity. On the other hand, Gibbon's scholarship leaves little to criticize. He read enormously, sifted his facts out of multitudes of books and records, and then marshaled them in the imposing array with which we have grown familiar. Moreover, he is singularly just and discriminating in the use of all documents and authorities at his command. Hence, he has given us the first history in English that has borne successfully the test of modern research and scholarship. The style of the work is as imposing as his great subject. Indeed, with almost any other subject, the sonorous roll of his majestic sentences would be out of place. While it deserves all the adjectives that have been applied to it by enthusiastic admirers, finished, elegant, splendid, rounded, massive, sonorous, copious, elaborate, ornate, exhaustive, it must be confessed, though one whispers the confession, that the style sometimes obscures our interest in the narrative. As he sifted his facts from a multitude of sources, so he often hides them again in endless periods, and one must often sift them out again in order to be quite sure of even the simple facts. Another drawback is that Gibbon is hopelessly worldly in his point of view. He loves pageants and crowds rather than individuals, and he is lacking in enthusiasm and in spiritual insight. The result is so frankly material at times that one wonders if he is not reading of forces or machines rather than of human beings. A little reading of his history here and there is an excellent thing, leaving one impressed with the elegant classical style and the scholarship, but a continued reading is very apt to leave us longing for simplicity, for naturalness, and above all for the glow of enthusiasm which makes the dead heroes live once more in the written pages. This judgment, however, must not obscure the fact that the book had a remarkably large sale, and that this of itself is an evidence that multitudes of readers found it not only erudite, but readable and interesting. End of section 33. Section 34 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9 continued. Part 2. The Revival of Romantic Poetry. The old order changeth, yielding place to new, and God fulfills himself in many ways, lest one good custom should corrupt the world. Tennyson's The Passing of Arthur. The meaning of Romanticism. While Dryden, Pope, and Johnson were successively the dictators of English letters, and while under their leadership the heroic couplet became the fashion of poetry, and literature in general became satiric or critical in spirit and formal in expression, a new romantic movement quietly made its appearance. Thomson's The Seasons, 1730, was the first noteworthy poem of the Romantic Revival. And the poems and the poets increased steadily in number and importance till, in the age of Wordsworth and Scott, the spirit of Romanticism dominated our literature more completely than Classicism had ever done. This romantic movement, which Victor Hugo calls liberalism in literature, is simply the expression of life as seen by imagination rather than by prosaic common sense, which was the central doctrine of English philosophy in the 18th century. It has 6 prominent characteristics which distinguish it from the so-called classic literature which we have just studied. 1. The Romantic movement was marked and is always marked by a strong reaction and protest against the bondage of rule and custom, which in science and theology as well as in literature generally tend to fetter the free human spirit. 2. Romanticism returned to nature and to plain humanity for its material, and so is in marked contrast to Classicism, which had confined itself largely to the clubs and drawing-rooms and to the social and political life of London. Thomson's Seasons, whatever its defects, was a revelation of the natural wealth and beauty which for nearly a century had been hardly noticed by the great writers of England. 3. It brought again the dream of a golden age. Note: the Romantic Revival is marked by renewed interest in medieval ideals and literature, and to this interest is due the success of Walpole's romance, The Castle of Otranto, and of Chatterton's forgeries known as the Rowley Papers. End of note. In which the stern realities of life were forgotten, and the ideals of youth were established as the only permanent realities. For the dreamer lives forever, but the toiler dies in a day, expresses perhaps only the wild fancy of a modern poet, but when we think of it seriously, the dreams and ideals of a people are cherished possessions long after their stone monuments have crumbled away and their battles are forgotten. The Romantic movement emphasized these eternal ideals of youth and appealed to the human heart as the classic elegance of Dryden and Pope could never do. 4. Romanticism was marked by intense human sympathy and by a consequent understanding of the human heart. Not to intellect or to science does the heart unlock its treasures, but rather to the touch of a sympathetic nature. And things that are hidden from the wise and prudent are revealed unto children. Pope had no appreciable humanity. Swift's work is a frightful satire. Addison delighted polite society, but had no message for plain people; while even Johnson, with all his kindness, had no feeling for men in the mass, but supported Robert Walpole in his policy of letting evils alone until forced by a revolution to take notice of humanity's appeal. With the Romantic Revival all this was changed. While Howard was working heroically for prison reform, and Wilberforce for the liberation of the slaves, Gray wrote his short and simple Annals of the Poor, and Goldsmith his Deserted Village, and Cowper sang, "My ear is pained, my soul is sick with every day's report of wrong and outrage with which earth is filled. There is no flesh in man's obdurate heart. It does not feel for man." Note from The Task, Book 2. This sympathy for the poor and this cry against oppression grew stronger and stronger till it culminated in Bobby Burns, who, more than any other writer in any language, is the poet of the unlettered human heart. 5. The Romantic movement was the expression of individual genius rather than of established rules. In consequence, the literature of the Revival is as varied as the characters and moods of the different writers. When we read Pope, for instance, we have a general impression of sameness, as if all his polished poems were made in the same machine. But in the work of the best romanticists there is endless variety. To read them is like passing through a new village, meeting a score of different human types, and finding in each one something to love or to remember. Nature and the heart of man are as new as if we had never studied them. Hence, in reading the romanticists who went to these sources for their material, we are seldom wearied, but often surprised, and the surprise is like that of the sunrise or the sea, which always offers some new beauty and stirs us deeply, as if we had never seen it before. 6. The Romantic movement, while it followed its own genius, was not altogether unguided. Strictly speaking, there is no new movement, either in history or in literature. Each grows out of some good thing which has preceded it, and looks back with reverence to past masters. Spenser, Shakespeare, and Milton were the inspiration of the Romantic Revival, and we can hardly read a poem of the early Romanticists without finding a suggestion of the influence of one of these great leaders. Note, see, for instance, Phelps, beginning of the Romantic movement, for a list of Spenserian imitators from 1700 to 1775. End of note. There are various other characteristics of Romanticism, but these 6, the protest against the bondage of rules, the return to nature and the human heart, the interest in old sagas and medieval romances as suggestive of a heroic age, the sympathy for the toilers of the world, the emphasis upon the individual genius, and the return to Milton and the Elizabethans instead of to Pope and Dryden for literary models, are the most noticeable and the most interesting. Remembering them, we shall better appreciate the work of the following writers who in varying degree illustrate the revival of Romantic poetry in the 18th century. Thomas Gray, 1716–1771. The curfew tolls the knell of parting day, the lowing herd wind slowly o'er the lea, the ploughman homeward plods his weary way, and leaves the world to darkness and to me. Now fades the glimmering landscape on the sight, and all the air a solemn stillness holds, save where the beetle wheels his droning flight, and drowsy tinklings lull the distant folds. So begins the best-known poem in the English language, a poem full of the gentle melancholy which marks all early Romantic poetry. It should be read entire as a perfect model of its kind. Not even Milton's Il Penseroso, which it strongly suggests, excels it in beauty and suggestiveness. Life of Gray. The author of the famous Elegy is the most scholarly and well-balanced of all the early Romantic poets. In his youth he was a weakling, and only one of 12 children who survived infancy, and his unhappy childhood, the tyranny of his father, and the separation from his loved mother, gave to his whole life the stamp of melancholy which is noticeable in all his poems. At the famous Eton School, and again at Cambridge, he seems to have followed his own scholarly tastes rather than the curriculum, and was shocked, like Gibbon, at the general idleness and aimlessness of university life. One happy result of his school life was his friendship for Horace Walpole, who took him abroad for a 3 years' tour of the continent. No better index of the essential difference between the classical and the new Romantic school can be imagined than that which is revealed in the letters of Gray and Addison as they record their impressions of foreign travel. Thus, when Addison crossed the Alps, some 25 years before, in good weather he wrote, "A very troublesome journey. You cannot imagine how I am pleased with the sight of a plain." Gray crossed the Alps in the beginning of winter, wrapped in muffs, hoods, and masks of beaver, fur boots, and bearskins, but wrote ecstatically, "Not a precipice, not a torrent, not a cliff, but is pregnant with religion and poetry." On his return to England, Gray lived for a short time at Stoke Poges, where he wrote his Ode on Eton, and probably sketched his Elegy, which, however, was not finished till 1750, 8 years later. During the latter years of his shy and scholarly life he was professor of modern history and languages at Cambridge, without any troublesome work of lecturing to students. Here he gave himself up to study and to poetry, varying his work by prowlings among the manuscripts of the new British Museum, and by his Lilliputian travels in England and Scotland. He died in his rooms at Pembroke College in 1771, and was buried in the little churchyard of Stoke Poges. Works of Gray. Gray's letters, published in 1775, are excellent reading, and his journal is still a model of natural description. But it is to a single small volume of poems that he owes his fame and his place in literature. These poems divide themselves naturally into 3 periods, in which we may trace the progress of Gray's emancipation from the classic rules which had so long governed English literature. In the first period he wrote several minor poems, of which the best are his Hymn to Adversity and the Odes to Spring and On a Distant Prospect of Eton College. These early poems reveal 2 suggestive things. First, the appearance of that melancholy which characterizes all the poetry of the period, and second, the study of nature, not for its own beauty or truth, but rather as a suitable background for the play of human emotions. The second period shows the same tendencies more strongly developed. The Elegy written in a country churchyard, 1750, the most perfect poem of the age, belongs to this period. To read Milton's Il Penseroso and Gray's Elegy is to see the beginning and the perfection of that literature of melancholy, which largely occupied English poets for more than a century. 2 other well-known poems of this second period are the Pindaric Odes, The Progress of Poesy, and The Bard. The first is strongly suggestive of Dryden's Alexander's Feast, but shows Milton's influence in a greater melody and variety of expression. The Bard is in every way more romantic and original. An old minstrel, the last of the Welsh singers, halts King Edward and his army in a wild mountain pass, and with fine poetic frenzy prophesies the terror and desolation which must ever follow the tyrant. From its first line, "Ruin seize thee, ruthless king," to the end, When the old bard plunges from his lofty crag and disappears in the river's flood, the poem thrills with the fire of an ancient and noble race of men. It breaks absolutely with the classical school and proclaims a literary declaration of independence. In the third period, Gray turns momentarily from his Welsh material and reveals a new field of romantic interest in two Norse poems, The Fatal Sisters and The Descent of Odin, 1761. Gray translated his material from the Latin, and though these two poems lack much of the elemental strength and grandeur of the Norse sagas, they are remarkable for calling attention to the unused wealth of literary material that was hidden in Northern mythology. To Gray and to Percy, who published his Northern Antiquities in 1770, is due in large measure the profound interest in the Old Norse sagas which has continued to our own day. Taken together, Gray's works form a most interesting commentary on the varied life of the 18th century. He was a scholar, familiar with all the intellectual interests of his age, and his work has much of the precision and polish of the classical school, but he shares also the reawakened interest in nature, in common man, and in medieval culture, and his work is generally romantic both in style and in spirit. The same conflict between the classic and romantic schools and the triumph of Romanticism is shown clearly in the most versatile of Gray's contemporaries, Oliver Goldsmith. End of section 34. Section 35 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, continued. Oliver Goldsmith, 1728-1774. Because The Deserted Village is one of the most familiar poems in our language, Goldsmith is generally given a high place among the poets of the Romantic dawn. But The Village, when we read it carefully, turns out to be a rhymed essay in the style of Pope's famous Essay on Man. It owes its popularity to the sympathetic memories which it awakens, rather than to its poetic excellence. It is as a prose writer that Goldsmith excels. He is an essayist, with Addison's fine polish, but with more sympathy for human life. He is a dramatist, one of the very few who have ever written a comedy that can keep its popularity unchanged while a century rolls over its head. But greater, perhaps, than the poet and essayist and dramatist is Goldsmith the novelist, who set himself to the important work of purifying the early novel of its brutal and indecent tendencies, and who has given us in The Vicar of Wakefield one of the most enduring characters in English fiction. In his manner, especially in his poetry, Goldsmith was too much influenced by his friend Johnson and the classicists. But in his matter, in his sympathy for nature and human life, he belongs unmistakably to the new Romantic school. Altogether, he is the most versatile, the most charming, the most inconsistent, and the most lovable genius of all the literary men who made famous the Age of Johnson. Life. Goldsmith's career is that of an irresponsible, unbalanced genius, which would make one despair if the man himself did not remain so lovable in all his inconsistencies. He was born in the village of Pallas, Ireland, the son of a poor Irish curate, whose noble character is portrayed in Dr. Primrose of The Vicar of Wakefield and in the country parson of The Deserted Village. After an unsatisfactory course in various schools, where he was regarded as hopelessly stupid, Goldsmith entered Trinity College, Dublin, as a sizar, i.e., a student who pays with labor for his tuition. By his escapades he was brought into disfavor with the authorities, but that troubled him little. He was also wretchedly poor, which troubled him less. For when he earned a few shillings by writing ballads for street singers, his money went oftener to idle beggars than to the paying of his honest debts. After 3 years of university life, he ran away in dime novel fashion, and nearly starved to death before he was found and brought back in disgrace. Then he worked a little and obtained his degree in 1749. Strange that such an idle and irresponsible youth should have been urged by his family to take holy orders, but such was the fact. For 2 years more Goldsmith labored with theology, only to be rejected when he presented himself as a candidate for the ministry. He tried teaching and failed. Then his fancy turned to America, and provided with money and a good horse, he started off for Cork, where he was to embark for the New World. He loafed along the pleasant Irish ways, missed his ship, and presently turned up cheerfully amongst his relatives, minus all his money, and riding a sorry nag called Fiddleback, for which he had traded his own on the way. Note. Such is Goldsmith's version of a somewhat suspicious adventure whose details are unknown. End of note. He borrowed £50 more and started for London to study law, but speedily lost his money at cards and again appeared, amiable and irresponsible as ever, among his despairing relatives. The next year they sent him to Edinburgh to study medicine. Here for a couple of years he became popular as a singer of songs and a teller of tales, to whom medicine was only a troublesome affliction. Suddenly the wanderlust seized him, and he started abroad, ostensibly to complete his medical education, but in reality to wander like a cheerful beggar over Europe, singing and playing his flute for food and lodging. He may have studied a little at Leyden and at Padua, but that was only incidental. After a year or more of vagabondage, he returned to London with an alleged medical degree said to have been obtained at Louvain or Padua. The next few years are a pitiful struggle to make a living as tutor, apothecary's assistant, comedian, usher in a country school, and finally as a physician in Southwark. Gradually he drifted into literature, and lived from hand to mouth by doing hack work for the London booksellers. Some of his essays and his Citizen of the World, 1760-1761, brought him to the attention of Johnson, who looked him up, was attracted first by his poverty and then by his genius, and presently declared him to be one of the first men we now have as an author. Johnson's friendship proved invaluable, and presently Goldsmith found himself a member of the exclusive literary club. He promptly justified Johnson's confidence by publishing The Traveller, 1764, which was hailed as one of the finest poems of the century. Money now came to him liberally, with orders from the booksellers. He took new quarters in Fleet Street and furnished them gorgeously, but he had an inordinate vanity for bright-colored clothes, and faster than he earned money he spent it on velvet cloaks and in indiscriminate charity. For a time he resumed his practice as a physician, but his fine clothes did not bring patients as he expected, and presently he turned to writing again to pay his debts to the booksellers. He produced several superficial and grossly inaccurate school books, like his Animated Nature and his Histories of England, Greece, and Rome, which brought him bread and more fine clothes, and his Vicar of Wakefield, The Deserted Village, and She Stoops to Conquer, which brought him undying fame. After meeting with Johnson, Goldsmith became the object of Boswell's magpie curiosity, and to Boswell's Life of Johnson we are indebted for many of the details of Goldsmith's life, his homeliness, his awkward ways, his drolleries and absurdities, which made him alternately the butt and the wit of the famous literary club. Boswell disliked Goldsmith, and so draws an unflattering portrait. But even this does not disguise the contagious good humor which made men love him. When in his 47th year he fell sick of a fever, and with childish confidence turned to a quack medicine to cure himself. He died in 1774, and Johnson placed a tablet with a sonorous Latin epitaph in Westminster Abbey, though Goldsmith was buried elsewhere. "Let not his frailties be remembered. He was a very great man," said Johnson, and the literary world, which, like that old dictator, is kind enough at heart, though often rough in its methods, is glad to accept and record the verdict. Works of Goldsmith. Of Goldsmith's early essays and his later school histories little need be said. They have settled into their own place far out of sight of the ordinary reader. Perhaps the most interesting of these is a series of letters for the Public Ledger, afterwards published as The Citizen of the World, written from the viewpoint of an alleged Chinese traveler, and giving the latter's comments on English civilization. Note: Goldsmith's idea, which was borrowed from Walpole, reappears in the pseudo Letters from a Chinese Official, which recently attracted considerable attention. End of note. The following 5 works are those upon which Goldsmith's fame chiefly rests. The Traveller, 1764, made Goldsmith's reputation among his contemporaries, but is now seldom read except by students who would understand how Goldsmith was at one time dominated by Johnson and his pseudo-classic ideals. It is a long poem in rhymed couplets, giving a survey and criticism of the social life of various countries in Europe, and reflects many of Goldsmith's own wanderings and impressions. The Deserted Village. The Deserted Village, 1770, though written in the same mechanical style, is so permeated with honest human sympathy, and voices so perfectly the revolt of the individual man against institutions, that a multitude of common people heard it gladly without consulting the critics as to whether they should call it good poetry. Notwithstanding its faults, to which Matthew Arnold has called sufficient attention, it has become one of our best-known poems, though we cannot help wishing that the monotony of its couplets had been broken by some of the Irish folk songs and ballads that charmed street audiences in Dublin, and that brought Goldsmith a welcome from the French peasants wherever he stopped to sing. In The Village Parson and The Schoolmaster, Goldsmith has increased Chaucer's list by 2 lovable characters that will endure as long as the English language. The criticism that the picture of prosperous, sweet Auburn never applied to any village in Ireland is just, no doubt, but it is outside the question. Goldsmith was a hopeless dreamer, bound to see everything as he saw his debts and his gay clothes, in a purely idealistic way. The Good-Natured Man and She Stoops to Conquer are Goldsmith's 2 comedies. The former, a comedy of character, though it has some laughable scenes and one laughable character, Croker, met with failure on the stage, and has never been revived with any success. The latter, a comedy of intrigue, is one of the few plays that has never lost its popularity. Its lively, bustling scenes and its pleasantly absurd characters, Marlowe, the Hardcastles, and Tony Lumpkin, still hold the attention of modern theater-goers, and nearly every amateur dramatic club sooner or later places She Stoops to Conquer on its list of attractions. The Vicar of Wakefield. The Vicar of Wakefield is Goldsmith's only novel, and the first in any language that gives to home life an enduring romantic interest. However much we admire the beginnings of the English novel, to which we shall presently refer, we are nevertheless shocked by its frequent brutalities and indecencies. Goldsmith, like Steele, had the Irish reverence for pure womanhood, and this reverence made him shun as a pest the vulgarity and coarseness in which contemporary novelists like Smollett and Sterne seemed to delight. He did for the novel what Addison and Steele had done for the satire and the essay. He refined and elevated it, making it worthy of the old Anglo-Saxon ideals which are our best literary heritage. Briefly, The Vicar of Wakefield is a story of a simple English clergyman, Dr. Primrose, and his family, who pass from happiness through great tribulation. Misfortunes, which are said never to come singly, appear in this case in flocks. But through poverty, sorrow, imprisonment, and the unspeakable loss of his daughters, the vicar's faith in God and man emerges triumphant. To the very end he is like one of the old martyrs who sings Alleluia while the lions roar about him and his children in the arena. Goldsmith's optimism, it must be confessed, is here stretched to the breaking point. The reader is sometimes offered fine Johnsonian phrases where he would naturally expect homely and vigorous language, and he is continually haunted by the suspicion that even in this best of all possible worlds the vicar's clouds of affliction were somewhat too easily converted into showers of blessing. Yet he is forced to read on, and at the end he confesses gladly that Goldsmith has succeeded in making a most interesting story out of material that, in other hands, would have developed either a burlesque or a brutal tragedy. Laying aside all romantic passion, intrigue, and adventure, upon which other novelists depended, Goldsmith in this simple story of common life has accomplished three noteworthy results. He has made human fatherhood almost a divine thing. He has glorified the moral sentiments which cluster about the family life as the center of civilization. And he has given us in Dr. Primrose a striking and enduring figure which seems more like a personal acquaintance than a character in a book. William Cowper, 1731–1800. In Cowper we have another interesting poet who, like Gray and Goldsmith, shows the struggle between romantic and classic ideals. In his first volume of poems, Cowper is more hampered by literary fashions than was Goldsmith in his Traveller and his Deserted Village. In his second period, however, Cowper uses blank verse freely, and his delight in nature and in homely characters, like the teamster and the mail carrier of The Task, shows that his classicism is being rapidly thawed out by romantic feeling. In his later work, especially his immortal John Gilpin, Cowper flings fashions aside, gives Pegasus the reins, takes to the open road, and so proves himself a worthy predecessor of Burns, who is the most spontaneous and the most interesting of all the early romanticists. Life. Cowper's life is a pathetic story of a shy and timid genius who found the world of men too rough and who withdrew to nature like a wounded animal. He was born at Great Berkhamsted, Hertfordshire, in 1731, the son of an English clergyman. He was a delicate, sensitive child whose early life was saddened by the death of his mother and by his neglect at home. At 6 years he was sent away to a boys' school, where he was terrified by young barbarians who made his life miserable. There was one atrocious bully into whose face Cowper would never look. He recognized his enemy by his shoe buckles and shivered at his approach. The fierce invectives of his Tirocinium, or A Review of Schools, 1784, shows how these school experiences had affected his mind and health. For 12 years he studied law, but at the approach of a public examination for an office he was so terrified that he attempted suicide. The experience unsettled his reason, and the next 12 months were spent in an asylum at St. Albans. The death of his father in 1756 had brought the poet a small patrimony, which placed him above the necessity of struggling like Goldsmith for his daily bread. Upon his recovery he boarded for years at the house of the Unwins, cultured people who recognized the genius hidden in this shy and melancholy, yet quaintly humorous man. Mrs. Unwin, in particular, cared for him as a son, and whatever happiness he experienced in his poor life was the result of the devotion of this good woman, who is the Mary of all his poems. A second attack of insanity was brought on by Cowper's morbid interest in religion, influenced perhaps by the untempered zeal of one John Newton, a curate, with whom Cowper worked in a small parish of Olney, and with whom he compiled the famous Olney hymns. The rest of his life, between intervals of melancholia or insanity, was spent in gardening, in the care of his numerous pets, and in writing his poems, his translation of Homer, and his charming letters. His two best-known poems were suggested by a lively and cultivated widow, Lady Austen, who told him the story of John Gilpin and called for a ballad on the subject. She also urged him to write a long poem in blank verse, and when he demanded a subject, she whimsically suggested the sofa, which was a new article of furniture at that time. Cowper immediately wrote The Sofa, and, influenced by the poetic possibilities that lie in unexpected places, he added to this poem from time to time, and called his completed work The Task. This was published in 1785, and the author was instantly recognized as one of the chief poets of his age. The last years of his life were a long battle with insanity, until death mercifully ended the struggle in 1800. His last poem, The Castaway, is a cry of despair in which, under guise of a man washed overboard in a storm, he describes himself perishing in the sight of friends who are powerless to help. Cowper's works. Cowper's first volume of poems, containing The Progress of Error, Truth, Table Talk, etc., is interesting chiefly as showing how the poet was bound by the classic rules of his age. These poems are dreary on the whole, but a certain gentleness, and especially a vein of pure humor, occasionally rewards the reader. For Cowper was a humorist, and only the constant shadow of insanity kept him from becoming famous in that line alone. The Task. The Task, written in blank verse and published in 1785, is Cowper's longest poem. Used as we are to the natural poetry of Wordsworth and Tennyson, it is hard for us to appreciate the striking originality of this work. Much of it is conventional and wooden, to be sure, like much of Wordsworth's poetry. But when, after reading the rhymed essays and the artificial couplets of Johnson's age, we turn suddenly to Cowper's description of homely scenes, of woods and brooks, of plowmen and teamsters, and the letter-carrier on his rounds, we realize that we are at the dawn of a better day in poetry. He comes, the herald of a noisy world, with spattered boots, strapped waist, and frozen locks. News from all nations lumbering at his back. True to his charge, the close-packed load behind, yet careless what he brings, his one concern is to conduct it to the destined end, and having dropped the expected bag, pass on. He whistles as he goes, light-hearted wretch, cold and yet cheerful, messenger of grief perhaps to thousands, and of joy to some. To him indifferent whether grief or joy. Houses in ashes, and the fall of stocks, births, deaths, and marriages, epistles wet with tears that trickle down the writer's cheeks fast as the periods from his fluent quill, or charged with amorous sighs of absent swains, or nymphs responsive, equally affect his horse and him, unconscious of them all. Miscellaneous works. Cowper's most laborious work, the translation of Homer in blank verse, was published in 1791. Its stately Milton-like movement and its better rendering of the Greek make this translation far superior to Pope's artificial couplets. It is also better in many respects than Chapman's more famous and more fanciful rendering. But for some reason it was not successful, and has never received the recognition which it deserves. Entirely different in spirit are the poet's numerous hymns, which were published in the Olney collection in 1779, and which are still used in our churches. It is only necessary to mention a few first lines. God moves in a mysterious way. Oh, for a closer walk with God! Sometimes a light surprises, to show how his gentle and devout spirit has left its impress upon thousands who now hardly know his name. With Cowper's charming Letters, published in 1803, we reach the end of his important works, and the student who enjoys reading letters will find that these rank among the best of their kind. It is not, however, for his ambitious works that Cowper is remembered, but rather for his minor poems, which have found their own way into so many homes. Among these, the one that brings quickest response from hearts that understand is his little poem On the Receipt of My Mother's Picture, beginning with the striking line, "Oh, that those lips had language." Another, called Alexander Selkirk, beginning, "I am monarch of all I survey," suggests how Selkirk's experiences as a castaway, which gave Defoe his inspiration for Robinson Crusoe, affected the poet's timid nature and imagination. Last and most famous of all is his immortal John Gilpin. Cowper was in a terrible fit of melancholy when Lady Austen told him the story, which proved to be better than medicine, for all night long chuckles and suppressed laughter were heard in the poet's bedroom. Next morning at breakfast he recited the ballad that had afforded its author so much delight in the making. The student should read it even if he reads nothing else by Cowper, and he will be lacking in humor or appreciation if he is not ready to echo heartily the last stanza. Now let us sing, Long live the King, and Gilpin, long live he! And when he next doth ride abroad, may I be there to see. End of section 35. Section 36 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, continued. Robert Burns, 1759–1796. After a century and more of classicism, we noted with interest the work of three men, Gray, Goldsmith, and Cowper, whose poetry, like the chorus of awakening birds, suggests the dawn of another day. Two other poets of the same age suggest the sunrise. The first is the plowman Burns, who speaks straight from the heart to the primitive emotions of the race. The second is the mystic Blake, who only half understands his own thoughts, and whose words stir a sensitive nature as music does, or the moon in mid-heaven, rousing in the soul those vague desires and aspirations which ordinarily sleep, and which can never be expressed because they have no names. Blake lived his shy, mystic, spiritual life in the crowded city, and his message is to the few who can understand. Burns lived his sad, toilsome, erring life in the open air, with the sun and the rain, and his songs touch all the world. The latter's poetry, so far as it has a philosophy, rests upon two principles which the classic school never understood: that common people are at heart romantic and lovers of the ideal, and that simple human emotions furnish the elements of true poetry. Largely because he follows these two principles, Burns is probably the greatest songwriter of the world. His poetic creed may be summed up in one of his own stanzas. Give me a spark o' nature's fire, that's o' the learning I desire. Then, though I trudge thro' dub and mire, at plough or cart, my muse, though hamely in attire, may touch the heart. Life. Note. Fitz Green Halleck's poem, To a Rose from near Alloway Kirk, 1822, is a good appreciation of Burns and his poetry. It might be well to read this poem before the sad story of Burns' life. End of note. Burns' life is a life of fragments, as Carlyle called it, and the different fragments are as unlike as the noble cotter's Saturday night, and the rant and riot of the jolly beggars. The details of this sad and disjointed life were better perhaps forgotten. We call attention only to the facts which help us to understand the man and his poetry. Burns was born in a clay cottage at Alloway, Scotland, in the bleak winter of 1759. His father was an excellent type of the Scotch peasant of those days, a poor, honest, God-fearing man who toiled from dawn till dark to wrest a living for his family from the stubborn soil. His tall figure was bent with unceasing labor, his hair was thin and gray, and in his eyes was the careworn, hunted look of a peasant driven by poverty and unpaid rents from one poor farm to another. The family often fasted of necessity, and lived in solitude to avoid the temptation of spending their hard-earned money. The children went barefoot and bareheaded in all weathers, and shared the parents' toil and their anxiety over the rents. At 13, Bobby, the eldest, was doing a peasant's full day's labor. At 16, he was chief laborer on his father's farm, and he describes the life as the cheerless gloom of a hermit and the unceasing moil of a galley slave. In 1784 the father, after a lifetime of toil, was saved from a debtor's prison by consumption and death. To rescue something from the wreck of the home and to win a poor chance of bread for the family, the two older boys set up a claim for arrears of wages that had never been paid. With the small sum allowed them, they buried their father, took another farm, Moskill in Mauchline, and began again the long struggle with poverty. Such, in outline, is Burns' own story of his early life, taken mostly from his letters. There is another and more pleasing side to the picture, of which we have glimpses in his poems and in his commonplace book. Here we see the boy at school, for like most Scotch peasants, his father gave his boys the best education he possibly could. We see him following the plough, not like a slave, but like a free man, crooning over an old Scotch song, and making a better one to match the melody. We see him stop the plough to listen to what the wind is saying, or turn aside lest he disturb the birds at their singing and nest-making. At supper we see the family about the table, happy notwithstanding their scant fare, each child with a spoon in one hand and a book in the other. We hear Betty Davidson reciting from her great store some heroic ballad that fired the young hearts to enthusiasm and made them forget the day's toil. And in The Cotter's Saturday Night we have a glimpse of Scotch peasant life that makes us almost reverence these heroic men and women who kept their faith and their self-respect in the face of poverty, and whose hearts under their rough exteriors were tender and true as steel. A most unfortunate change in Burns' life began when he left the farm at 17 and went to Kirkoswald to study surveying. The town was the haunt of smugglers, rough-living, hard-drinking men, and Burns speedily found his way into those scenes of riot and roaring dissipation which were his bane ever afterwards. For a little while he studied diligently, but one day, while taking the altitude of the sun, he saw a pretty girl in the neighboring garden, and love put trigonometry to flight. Soon he gave up his work and wandered back to the farm and poverty again. When 27 years of age, Burns first attracted literary attention, and in the same moment sprang to the first place in Scottish letters. In despair over his poverty and personal habits, he resolved to emigrate to Jamaica, and gathered together a few of his early poems, hoping to sell them for enough to pay the expenses of his journey. The result was the famous Kilmarnock edition of Burns, published in 1786, for which he was offered £20. It is said that he even bought his ticket, and on the night before the ship sailed wrote his Farewell to Scotland, beginning, "The gloomy night is gathering fast," which he intended to be his last song on Scottish soil. In the morning he changed his mind, led partly by some dim foreshadowing of the result of his literary adventure. For the little book took all Scotland by storm. Not only scholars and literary men, but even ploughboys and maidservants, says a contemporary, eagerly spent their hard-earned shillings for the new book. Instead of going to Jamaica, the young poet hurried to Edinburgh to arrange for another edition of his work. His journey was a constant ovation, and in the capital he was welcomed and feasted by the best of Scottish society. This unexpected triumph lasted only one winter. Burns' fondness for taverns and riotous living shocked his cultured entertainers, and when he returned to Edinburgh next winter, after a pleasure jaunt through the Highlands, he received scant attention. He left the city in anger and disappointment, and went back to the soil where he was more at home. The last few years of Burns' life are a sad tragedy, and we pass over them hurriedly. He bought the farm Ellisland, Dumfriesshire, and married the faithful Jean Armour in 1788. That he could write of her, "I see her in the dewy flowers, I see her sweet and fair, I hear her in the tuneful birds, I hear her charm the air. There's not a bonny flower that springs by fountain, shaw, or green, there's not a bonny bird that sings but minds me o' my Jean," is enough for us to remember. The next year he was appointed exciseman, i.e., collector of liquor revenues, and the small salary, with the return from his poems, would have been sufficient to keep his family in modest comfort had he but kept away from taverns. For a few years his life of alternate toil and dissipation was occasionally illumined by his splendid lyric genius, and he produced many songs. Bonnie Doon, My Love's Like a Red, Red Rose, Auld Lang Syne, Highland Mary, and the soul-stirring Scots What High, composed while galloping over the moor in a storm, which have made the name of Burns known wherever the English language is spoken, and honored wherever Scotchmen gather together. He died miserably in 1796, when only 37 years old. His last letter was an appeal to a friend for money to stave off the bailiff, and one of his last poems, a tribute to Jessie Lewers, a kind lassie who helped to care for him in his illness. This last exquisite lyric, "O wert thou in the cauld blast," set to Mendelssohn's music, is one of our best-known songs, though its history is seldom suspected by those who sing it. The poetry of Burns. The publication of the Kilmarnock Burns, with the title Poems Chiefly in the Scottish Dialect, 1786, marks an epoch in the history of English literature, like the publication of Spenser's Shepherd's Calendar. After a century of cold and formal poetry, relieved only by the romanticism of Gray and Cowper, these fresh inspired songs went straight to the heart, like the music of returning birds in springtime. It was a little volume, but a great book, and we think of Marlowe's line, "Infinite riches in a little room," in connection with it. Such poems as The Cotter's Saturday Night, To a Mouse, To Mountain Daisy, Man Was Made to Mourn, The Twa Dogs, Address to the Deil, and Halloween suggest that the whole spirit of the Romantic Revival is embodied in this obscure plowman. Love, humor, pathos, the response to nature, all the poetic qualities that touch the human heart are here, and the heart was touched as it had not been since the days of Elizabeth. If the reader will note again the 6 characteristics of the Romantic movement, and then read 6 poems of Burns, he will see at once how perfectly this one man expresses the new idea. Or take a single suggestion. A fond kiss, and then we sever. A farewell, and then forever. Deep in heart-wrung tears I'll pledge thee, warring sighs and groans I'll wage thee. Who shall say that fortune grieves him while the star of hope she leaves him? Me, nae cheerfu' twinkle lights me, dark despair around benights me. I'll ne'er blame my partial fancy, naething could resist my Nancy, but to see her was to love her. Love but her, and love forever. Had we never loved sae kindly, had we never loved sae blindly, never met or never parted, we had ne'er been broken-hearted. The essence of 1,000 love tales is in that one little song. Because he embodies the new spirit of Romanticism, critics give him a high place in the history of our literature. and because his songs go straight to the heart, he is the poet of common men. Songs for music. Of Burns' many songs for music little need be said. They have found their way into the hearts of a whole people, and there they speak for themselves. They range from the exquisite "O wert thou in the cauld blast" to the tremendous appeal to Scottish patriotism in "Scots wha hae wi' Wallace bled," which, Carlyle said, should be sung with the throat of the whirlwind. Many of these songs were composed in his best days, when following the plough or resting after his work while the music of some old Scotch song was ringing in his head. It is largely because he thought of music while he composed that so many of his poems have the singing quality, suggesting a melody as we read them. Among his poems of nature, "To a Mouse" and "To a Mountain Daisy" are unquestionably the best, suggesting the poetical possibilities that daily pass unnoticed under our feet. These two poems are as near as Burns ever comes to appreciating nature for its own sake. The majority of his poems, like "Winter" and "Ye Banks and Braes o' Bonnie Doon," regard nature in the same way that Gray regarded it, as a background for the play of human emotions. Of his poems of emotion there is an immense number. It is a curious fact that the world is always laughing and crying at the same moment, and we can hardly read a page of Burns without finding this natural juxtaposition of smiles and tears. It is noteworthy also that all strong emotions, when expressed naturally, lend themselves to poetry, and Burns, more than any other writer, has an astonishing faculty of describing his own emotions with vividness and simplicity, so that they appeal instantly to our own. One cannot read "I Love My Jean," for instance, without being in love with some idealized woman, or "To Mary in Heaven," without sharing the personal grief of one who has loved and lost. Miscellaneous poems. Besides the songs of nature and of human emotion, Burns has given us a large number of poems for which no general title can be given. Noteworthy among these are "A Man's a Man for a' That," which voices the new romantic estimate of humanity; "The Vision," from which we get a strong impression of Burns' early ideals; "The Epistle to a Young Friend," from which, rather than from his satires, we learn Burns' personal views of religion and honor; "The Address to the Unco Guid," which is the poet's plea for mercy in judgment; and "A Bard's Epitaph," which, as a summary of his own life, might well be written at the end of his poems. "Halloween," a picture of rustic merrymaking, and "The Twa Dogs," a contrast between the rich and poor, are generally classed among the poet's best works; but one unfamiliar with the Scotch dialect will find them rather difficult. Of Burns' longer poems, the two best worth reading are "The Cotter's Saturday Night" and "Tam O'Shanter," the one giving the most perfect picture we possess of a noble poverty, the other being the most lively and the least objectionable of his humorous works. It would be difficult to find elsewhere such a combination of the gruesome and the ridiculous as is packed up in Tam O'Shanter. With the exception of these two, the longer poems add little to the author's fame or to our own enjoyment. It is better for the beginner to read Burns' exquisite songs and gladly to recognize his place in the hearts of a people, and forget the rest, since they only sadden us and obscure the poet's better nature. End of section 36. Section 37 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9 continued. William Blake, 1757-1827. Piping down the valleys wild, piping songs of pleasant glee. On a cloud I saw a child, and he laughing said to me, "Pipe a song about a lamb." So I piped with merry cheer, "Piper, pipe that song again." So I piped, he wept to hear. Piper, sit thee down and write in a book, that all may read." So he vanished from my sight, and I plucked a hollow reed, and I made a rural pen, and I stained the water clear, and I wrote my happy songs every child may joy to hear. Note: Introduction, Songs of Innocence. End of note. Of all the Romantic poets of the 18th century, Blake is the most independent and the most original. In his earliest work, written when he was scarcely more than a child, he seems to go back to the Elizabethan songwriters for his models. But for the greater part of his life he was the poet of inspiration alone, following no man's lead, and obeying no voice but that which he heard in his own mystic soul. Though the most extraordinary literary genius of his age, he had practically no influence upon it. Indeed, we hardly yet understand this poet of pure fancy, this mystic, this transcendental madman, who remained to the end of his busy life an incomprehensible child. Life. Blake, the son of a London tradesman, was a strange, imaginative child, whose soul was more at home with brooks and flowers and fairies than with the crowd of the city streets. Beyond learning to read and write, he received education, but he began at 10 years to copy prints and to write verses. He also began a long course of art study, which resulted in his publishing his own books, adorned with marginal engravings colored by hand. An unusual setting, worthy of the strong artistic sense that shows itself in many of his early verses. As a child he had visions of God and the angels looking in at his window, and as a man he thought he received visits from the souls of the great dead, Moses, Virgil, Homer, Dante, Milton. Majestic shadows, gray but luminous, he calls them. He seems never to have asked himself the question how far these visions were pure illusions, but believed and trusted them implicitly. To him all nature was a vast spiritual symbolism, wherein he saw elves, fairies, devils, angels, all looking at him in friendship or enmity through the eyes of flowers and stars. With the blue sky spread over with wings, and the mild sun that mounts and sings, with trees and fields full of fairy elves, and little devils who fight for themselves, with angels planted in hawthorn bowers, and God himself in the passing hours. And this curious pantheistic conception of nature was not a matter of creed, but the very essence of Blake's life. Strangely enough, he made no attempt to found a new religious cult, but followed his own way, singing cheerfully, working patiently in the face of discouragement and failure. That writers of far less genius were exalted to favor, while he remained poor and obscure, does not seem to have troubled him in the least. For over 40 years he labored diligently at book engraving, guided in his art by Michelangelo, but inventing his own curious designs, at which we still wonder. The illustrations for Young's Night Thoughts, for Blair's Grave, and the inventions to the Book of Job show the peculiarity of Blake's mind quite as clearly as his poems. While he worked at his trade, he flung off, for he never seemed to compose, disjointed visions and incomprehensible rhapsodies, with an occasional little gem that still sets our hearts to singing. Ah, sunflower, weary of time, who countest the steps of the sun, seeking after that sweet golden clime where the traveler's journey is done, where the youth pined away with desire, and the pale virgin shrouded in snow rise from their graves, and aspire where my sunflower wishes to go. That is a curious flower to find growing in the London street, but it suggests Blake's own life, which was outwardly busy and quiet, but inwardly full of adventure and excitement. His last huge prophetic works, like Jerusalem and Milton (1804), were dictated to him, he declares, by supernatural means, and even against his own will. They are only half intelligible, but here and there one sees flashes of the same poetic beauty that marks his little poems. Critics generally dismiss Blake with the word madman, but that is only an evasion. At best, he is the writer of exquisite lyrics. At worst, he is mad only north-northwest, like Hamlet. And the puzzle is to find the method in his madness. The most amazing thing about him is the perfectly sane and cheerful way in which he moved through poverty and obscurity, flinging out exquisite poems or senseless rhapsodies as a child might play with gems or straws or sunbeams indifferently. He was a gentle, kindly, most unworldly little man with extraordinary eyes which seem, even in the lifeless portraits, to reflect some unusual hypnotic power. He died obscurely, smiling at a vision of paradise in 1827. That was nearly a century ago, yet he still remains one of the most incomprehensible figures in our literature. Works of Blake. The Poetical Sketches, published in 1783, is a collection of Blake's earliest poetry, much of it written in boyhood. It contains much crude and incoherent work, but also a few lyrics of striking originality. Two later and better-known volumes are Songs of Innocence and Songs of Experience, reflecting two widely different views of the human soul. As in all his works, there is an abundance of apparently worthless stuff in these songs, but in the language of miners, it is all pay dirt. It shows gleams of golden grains that await our sifting, and now and then we find a nugget unexpectedly. My lord was like a flower upon the brows of lusty May. Ah, life as frail as flower! My lord was like a star in highest heaven, drawn down to earth by spells and wickedness. My lord was like the opening eye of day, but he is darkened, like the summer moon clouded, fallen like the stately tree cut down. The breath of heaven dwelt among his leaves. On account of the chaotic character of most of Blake's work, it is well to begin our reading with a short book of selections containing the best songs of these three little volumes. Swinburne calls Blake the only poet of supreme and simple poetic genius of the 18th century, the one man of that age fit, on all accounts, to rank with the old great masters. Note Swinburne's William Blake. End of note. The praise is doubtless extravagant, and the criticism somewhat intemperate, but when we have read The Evening Star, Memory, Night, Love, To the Muses, Spring, Summer, The Tiger, The Lamb, The Clod and the Pebble, we may possibly share Swinburne's enthusiasm. Certainly in these three volumes we have some of the most perfect and the most original songs in our language. Of Blake's longer poems, his titanic prophecies and apocalyptic splendors, it is impossible to write justly in such a brief work as this. Outwardly they suggest a huge chaff pile, and the scattered grains of wheat hardly warrant the labor of winnowing. The curious reader will get an idea of Blake's amazing mysticism by dipping into any of the works of his middle life. Urizen, Gates of Paradise, Marriage of Heaven and Hell, America, The French Revolution, or The Vision of the Daughters of Albion. His latest works, like Jerusalem and Milton, are too obscure to have any literary value. To read any of these works casually is to call the author a madman. To study them, remembering Blake's songs and his genius, is to quote softly his own answer to the child who asked about the land of dreams. "Oh, what land is the land of dreams? What are its mountains, and what are its streams? O father, I saw my mother there, among the lilies, by waters fair. Dear child, I also by pleasant streams have wandered all night in the land of dreams. But though calm and warm the waters wide, I could not get to the other side. Minor poets of the Revival. We have chosen the 5 preceding poets, Gray, Goldsmith, Cowper, Burns, and Blake, as the most typical and the most interesting of the writers who proclaimed the dawn of Romanticism in the 18th century. With them we associate a group of minor writers whose works were immensely popular in their own day. The ordinary reader will pass them by, but to the student they are all significant as expressions of very different phases of the Romantic Revival. James Thomson, 1700–1748. Thomson belongs among the pioneers of Romanticism. Like Gray and Goldsmith, he wavered between pseudo-classic and the new Romantic ideals. And for this reason, if for no other, his early work is interesting, like the uncertainty of a child who hesitates whether to creep safely on all fours or risk a fall by walking. He is worthy to be remembered for 3 poems: Rule Britannia, which is still one of the national songs of England, The Castle of Indolence, and The Seasons. The dreamy and romantic castle, 1748, occupied by enchanter Indolence and his willing captives in the land of Drowsyhead, is purely Spenserian in its imagery and is written in the Spenserian stanza. The Seasons, 1726–1730, written in blank verse, describes the sights and sounds of the changing year and the poet's own feelings in the presence of nature. These 2 poems, though rather dull to a modern reader, were significant of the early Romantic Revival in 3 ways. They abandoned the prevailing heroic couplet, they went back to the Elizabethans instead of to Pope for their models, and they called attention to the long-neglected life of nature as a subject for poetry. William Collins, 1721–1759. Collins, the friend and disciple of Thomson, was of a delicate, nervous temperament like Cowper, and over him also brooded the awful shadow of insanity. His first work, Oriental Eclogues, 1742, is romantic in feeling, but is written in the prevailing mechanical couplets. All his later work is romantic in both thought and expression. His Ode on the Popular Superstitions of the Highlands, 1750, is an interesting event in the Romantic Revival, for it introduced a new world of witches, pygmies, fairies, and medieval kings for the imagination to play in. Collins' best-known poems are the Odes, To Simplicity, To Fear, To the Passions, the little unnamed lyric beginning, How Sleep the Brave, and the exquisite Ode to Evening. In reading the latter, one is scarcely aware that the lines are so delicately balanced that they have no need of rhyme to accentuate their melody. End of section 37. Section 38 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, continued. George Crabbe, 1754–1832. Crabbe is an interesting combination of realism and romanticism, his work of depicting common life being at times vaguely suggestive of Fielding's novels. The Village, 1783, a poem without a rival as a picture of the working men of his age, is sometimes like Fielding in its coarse vigor, and again like Dryden in its precise versification. The poem was not successful at first, and Crabbe abandoned his literary dreams. For over 20 years he settled down as a clergyman in a county parish, observing keenly the common life around him. Then he published more poems, exactly like The Village, which immediately brought him fame and money. They brought him also the friendship of Walter Scott, who, like others, regarded Crabbe as one of the first poets of the age. These later poems, The Parish Register, 1807, The Borough, 1810, Tales in Verse, 1812, and Tales of the Hall, 1819, are in the same strain. They are written in couplets. They are reflections of nature and of country life. They contain much that is sordid and dull, but are nevertheless real pictures of real men and women, just as Crabbe saw them, and as such they are still interesting. Goldsmith and Burns had idealized the poor, and we admire them for their sympathy and insight. It remained for Crabbe to show that in wretched fishing villages, in the lives of hard-working men and women, children, laborers, smugglers, paupers, all sorts and conditions of common men, there is abundant romantic, without exaggerating or idealizing their vices and virtues. James Macpherson, 1736–1796. In Macpherson we have an unusual figure who catered to the new romantic interest in the old epic heroes and won immense though momentary fame by a series of literary forgeries. Macpherson was a Scotch schoolmaster, an educated man, but evidently not over-tender of conscience, whose imagination had been stirred by certain old poems which he may have heard in Gaelic among the Highlanders. In 1760 he published his Fragments of Ancient Poetry collected in the Highlands, and alleged that his work was but a translation of Gaelic manuscripts. Whether the work of itself would have attracted attention is doubtful, but the fact that an abundance of literary material might be awaiting discovery led to an interest such as now attends the opening of an Egyptian tomb, and a subscription was promptly raised in Edinburgh to send Macpherson through the Highlands to collect more manuscripts. The result was the epic Fingal, 1762, that lank and lamentable counterfeit of poetry, as Swinburne calls it, which the author professed to have translated from the Gaelic of the poet Ossian. Its success was astonishing, and Macpherson followed it up with Temora, 1763, another epic in the same strain. In both these works Macpherson succeeds in giving an air of primal grandeur to his heroes. The characters are big and shadowy, the imagery is at times magnificent, the language is a kind of chanting, bombastic prose. Now Fingal arose in his might, and thrice he reared his voice. Cromla answered around, and the sons of the desert stood still. They bent their red faces to earth, ashamed at the presence of Fingal. He came like a cloud of rain in the days of the sun, when slow it rolls on the hill, and fields expect the shower. Swaran beheld the terrible king of Morven, and stopped in the midst of his course. Dark he leaned on his spear, rolling his red eyes around. Silent and tall he seemed as an oak on the banks of Lubar, which had its branches blasted of old by the lightning of heaven. His thousands pour around the hero, and the darkness of battle gathers on the hill. Note: there are several omissions from the text in this fragment from Fingal. End of note. The publication of this gloomy imaginative work produced a literary storm. A few critics, led by Dr. Johnson, demanded to see the original manuscripts, and when Macpherson refused to produce them, note: several fragments of Gaelic poetry attributed to Ossian or Oisin are now known to have existed at that time in the Highlands. Macpherson used these as a basis for his epic, but most of the details were furnished by his own imagination. The alleged text of Ossian was published in 1807, some 11 years after Macpherson's death. It only added another mystery to the forgery, for while it embodied a few old and probably genuine fragments, the bulk of it seems to be Macpherson's work translated back into Gaelic. End of note. The Ossianic poems were branded as a forgery. Nevertheless, they had enormous success. Macpherson was honored as a literary explorer. He was given an official position carrying a salary for life, and at his death in 1796 he was buried in Westminster Abbey. Blake, Burns, and indeed most of the poets of the age were influenced by this sham poetry. Even the scholarly Gray was deceived and delighted with Ossian, and men as far apart as Goethe and Napoleon praised it immoderately. Thomas Chatterton, 1752–1770. This marvelous boy, to whom Keats dedicated his Endymion, and who is celebrated in Shelley's Adonais, is one of the saddest and most interesting figures of the Romantic Revival. During his childhood he haunted the old church of St. Mary Redcliffe in Bristol, where he was fascinated by the medieval air of the place, and especially by one old chest known as Canninge's coffer, containing musty documents which had been preserved for 300 years. With strange, uncanny intentness, the child pored over these relics of the past, copying them instead of his writing book, until he could imitate not only the spelling and language, but even the handwriting of the original. Soon after the Ossian forgeries appeared, Chatterton began to produce documents apparently very old, containing medieval poems, legends, and family histories, centering around two characters, Thomas Rowley, priest and poet, and William Canninge, merchant of Bristol in the days of Henry VI. It seems incredible that the whole design of these medieval romances should have been worked out by a child of 11, and that he could reproduce the style and the writing of Caxton's day so well that the printers were deceived. But such is the fact. More and more Rowley papers, as they were called, were produced by Chatterton, apparently from the archives of the old church, in reality from his own imagination, delighting a large circle of readers and deceiving all but Gray and a few scholars who recognized the occasional misuse of 15th-century English words. All this work was carefully finished and bore the unmistakable stamp of literary genius. Reading now his Aella, or the Ballad of Charite, or the long poem in ballad style called Bristow Tragedy, it is hard to realize that it is a boy's work. At 17 years of age, Chatterton went for a literary career to London, where he soon afterwards took poison and killed himself in a fit of childish despondency brought on by poverty and hunger. Thomas Percy, 1729–1811. To Percy, bishop of the Irish Church in Dromore, we are indebted for the first attempt at a systematic collection of the folk songs and ballads which are counted among the treasures of a nation's literature. Note: for various other collections of songs and ballads antedating Percy's, see Phelps's Beginnings of the English Romantic Movement. Chapter 7. End of note. In 1765 he published in 3 volumes his famous Relics of Ancient English Poetry. The most valuable part of this work is the remarkable collection of Old English and Scottish ballads, such as Chevy Chase, The Nut Brown Maid, Children of the Wood, Battle of Otterburn, and many more which, but for his labor, might easily have perished. We have now much better and more reliable editions of these same ballads, for Percy garbled his materials, adding and subtracting freely, and even inventing a few ballads of his own. 2 motives probably influenced him in this. First, the different versions of the same ballad varied greatly, and Percy, in changing them to suit himself, took the same liberty as had many other writers in dealing with the same material. Second, Percy was under the influence of Johnson and his school, and thought it necessary to add a few elegant ballads to atone for the rudeness of the most obsolete poems. That sounds queer now, used as we are to exactness in dealing with historical and literary material. but it expresses the general spirit of the age in which he lived. Notwithstanding these drawbacks, Percy's Relics marks an epoch in the history of Romanticism, and it is difficult to measure its influence on the whole Romantic movement. Scott says of it, "The first time I could scrape a few shillings together, I bought myself a copy of these beloved volumes. Nor do I believe I ever read a book half so frequently or with half the enthusiasm." Scott's own poetry is strongly modeled upon these early ballads, and his minstrelsy of the Scottish border is due chiefly to the influence of Percy's work. Besides the Relics, Percy has given us another good work in his Northern Antiquities, 1770, translated from the French of Malet's History of Denmark. This also was of immense influence, since it introduced to English readers a new and fascinating mythology, more rugged and primitive than that of the Greeks. And we are still, in music as in letters, under the spell of Thor and Odin, of Freya and the Valkyr maidens, and of that stupendous drama of passion and tragedy which ended in The Twilight of the Gods. The literary world owes a debt of gratitude to Percy, who wrote nothing of importance himself, but who, by collecting and translating the works of other men, did much to hasten the triumph of Romanticism in the 19th century. Part 3. The First English Novelists. The chief literary phenomena of the complex 18th century are the reign of so-called classicism, the revival of romantic poetry, and the discovery of the modern novel. Of these three, the last is probably the most important. Aside from the fact that the novel is the most modern and at present the most widely read and influential type of literature, we have a certain pride in regarding it as England's original contribution to the world of letters. Other great types of literature, like the epic, the romance, and the drama, were first produced by other nations. But the idea of the modern novel seems to have been worked out largely on English soil. Note: the first books to which the term novel in the modern sense may be applied appeared almost simultaneously in England, France, and Germany. The rapid development of the English novel had an immense influence in all European nations. End of note. And in the number and the fine quality of her novelists, England has hardly been rivaled by any other nation. Before we study the writers who developed this new type of literature, it is well to consider briefly its meaning and history. The story element, meaning of the novel. Probably the most significant remark made by the ordinary reader concerning a work of fiction takes the form of a question: is it a good story? For the reader of today is much like the child and the primitive man in this respect, that he must be attracted and held by the story element of a narrative before he learns to appreciate its style or moral significance. The story element is therefore essential to the novel. But where the story originates is impossible to say. As well might we seek for the origin of the race, for wherever primitive men are found, there we see them gathering eagerly about the storyteller. In the halls of our Saxon ancestors, the scop and the tale-bringer were ever the most welcome guests. And in the bark wigwams of the American Indians, the man who told the legends of Hiawatha had an audience quite as attentive as that which gathered at the Greek festivals to hear the story of Ulysses' wanderings. To man's instinct or innate love for a story we are indebted for all our literature, and the novel must in some degree satisfy this instinct or fail of appreciation. The romance. The second question which we ask concerning a work of fiction is, how far does the element of imagination enter into it? For upon the element of imagination depends largely our classification of works of fiction into novels, romances, and mere adventure stories. The divisions here are as indefinite as the borderland between childhood and youth, between instinct and reason. But there are certain principles to guide us. We note, in the development of any normal child, that there comes a time when for his stories he desires knights, giants, elves, fairies, witches, magic, and marvelous adventures which have no basis in experience. He tells extraordinary tales about himself, which may be only the vague remembrances of a dream or the creations of a dawning imagination, both of which are as real to him as any other part of life. When we say that such a child romances, we give exactly the right name to it, for this sudden interest in extraordinary beings and events marks the development of the human imagination, running riot at first because it is not guided by reason, which is a later development, and to satisfy this new interest, the romance. Note: the name romance was given at first to any story in one of the Romance languages, like the French metrical romances which we have considered. Because these stories were brought to England at a time when the childish mind of the Middle Ages delighted in the most impossible stories, the name romance was retained to cover any work of the unbridled imagination. Was invented. The romance is originally a work of fiction in which the imagination is given full play without being limited by facts or probabilities. It deals with extraordinary events, with heroes whose powers are exaggerated, and often adds the element of superhuman or supernatural characters. It is impossible to draw the line where romance ends, but this element of excessive imagination and of impossible heroes and incidents is its distinguishing mark in every literature. The novel. Where the novel begins, it is likewise impossible to say. But again, we have a suggestion in the experience of every reader. There comes a time naturally and inevitably in the life of every youth when the romance no longer enthralls him. He lives in a world of facts, gets acquainted with men and women, some good, some bad, but all human, and he demands that literature shall express life as he knows it by experience. This is the stage of the awakened intellect, and in our stories the intellect as well as the imagination must now be satisfied. At the beginning of this stage we delight in Robinson Crusoe. We read eagerly a multitude of adventure narratives and a few so-called historical novels. But in each case we must be lured by a story, must find heroes and moving accidents by flood and field to appeal to our imagination. And though the hero and the adventure may be exaggerated, they must both be natural and within the bounds of probability. Gradually the element of adventure or surprising incident grows less and less important, as we learn that true life is not adventurous, but a plain, heroic matter of work and duty, and the daily choice between good and evil. Life is the most real thing in the world now, not the life of kings or heroes or superhuman creatures, but the individual life with its struggles and temptations and triumphs or failures like our own, and any work that faithfully represents life becomes interesting. So we drop the adventure story and turn to the novel. For the novel is a work of fiction in which the imagination and the intellect combine to express life in the form of a story, and the imagination is always directed and controlled by the intellect. It is interested chiefly not in romance or adventure, but in men and women as they are. It aims to show the motives and influences which govern human life, and the effects of personal choice upon character and destiny. Such is the true novel. Note: this division of works of fiction into romances and novels is a somewhat arbitrary one, but it seems, on the whole, the most natural and the most satisfactory. Many writers use the generic term novel to include all prose fiction. They divide novels into two classes, stories and romances. the story being a form of the novel, which relates certain incidents of life with as little complexity as possible, and the romance being a form of novel which describes life as led by strong emotions into complex and unusual circumstances. Novels are otherwise divided into novels of personality, like Vicar of Wakefield and Silas Marner; historical novels, Ivanhoe; novels of romance, like Lorna Doone; and novels of purpose, like Oliver Twist and Uncle Tom's Cabin. All such classifications are imperfect, and the best of them is open to objections. End of note. And as such, it opens a wider and more interesting field than any other type of literature. End of section 38. Section 39 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, continued. Precursors of the novel. Before the novel could reach its modern stage of a more or less sincere attempt to express human life and character, it had to pass through several centuries of almost imperceptible development. Among the early precursors of the novel we must place a collection of tales known as the Greek romances, dating from the 2nd to the 6th centuries. These are imaginative and delightful stories of ideal love and marvelous adventure. Note: one of these tales was called The Wonderful Things Beyond Thule. It is the story of a youth, Dineus, who, for love of a girl, Dercyllis, did heroic things and undertook many adventures, including a journey to the frozen north and another to the moon. A second tale, Ephesiaca, is the story of a man and a maid, each of whom scoffs at love. They meet and fall desperately in love, but the course of true love does not run smooth, and they separate and suffer and go through many perils before they live happily ever after. This tale is the source of the medieval story Apollonius of Tyre, which is used in Gower's Confessio Amantis and in Shakespeare's Pericles. The third tale is the pastoral love story Daphnis and Chloe, which reappeared in many forms in subsequent literature. End of note. Which profoundly affected romance writing for the next 1,000 years. A second group of predecessors is found in the Italian and Spanish pastoral romances, which were inspired by the eclogues of Virgil. These were extremely popular in the 14th and 15th centuries, and their influence is seen later in Sidney's Arcadia, which is the best of this type in English. The third and most influential group of predecessors of the novel is made up of the romances of chivalry, such as are found in Malory's Morte d'Arthur. It is noticeable in reading these beautiful old romances in different languages that each nation changes them somewhat so as to make them more expressive of national traits and ideals. In a word, the old romance tends inevitably towards realism, especially in England, where the excessive imagination is curbed and the heroes become more human. In Malory, in the unknown author of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, and especially in Chaucer, we see the effect of the practical English mind in giving these old romances a more natural setting, and in making the heroes suggest, though faintly, the men and women of their own day. The Canterbury Tales, with their story interest and their characters delightfully true to nature, have in them the suggestion, at least, of a connected story whose chief aim is to reflect life as it is. In the Elizabethan age, the idea of the novel grows more definite. In Sidney's Arcadia, 1580, a romance of chivalry, the pastoral setting, at least, is generally true to nature. Our credulity is not taxed, as in the old romances, by the continual appearance of magic or miracles, and the characters, though idealized till they become tiresome, occasionally give the impression of being real men and women. In Bacon's The New Atlantis, 1627, we have the story of the discovery by mariners of an unknown country inhabited by a superior race of men, more civilized than ourselves, an idea which had been used by More in his Utopia in 1516. These two books are neither romances nor novels in the strict sense, but studies of social institutions. They use the connected story as a means of teaching moral lessons and of bringing about needed reforms. And this valuable suggestion has been adopted by many of our modern writers in the so-called problem novels and novels of purpose. Nearer to the true novel is Lodge's romantic story of Rosalinda, which was used by Shakespeare in As You Like It. This was modeled upon the Italian novella, or short story, which became very popular in England during the Elizabethan Age. In the same age we have introduced into England the Spanish picaresque novel, from picaro, a knave or rascal, which at first was a kind of burlesque on the medieval romance, and which took for its hero some low scoundrel or outcast instead of a knight, and followed him through a long career of scandals and villainies. One of the earliest types of this picaresque novel in English is Nash's The Unfortunate Traveler, or The Life of Jack Wilton, 1594. Which is also a forerunner of the historical novel, since its action takes place during that gorgeous interview between Henry VIII and the King of France on the Field of the Cloth of Gold. In all these short stories and picaresque novels, the emphasis was laid not so much on life and character as on the adventures of the hero, and the interest consisted largely in wondering what would happen next, and how the plot would end. The same method is employed in all trashy novels, and it is especially the bane of many modern story writers. This excessive interest in adventures or incidents for their own sake, and not for their effect on character, is what distinguishes the modern adventure story from the true novel. In the Puritan Age we approach still nearer to the modern novel, especially in the work of Bunyan, and as the Puritan always laid emphasis on character, stories appeared having a definite moral purpose. Bunyan's The Pilgrim's Progress, 1678, differs from the Faery Queen and from all other medieval allegories in this important respect, that the characters, far from being bloodless abstractions, are but thinly disguised men and women. Indeed, many a modern man, reading the story of the Christian, has found in it the reflection of his own life and experience. In The Life and Death of Mr. Badman, 1682, we have another and even more realistic study of a man as he was in Bunyan's day. These two striking figures, Christian and Mr. Badman, belong among the great characters of English fiction. Bunyan's good work, his keen insight, his delineation of character, and his emphasis upon the moral effects of individual action was carried on by Addison and Steele some 30 years later. The character of Sir Roger de Coverley is a real reflection of English country life in the 18th century, and with Steele's domestic sketches in The Tatler, The Spectator, and The Guardian, 1709, 1713, we definitely cross the borderland that lies outside of romance and enter the region of character study where the novel has its beginning. The discovery of the modern novel. Notwithstanding this long history of fiction to which we have called attention, it is safe to say that until the publication of Richardson's Pamela in 1740, no true novel had appeared in any literature. By a true novel we mean simply a work of fiction which relates the story of a plain human life under stress of emotion, which depends for its interest not on incident or adventure, but on its truth to nature. A number of English novelists, Goldsmith, Richardson, Fielding, Smollett, Sterne, all seem to have seized upon the idea of reflecting life as it is in the form of a story, and to have developed it simultaneously. The result was an extraordinary awakening of interest, especially among people who had never before been greatly concerned with literature. We are to remember that in previous periods the number of readers was comparatively small, and that, with the exception of a few writers like Langland and Bunyan, authors wrote largely for the upper classes. In the 18th century, the spread of education and the appearance of newspapers and magazines led to an immense increase in the number of readers, and at the same time the middle-class people assumed a foremost place in English life and history. These new readers and this new powerful middle class had no classic tradition to hamper them. They cared little for the opinions of Dr. Johnson and the famous Literary Club, and so far as they read fiction at all, they apparently took little interest in the exaggerated romances of impossible heroes and the picaresque stories of intrigue and villainy which had interested the upper classes. Some new type of literature was demanded. This new type must express the new ideal of the 18th century, namely, the value and the importance of the individual life. So the novel was born, expressing, though in a different way, exactly the same ideals of personality and the dignity of common life, which were later proclaimed in the American and in the French Revolution, and were welcomed with rejoicing by the poets of the Romantic Revival. To tell men not about knights or kings or types of heroes, but about themselves in the guise of plain men and women, about their own thoughts and motives and struggles, and the results of actions upon their own characters, this was the purpose of our first novelists. The eagerness with which their chapters were read in England and the rapidity with which their work was copied abroad show how powerfully the new discovery appealed to readers everywhere. Before we consider the work of these writers who first developed the modern novel, we must glance at the work of a pioneer, Daniel Defoe, whom we place among the early novelists for the simple reason that we do not know how else to classify him. Daniel Defoe, 1661 (1731). To Defoe is often given the credit for the discovery of the modern novel, but whether or not he deserves that honor is an open question. Even a casual reading of Robinson Crusoe, 1719, which generally heads the list of modern fiction, shows that this exciting tale is largely an adventure story, rather than the study of human character, which Defoe probably intended it to be. Young people still read it as they might a dime novel, skipping its moralizing passages and hurrying on to more adventures, but they seldom appreciate the excellent mature reasons which banish the dime novel to a secret place in the haymow, while Crusoe hangs proudly on the Christmas tree and holds an honored place on the family bookshelf. Defoe's apparition of Mrs. Veal, Memoirs of a Cavalier, and Journal of the Plague Year are such mixtures of fact, fiction, and credulity that they defy classification, while other so-called novels like Captain Singleton, Moll Flanders, and Roxana are but little better than picaresque stories with a deal of unnatural moralizing and repentance added for puritanical effect. In Crusoe, Defoe brought the realistic adventure story to a very high stage of its development, but his works hardly deserve to be classified as true novels, which must subordinate incident to the faithful portrayal of human life and character. Life. Defoe was the son of a London butcher named Foe, and kept his family name until he was 40 years of age, when he added the aristocratic prefix with which we have grown familiar. The events of his busy 70 years of life, in which he passed through all extremes, from poverty to wealth, from prosperous brickmaker to starveling journalist, from Newgate prison to immense popularity and royal favor, are obscure enough in details. But 4 facts stand out clearly which help the reader to understand the character of his work. First, Defoe was a jack at all trades as well as a writer. His interest was largely with the working classes, and notwithstanding many questionable practices, he seems to have had some continued purpose of educating and uplifting the common people. This partially accounts for the enormous popularity of his works, and for the fact that they were criticized by literary men as being fit only for the kitchen. Second, he was a radical nonconformist in religion, and was intended by his father for the independent ministry. The Puritan zeal for reform possessed him, and he tried to do by his pen what Wesley was doing by his preaching, without, however, having any great measure of the latter's sincerity or singleness of purpose. This zeal for reform marks all his numerous works, and accounts for the moralizing to be found everywhere. Third, Defoe was a journalist and pamphleteer with a reporter's eye for the picturesque and a newspaper man's instinct for making a good story. He wrote an immense number of pamphlets, poems, and magazine articles, conducted several papers, one of the most popular, the Review, being issued from prison, and the fact that they often blew hot and cold upon the same question was hardly noticed. Indeed, so extraordinarily interesting and plausible were Defoe's articles that he generally managed to keep employed by the party in power, whether Whig or Tory. This long journalistic career, lasting half a century, accounts for his direct, simple narrative style, which holds us even now by its intense reality. To Defoe's genius we are also indebted for 2 discoveries, The Interview and the leading editorial, both of which are still in daily use in our best newspapers. The 4th fact to remember is that Defoe knew prison life, and thereby hangs a tale. In 1702 Defoe published a remarkable pamphlet called The Shortest Way with the Dissenters, supporting the claims of the free churches against the high flyers, i.e., Tories and Anglicans. In a vein of grim humor which recalls Swift's modest proposal, Defoe advocated hanging all dissenting ministers and sending all members of the free churches into exile. And so ferociously realistic was the satire that both dissenters and Tories took the author literally. Defoe was tried, found guilty of seditious libel, and sentenced to be fined, to stand 3 days in the pillory, and to be imprisoned. Hardly had the sentence been pronounced when Defoe wrote his Hymn to the Pillory. Hail, hieroglyphic state machine, contrived to punish fancy in. A set of doggerel verses ridiculing his prosecutors, which Defoe, with a keen eye for advertising, scattered all over London. Crowds flocked to cheer him in the pillory, and seeing that Defoe was making popularity out of persecution, his enemies bundled him off to Newgate prison. He turned this experience also to account by publishing a popular newspaper, and by getting acquainted with rogues, pirates, smugglers, and miscellaneous outcasts, each one with a good story to be used later. After his release from prison in 1704, he turned his knowledge of criminals to further account and entered the government employ as a kind of spy or Secret Service agent. His prison experience and the further knowledge of criminals gained in over 20 years as a spy accounts for his numerous stories of thieves and pirates, Jonathan Wild and Captain Avery, and also for his later novels, which deal almost exclusively with villains and outcasts. When Defoe was nearly 60 years of age, he turned to fiction and wrote the great work by which he is remembered. Robinson Crusoe was an instant success, and the author became famous all over Europe. Other stories followed rapidly, and Defoe earned money enough to retire to Newington and live in comfort, but not idly, for his activity in producing fiction is rivaled only by that of Walter Scott. Thus in 1720 appeared Captain Singleton, Duncan Campbell, and Memoirs of a Cavalier. In 1722, Colonel Jack, Moll Flanders, and the amazingly realistic Journal of the Plague Year. So the list grows with astonishing rapidity, ending with the History of the Devil in 1726. In the latter year, Defoe's secret connection with the government became known, and a great howl of indignation rose against him in the public print, destroying in an hour the popularity which he had gained by a lifetime of intrigue and labor. He fled from his home to London, where he died obscurely in 1731, while hiding from real or imaginary enemies. Works of Defoe. At the head of the list stands Robinson Crusoe, 1719-1720, one of the few books in any literature which has held its popularity undiminished for nearly 2 centuries. The story is based upon the experiences of Alexander Selkirk, or Selcraig, who had been marooned in the island of Juan Fernandez off the coast of Chile, and who had lived there in solitude for 5 years. On his return to England in 1709, Selkirk's experiences became known, and Steele published an account of them in The Englishman, without, however, attracting any wide attention. That Defoe used Selkirk's story is practically certain, but with his usual duplicity he claimed to have written Crusoe in 1708, a year before Selkirk's return. However that may be, the story itself is real enough to have come straight from a sailor's logbook. Defoe, as shown in his Journal of the Plague Year and his Memoirs of a Cavalier, had the art of describing things he had never seen with the accuracy of an eye-witness. Robinson Crusoe. The charm of the story is its intense reality, in the succession of thoughts, feelings, incidents which every reader recognizes to be absolutely true to life. At first glance it would seem that one man on a desert island could not possibly furnish the material for a long story. But as we read, we realize with amazement that every slightest thought and action, the saving of the cargo of the shipwrecked vessel, the preparation for defense against imaginary foes, the intense agitation over the discovery of a footprint in the sand, is a record of what the reader himself would do and feel if he were alone in such a place. Defoe's long and varied experience now stood him in good stead. In fact, he was the only man of letters in his time who might have been thrown on a desert island without finding himself at a loss what to do. Note: Mento's Life of Defoe. End of note. And he puts himself so perfectly in his hero's place that he repeats his blunders as well as his triumphs. Thus, what reader ever followed Defoe's hero through weary, feverish months of building a huge boat which was too big to be launched by one man, without recalling some boy who spent many stormy days in shed or cellar building a boat or dog-house, and who, when the thing was painted and finished, found it a foot wider than the door and had to knock it to pieces? This absolute naturalness characterizes the whole story. It is a study of the human will also, of patience, fortitude, and the indomitable Saxon spirit overcoming all obstacles. And it was this element which made Rousseau recommend Robinson Crusoe as a better treatise on education than anything which Aristotle or the moderns had ever written. And this suggests the most significant thing about Defoe's masterpiece, namely, that the hero represents the whole of human society, doing with his own hands all the things which, by the division of labor and the demands of modern civilization, are now done by many different workers. He is therefore the type of the whole civilized race of men. In the remaining works of Defoe, more than 200 in number, there is an astonishing variety, but all are marked by the same simple narrative style and the same intense realism. The best known of these are the Journal of the Plague Year, in which the horrors of a frightful plague are minutely recorded; the Memoirs of a Cavalier, so realistic that Chatham quoted it as history in Parliament; and several picaresque novels, like Captain Singleton, Colonel Jack, Moll Flanders, and Roxana. The last work is by some critics given a very high place in realistic fiction, but like the other three, and like Defoe's minor narratives of Jack Sheppard and Cartouche, it is a disagreeable study of vice, ending with a forced and unnatural repentance. End of section 39. Section 40 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9, continued. Samuel Richardson, 1689–1761. To Richardson belongs the credit of writing the first modern novel. He was the son of a London joiner, who, for economy's sake, resided in some unknown town in Derbyshire, where Samuel was born in 1689. The boy received very little education, but he had a natural talent for writing letters, and even as a boy we find him frequently employed by working girls to write their love letters for them. This early experience, together with his fondness for the society of his dearest ladies rather than of men, gave him that intimate knowledge of the hearts of sentimental and uneducated women which is manifest in all his works. Moreover, he was a keen observer of manners, and his surprisingly accurate descriptions often compel us to listen, even when he is most tedious. At 17 years of age he went to London and learned the printer's trade, which he followed to the end of his life. When 50 years of age he had a small reputation as a writer of elegant epistles, and this reputation led certain publishers to approach him with a proposal that he write a series of familiar letters, which could be used as models by people unused to writing. Richardson gladly accepted the proposal, and had the happy inspiration to make these letters tell the connected story of a girl's life. Defoe had told an adventure story of human life on a desert island, but Richardson would tell the story of a girl's inner life in the midst of English neighbors. That sounds simple enough now, but it marked an epoch in the history of literature. Like every other great and simple discovery, it makes us wonder why someone had not thought of it before. Richardson's novels. The result of Richardson's inspiration was Pamela, or Virtue Rewarded, an endless series of letters. Note: these were not what the booksellers expected. They wanted a handy letter writer, something like a book of etiquette, and it was published in 1741, a few months after Pamela. End of note. Telling of the trials, tribulations, and the final happy marriage of a too sweet young maiden, published in 4 volumes, extending over the years 1740 and 1741. Its chief fame lies in the fact that it is our first novel in the modern sense. Aside from this important fact, and viewed solely as a novel, it is sentimental, grandiloquent, and wearisome. Its success at the time was enormous, and Richardson began another series of letters — he could tell a story in no other way — which occupied his leisure hours for the next 6 years. The result was Clarissa, or The History of a Young Lady, published in 8 volumes in 1747 to 1748. This was another and somewhat better sentimental novel, and it was received with immense enthusiasm. Of all Richardson's heroines, Clarissa is the most human. In her doubts and scruples of conscience, and especially in her bitter grief and humiliation, she is a real woman, in marked contrast with the mechanical hero, Lovelace, who simply illustrates the author's inability to portray a man's character. The dramatic element in this novel is strong, and is increased by means of the letters, which enable the reader to keep close to the characters of the story and to see life from their different viewpoints. Macaulay, who was deeply impressed by Clarissa, is said to have made the remark that, were the novel lost, he could restore almost the whole of it from memory. Richardson now turned from his middle-class heroines, and in 5 or 6 years completed another series of letters in which he attempted to tell the story of a man and an aristocrat. The result was Sir Charles Grandison, 1754, a novel in 7 volumes, whose hero was intended to be a model of aristocratic manners and virtues for the middle-class people, who largely constituted the novelist's readers. For Richardson, who began in Pamela with the purpose of teaching his hearers how to write, ended with the deliberate purpose of teaching them how to live. And in most of his work his chief object was, in his own words, to inculcate virtue and good deportment. His novels, therefore, suffer as much from his purpose as from his own limitations. Notwithstanding his tedious moralizing and his other defects, Richardson, in these 3 books, gave something entirely new to the literary world, and the world appreciated the gift. This was the story of human life told from within, and depending for its interest not on incident or adventure, but on its truth to human nature. Reading his work is on the whole like examining the antiquated model of a stern-wheel steamer. It is interesting for its undeveloped possibilities rather than for its achievement. Henry Fielding, 1707–1754. Life. Judged by his ability alone, Fielding was the greatest of this new group of novel writers, and one of the most artistic that our literature has produced. He was born in East Stour, Dorsetshire, in 1707. In contrast with Richardson, he was well educated, having spent several years at the famous Eton School, and taken a degree in letters at the University of Leyden in 1728. Moreover, he had a deeper knowledge of life, gained from his own varied and sometimes riotous experience. For several years after returning from Leyden, he gained a precarious living by writing plays, farces, and buffoneries for the stage. In 1735 he married an admirable woman, of whom we have glimpses in 2 of his characters, Amelia and Sophia Western, and lived extravagantly on her little fortune at East Stour. Having used up all his money, he returned to London and studied law, gaining his living by occasional plays and by newspaper work. For 10 years or more little is definitely known of him, save that he published his first novel, Joseph Andrews, in 1742, and that he was made Justice of the Peace for Westminster in 1748. The remaining years of his life, in which his best novels were written, were not given to literature, but rather to his duties as magistrate, and especially to breaking up the gangs of thieves and cutthroats which infested the streets of London after nightfall. He died in Lisbon, whither he had gone for his health in 1754, and lies buried there in the English cemetery. The pathetic account of his last journey, together with an inkling of the generosity and kind-heartedness of the man, notwithstanding the scandals and irregularities of his life, are found in his last work, The Journal of a Voyage to Lisbon. Fielding's work. Fielding's first novel, Joseph Andrews, 1742, was inspired by the success of Pamela, and began as a burlesque of the false sentimentality and the conventional virtues of Richardson's heroine. He took for his hero the alleged brother of Pamela, who was exposed to the same kind of temptations, but who, instead of being rewarded for his virtue, was unceremoniously turned out of doors by his mistress. There the burlesque ends. The hero takes to the open road, and Fielding forgets all about Pamela in telling the adventures of Joseph and his companion, Parson Adams. Unlike Richardson, who has no humor, who minces words and moralizes and dotes on the sentimental woes of his heroines, Fielding is direct, vigorous, hilarious, and coarse to the point of vulgarity. He is full of animal spirits, and he tells the story of a vagabond life, not for the sake of moralizing like Richardson, or for emphasizing a forced repentance like Defoe, but simply because it interests him, and his only concern is to laugh men out of their follies. So his story, though it abounds in unpleasant incidents, generally leaves the reader with the strong impression of reality. Fielding's later novels are Jonathan Wild, the story of a rogue, which suggests Defoe's narrative, The History of Tom Jones, A Foundling, 1749, his best work, and Amelia, 1751, the story of a good wife in contrast with an unworthy husband. His strength in all these works is in the vigorous but coarse figures like those of Jan Steen's pictures, which fill most of his pages. His weakness is in lack of taste, and in barrenness of imagination or invention, which leads him to repeat his plots and incidents with slight variations. In all his work, sincerity is perhaps the most marked characteristic. Fielding likes virile men just as they are, good and bad, but detests shams of every sort. His satire has none of Swift's bitterness, but is subtle as that of Chaucer, and good-natured as that of Steele. He never moralizes, though some of his powerfully drawn scenes suggest a deeper moral lesson than anything in Defoe or Richardson. He never judges even the worst of his characters without remembering his own frailty and tempering justice with mercy. On the whole, though much of his work is perhaps in bad taste and is too coarse for pleasant or profitable reading, Fielding must be regarded as an artist, a very great artist, in realistic fiction, and the advanced student who reads him will probably concur in the judgment of a modern critic that, by giving us genuine pictures of men and women of his own age, without moralizing over their vices and virtues, he became the real founder of the modern novel. Smollett and Sterne. Tobias Smollett, 1721-1771, apparently tried to carry on Fielding's work, but he lacked Fielding's genius as well as his humor and inherent kindness, and so crowded his pages with the horrors and brutalities which are sometimes mistaken for realism. Smollett was a physician of eccentric manners and ferocious instincts, who developed his unnatural peculiarities by going as a surgeon on a battleship, where he seems to have picked up all the evils of the Navy and of the medical profession to use later in his novels. Smollett's novels. His three best-known works are Roderick Random, 1748, a series of adventures related by the hero; Peregrine Pickle, 1751, in which he reflects with brutal directness the worst of his experiences at sea; and Humphrey Clinker, 1771, his last work, recounting the mild adventures of a Welsh family in a journey through England and Scotland. This last alone can be generally read without arousing the reader's profound disgust. Without any particular ability, he models his novels on Don Quixote, and the result is simply a series of coarse adventures which are characteristic of the picaresque novel of his age. Were it not for the fact that he unconsciously imitates Johnson's Every Man in His Humor, he would hardly be named among our writers of fiction. But in seizing upon some grotesque habit or peculiarity, and making a character out of it, such as Commodore Trunnion in Peregrine Pickle, Matthew Bramble in Humphrey Clinker, and Bowling in Roderick Random, he laid the foundation for that exaggeration in portraying human eccentricities which finds a climax in Dickens' caricatures. Lawrence Sterne (1713–1768) has been compared to a little bronze satyr of antiquity in whose hollow body exquisite odors were stored. That is true, so far as the satyr is concerned, for a more weazened, unlovely personality would be hard to find. The only question in the comparison is in regard to the character of the odors, and that is a matter of taste. In his work he is the reverse of Smollett, the latter being given over to coarse vulgarities, which are often mistaken for realism, the former to whims and vagaries and sentimental tears, which frequently only disguise a sneer at human grief and pity. Sterne's work. The two books by which Sterne is remembered are Tristram Shandy and A Sentimental Journey Through France and Italy. These are termed novels for the simple reason that we know not what else to call them. The former was begun, in his own words, with no real idea of how it was to turn out. Its 9 volumes, published at intervals from 1760 to 1767, proceed in the most aimless way, recording the experiences of the eccentric Shandy family. And the book was never finished. Its strength lies chiefly in its brilliant style, the most remarkable of the age, and in its odd characters like Uncle Toby and Corporal Trim, which, with all their eccentricities, are so humanized by the author's genius that they belong among the great creations of our literature. The Sentimental Journey is a curious combination of fiction, sketches of travel, miscellaneous essays on odd subjects, all marked by the same brilliancy of style, and all stamped with Sterne's false attitudes towards everything in life. Many of his best passages were either adapted or taken bodily from Burton, Rabelais, and a score of other writers, so that in reading Sterne one is never quite sure how much is his own work, though the mark of his grotesque genius is on every page. The first novelists and their work. With the publication of Goldsmith's Vicar of Wakefield in 1766, the first series of English novels came to a suitable close. Of this work, with its abundance of homely sentiment clustering about the family life as the most sacred of Anglo-Saxon institutions, we have already spoken. If we accept Robinson Crusoe as an adventure story, The Vicar of Wakefield is the only novel of the period which can be freely recommended to all readers as giving an excellent idea of the new literary type, which was perhaps more remarkable for its promise than for its achievement. In the short space of 25 years there suddenly appeared and flourished a new form of literature, which influenced all Europe for nearly a century, and which still furnishes the largest part of our literary enjoyment. Each successive novelist brought some new element to the work, as when Fielding supplied animal vigor and humor to Richardson's analysis of A Human Heart, and Sterne added brilliancy, and Goldsmith emphasized purity and the honest domestic sentiments which are still the greatest ruling force among men. So these early workers were like men engaged in carving a perfect cameo from the reverse side. One works the profile, another the eyes, a third the mouth, and the fine lines of character. And not till the work is finished and the cameo turned do we see the complete human face and read its meaning. Such, in a parable, is the story of the English novel. Summary of the 18th century. The period we are studying is included between the English Revolution of 1688 and the beginning of the French Revolution of 1789. Historically, the period begins in a remarkable way by the adoption of the Bill of Rights in 1689. This famous bill was the third and final step in the establishment of constitutional government, the first step being the Great Charter, 1215, and the second, the Petition of Right, 1628. The modern form of cabinet government was established in the reign of George I, 1714-1727. The foreign prestige of England was strengthened by the victories of Marlborough on the Continent in the War of the Spanish Succession, and the bounds of empire were enormously increased by Clive in India, by Cook in Australia and the islands of the Pacific, and by English victories over the French in Canada and the Mississippi Valley during the 7 Years' or French and Indian Wars. Politically, the country was divided into Whigs and Tories, the former seeking greater liberty for the people, the latter upholding the king against popular government. The continued strife between these two political parties had a direct and generally a harmful influence on literature, as many of the great writers were used by the Whig or Tory party to advance its own interests and to satirize its enemies. Notwithstanding this perpetual strife of parties, the age is remarkable for the rapid social development which soon expressed itself in literature. Clubs and coffee-houses multiplied, and the social life of these clubs resulted in better manners, in a general feeling of toleration, and especially in a kind of superficial elegance which showed itself in most of the prose and poetry of the period. On the other hand, the moral standard of the nation was very low. Bands of rowdies infested the city streets after nightfall. Bribery and corruption were the rule in politics, and drunkenness was frightfully prevalent among all classes. Swift's degraded race of yahoos is a reflection of the degradation to be seen in multitudes of London saloons. This low standard of morals emphasizes the importance of the great Methodist revival under Whitefield and Wesley, which began in the second quarter of the 18th century. The literature of the century is remarkably complex, but we may classify it all under three general heads: the reign of so-called classicism, the revival of romantic poetry, and the beginning of the modern novel. The first half of the century, especially, is an age of prose, owing largely to the fact that the practical and social interests of the age demanded expression. Modern newspapers, like the Chronicle, Post, and Times, and literary magazines, like the Tatler and Spectator, which began in this age, greatly influenced the development of a serviceable prose style. The poetry of the first half of the century, as typified in Pope, was polished, unimaginative, formal, and the closed couplet was in general use, supplanting all other forms of verse. Both prose and poetry were too frequently satiric, and satire does not tend to produce a high type of literature. These tendencies in poetry were modified in the latter part of the century by the revival of romantic poetry. In our study we have noted 1. The Augustan or Classic Age, the meaning of classicism, the life and work of Alexander Pope, the greatest poet of the age, of Jonathan Swift, the satirist, of Joseph Addison, the essayist, of Richard Steele, who was the original genius of the Tatler and the Spectator, of Samuel Johnson, who for nearly half a century was the dictator of English letters, of James Boswell, who gave us the immortal Life of Johnson, of Edmund Burke, the greatest of English orators, and of Edward Gibbon, the historian, famous for his Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. 2. The revival of romantic poetry, the meaning of Romanticism, the life and work of Thomas Gray, of Oliver Goldsmith, famous as poet, dramatist, and novelist, of William Cowper, of Robert Burns, the greatest of Scottish poets, of William Blake, the mystic, and the minor poets of the early Romantic movement, James Thomson, William Collins, George Crabbe, James Macpherson, author of the Ossian poems; Thomas Chatterton, the boy who originated the Rowley Papers; and Thomas Percy, whose work for literature was to collect the old ballads, which he called the relics of ancient English poetry, and to translate the stories of Norse mythology in his Northern Antiquities. 3. The first English novelists. The meaning and history of the modern novel. The life and work of Daniel Defoe, author of Robinson Crusoe, who is hardly to be called a novelist, but whom we placed among the pioneers, and the novels of Richardson, Fielding, Smollett, Sterne, and Goldsmith. Suggestive questions. 1. Describe briefly the social development of the 18th century. What effect did this have on literature? What accounts for the prevalence of prose? What influence did the first newspapers exert on life and literature? How do the readers of this age compare with those of the Age of Elizabeth? 2. How do you explain the fact that satire was largely used in both prose and poetry? Name the principal satires of the age. What is the chief object of satire, of literature? How do the two objects conflict? 3. What is the meaning of the term classicism as applied to the literature of this age? Did the classicism of Johnson, for instance, have any relation to classic literature in its true sense? Why is this period called the Augustan Age? Why was Shakespeare not regarded by this age as a classical writer? 4. Pope. In what respect is Pope a unique writer? Tell briefly the story of his life. What are his principal works? How does he reflect the critical spirit of his age? What are the chief characteristics of his poetry? What do you find to copy in his style? What is lacking in his poetry? Compare his subjects with those of Burns, of Tennyson, or Milton, for instance. How would Chaucer or Burns tell the story of the Rape of the Lock? What similarity do you find between Pope's poetry and Addison's prose? 5. Swift. What is the general character of Swift's work? Name his chief satires. What is there to copy in his style? Does he ever strive for ornament or effect in writing? Compare Swift's Gulliver's Travels with Defoe's Robinson Crusoe, in style, purpose of writing, and interest. What resemblances do you find in these two contemporary writers? Can you explain the continued popularity of Gulliver's Travels? 6. Addison and Steele. What great work did Addison and Steele do for literature? Make a brief comparison between these two men, having in mind their purpose, humor, knowledge of life, and human sympathy, as shown, for instance, in number 112 and number 2 of the Spectator essays. Compare their humor with that of Swift. How is their work a preparation for the novel? 7. Johnson. For what is Dr. Johnson famous in literature? Can you explain his great influence? Compare his style with that of Swift or Defoe. What are the remarkable elements in Boswell's Life of Johnson? Write a description of an imaginary meeting of Johnson, Goldsmith, and Boswell in a coffee house. 8. Burke. For what is Burke remarkable? What great objects influenced him in the three periods of his life? Why has he been called a romantic poet who speaks in prose? Compare his use of imagery with that of other writers of the period. What is there to copy and what is there to avoid in his style? Can you trace the influence of Burke's American speeches on later English politics? What similarities do you find between Burke and Milton as revealed in their prose works? 9. Gibbon. For what is Gibbon worthy to be remembered? Why does he mark an epoch in historical writing? What is meant by the scientific method of writing history? Compare Gibbon's style with that of Johnson. Contrast it with that of Swift, and also with that of some modern historian, Parkman, for example. 10. What is meant by the term Romanticism? What are its chief characteristics? How does it differ from classicism? Illustrate the meaning from the work of Gray, Cowper, or Burns. Can you explain the prevalence of melancholy in Romanticism? 11. Gray. What are the chief works of Gray? Can you explain the continued popularity of his elegy? What romantic elements are found in his poetry? What resemblances and what differences do you find in the works of Gray and of Goldsmith? 12. Goldsmith. Tell the story of Goldsmith's life. What are his chief works? Show from The Deserted Village the romantic and the so-called classic elements in his work. What great work did he do for the early novel in The Vicar of Wakefield? Can you explain the popularity of She Stoops to Conquer? Name some of Goldsmith's characters who have found a permanent place in our literature. What personal reminiscences have you noted in The Traveler, The Deserted Village, and She Stoops to Conquer? 13. Cowper. Describe Cowper's The Task. How does it show the romantic spirit? Give passages from John Gilpin to illustrate Cowper's humor. 14. Burns. Tell the story of Burns' life. Someone has said, "The measure of a man's sin is the difference between what he is and what he might be." Comment upon this with reference to Burns. What is the general character of his poetry? Why is he called the poet of common men? What subjects does he choose for his poetry? Compare him in this respect with Pope. What elements in the poet's character are revealed in such poems as To a Mouse and To a Mountain Daisy? How do Burns and Gray regard nature? What poems show his sympathy with the French Revolution and with democracy? Read The Cotter's Saturday Night and explain its enduring interest. Can you explain the secret of Burns' great popularity? 15. Blake. What are the characteristics of Blake's poetry? Can you explain why Blake, though the greatest poetic genius of the age, is so little appreciated? 16. Percy. In what respect did Percy's relics influence the Romantic movement? What are the defects in his collection of ballads? Can you explain why such a crude poem as Chevy Chase should be popular with an age that delighted in Pope's Essay on Man? 17. Macpherson. What is meant by Macpherson's Ossian? Can you account for the remarkable success of the Ossianic forgeries? 18. Chatterton. Tell the story of Chatterton and the Rowley poems. Read Chatterton's Bristow tragedy and compare it in style and interest with the old ballads like The Battle of Otterburn or The Hunting of the Cheviot, all in Manley's English poetry. 19. The first novelists. What is meant by the modern novel? How does it differ from the early romance and from the adventure story? What are some of the precursors of the novel? What was the purpose of stories modeled after Don Quixote? What is the significance of Pamela? What elements did Fielding add to the novel? What good work did Goldsmith's Vicar of Wakefield accomplish? Compare Goldsmith in this respect with Steele and Addison. Chronology. End of 17th and the 18th century. History. 1689, William and Mary. 1700, ? Beginning of London clubs. 1702, Anne. Death, 1714. 1704, Battle of Blenheim. 1707, Union of England and Scotland. 1714, George I. Death, 1727. 1721, Cabinet Government, Walpole first Prime Minister. 1727, George II. Death, 1760. 1738, Rise of Methodism. 1740, War of Austrian Succession. 1746, Jacobite Rebellion. 1750, 1757, Conquest of India. 1756, War with France. 1759, Wolfe at Quebec. 1760. George III, death 1820. 1765. Stamp Act. 1773. Boston Tea Party. 1774. Howard's Prison Reforms. 1775. American Revolution. 1776. Declaration of Independence. 1783. Treaty of Paris. 1786. Trial of Warren Hastings. 1789-1799. French Revolution. 1793. War with France. Literature. 1683-1719. Defoe's Early Writings. Bill of Rights. Toleration Act. 1695. Press made free. War of Spanish Succession. 1702. First daily newspaper. 1704. Addison's The Campaign. Swift's Tale of a Tub. 1709. The Tatler. Johnson born, died 1784. 1710-1713. Swift in London. Journal to Stella. 1711. The Spectator. 1712. Pope's Rape of the Lock. 1719. Robinson Crusoe. 1726. Gulliver's Travels. 1726-1730. Thomson's The Seasons. 1732-1734. Essay on Man. 1740. Richardson's Pamela. 1742. Fielding's Joseph Andrews. 1749. Fielding's Tom Jones. 1750-1752. Johnson's The Rambler. 1751. Gray's Elegy. 1755. Johnson's Dictionary. 1760-1767. Stearns' Tristram Shandy. 1764. Johnson's Literary Club. 1765. Percy's Relics. 1766. Goldsmith's Vicar of Wakefield. 1770. Goldsmith's Deserted Village. 1771. Beginning of great newspapers. 1774-1775. Burke's American Speeches. 1776-1788. Gibbon's Rome. 1779. Cowper's Olney Hymns. 1779-81. Johnson's Lives of the Poets. 1783. Blake's Poetical Sketches. 1785. Cowper's The Task. The London Times. 1786. Burns' First Poems. The Kilmarnock Burns. Burke's Warren Hastings. 1790. Burke's French Revolution. 1791. Boswell's Life of Johnson. End of section 40. End of chapter 9. Section 41 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The Age of Romanticism, 1800 to 1850. The second creative period of English literature. The first half of the 19th century records the triumph of Romanticism in literature and of democracy in government. And the two movements are so closely associated in so many nations and in so many periods of history that one must wonder if there be not some relation of cause and effect between them. Just as we understand the tremendous energizing influence of Puritanism in the matter of English liberty by remembering that the common people had begun to read and that their book was the Bible, so we may understand this age of popular government by remembering that the chief subject of Romantic literature was the essential nobleness of common men and the value of the individual. As we read now that brief portion of history which lies between the Declaration of Independence, 1776, and the English Reform Bill of 1832, we are in the presence of such mighty political upheavals that the Age of Revolution is the only name by which we can adequately characterize it. Its great historic movements become intelligible only when we read what was written in this period. For the French Revolution and the American Commonwealth, as well as the establishment of a true democracy in England by the Reform Bill, were the inevitable results of ideas which literature had spread rapidly through the civilized world. Liberty is fundamentally an ideal, and that ideal, beautiful, inspiring, compelling as a loved banner in the wind, was kept steadily before men's minds by a multitude of books and pamphlets, as far apart as Burns' poems and Thomas Paine's Rights of Man, all read eagerly by the common people, all proclaiming the dignity of common life, and all uttering the same passionate cry against every form of class or caste oppression. First, the dream, the ideal in some human soul; then the written word, which proclaims it and impresses other minds with its truth and beauty; then the united and determined effort of men to make the dream a reality. That seems to be a fair estimate of the part that literature plays, even in our political progress. Historical summary. The period we are considering begins in the latter half of the reign of George III and ends with the accession of Victoria in 1837. When on a foggy morning in November 1783 King George entered the House of Lords and in a trembling voice recognized the independence of the United States of America, he unconsciously proclaimed the triumph of that free government by free men, which has been the ideal of English literature for more than 1,000 years. Though it was not till 1832, when the Reform Bill became the law of the land, that England herself learned the lesson taught her by America, and became the democracy of which her writers had always dreamed. The French Revolution. The half-century between these two events is one of great turmoil, yet of steady advance in every department of English life. The storm center of the political unrest was the French Revolution, that frightful uprising which proclaimed the natural rights of man and the abolition of class distinctions. Its effect on the whole civilized world is beyond computation. Patriotic clubs and societies multiplied in England, all asserting the doctrine of liberty, equality, fraternity, the watchwords of the Revolution. Young England, led by Pitt the Younger, hailed the new French Republic and offered it friendship. Old England, which pardons no revolutions but her own, looked with horror on the turmoil in France, and, misled by Burke and the nobles of the realm, forced the two nations into war. Even Pitt saw a blessing in this at first, because the sudden zeal for fighting a foreign nation, which by some horrible perversion is generally called patriotism, might turn men's thoughts from their own to their neighbors' affairs, and so prevent a threatened revolution at home. Economic conditions. The causes of this threatened revolution were not political, but economic. By her invention in steel and machinery, and by her monopoly of the carrying trade, England had become the workshop of the world. Her wealth had increased beyond her wildest dreams, but the unequal distribution of that wealth was a spectacle to make angels weep. The invention of machinery at first threw thousands of skilled hand workers out of employment. In order to protect a few agriculturists, heavy duties were imposed on corn and wheat, and bread rose to famine prices just when laboring men had the least money to pay for it. there followed a curious spectacle. While England increased in wealth and spent vast sums to support her army and subsidize her allies in Europe, and while nobles, landowners, manufacturers, and merchants lived in increasing luxury, a multitude of skilled laborers were clamoring for work. Fathers sent their wives and little children into the mines and factories, where 16 hours' labor would hardly pay for the daily bread. And in every large city were riotous mobs, made up chiefly of hungry men and women. It was this unbearable economic condition, and not any political theory, as Burke supposed, which occasioned the danger of another English Revolution. It is only when we remember these conditions that we can understand two books, Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations and Thomas Paine's Rights of Man, which can hardly be considered as literature, but which exercised an enormous influence in England. Smith was a Scottish thinker who wrote to uphold the doctrine that labor is the only source of a nation's wealth, and that any attempt to force labor into unnatural channels, or to prevent it by protective duties from freely obtaining the raw materials for its industry, is unjust and destructive. Paine was a curious combination of Jekyll and Hyde, shallow and untrustworthy personally, but with a passionate devotion to popular liberty. His Rights of Man, published in London in 1791, was like one of Burns' lyric outcries against institutions which oppressed humanity. Coming so soon after the destruction of the Bastille, it added fuel to the flames kindled in England by the French Revolution. The author was driven out of the country on the curious ground that he endangered the English Constitution, but not until his book had gained a wide sale and influence. Reforms. All these dangers, real and imaginary, passed away when England turned from the affairs of France to remedy her own economic conditions. The long Continental War came to an end with Napoleon's overthrow at Waterloo in 1815, and England, having gained enormously in prestige abroad, now turned to the work of reform at home. The destruction of the African slave trade, the mitigation of horribly unjust laws, which included poor debtors and petty criminals in the same class, the prevention of child labor, the freedom of the press, the extension of manhood suffrage, the abolition of restrictions against Catholics in Parliament, the establishment of hundreds of popular schools under the leadership of Andrew Bell and Joseph Lancaster. These are but a few of the reforms which mark the progress of civilization in a single half-century. When England in 1833 proclaimed the emancipation of all slaves in all her colonies, she unconsciously proclaimed her final emancipation from barbarism. Romantic enthusiasm. Literary characteristics of the age. It is intensely interesting to note how literature at first reflected the political turmoil of the age, and then, when the turmoil was over and England began her mighty work of reform, how literature suddenly developed a new creative spirit which shows itself in the poetry of Wordsworth, Coleridge, Byron, Shelley, Keats, and in the prose of Scott, Jane Austen, Lamb, and De Quincey. A wonderful group of writers whose patriotic enthusiasm suggests the Elizabethan days, and whose genius has caused their age to be known as the second creative period of our literature. Thus, in the early days, when old institutions seemed crumbling with the Bastille, Coleridge and Southey formed their youthful scheme of Pantisocracy on the banks of the Susquehanna, an ideal commonwealth in which the principles of More's Utopia should be put in practice. Even Wordsworth, fired with political enthusiasm, could write, "Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive, but to be young was very heaven." The essence of Romanticism was, it must be remembered, that literature must reflect all that is spontaneous and unaffected in nature and in man, and be free to follow its own fancy in its own way. We have already noted this characteristic in the work of the Elizabethan dramatists, who followed their own genius in opposition to all the laws of the critics. In Coleridge we see this independence expressed in Kubla Khan and The Ancient Mariner, two dream pictures, one of the populous Orient, the other of the lonely sea. In Wordsworth, this literary independence led him inward to the heart of common things. Following his own instinct, as Shakespeare does, he, too, finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. And so, more than any other writer of the age, he invests the common life of nature and the souls of common men and women with glorious significance. These two poets, Coleridge and Wordsworth, best represent the romantic genius of the age in which they lived, though Scott had a greater literary reputation, and Byron and Shelley had larger audiences. An age of poetry. The second characteristic of this age is that it is emphatically an age of poetry. The previous century, with its practical outlook on life, was largely one of prose, but now, as in the Elizabethan age, the young enthusiasts turned as naturally to poetry as a happy man to singing. The glory of the age is in the poetry of Scott, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Byron, Shelley, Keats, Moore, and Southey. Of its prose works, those of Scott alone have attained a very wide reading, though the essays of Charles Lamb and the novels of Jane Austen have slowly won for their authors a secure place in the history of our literature. Coleridge and Southey, who with Wordsworth form the trio of so-called lake poets, wrote far more prose than poetry, and Southey's prose is much better than his verse. It was characteristic of the spirit of this age, so different from our own, that Southey could say that in order to earn money he wrote in verse what would otherwise have been better written in prose. Women as novelists. It was during this period that woman assumed for the first time an important place in our literature. Probably the chief reason for this interesting phenomenon lies in the fact that woman was for the first time given some slight chance of education, of entering into the intellectual life of the race, and, as is always the case when woman is given anything like a fair opportunity, she responded magnificently. A secondary reason may be found in the nature of the age itself, which was intensely emotional. The French Revolution stirred all Europe to its depths, and during the following half-century every great movement in literature, as in politics and religion, was characterized by strong emotion, which is all the more noticeable by contrast with the cold, formal, satiric spirit of the early 18th century. As woman is naturally more emotional than man, it may well be that the spirit of this emotional age attracted her and gave her the opportunity to express herself in literature. As all strong emotions tend to extremes, the age produced a new type of novel which seems rather hysterical now, but which in its own day delighted multitudes of readers whose nerves were somewhat excited and who reveled in bogey stories of supernatural terror. Mrs. Anne Radcliffe, 1764-1823, was one of the most successful writers of this school of exaggerated romance. Her novels, with their azure-eyed heroines, haunted castles, trap-doors, bandits, abductions, rescues in the nick of time, and a general medley of overwrought joys and horrors. Note: Mrs. Radcliffe's best work is The Mysteries of Udolpho. This is the story of a tender heroine shut up in a gloomy castle. Over her broods the terrible shadow of an ancestor's crime. There are the usual goose-flesh accompaniments of haunted rooms, secret doors, sliding panels, mysterious figures behind old pictures, and a subterranean passage leading to a vault dark and creepy as a tomb. Here the heroine finds a chest with blood-stained papers. By the light of a flickering candle she reads, with chills and shivering, the record of long-buried crimes. At the psychological moment, the little candle suddenly goes out. Then out of the darkness a cold, clammy hand. Ugh! Foolish as such stories seem to us now, they show first a wild reaction from the skepticism of the preceding age, and second, a development of the medieval romance of adventure. Only the adventure is here inward rather than outward. It faces a ghost instead of a dragon, and for this work a nun with her beads is better than a knight in armor. So heroines abound instead of heroes. The age was too educated for medieval monsters and magic, but not educated enough to reject ghosts and other bogies. End of note. Were immensely popular, not only with the crowd of novel readers, but also with the men of unquestioned literary genius like Scott and Byron. In marked contrast to these extravagant stories is the enduring work of Jane Austen, with her charming descriptions of everyday life, and of Maria Edgeworth, whose wonderful pictures of Irish life suggested to Walter Scott the idea of writing his Scottish romances. Two other women who attained a more or less lasting fame were Hannah More, poet, dramatist, and novelist, and Jane Porter, whose Scottish Chiefs and Thaddeus of Warsaw are still in demand in our libraries. Besides these were Fanny Burney (Madame d'Arblay), and several other writers whose works in the early part of the 19th century raised woman to the high place in literature which she has ever since maintained. The modern magazines. In this age, literary criticism became firmly established by the appearance of such magazines as the Edinburgh Review, 1802, the Quarterly Review, 1808, Blackwood's Magazine, 1817, the Westminster Review, 1824, the Spectator, 1828, the Athenaeum, 1828, the Fraser's Magazine, 1830. These magazines, edited by such men as Francis Jeffrey, John Wilson, who is known to us as Christopher North, and John Gibson Lockhart, who gave us the Life of Scott, exercised an immense influence on all subsequent literature. At first their criticisms were largely destructive, as when Jeffrey hammered Scott, Wordsworth, and Byron most unmercifully, and Lockhart could find no good in either Keats or Tennyson. But with added wisdom, criticism assumed its true function of construction, and when these magazines began to seek and to publish the works of unknown writers, like Hazlitt, Lamb, and Leigh Hunt, they discovered the chief mission of the modern magazine, which is to give every writer of ability the opportunity to make his work known to the world. End of section 41. Section 42 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10 continued. Part 1. The Poets of Romanticism. William Wordsworth, 1770-1850. It was in 1797 that the new romantic movement in our literature assumed definite form. Wordsworth and Coleridge retired to the Quantock Hills, Somerset, and there formed the deliberate purpose to make literature adapted to interest mankind permanently, which, they declared, classic poetry could never do. Helping the two poets was Wordsworth's sister Dorothy, with a woman's love for flowers and all beautiful things, and a woman's divine sympathy for human life even in its lowliest forms. Though a silent partner, she furnished perhaps the largest share of the inspiration which resulted in the famous Lyrical Ballads of 1798. In their partnership, Coleridge was to take up the supernatural, or at least romantic, while Wordsworth was to give charm of novelty to things of every day by awakening the mind's attention from the lethargy of custom and directing it to the loveliness and the wonders of the world before us. The whole spirit of their work is reflected in two poems of this remarkable little volume. The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, which is Coleridge's masterpiece, and Lines Written a Few Miles Above Tintern Abbey, which expresses Wordsworth's poetical creed, and which is one of the noblest and most significant of our poems. That the Lyrical Ballads attracted no attention. Note, the Lyrical Ballads were better appreciated in America than in England. The first edition was printed here in 1802. End of note. And was practically ignored by a public that would soon go into raptures over Byron's Childe Harold and Don Juan, is of small consequence. Many men will hurry a mile to see skyrockets who never notice Orion and the Pleiades from their own doorstep. Had Wordsworth and Coleridge written only this one little book, they would still be among the representative writers of an age that proclaimed the final triumph of Romanticism. Life of Wordsworth. To understand the life of him who, in Tennyson's words, uttered nothing base, it is well to read first the Prelude, which records the impressions made upon Wordsworth's mind from his earliest recollection until his full manhood in 1805, when the poem was completed. Note, the Prelude was not published till after Wordsworth's death, nearly a half-century later. End of note. Outwardly, his long and uneventful life divides itself naturally into four periods. One, his childhood and youth in the Cumberland Hills from 1770 to 1787. Two, a period of uncertainty, of storm and stress, including his university life at Cambridge, his travels abroad, and his revolutionary experience from 1787 to 1797. 3. A short but significant period of finding himself and his work from 1797 to 1799. 4. A long period of retirement in the northern Lake region, where he was born, and where for a full half-century he lived so close to nature that her influence is reflected in all his poetry. When one has outlined these four periods, he has told almost all that can be told of a life which is marked not by events, but largely by spiritual experiences. Wordsworth was born in 1770 at Cockermouth, Cumberland, where the Derwent, fairest of all rivers, loved to blend his murmurs with my nurse's song, and from his alder shades and rocky falls, and from his fords and shallows, sent a voice that flowed along my dreams. It is almost a shock to one who knows Wordsworth only by his calm and noble poetry to read that he was of a moody and violent temper, and that his mother despaired of him alone among her 5 children. She died when he was but 8 years old, but not till she had exerted an influence which lasted all his life, so that he could remember her as the heart of all our learnings and our loves. The father died some 6 years later, and the orphan was taken in charge by relatives who sent him to school at Hawkshead in the beautiful Lake region. Here, apparently, the unroofed school of nature attracted him more than the discipline of the classics, and he learned more eagerly from the flowers and hills and stars than from his books. But one must read Wordsworth's own record in The Prelude to appreciate this. 3 things in this poem must impress even the casual reader. First, Wordsworth loves to be alone and is never lonely with nature. Second, like every other child who spends much time alone in the woods and fields, he feels the presence of some living spirit, real though unseen, and companionable though silent. Third, his impressions are exactly like our own and delightfully familiar. When he tells of the long summer days spent in swimming, basking in the sun, and questing over the hills, or of the winter night when, on his skates, he chased the reflection of a star in the black ice, or of his exploring the lake in a boat and getting suddenly frightened when the world grew big and strange, in all this he is simply recalling a multitude of our own vague, happy memories of childhood. He goes out into the woods at night to tend his woodcock snares. He runs across another boy's snares, follows them, finds a woodcock caught, takes it, hurries away through the night, and then I heard among the solitary hills low breathings coming after me, and sounds of undistinguishable motion. That is like a mental photograph. Any boy who has come home through the woods at night will recognize it instantly. Again, he tells as of going bird's nesting on the cliffs. Oh, when I have hung above the raven's nest by knots of grass and half-inch fissures in the slippery rock, but ill-sustained, and almost, so it seemed, suspended by the blast that blew amain, shouldering the naked crag. Oh, at that time, while on the perilous ridge I hung alone, with what strange utterance did the loud, dry wind blow through my ear! The sky seemed not a sky of earth, and with what motion moved the clouds! No man can read such records without finding his own boyhood again, and his own abounding joy of life in the poet's early impressions. The second period of Wordsworth's life begins with his university course at Cambridge in 1787. In the third book of the Prelude we find a dispassionate account of student life, with its trivial occupations, its pleasures, and general aimlessness. Wordsworth proved to be a very ordinary scholar, following his own genius rather than the curriculum, and looking forward more eagerly to his vacation among the hills than to his examinations. Perhaps the most interesting thing in his life at Cambridge was his fellowship with the young political enthusiasts, whose spirit is expressed in his remarkable poem on the French Revolution, a poem which is better than a volume of history to show the hopes and ambitions that stirred all Europe in the first days of that mighty upheaval. Wordsworth made 2 trips to France in 1790 and 1791, seeing things chiefly through the rosy spectacles of the young Oxford Republicans. On his second visit he joined the Girondists, or the moderate Republicans, and only the decision of his relatives, who cut off his allowance and hurried him back to England, prevented his going headlong to the guillotine with the leaders of his party. 2 things rapidly cooled Wordsworth's revolutionary enthusiasm, and ended the only dramatic interest of his placid life. One was the excesses of the Revolution itself, and especially the execution of Louis XVI. The other was the rise of Napoleon, and the slavish adulation accorded by France to this most vulgar and dangerous of tyrants. His coolness soon grew to disgust and opposition, as shown by his subsequent poems, and this brought upon him the censure of Shelley, Byron, and other extremists, though it gained the friendship of Scott, who from the first had no sympathy with the Revolution or with the young English enthusiasts. Of the decisive period of Wordsworth's life, when he was living with his sister Dorothy and with Coleridge at Alfoxden, we have already spoken. The importance of this decision to give himself to poetry is evident when we remember that at 30 years of age he was without money or any definite aim or occupation in life. He considered the law, but confessed he had no sympathy for its contradictory precepts and practices. He considered the ministry, but though strongly inclined to the church, he felt himself not good enough for the sacred office. Once he had wanted to be a soldier and serve his country, but had wavered at the prospect of dying of disease in a foreign land and throwing away his life without glory or profit to anybody. An apparent accident, which looks more to us like a special providence, determined his course. He had taken care of a young friend, Raisley Calvert, who died of consumption and left Wordsworth heir to a few £100 and to the request that he should give his life to poetry. It was this unexpected gift which enabled Wordsworth to retire from the world and follow his genius. All his life he was poor, and lived in an atmosphere of plain living and high thinking. His poetry brought him almost nothing in the way of money rewards, and it was only by a series of happy accidents that he was enabled to continue his work. One of these accidents was that he became a Tory, and soon accepted the office of a distributor of stamps, and was later appointed poet laureate by the government, which occasioned Browning's famous but ill-considered poem of The Lost Leader. Just for a handful of silver he left us, just for a riband to stick in his coat. The last half-century of Wordsworth's life, in which he retired to his beloved Lake District and lived successively at Grasmere and Rydal Mount, remind one strongly of Browning's long struggle for literary recognition. It was marked by the same steadfast purpose, the same trusted ideal, the same continuous work, and the same tardy recognition by the public. His poetry was mercilessly ridiculed by nearly all the magazine critics, who seized upon the worst of his work as a standard of judgment. And book after book of poems appeared without meeting any success save the approval of a few loyal friends. Without doubt or impatience he continued his work, trusting to the future to recognize and approve it. His attitude here reminds one strongly of the poor old soldier whom he met in the hills. Note the Prelude, Book 4. End of note, who refused to beg or to mention his long service or the neglect of his country, saying with noble simplicity, "My trust is in the God of heaven, and in the eye of him who passes me." Such work and patience are certain of their reward, and long before Wordsworth's death he felt the warm sunshine of general approval. The wave of popular enthusiasm for Scott and Byron passed by as their limitations were recognized, and Wordsworth was hailed by critics as the first living poet and one of the greatest that England had ever produced. On the death of Southey, 1843, he was made poet laureate, against his own inclination. The late excessive praise left him quite as unmoved as the first excessive neglect. The steady decline in the quality of his work is due, not as might be expected, to self-satisfaction at success, but rather to his intense conservatism, to his living too much alone, and failing to test his work by the standards and judgment of other literary men. He died tranquilly in 1850 at the age of 80 years, and was buried in the churchyard at Grasmere. Such is the brief outward record of the world's greatest interpreter of nature's message, and only one who is acquainted with both nature and the poet can realize how inadequate is any biography, for the best thing about Wordsworth must always remain unsaid. It is a comfort to know that his life, noble, sincere, heroically happy, never contradicted his message. Poetry was his life, his soul was in all his work, and only by reading what he has written can we understand the man. The poetry of Wordsworth. There is often a sense of disappointment when one reads Wordsworth for the first time, and this leads us to speak first of two difficulties which may easily prevent a just appreciation of the poet's worth. The first difficulty is in the reader, who is often puzzled by Wordsworth's absolute simplicity. We are so used to stage effects in poetry that beauty unadorned is apt to escape our notice, like Wordsworth's Lucy, a violet by a mossy stone, half hidden from the eye, fair as a star when only one is shining in the sky. Wordsworth set himself to the task of freeing poetry from all its conceits, of speaking the language of simple truth, and of portraying man and nature as they are. And in this good work we are apt to miss the beauty, the passion, the intensity that hide themselves under his simplest lines. The second difficulty is in the poet, not in the reader. It must be confessed that Wordsworth is not always melodious, that he is seldom graceful, and only occasionally inspired. When he is inspired, few poets can be compared with him. At other times the bulk of his verse is so wooden and prosy that we wonder how a poet could have written it. Moreover, he is absolutely without humor, and so he often fails to see the small step that separates the sublime from the ridiculous. In no other way can we explain The Idiot Boy, or pardon the serious absurdity of Peter Bell and his grieving jackass. Poems of nature. On account of these difficulties, it is well to avoid at first the longer works and begin with a good book of selections. Note: Dowden's Selections from Wordsworth is the best of many such collections. See selections for reading and bibliography at the end of this chapter. End of note. When we read these exquisite shorter poems, with their noble lines that live forever in our memory, we realize that Wordsworth is the greatest poet of nature that our literature has produced. If we go further and study the poems that impress us, we shall find four remarkable characteristics. 1. Wordsworth is sensitive as a barometer to every subtle change in the world about him. In the Prelude he compares himself to an Eolian harp, which answers with harmony to every touch of the wind, and the figure is strikingly accurate as well as interesting, for there is hardly a sight or a sound, from a violet to a mountain, and from a bird note to the thunder of the cataract, that is not reflected in some beautiful way in Wordsworth's poetry. 2. Of all the poets who have written of nature, there is none that compares with him in the truthfulness of his representation. Burns, like Gray, is apt to read his own emotions into natural objects, so that there is more of the poet than of nature, even in his Mouse and Mountain Daisy. But Wordsworth gives you the bird and the flower, the wind and the tree and the river, just as they are, and is content to let them speak their own message. 3. No other poet ever found such abundant beauty in the common world. He had not only sight, but insight, that is, he not only sees clearly and describes accurately, but penetrates to the heart of things, and always finds some exquisite meaning that is not written on the surface. It is idle to specify or to quote lines on flowers or stars, on snow or vapor. Nothing is ugly or commonplace in his world. On the contrary, there is hardly one natural phenomenon which he has not glorified by pointing out some beauty that was hidden from our eyes. 4. It is the life of nature which is everywhere recognized, not mere growth and cell changes, but sentient personal life. And the recognition of this personality in nature characterizes all the world's great poetry. In his childhood, Wordsworth regarded natural objects, the streams, the hills, the flowers, even the winds, as his companions, and with his mature belief that all nature is the reflection of the living God, it was inevitable that his poetry should thrill with the sense of a spirit that rolls through all things. Cowper, Burns, Keats, Tennyson, all these poets give you the outward aspects of nature in varying degrees, but Wordsworth gives you her very life, and the impression of some personal living spirit that meets and accompanies the man who goes alone through the woods and fields. We shall hardly find, even in the philosophy of Leibniz or in the nature myths of our Indians, any such impression of living nature as this poet awakens in us. And that suggests another delightful characteristic of Wordsworth's poetry, namely, that he seems to awaken rather than create an impression. He stirs our memory deeply, so that in reading him we live once more in the vague, beautiful wonderland of our own childhood. Poems of human life. Such is the philosophy of Wordsworth's nature poetry. If we search now for his philosophy of human life, we shall find 4 more doctrines, which rest upon his basal conception that man is not apart from nature, but is the very life of her life. 1. In childhood, man is sensitive as a wind harp to all natural influences. He is an epitome of the gladness and beauty of the world. Wordsworth explains this gladness and this sensitiveness to nature by the doctrine that the child comes straight from the Creator of nature. Our birth is but a sleep and a forgetting. The soul that rises with us, our life's star, hath had elsewhere its setting, and cometh from afar. Not in entire forgetfulness, and not in utter nakedness, but trailing clouds of glory do we come from God, who is our home. In this exquisite ode, which he calls Intimations of Immortality from Recollections of Early Childhood, 1807, Wordsworth sums up his philosophy of childhood, and he may possibly be indebted here to the poet Vaughan, who more than a century before had proclaimed in The Retreat the same doctrine. This kinship with nature and with God, which glorifies childhood, ought to extend through a man's whole life and ennoble it. This is the teaching of Tintern Abbey, in which the best part of our life is shown to be the result of natural influences. According to Wordsworth, society and the crowded, unnatural life of cities tend to weaken and pervert humanity, and a return to natural and simple living is the only remedy for human wretchedness. 2. The natural instincts and pleasures of childhood are the true standards of a man's happiness in this life. All artificial pleasures soon grow tiresome. The natural pleasures, which a man so easily neglects in his work, are the chief means by which we may expect permanent and increasing joy. In Tintern Abbey, The Rainbow, Ode to Duty, and Intimations of Immortality, we see this plain teaching. But we can hardly read one of Wordsworth's pages without finding it slipped in unobtrusively, like the fragrance of a wild flower. 3. The truth of humanity, that is, the common life which labors and loves and shares the general heritage of smiles and tears, is the only subject of permanent literary interest. Burns and the early poets of the Revival began the good work of showing the romantic interest of common life, and Wordsworth continued it in Michael, the Solitary Reaper, To a Highland Girl, Stepping Westward, The Excursion, and a score of lesser poems. Joy and sorrow, not of princes or heroes, but in widest commonality spread, are his themes. And the hidden purpose of many of his poems is to show that the keynote of all life is happiness, not an occasional thing, the result of chance or circumstance, but a heroic thing to be won, as one would win any other success, by work and patience. 4. To this natural philosophy of man, Wordsworth adds a mystic element, the result of his own belief that in every natural object there is a reflection of the living God. Nature is everywhere transfused and illumined by spirit. Man also is a reflection of the divine spirit, and we shall never understand the emotions roused by a flower or a sunset until we learn that nature appeals through the eye of man to his inner spirit. In a word, nature must be spiritually discerned. In Tintern Abbey, the spiritual appeal of nature is expressed in almost every line, but the mystic conception of man is seen more clearly in Intimations of Immortality, which Emerson calls the high water mark of poetry in the 19th century. In this last splendid ode, Wordsworth adds to his spiritual interpretation of nature and man the alluring doctrine of pre-existence, which has appealed so powerfully to Hindu and Greek in turn, and which makes of human life a continuous, immortal thing without end or beginning. The Recluse. Wordsworth's longer poems, since they contain much that is prosy and uninteresting, may well be left till after we have read the odes, sonnets, and short descriptive poems that have made him famous. As showing a certain heroic cast of Wordsworth's mind, it is interesting to learn that the greater part of his work, including the Prelude and the Excursion, was intended for a place in a single great poem to be called The Recluse, which should treat of nature, man, and society. The Prelude, treating of the growth of a poet's mind, was to introduce the work. The Home at Grasmere, which is the first book of The Recluse, was not published till 1888, long after the poet's death. The Excursion, 1814, is the second book of The Recluse, and the third was never completed, though Wordsworth intended to include most of his shorter poems in this third part, and so make an immense personal epic of a poet's life and work. It is perhaps just as well that the work remained unfinished. The best of his work appeared in the Lyrical Ballads, 1798, and in the sonnets, odes, and lyrics of the next 10 years, though the Dudden Sonnets, 1820, To a Skylark, 1825, and Yarrow Revisited, 1831, show that he retained till past 60 much of his youthful enthusiasm. In his later years, however, he perhaps wrote too much. His poetry, like his prose, becomes dull and unimaginative, and we miss the flashes of insight, the tender memories of childhood, and the recurrence of noble lines, each one a poem, that constitutes the surprise and the delight of reading Wordsworth. The outward shows of sky and earth, of hill and valley, he has viewed, and impulses of deeper birth have come to him in solitude. In common things that round us lie, some random truths he can impart, the harvest of a quiet eye that broods and sleeps on his own heart. End of section 42. Section 43 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, continued. Samuel Taylor Coleridge, 1772-1834. A grief without a pang, void, dark, and drear, a stifled, drowsy, unimpassioned grief, which finds no natural outlet, no relief, in word, or sigh, or tear. In the wonderful Ode to Dejection, from which the above fragment is taken, we have a single strong impression of Coleridge's whole life, a sad, broken, tragic life, in marked contrast with the peaceful existence of his friend Wordsworth. For himself, during the greater part of his life, the poet had only grief and remorse as his portion. But for everybody else, for the audiences that were charmed by the brilliancy of his literary lectures, for the friends who gathered about him to be inspired by his ideals and conversations, and for all his readers who found unending delight in the little volume which holds his poetry. He had, and still has, a cheering message, full of beauty and hope and inspiration. Such is Coleridge, a man of grief, who makes the world glad. Life. In 1772 there lived in Ottery, St. Mary, Devonshire, a queer little man, the Reverend John Coleridge, vicar of the parish church and master of the local grammar school. In the former capacity he preached profound sermons, quoting to open-mouthed rustics long passages from the Hebrew, which he told them was the very tongue of the Holy Ghost. In the latter capacity he wrote for his boys a new Latin grammar, to mitigate some of the difficulties of traversing that terrible jungle by means of ingenious bypaths and shortcuts. For instance, when his boys found the ablative a somewhat difficult case to understand, he told them to think of it as the quale, quare, quiditive case, which of course makes its meaning perfectly clear. In both these capacities the elder Coleridge was a sincere man, gentle and kindly, whose memory was like a religion to his sons and daughters. In that same year was born Samuel Taylor Coleridge, the youngest of 13 children. He was an extraordinarily precocious child who could read at 3 years of age, and who before he was 5 had read the Bible and the Arabian Nights, and could remember an astonishing amount from both books. From 3 to 6 he attended a dame school, and from 6 till 9, when his father died and left the family destitute, he was in his father's school, learning the classics, reading an enormous quantity of English books, avoiding novels, and delighting in cumbrous theological and metaphysical treatises. At 10 he was sent to the charity school of Christ's Hospital, London, where he met Charles Lamb, who records his impression of the place and of Coleridge in one of his famous essays. Note: see Christ's Hospital 35 years ago in Essays of Elia. End of note. Coleridge seems to have remained in this school for 7 or 8 years without visiting his home, a poor, neglected boy whose comforts and entertainments were all within himself. Just as, when a little child, he used to wander over the fields with a stick in his hand, slashing the tops from weeds and thistles, and thinking himself to be the mighty champion of Christendom against the infidels, so now he would lie on the roof of the school, forgetting the play of his fellows and the roar of the London streets, watching the white clouds drifting over and following them in spirit into all sorts of romantic adventures. At 19, this hopeless dreamer, who had read more books than an old professor, entered Cambridge as a charity student. He remained for nearly 3 years, then ran away because of a trifling debt, and enlisted in the dragoons, where he served several months before he was discovered and brought back to the university. He left in 1794 without taking his degree, and presently we find him with the youthful Southey, a kindred spirit who had been fired to wild enthusiasm by the French Revolution, founding his famous Pantisocracy for the regeneration of human society. The Fall of Robespierre, a poem composed by the two enthusiasts, is full of the new revolutionary spirit. The Pantisocracy, on the banks of the Susquehanna, was to be an ideal community in which the citizens combined farming and literature. The work was to be limited to 2 hours each day. Moreover, each member of the community was to marry a good woman and take her with him. The two poets obeyed the latter injunction first, marrying 2 sisters, and then found that they had no money to pay even their traveling expenses to the new Utopia. During all the rest of his career a tragic weakness of will takes possession of Coleridge, making it impossible for him, with all his genius and learning, to hold himself steady to any one work or purpose. He studied in Germany, worked as a private secretary, till the drudgery wore upon his free spirit. Then he went to Rome and remained for 2 years lost in study. Later he started The Friend, a paper devoted to truth and liberty, lectured on poetry and the fine arts to enraptured audiences in London, until his frequent failures to meet his engagements scattered his hearers. Was offered an excellent position and a half interest amounting to some £2,000 in the Morning Post and the Courier, but declined it, saying that I would not give up the country and the lazy reading of old folios for 2,000 times £2,000. In short, that beyond £350 a year I considered money a real evil. His family, meanwhile, was almost entirely neglected. He lived apart, following his own way, and the wife and children were left in charge of his friend Southey. Needing money, he was on the point of becoming a Unitarian minister, when a small pension from 2 friends enabled him to live for a few years without regular employment. A terrible shadow in Coleridge's life was the apparent cause of most of his dejection. In early life he suffered from neuralgia, and to ease the pain began to use opiates. The result on such a temperament was almost inevitable. He became a slave to the drug habit. His naturally weak will lost all its directing and sustaining force, until, after 15 years of pain and struggle and despair, he gave up and put himself in charge of a physician, one Mr. Gilman of Highgate. Carlyle, who visited him at this time, calls him a king of men, but records that he gave you the idea of a life that had been full of sufferings, a life heavy laden, half vanquished, still swimming painfully in seas of manifold physical and other bewilderment. The shadow is dark indeed, but there are gleams of sunshine that occasionally break through the clouds. One of these is his association with Wordsworth and his sister Dorothy in the Quantock Hills, out of which came the famous Lyrical Ballads of 1798. Another was his loyal devotion to poetry for its own sake. With the exception of his tragedy Remorse, which through Byron's influence was accepted at Drury Lane Theatre, and for which he was paid £400, he received almost nothing for his poetry. Indeed, he seems not to have desired it, for he says, "Poetry has been to me its own exceeding great reward. It has soothed my afflictions. It has multiplied and refined my enjoyments. It has endeared solitude, and it has given me the habit of wishing to discover the good and the beautiful in all that meets and surrounds me." One can better understand his exquisite verse after such a declaration. A third ray of sunlight came from the admiration of his contemporaries. For though he wrote comparatively little, he was by his talents and learning a leader among literary men, and his conversations were as eagerly listened to as were those of Dr. Johnson. Wordsworth says of him that, though other men of the age had done some wonderful things, Coleridge was the only wonderful man he had ever known. Of his lectures on literature, a contemporary says, "His words seemed to flow as from a person repeating with grace and energy some delightful poem." And of his conversation it is recorded, "Throughout a long-drawn summer's day would this man talk to you in low, equable, but clear and musical tones, concerning things human and divine, marshalling all history, harmonizing all experiment, probing the depths of your consciousness, and revealing visions of glory and terror to the imagination." The last bright ray of sunlight comes from Coleridge's own soul, from the gentle, kindly nature which made men love and respect him in spite of his weakness, and which caused Lamb to speak of him humorously as an archangel a little damaged. The universal law of suffering seems to be that it refines and softens humanity, and Coleridge was no exception to the law. In his poetry we find a note of human sympathy more tender and profound than can be found in Wordsworth or, indeed, in any other of the great English poets. Even in his later poems, when he has lost his first inspiration and something of the splendid imaginative power that makes his work equal to the best of Blake's, we find a soul tender, triumphant, quiet, in the stillness of a great peace. He died in 1834 and was buried in Highgate Church. The last stanza of the Boatman's Song, In Remorse, serves better to express the world's judgment than any epitaph. Hark! The cadence dies away on the quiet moonlit sea. The boatmen rest their oars and say, Misere Domini. Works of Coleridge. The works of Coleridge naturally divide themselves into three classes, the poetic, the critical, and the philosophical, corresponding to the early, the middle, and the later periods of his career. Of his poetry, Stopford Brooke well says, "All that he did excellently might be bound up in 20 pages, but it should be bound in pure gold." His early poems show the influence of Gray and Blake, especially of the latter. When Coleridge begins his Daydream with the line, "My eyes make pictures when they're shut," we recall instantly Blake's haunting Songs of Innocence. But there is this difference between the two poets. In Blake we have only a dreamer. In Coleridge we have the rare combination of the dreamer and the profound scholar. The quality of this early poetry, with its strong suggestion of Blake, may be seen in such poems as A Daydream, The Devil's Thoughts, The Suicide's Argument, and The Wanderings of Cain. His later poems, wherein we see his imagination bridled by thought and study, but still running very freely, may best be appreciated in Kubla Khan, Christabel, and The Rime of the Ancient Mariner. It is difficult to criticize such poems. One can only read them and wonder at their melody and at the vague suggestions which they conjure up in the mind. Kubla Khan is a fragment, painting a gorgeous Oriental dream picture, such as one might see in an October sunset. The whole poem came to Coleridge one morning when he had fallen asleep over Purchas, and upon awakening he began to write hastily. In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Alph, the sacred river, ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea. He was interrupted after 54 lines were written, and he never finished the poem. Christabel is also a fragment, which seems to have been planned as the story of a pure young girl who fell under the spell of a sorcerer in the shape of the woman Geraldine. It is full of a strange melody and contains many passages of exquisite poetry, but it trembles with a strange unknown horror, and so suggests the supernatural terrors of the popular hysterical novels to which we have referred. On this account it is not wholesome reading, though one flies in the face of Swinburne and of other critics by venturing to suggest such a thing. The Rime of the Ancient Mariner. The Rime of the Ancient Mariner is Coleridge's chief contribution to the lyrical ballads of 1798, and is one of the world's masterpieces. Though it introduces the reader to a supernatural realm, with a phantom ship, a crew of dead men, the overhanging curse of the albatross, the polar spirit, and the magic breeze, it nevertheless manages to create a sense of absolute reality concerning these manifest absurdities. All the mechanisms of the poem, its meter, rhyme, and melody are perfect, and some of its descriptions of the lonely sea have never been equaled. Perhaps we should say suggestions rather than descriptions, for Coleridge never describes things, but makes a suggestion, always brief and always exactly right, and our own imagination instantly supplies the details. It is useless to quote fragments. One must read the entire poem if he reads nothing else of the Romantic school of poetry. Among Coleridge's shorter poems there is a wide variety, and each reader must be left largely to follow his own taste. The beginner will do well to read a few of the early poems to which we have referred, and then to try the Ode to France, Youth and Age, Dejection, Love Poems, Fears in Solitude, Religious Musings, Work Without Hope, and the glorious Hymn Before Sunrise in the Vale of Chamouni. One exquisite little poem from the Latin, the Virgin's Cradle Hymn, and his version of Schiller's Wallenstein show Coleridge's remarkable power as a translator. The latter is one of the best poetical translations in our literature. Prose works. Of Coleridge's prose works, the Biographia Literaria, or Sketches of My Literary Life and Opinions, 1817, his collected Lectures on Shakespeare, 1849, and Aids to Reflection, 1825, are the most interesting from a literary viewpoint. The first is an explanation and criticism of Wordsworth's theory of poetry, and contains more sound sense and illuminating ideas on the general subject of poetry than any other book in our language. The lectures, as refreshing as a west wind in midsummer, are remarkable for their attempt to sweep away the arbitrary rules which for 2 centuries had stood in the way of literary criticism of Shakespeare, in order to study the works themselves. No finer analysis and appreciation of the master's genius has ever been written. In his philosophical work, Coleridge introduced the idealistic philosophy of Germany into England. He set himself in line with Berkeley and squarely against Bentham, Malthus, Mill, and all the materialistic tendencies which were and still are the bane of English philosophy. The Aids to Reflection is Coleridge's most profound work, but is more interesting to the student of religion and philosophy than to the readers of literature. Robert Southey, 1774–1843. Closely associated with Wordsworth and Coleridge is Robert Southey, and the three, on account of their residence in the northern Lake District, were referred to contemptuously as the Lakers by the Scottish magazine reviewers. Southey holds his place in this group more by personal association than by his literary gifts. He was born at Bristol in 1774, studied at Westminster School and at Oxford, where he found himself in perpetual conflict with the authorities on account of his independent views. He finally left the university and joined Coleridge in his scheme of a pantisocracy. For more than 50 years he labored steadily at literature, refusing to consider any other occupation. He considered himself seriously as one of the greatest writers of the day, and a reading of his ballads, which connected him at once with the Romantic school, leads us to think that, had he written less, he might possibly have justified his own opinion of himself. Unfortunately, he could not wait for inspiration, being obliged to support not only his own family, but also in large measure that of his friend Coleridge. Works of Southey. Southey gradually surrounded himself with one of the most extensive libraries in England, and set himself to the task of writing something every working day. The results of his industry were 109 volumes, besides some 150 articles for the magazines, most of which are now utterly forgotten. His most ambitious poems are Thalaba, a tale of Arabian enchantment; The Curse of Kehama, a medley of Hindu mythology; Madoc, a legend of a Welsh prince who discovered the Western world; and Roderick, a tale of the last of the Goths. All these and many more, although containing some excellent passages, are on the whole exaggerated and unreal, both in manner and in matter. Southey wrote far better prose than poetry, and his admirable Life of Nelson is still often read. Besides these are his Lives of British Admirals, his Lives of Cowper and Wesley, and his Histories of Brazil and of the Peninsular War. Southey was made poet laureate in 1813, and was the first to raise that office from the low estate into which it had fallen since the death of Dryden. The opening lines of Thalaba, beginning, "How beautiful is night, a dewy freshness fills the silent air," are still sometimes quoted, and a few of his best-known short poems, like "The Scholar," "Auld Cloots," "The Well of St. Keyne," "The Inchcape Rock," and "Lodore," will repay the curious reader. The beauty of Southey's character, his patience and helpfulness, make him a worthy associate of the two greater poets with whom he is generally named. End of Section 43. Section 44 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10 continued. Walter Scott, 1771–1832. We have already called attention to two significant movements of the 18th century, which we must for a moment recall if we are to appreciate Scott, not simply as a delightful teller of tales, but as a tremendous force in modern literature. The first is the triumph of romantic poetry in Wordsworth and Coleridge. The second is the success of our first English novelists, and the popularization of literature by taking it from the control of a few patrons and critics and putting it into the hands of the people as one of the forces which mold our modern life. Scott is an epitome of both these movements. The poetry of Wordsworth and Coleridge was read by a select few, but Scott's Marmion and Lady of the Lake aroused a whole nation to enthusiasm, and for the first time romantic poetry became really popular. So also the novel had been content to paint men and women of the present until the wonderful series of Waverley novels appeared, when suddenly, by the magic of this Wizard of the North, all history seemed changed. The past, which had hitherto appeared as a dreary region of dead heroes, became alive again, and filled with a multitude of men and women who had the surprising charm of reality. It is of small consequence that Scott's poetry and prose are both faulty, that his poems are read chiefly for the story rather than for their poetic excellence, and that much of the evident crudity and barbarism of the Middle Ages is ignored or forgotten in Scott's writings. By their vigor, their freshness, their rapid action, and their breezy, out-of-door atmosphere, Scott's novels attracted thousands of readers who else had known nothing of the delights of literature. He is therefore the greatest known factor in establishing and in popularizing that romantic element in prose and poetry which has been for 100 years the chief characteristic of our literature. Life. Scott was born in Edinburgh on August 15, 1771. On both his mother's and father's side he was descended from old border families, distinguished more for their feuds and fighting than for their intellectual attainments. His father was a barrister, a just man, who often lost clients by advising them to be, first of all, honest in their lawsuits. His mother was a woman of character and education, strongly imaginative, a teller of tales, which stirred young Walter's enthusiasm by revealing the past as a world of living heroes. As a child, Scott was lame and delicate, and was therefore sent away from the city to be with his grandmother in the open country at Sandy Knowe, in Roxburghshire, near the Tweed. This grandmother was a perfect treasure house of legends concerning the old border feuds. From her wonderful tales Scott developed that intense love of Scottish history and tradition which characterizes all his work. By the time he was 8 years old, when he returned to Edinburgh, Scott's tastes were fixed for life. At the high school he was a fair scholar, but without enthusiasm, being more interested in border stories than in the textbooks. He remained at school only 6 or 7 years, and then entered his father's office to study law, at the same time attending lectures at the university. He kept this up for some 6 years without developing any interest in his profession, not even when he passed his examinations and was admitted to the bar in 1792. After 19 years of desultory work, in which he showed far more zeal in gathering Highland legends than in gaining clients, he had won 2 small legal offices, which gave him enough income to support him comfortably. His home, meanwhile, was at Ashestiel on the Tweed, where all his best poetry was written. Scott's literary work began with the translation from German of Bürger's Romantic Ballad of Lenore, 1796, and of Goethe's Götz von Berklingen, 1799, but there was romance enough in his own loved Highlands, and in 1802 to 1803 appeared 3 volumes of his Minstrelsy of the Scottish Border, which he had been collecting for many years. In 1805, when Scott was 34 years old, appeared his first original work, The Lady of the Last Minstrel. Its success was immediate, and when Marmion, 1808, and The Lady of the Lake, 1810, aroused Scotland and England to intense enthusiasm and brought unexpected fame to the author, without in the least spoiling his honest and lovable nature, Scott gladly resolved to abandon the law in which he had won scant success and give himself wholly to literature. Unfortunately, however, in order to increase his earnings, he entered secretly into partnership with the firms of Constable and the brothers Ballantyne as printer-publishers, a sad mistake indeed, and the cause of that tragedy which closed the life of Scotland's greatest writer. The year 1811 is remarkable for 2 things in Scott's life. In this year he seems to have realized that notwithstanding the success of his poems, he had not yet found himself, that he was not a poetic genius like Burns, that in his first 3 poems he had practically exhausted his material, though he still continued to write verse, and that if he was to keep his popularity he must find some other work. The fact that only a year later Byron suddenly became the popular favorite shows how correctly Scott had judged himself and the reading public, which was even more fickle than usual in this emotional age. In that same year, 1811, Scott bought the estate at Abbotsford on the Tweed, with which place his name is forever associated. Here he began to spend large sums and to dispense the generous hospitality of a Scotch laird, of which he had been dreaming for years. In 1820 he was made a baronet, and his new title of Sir Walter came nearer to turning his honest head than had all his literary success. His business partnership was kept secret, and during all the years when the Waverley novels were the most popular books in the world, their authorship remained unknown, for Scott deemed it beneath the dignity of his title to earn money by business or literature, and sought to give the impression that the enormous sums spent at Abbotsford in improving the estate and in entertaining lavishly were part of the dignity of the position and came from ancestral sources. It was the success of Byron's Childe Harold and the comparative failure of Scott's later poems, Rokeby, The Bridal of Triermain, and The Lord of the Isles, which led our author into the new field, where he was to be without rival. Rummaging through a cabinet one day in search of some fishing tackle, Scott found the manuscript of a story which he had begun and laid aside 9 years before. He read this old story eagerly, as if it had been another's work, finished it within 3 weeks, and published it without signing his name. The success of this first novel, Waverley, 1814, was immediate and unexpected. Its great sales and the general chorus of praise for its unknown author were without precedent. And when Guy Mannering, The Antiquary, Black Dwarf, Old Mortality, Rob Roy, and The Heart of Midlothian appeared within the next 4 years, England's delight and wonder knew no bounds. Not only at home, but also on the Continent, large numbers of these fresh and fascinating stories were sold as fast as they could be printed. During the 17 years which followed the appearance of Waverley, Scott wrote on an average nearly 2 novels per year, creating an unusual number of characters and illustrating many periods of Scotch, English, and French history from the time of the Crusades to the fall of the Stuarts. In addition to these historical novels, he wrote Tales of a Grandfather, Demonology and Witchcraft, biographies of Dryden and of Swift, The Life of Napoleon in 9 volumes, and a large number of articles for the reviews and magazines. It was an extraordinary amount of literary work, but it was not quite so rapid and spontaneous as it seemed. He had been very diligent in looking up old records, and we must remember that in nearly all his poems and novels Scott was drawing upon a fund of legend, tradition, history, and poetry which he had been gathering for 40 years, and which his memory enabled him to produce at will with almost the accuracy of an encyclopedia. For the first 6 years Scott held himself to Scottish history, giving us in 9 remarkable novels the whole of Scotland, its heroism, its superb faith and enthusiasm, and especially its clannish loyalty to its hereditary chiefs, giving us also all parties and characters, from Covenanters to Royalists, and from kings to beggars. After reading these 9 volumes, we know Scotland and Scotchmen as we can know them in no other way. In 1819 he turned abruptly from Scotland, and in Ivanhoe, the most popular of his works, showed what a mine of neglected wealth lay just beneath the surface of English history. It is hard to realize now, as we read its rapid melodramatic action, its vivid portrayal of Saxon and Norman character, and all its picturesque details, that it was written rapidly at a time when the author was suffering from disease and could hardly repress an occasional groan from finding its way into the rapid dictation. It stands today as the best example of the author's own theory that the will of a man is enough to hold him steadily against all obstacles to the task of doing what he has a mind to do. Kenilworth, Nigel, Peveril, and Woodstock, all written in the next few years, show his grasp of the romantic side of English annals. Count Robert and The Talisman show his enthusiasm for the heroic side of the Crusaders' nature. And Quentin Durward and Anne of Geierstein suggest another mine of romance which he discovered in French history. For 20 years Scott labored steadily at literature, with the double object of giving what was in him and of earning large sums to support the lavish display which he deemed essential to a laird of Scotland. In 1826, while he was blithely at work on Woodstock, the crash came. Not even the vast earnings of all these popular novels could longer keep the wretched business of Ballantine on its feet, and the firm failed after years of mismanagement. Though a silent partner, Scott assumed full responsibility, and at 55 years of age, sick, suffering, and with all his best work behind him, he found himself facing a debt of over $500,000. The firm could easily have compromised with its creditors, but Scott refused to hear of bankruptcy laws under which he could have taken refuge. He assumed the entire debt as a personal one, and set resolutely to work to pay every penny. Times were indeed changed in England, when, instead of a literary genius starving until some wealthy patron gave him a pension, this man, aided by his pen alone, could confidently begin to earn that enormous amount of money. And this is one of the unnoticed results of the popularization of literature. Without a doubt, Scott would have accomplished the task had he been granted only a few years of health. He still lived at Abbotsford, which he had offered to his creditors, but which they generously refused to accept, and in 2 years, by miscellaneous work, had paid some $200,000 of his debt, nearly half of this sum coming from his Life of Napoleon. A new edition of the Waverley novels appeared, which was very successful financially, and Scott had every reason to hope that he would soon face the world owing no man a penny when he suddenly broke under the strain. In 1830 occurred a stroke of paralysis from which he never fully recovered. though after a little time he was again at work, dictating, with splendid patience and resolution. He writes in his diary at this time, "The blow is a stunning one, I suppose, for I scarcely feel it. It is singular, but it comes with as little surprise as if I had a remedy ready. Yet God knows I am at sea, in the dark, and the vessel leaky." It is good to remember that governments are not always ungrateful, and to record that, when it became known that a voyage to Italy might improve Scott's health, the British government promptly placed a naval vessel at the disposal of a man who had led no armies to the slaughter, but had only given pleasure to multitudes of peaceable men and women by his stories. He visited Malta, Naples, and Rome, but in his heart he longed for Scotland, and turned homeward after a few months of exile. The river Tweed, the Scotch hills, the trees of Abbotsford, the joyous clamor of his dogs, brought forth the first exclamation of delight which had passed Scott's lips since he sailed away. He died in September of the same year, 1832, and was buried with his ancestors in the old Dryburgh Abbey. Works of Scott. Scott's work is of a kind which the critic gladly passes over, leaving each reader to his own joyous and uninstructed opinion. From a literary viewpoint, the works are faulty enough, if one is looking for faults. But it is well to remember that they were intended to give delight, and that they rarely fail of their object. When one has read the stirring Marmion, or the more enduring Lady of the Lake, felt the heroism of the Crusaders in The Talisman, the picturesqueness of chivalry in Ivanhoe, the nobleness of soul of a Scotch peasant girl in The Heart of Midlothian, and the quality of Scotch faith in Old Mortality, then his own opinion of Scott's genius will be of more value than all the criticisms that have ever been written. Scott's poetry. At the outset, we must confess frankly that Scott's poetry is not artistic in the highest sense, and that it lacks the deeply imaginative and suggestive qualities which make a poem the noblest and most enduring work of humanity. We read it now, not for its poetic excellence, but for its absorbing story interest. Even so, it serves an admirable purpose. Marmion and The Lady of the Lake, which are often the first long poems read by the beginner in literature, almost invariably lead to a deeper interest in the subject, and many readers owe to these poems an introduction to the delights of poetry. They are an excellent beginning, therefore, for young readers, since they are almost certain to hold the attention and to lead indirectly to an interest in other and better poems. Aside from this, Scott's poetry is marked by vigor and youthful abandon. Its interest lies in its vivid pictures, its heroic characters, and especially in its rapid action and succession of adventures which hold and delight us still, as they held and delighted the first wondering readers. And one finds here and there terse descriptions or snatches of song and ballad, like the Boat Song and Lochinvar, which are among the best known in our literature. Scott's novels. In his novels, Scott plainly wrote too rapidly and too much. While a genius of the first magnitude, the definition of genius as the infinite capacity for taking pains hardly belongs to him. For details of life and history, for finely drawn characters, and for tracing the logical consequences of human action, he has usually no inclination. He sketches a character roughly, plunges him into the midst of stirring incidents, and the action of the story carries us on breathlessly to the end. So his stories are largely adventure stories at the best, and it is this element of adventure and glorious action, rather than the study of character, which makes Scott a perennial favorite of the young. The same element of excitement is what causes mature readers to turn from Scott to better novelists, who have more power to delineate human character and to create or discover a romantic interest in the incidents of everyday life, rather than in stirring adventure. Note: see Scott's criticism of his own work in comparison with Jane Austen's. End of note. Scott's work for literature. Notwithstanding these limitations, it is well, especially in these days when we hear that Scott is outgrown, to emphasize four noteworthy things that he accomplished. 1. He created the historical novel. Note, Scott's novels were not the first to have an historical basis. For 30 years preceding the appearance of Waverley, historical romances were popular, but it was due to Scott's genius that the historical novel became a permanent type of literature. See Cross, The Development of the English Novel. End of note. And all novelists of the last century who draw upon history for their characters and events are followers of Scott and acknowledge his mastery. 2. His novels are on a vast scale, covering a very wide range of action, and are concerned with public rather than with private interests. So, with the exception of The Bride of Lammermoor, the love story in his novels is generally pale and feeble, but the strife and passions of big parties are magnificently portrayed. A glance over even the titles of his novels show how the heroic side of history for over 600 years finds expression in his pages, and all the parties of the 6 centuries, Crusaders, Covenanters, Cavaliers, Roundheads, Papists, Jews, Gypsies, rebels, start into life again and fight or give a reason for the faith that is in them. No other novelist in England, and only Balzac in France, approaches Scott in the scope of his narratives. 3. Scott was the first novelist in any language to make the scene an essential element in the action. He knew Scotland and loved it, and there is hardly an event in any of his Scottish novels in which we do not breathe the very atmosphere of the place, and feel the presence of its moors and mountains. The place, moreover, is usually so well chosen and described that the action seems almost to be the result of natural environment. Perhaps the most striking illustration of this harmony between scene and incident is found in Old Mortality, where Morton approaches the cave of the old Covenanter, and where the spiritual terror inspired by the fanatic struggle with imaginary fiends is paralleled by the physical terror of a gulf and a roaring flood spanned by a slippery tree trunk. A second illustration of the same harmony of scene and incident is found in the meeting of the arms and ideals of the East and West, when the two champions fight in the burning desert and then eat bread together in the cool shade of the oasis, as described in the opening chapter of The Talisman. A third illustration is found in that fascinating love scene where Ivanhoe lies wounded, raging at his helplessness, while the gentle Rebecca alternately hides and reveals her love, as she describes the terrific assault on the castle which goes on beneath her window. His thoughts are all on the fight, hers on the man she loves, and both are natural and both are exactly what we expect under the circumstances. These are but striking examples of the fact that in all his work Scott tries to preserve perfect harmony between the scene and the action. 4. Scott's chief claim to greatness lies in the fact that he was the first novelist to recreate the past, that he changed our whole conception of history by making it to be not a record of dry facts, but a stage on which living men and women played their parts. Carlyle's criticism is here most pertinent. These historical novels have taught this truth, unknown to writers of history, that the bygone ages of the world were actually filled by living men, not by protocols, state papers, controversies, and abstractions of men. Not only the pages of history, but all the hills and vales of his beloved Scotland are filled with living characters, lords and ladies, soldiers, pirates, gypsies, preachers, schoolmasters, clansmen, bailiffs, dependents. All Scotland is here before our eyes in the reality of life itself. It is astonishing, with his large numbers of characters, that Scott never repeats himself. Naturally, he is most at home in Scotland and with humble people. Scott's own romantic interest in feudalism caused him to make his lords altogether too lordly. His aristocratic maidens are usually bloodless, conventional, exasperating creatures who talk like books and pose like figures in an old tapestry. But when he describes characters like Jeannie Deans in The Heart of Midlothian and the old clansman Evan Dhu in Waverley, we know the very soul of Scotch womanhood and manhood. Perhaps one more thing should be said, or rather repeated, of Scott's enduring work. He is always saying, wholesome, manly, inspiring, we know the essential nobility of human life better, and we are better men and women ourselves because of what he has written. End of section 44. Section 45 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, continued. George Gordon Lord Byron, 1788–1824. There are two distinct sides to Byron and his poetry, one good, the other bad, and those who write about him generally describe one side or the other in superlatives. Thus, one critic speaks of his splendid and imperishable excellence of sincerity and strength, another of his gaudy charlatanry, blare of brass, and big bow-wowishness. As both critics are fundamentally right, we shall not here attempt to reconcile their differences, which arise from viewing one side of the man's nature and poetry to the exclusion of the other. Before his exile from England in 1816, the general impression made by Byron is that of a man who leads an irregular life, poses as a romantic hero, makes himself out much worse than he really is, and takes delight in shocking not only the conventions, but the ideals of English society. His poetry of this first period is generally, though not always, shallow and insincere in thought, and declamatory or bombastic in expression. After his exile and his meeting with Shelley in Italy, we note a gradual improvement, due partly to Shelley's influence and partly to his own mature thought and experience. We have the impression now of a disillusioned man who recognizes his true character, and who, though cynical and pessimistic, is at least honest in his unhappy outlook on society. His poetry of this period is generally less shallow and rhetorical, and though he still parades his feelings in public, he often surprises us by being manly and sincere. Thus, in the third canto of Childe Harold, written just after his exile, he says, "In my youth's summer I did sing of one, the wandering outlaw of his own dark mind." And as we read on to the end of the splendid fourth canto, with its poetic feeling for nature and its stirring rhythm that grips and holds the reader like martial music, we lay down the book with profound regret that this gifted man should have devoted so much of his talent to describing trivial or unwholesome intrigues and posing as the hero of his own verses. The real tragedy of Byron's life is that he died just as he was beginning to find himself. Life. Byron was born in London in 1788, the year preceding the French Revolution. We shall understand him better and judge him more charitably if we remember the tainted stock from which he sprang. His father was a dissipated spendthrift of unspeakable morals. His mother was a Scotch heiress, passionate and unbalanced. The father deserted his wife after squandering her fortune, and the boy was brought up by the mother, who alternately petted and abused him. In his 11th year, the death of the grand uncle left him heir to Newstead Abbey and to the baronial title of one of the oldest houses in England. He was singularly handsome, and a lameness resulting from a deformed foot lent a suggestion of pathos to his makeup. All this, with his social position, his pseudo-heroic poetry, and his dissipated life, over which he contrived to throw a veil of romantic secrecy, made him a magnet of attraction to many thoughtless young men and foolish women who made the downhill path both easy and rapid to one whose inclinations led him in that direction. Naturally, he was generous, and easily led by affection. He is therefore largely a victim of his own weakness and of unfortunate surroundings. At school at Harrow and in the university at Cambridge, Byron led an unbalanced life, and was more given to certain sports from which he was not debarred by lameness than to books and study. His school life, like his infancy, is sadly marked by vanity, violence, and rebellion against every form of authority. Yet it was not without its hours of nobility and generosity. Scott describes him as a man of real goodness of heart, and the kindness and best feelings miserably thrown away by his foolish contempt of public opinion. While at Cambridge, Byron published his first volume of poems, Hours of Idleness, in 1807. A severe criticism of the volume in the Edinburgh Review wounded Byron's vanity and threw him into a violent passion, the result of which was the now famous satire called English Bards and Scotch Reviewers, in which not only his enemies, but also Scott, Wordsworth, and nearly all the literary men of his day were satirized in heroic couplets after the manner of Pope's Dunciad. It is only just to say that he afterwards made friends with Scott and with others whom he had abused without provocation. It is interesting to note, in view of his own romantic poetry, that he denounced all masters of romance and accepted the artificial standards of Pope and Dryden. His two favorite books were the Old Testament and a volume of Pope's poetry. Of the latter he says, "His is the greatest name in poetry, all the rest are barbarians." In 1809, Byron, when only 21 years of age, started on a tour of Europe and the Orient. The poetic results of this trip were the first two cantos of Childe Harold's Pilgrimage, with their famous descriptions of romantic scenery. The work made him instantly popular, and his fame overshadowed Scott's completely. As he says himself, "I awoke one morning to find myself famous," and presently he styles himself the grand Napoleon of the realms of rhyme. The worst element in Byron at this time was his insincerity, his continual posing as the hero of his poetry. His best works were translated, and his fame spread almost as rapidly on the Continent as in England. Even Goethe was deceived, and declared that a man so wonderful in character had never before appeared in literature, and would never appear again. Now that the tinsel has worn off, and we can judge the man and his work dispassionately, we see how easily even the critics of the age were governed by romantic impulses. The adulation of Byron lasted only a few years in England. In 1815 he married Miss Milbank, an English heiress, who abruptly left him a year later. With womanly reserve she kept silence, but the public was not slow to imagine plenty of reasons for the separation. This, together with the fact that men had begun to penetrate the veil of romantic secrecy with which Byron surrounded himself and found a rather brassy idol beneath, turned the tide of public opinion against him. He left England under a cloud of distrust and disappointment in 1816 and never returned. 8 years were spent abroad, largely in Italy, where he was associated with Shelley, until the latter's tragic death in 1822. His house was ever the meeting place for revolutionists and malcontents, calling themselves patriots, whom he trusted too greatly, and with whom he shared his money most generously. Curiously enough, while he trusted men too easily, he had no faith in human society or government, and wrote in 1817, "I have simplified my politics to an utter detestation of all existing governments." During his exile he finished Childe Harold, The Prisoner of Chillon, his dramas Cain and Manfred, and numerous other works, in some of which, as in Don Juan, he delighted in revenging himself upon his countrymen by holding up to ridicule all that they held most sacred. In 1824 Byron went to Greece to give himself and a large part of his fortune to help that country in its struggle for liberty against the Turks. How far he was led by his desire for posing as a hero, and how far by a certain vigorous Viking spirit that was certainly in him, will never be known. The Greeks welcomed him and made him a leader, and for a few months he found himself in the midst of a wretched squabble of lies, selfishness, insincerity, cowardice, and intrigue, instead of the heroic struggle for liberty which he had anticipated. He died of fever in Missolonghi in 1824. One of his last poems, written there on his 36th birthday, a few months before he died, expresses his own view of his disappointing life. My days are in the yellow leaf, the flowers and fruits of love are gone, the worm, the canker, and the grief are mine alone. Works of Byron. In reading Byron, it is well to remember that he was a disappointed and embittered man, not only in his personal life, but also in his expectation of a general transformation of human society. As he pours out his own feelings, chiefly in his poetry, he is the most expressive writer of his age in voicing the discontent of a multitude of Europeans who were disappointed at the failure of the French Revolution to produce an entirely new form of government and society. Hours of idleness. One who wishes to understand the whole scope of Byron's genius and poetry will do well to begin with his first work, Hours of Idleness, written when he was a young man at the university. There is very little poetry in the volume, only a striking facility in rhyme, brightened by the devil-may-care spirit of the Cavalier poets. But as a revelation of the man himself it is remarkable. In a vain and sophomoric preface he declares that poetry is to him an idle experiment, and that this is his first and last attempt to amuse himself in that line. Curiously enough, as he starts for Greece on his last fatal journey, he again ridicules literature and says that the poet is a mere babbler. It is this despising of the art which alone makes him famous that occasions our deepest disappointment. Even in his magnificent passages, in a glowing description of nature, or of a Hindu woman's exquisite love, his work is frequently marred by a wretched pun, or by some cheap buffoonery, which ruins our first splendid impression of his poetry. Longer poems. Byron's later volumes, Manfred and Cain, the one a curious and perhaps unconscious parody of Faust, the other of Paradise Lost, are his two best-known dramatic works. Aside from the question of their poetic value, they are interesting as voicing Byron's excessive individualism and his rebellion against society. The best known and the most readable of Byron's works, Mazeppa, The Prisoner of Chillon, and Childe Harold's Pilgrimage. The first two cantos of Childe Harold, 1812, are perhaps more frequently read than any other work of the same author, partly because of their melodious verse, partly because of their descriptions of places along the lines of European travel. But the last two cantos, 1816, 1818, written after his exile from England, have more sincerity and are in every way better expressions of Byron's mature genius. Scattered through all his works one finds magnificent descriptions of natural scenery and exquisite lyrics of love and despair, but they are mixed with such a deal of bombast and rhetoric, together with much that is unwholesome, that the beginner will do well to confine himself to a small volume of well-chosen selections. Note: see selections for reading and bibliography at the end of this chapter. End of note. Byron is often compared with Scott, as having given to us Europe and the Orient, just as Scott gave us Scotland and its people. But while there is a certain resemblance in the swing and dash of the verses, the resemblance is all on the surface, and the underlying difference between the two poets is as great as that between Thackeray and Bulwer Lytton. Scott knew his country well, its hills and valleys, which are interesting as the abode of living and lovable men and women. Byron pretended to know the secret, unwholesome side of Europe, which generally hides itself in the dark. But instead of giving us a variety of living men, he never gets away from his own unbalanced and egotistical self. All his characters, in Cain, Manfred, the Corsair, the Giaour, Childe Harold, Don Juan, are tiresome repetitions of himself, a vain, disappointed, cynical man who finds no good in life or love or anything. Naturally, with such a disposition, he is entirely incapable of portraying a true woman. To nature alone, especially in her magnificent moods, Byron remains faithful, and his portrayal of the night and the storm and the ocean in Childe Harold are unsurpassed in our language. End of section 45. Section 46 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, continued. Percy Bysshe Shelley, 1792-1822. Make me thy lyre, even as the forest is. What if my leaves are falling like its own? The tumult of thy mighty harmonies will take from both a deep autumnal tone, sweet though in sadness. Be thou spirit fierce, my spirit, be thou me, impetuous one. In this fragment from the Ode to the West Wind, we have a suggestion of Shelley's own spirit as reflected in all his poetry. The very spirit of nature which appeals to us in the wind and the cloud, the sunset and the moonrise, seems to have possessed him at times and made him a chosen instrument of melody. At such times he is a true poet, and his work is unrivaled. At other times, unfortunately, Shelley joins with Byron in voicing a vain rebellion against society. His poetry, like his life, divides itself into two distinct moods. In one, he is the violent reformer, seeking to overthrow our present institutions and to hurry the millennium out of its slow walk into a gallop. Out of this mood come most of his longer poems, like Queen Mab, Revolt of Islam, Hellas, and The Witch of Atlas, which are somewhat violent diatribes against government, priests, marriage, religion, even God as men supposed him to be. In a different mood, which finds expression, Alastor, Adonais, and his wonderful lyrics, Shelley is like a wanderer following a vague, beautiful vision, forever sad and forever unsatisfied. In the latter mood, he appeals profoundly to all men who have known what it is to follow after an unattainable ideal. Shelley's life. There are three classes of men who see visions, and all three are represented in our literature. The first is the mere dreamer, like Blake, who stumbles through a world of reality without noticing it, and is happy in his visions. The second is the seer, the prophet, like Langland or Wycliffe, who sees a vision and quietly goes to work in ways that men understand to make the present world a little more like the ideal one which he sees in his vision. The third, who appears in many forms, as visionary, enthusiast, radical, anarchist, revolutionary, call him what you will, sees a vision and straightway begins to tear down all human institutions which have been built up by the slow toil of centuries, simply because they seem to stand in the way of his dream. To the latter class belongs Shelley, a man perpetually at war with the present world, a martyr and exile, simply because of his inability to sympathize with men and society as they are, and because of his own mistaken judgment as to the value and purpose of a vision. Shelley was born in Field Place, near Horsham, Sussex, in 1792. On both his father's and his mother's side he was descended from noble old families famous in the political and literary history of England. From childhood he lived, like Blake, in a world of fancy so real that certain imaginary dragons and headless creatures of the neighboring wood kept him and his sisters in a state of fearful expectancy. He learned rapidly, absorbed the classics as if by intuition, and, dissatisfied with ordinary processes of learning, seems to have sought, like Faustus, the acquaintance of spirits, as shown in his Hymn to Intellectual Beauty. While yet a boy, I sought for ghosts, and sped through many a listening chamber, cave, and ruin, and starlight wood, with fearful steps pursuing hopes of high talk with the departed dead. Shelley's first public school, kept by a hard-headed Scotch master, with its floggings and its general brutality, seemed to him like a combination of hell and prison. And his active rebellion against existing institutions was well under way when, at 12 years of age, he entered the famous preparatory school at Eton. He was a delicate, nervous, marvelously sensitive boy, of great physical beauty, and, like Cowper, he suffered torments at the hands of his rough schoolfellows. Unlike Cowper, he was positive, resentful, and brave to the point of rashness. Soul and body rose up against tyranny, and he promptly organized a rebellion against the brutal fagging system. Mad Shelley, the boys called him, and they chivied him like dogs around a little coon that fights and cries defiance to the end. One finds what he seeks in this world, and it is not strange that Shelley, after his Eton experiences, found causes for rebellion in all existing forms of human society, and that he left school to war among mankind, as he says of himself in The Revolt of Islam. His university days are but a repetition of his earlier experiences. While a student at Oxford, he read some scraps of Hume's philosophy and immediately published a pamphlet called The Necessity of Atheism. It was a crude, foolish piece of work, and Shelley distributed it by post to every one to whom it might give offense. Naturally, this brought on a conflict with the authorities, but Shelley would not listen to reason or make any explanation, and was expelled from the university in 1811. Shelley's marriage was even more unfortunate. While living in London on a generous sister's pocket money, a certain young schoolgirl, Harriet Westbrook, was attracted by Shelley's crude revolutionary doctrines. She promptly left school as her own personal part in the general rebellion, and refused to return or even to listen to her parents upon the subject. Having been taught by Shelley, she threw herself upon his protection, and this unbalanced couple were presently married, as they said, in deference to anarch custom. The two infants had already proclaimed a rebellion against the institution of marriage, for which they proposed to substitute the doctrine of elective affinity. For 2 years they wandered about England, Ireland, and Wales, living on a small allowance from Shelley's father, who had disinherited his son because of his ill-considered marriage. The pair soon separated, and 2 years later Shelley, having formed a strong friendship with one Godwin, a leader of young enthusiasts and a preacher of anarchy, presently showed his belief in Godwin's theories by eloping with his daughter Mary. It is a sad story, and the details were perhaps better forgotten. We should remember that in Shelley we are dealing with a tragic blend of high-mindedness and light-headedness. Byron wrote of him, "The most gentle, the most amiable, and the least worldly-minded person I ever met." Led by the general hostility against him, and partly by his own delicate health, Shelley went to Italy in 1818 and never returned to England. After wandering over Italy, he finally settled in Pisa, beloved of so many English poets, beautiful, sleepy Pisa, where one looks out of his window on the main street at the busiest hour of the day, and the only living thing in sight is a donkey dozing lazily with his head in the shade and his body in the sunshine. Here his best poetry was written, and here he found comfort in the friendship of Byron, Hunt, and Trelawney, who are forever associated with Shelley's Italian life. He still remained hostile to English social institutions, but life is a good teacher, and that Shelley dimly recognized the error of his rebellion is shown in the increasing sadness of his later poems. O world, O life, O time, on whose last steps I climb, trembling at that where I had stood before, when will return the glory of your prime? No more, oh, nevermore. Out of the day and night a joy has taken flight. Fresh spring and summer and winter hoar move my faint heart with grief, but with delight no more, oh, never more. In 1822, when only 30 years of age, Shelley was drowned while sailing in a small boat off the Italian coast. His body was washed ashore several days later and was cremated near Viareggio by his friends Byron, Hunt, and Trelawney. His ashes might with all reverence have been given to the winds that he loved, and that were a symbol of his restless spirit. Instead, they found a resting place near the grave of Keats in the English cemetery at Rome. One rarely visits the spot now without finding English and American visitors standing in silence before the significant inscription, Cor Cordium. Works of Shelley. As a lyric poet, Shelley is one of the supreme geniuses of our literature, and the reader will do well to begin with the poems which show him at his very best. The Cloud, To a Skylark, Ode to the West Wind, Tonight. Poems like these must surely set the reader to searching among Shelley's miscellaneous works to find for himself the things worthy to be remembered. Alastor. In reading Shelley's longer poems, one must remember that there are in this poet two distinct men. One, the wanderer seeking ideal beauty and forever unsatisfied. The other, the unbalanced reformer seeking the overthrow of present institutions and the establishment of universal happiness. Alastor, or The Spirit of Solitude, 1816. Is by far the best expression of Shelley's greater mood. Here we see him wandering restlessly through the vast silences of nature in search of a loved dream maiden who shall satisfy his love of beauty. Here Shelley is the poet of the moonrise and of the tender, exquisite fancies that can never be expressed. The charm of the poem lies in its succession of dreamlike pictures, but it gives absolutely no impressions of reality. It was written when Shelley, after his long struggle, had begun to realize that the world was too strong for him. Alastor is therefore the poet's confession, not simply of failure, but of undying hope in some better thing that is to come. Prometheus. Prometheus Unbound, 1818-1820. A lyrical drama is the best work of Shelley's revolutionary enthusiasm and the most characteristic of all his poems. Shelley's philosophy, if one may dignify a hopeless dream by such a name, was a curious aftergrowth of the French Revolution, namely, that it is only the existing tyranny of state, church, and society which keeps man from growth into perfect happiness. Naturally, Shelley forgot, like many other enthusiasts, that church and state and social laws were not imposed upon man from without, but were created by himself to minister to his necessities. In Shelley's poem, the hero Prometheus represents mankind itself, a just and noble humanity chained and tortured by Jove, who is here the personification of human institutions. Note, Shelley undoubtedly took his idea from a lost drama of Aeschylus, a sequel to Prometheus Bound, in which the great friend of mankind was unchained from a precipice where he had been placed by the tyrant Zeus. End of note. In due time, Demogorgon, which is Shelley's name for necessity, overthrows the tyrant Jove, and releases Prometheus, mankind, who is presently united to Asia, the spirit of love and goodness in nature, while the earth and the moon join in a wedding song, and everything gives promise that they shall live together happy ever afterwards. Shelley here looks forward, not back, to the Golden Age, and is the prophet of science and evolution. If we compare his Titan with similar characters in Faust and Cain, we shall find this interesting difference, that while Goethe's Titan is cultured and self-reliant, and Byron's stoic and hopeless, Shelley's hero is patient under torture, seeking help and hope beyond his suffering. And he marries love, that the earth may be peopled with superior beings who shall substitute brotherly love for the present laws and conventions of society. Such is his philosophy. But the beginner will read this poem not chiefly for its thought, but for its youthful enthusiasm, for its marvelous imagery, and especially for its ethereal music. Perhaps we should add here that Prometheus is, and probably always will be, a poem for the chosen few who can appreciate its peculiar spirit-like beauty. In its purely pagan conception of the world, it suggests, by contrast, Milton's Christian philosophy in Paradise Regained. Shelley's revolutionary works, Queen Mab, 1813, The Revolt of Islam, 1818, Hellas, 1821, and The Witch of Atlas, 1820, are to be judged in much the same way as is Prometheus Unbound. They are largely invectives against religion, marriage, kingcraft, and priestcraft, most impractical when considered as schemes for reform, but abounding in passages of exquisite beauty, for which alone they are worth reading. In the drama called The Cenci, 1819, which is founded upon a morbid Italian story, Shelley for the first and only time descends to reality. The heroine, Beatrice, driven to desperation by the monstrous wickedness of her father, kills him and suffers the death penalty in consequence. She is the only one of Shelley's characters who seems to us entirely human. Adonais, far different in character, is Epipsychidion, 1821, a rhapsody celebrating platonic love, the most impalpable and so one of the most characteristic of Shelley's works. It was inspired by a beautiful Italian girl, Emilia Viviani, who was put into a cloister against her will, and in whom Shelley imagined he found his long-sought ideal of womanhood. With this should be read Adonais, 1821, the best known of all Shelley's longer poems. Adonais is a wonderful threnody, or a song of grief over the death of the poet Keats. Even in his grief, Shelley still preserves a sense of unreality and calls in many shadowy allegorical figures: sad spring, weeping hours, glooms, splendors, destinies, all uniting in bewailing the loss of a loved one. The whole poem is a succession of dream pictures, exquisitely beautiful, such as only Shelley could imagine, and it holds its place with Milton's Lycidas and Tennyson's In Memoriam as one of the three greatest elegies in our language. Shelley and Wordsworth. In his interpretation of nature, Shelley suggests Wordsworth both by resemblance and by contrast. To both poets, all natural objects are symbols of truth. Both regard nature as permeated by the great spiritual life which animates all things. But while Wordsworth finds a spirit of thought and so of communion between nature and the soul of man, Shelley finds a spirit of love which exists chiefly for its own delight, and so The Cloud, The Skylark, and The West Wind, three of the most beautiful poems in our language, have no definite message for humanity. In his Hymn to Intellectual Beauty, Shelley is most like Wordsworth, but in his Sensitive Plant, with its fine symbolism and imagery, he is like nobody in the world but himself. Comparison is sometimes an excellent thing, and if we compare Shelley's exquisite lament, beginning "O world, O life, O time," with Wordsworth's intimations of immortality, we shall perhaps understand both poets better. Both poems recall many happy memories of youth, both express a very real mood of a moment. But while the beauty of one merely saddens and disheartens us, the beauty of the other inspires us with something of the poet's own faith and hopefulness. In a word, Wordsworth found and Shelley lost himself in nature. End of section 46. Section 47 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10 continued. John Keats, 1795-1821. Keats was not only the last, but also the most perfect of the Romanticists. While Scott was merely telling stories, and Wordsworth reforming poetry or upholding the moral law, and Shelley advocating impossible reforms, and Byron voicing his own egoism and the political discontent of the times, Keats lived apart from men and from all political measures, worshiping beauty like a devotee, perfectly content to write what was in his heart, or to reflect some splendor of the natural world as he saw or dreamed it to be. He had, moreover, the novel idea that poetry exists for its own sake, and suffers loss by being devoted to philosophy or politics, or, indeed, to any cause, however great or small. As he says in Lamia, "Do not all charms fly at the mere touch of cold philosophy? There was an awful rainbow once in heaven. We know her woof, her texture. She is given in the dull catalogue of common things. Philosophy will clip an angel's wings, conquer all mysteries by rule and line, empty the haunted air and nomad mine, unweave a rainbow as it erewhile made the tender-personed Lamia melt into a shade." Partly because of this high ideal of poetry, partly because he studied and unconsciously imitated the Greek classics and the best works of the Elizabethans, Keats' last little volume of poetry is unequaled by the work of any of his contemporaries. When we remember that all his work was published in 3 short years, from 1817 to 1820, and that he died when only 25 years old, we must judge him to be the most promising figure of the early 19th century, and one of the most remarkable in the history of literature. Life. Keats' life of devotion to beauty and to poetry is all the more remarkable in view of his lowly origin. He was the son of a hostler and stable-keeper, and was born in the stable of the Swan and Hoop Inn, London, in 1795. One has only to read the rough stable scenes from our first novelists, or even from Dickens, to understand how little there was in such an atmosphere to develop poetic gifts. Before Keats was 15 years old, both parents died, and he was placed with his brothers and sisters in charge of guardians. Their first act seems to have been to take Keats from school at Enfield and to bind him as an apprentice to a surgeon at Edmonton. For 5 years he served his apprenticeship, and for 2 years more he was surgeon's helper in the hospitals. But though skillful enough to win approval, he disliked his work, and his thoughts were on other things. The other day, during a lecture, he said to a friend, there came a sunbeam into the room, and with it a whole troop of creatures floating in the ray. I was off with them to Oberon and Fairyland. A copy of Spenser's Faery Queen, which had been given him by Charles Cowden Clarke, was the prime cause of his abstraction. He abandoned his profession in 1817, and early in the same year published his first volume of poems. It was modest enough in spirit, as was also his second volume, Endymion, 1818, but that did not prevent brutal attacks upon the author and his work by the self-constituted critics of Blackwood's Magazine and the Quarterly. It is often alleged that the poet's spirit and ambition were broken by these attacks. Note: this idea is supported by Shelley's poem Adonais, and by Byron's parody against the reviewers, beginning, "Who killed John Keats? I say the Quarterly." End of note. But Keats was a man of strong character, and instead of quarreling with his reviewers or being crushed by their criticism, he went quietly to work with the idea of producing poetry that should live forever. As Matthew Arnold says, Keats had flint and iron in him. And in his next volume he accomplished his own purpose and silenced unfriendly criticism. For the 3 years during which Keats wrote his poetry, he lived chiefly in London and in Hampstead, but wandered at times over England and Scotland, living for brief spaces in the Isle of Wight, in Devonshire, and in the Lake District, seeking to recover his own health, and especially to restore that of his brother. His illness began with a severe cold, but soon developed into consumption, and added to this sorrow was another, his love for Fanny Brawne, to whom he was engaged, but whom he could not marry on account of his poverty and growing illness. When we remember all this personal grief and the harsh criticism of literary men, the last small volume, Lamia, Isabella, The Eve of St. Agnes, and Other Poems, 1820, is most significant as showing not only Keats' wonderful poetic gifts, but also his beautiful and indomitable spirit. Shelley, struck by the beauty and promise of Hyperion, sent a generous invitation to the author to come to Pisa and live with him. But Keats refused, having little sympathy with Shelley's revolt against society. The invitation had this effect, however, that it turned Keats' thoughts to Italy, whither he soon went in the effort to save his life. He settled in Rome with his friend Severn, the artist, but died soon after his arrival in February 1821. His grave in the Protestant cemetery at Rome is still an object of pilgrimage to thousands of tourists, for among all our poets there is hardly another whose heroic life and tragic death have so appealed to the hearts of poets and young enthusiasts. The work of Keats. None but the master shall praise us, and none but the master shall blame, might well be written on the fly-leaf of every volume of Keats' poetry, for never was there a poet more devoted to his ideal, entirely independent of success or failure. In strong contrast with his contemporary, Byron, who professed to despise the art that made him famous, Keats lived for poetry alone, and, as Lowell pointed out, a virtue went out of him into everything he wrote. In all his work we have the impression of this intense loyalty to his art. We have the impression also of a profound dissatisfaction that the deed falls so far short of the splendid dream. Thus, after reading Chapman's translation of Homer, he writes, "Much have I traveled in the realms of gold, and many goodly states and kingdoms seen. Round many western islands have I been, which bards in fealty to Apollo hold. Oft of one wide expanse had I been told that deep-browed Homer ruled as his domain, yet did I never breathe its pure serene, till I heard Chapman speak out loud and bold. Then felt I like some watcher of the skies when a new planet swims into his ken, or like stout Cortez when with eagle eyes he stared at the Pacific, and all his men looked at each other with a wild surmise, silent upon a peak in Darien. In this striking sonnet we have a suggestion of Keats' high ideal, and of his sadness because of his own ignorance when he published his first little volume of poems in 1817. He knew no Greek, yet Greek literature absorbed and fascinated him as he saw its broken and imperfect reflection in an English translation. Like Shakespeare, who also was but poorly educated in the schools, he had a marvelous faculty of discerning the real spirit of the classics, a faculty denied to many great scholars and to most of the classic writers of the preceding century, and so he set himself to the task of reflecting in modern English the spirit of the old Greeks. The imperfect results of this attempt are seen in his next volume, Endymion, which is the story of a young shepherd beloved by a moon goddess. The poem begins with the striking lines, "A thing of beauty is a joy forever. Its loveliness increases. It will never pass into nothingness, but still will keep a bower quiet for us, and a sleep full of sweet dreams and health and quiet breathing," which well illustrate the spirit of Keats' later work, with its perfect finish and melody. It has many quotable lines and passages, and its Hymn to Pan should be read in connection with Wordsworth's famous sonnet beginning, "The world is too much with us." The poem gives splendid promise, but as a whole it is rather chaotic, with too much ornament and too little design, like a modern house. That Keats felt this defect strongly is evident from his modest preface, wherein he speaks of Endymion not as a deed accomplished, but only as an unsuccessful attempt to suggest the underlying beauty of Greek mythology. Lamia and Other Poems. Keats' third and last volume, Lamia, Isabella, the Eve of St. Agnes, and Other Poems, 1820, is the one with which the reader should begin his acquaintance with this master of English verse. It has only two subjects, Greek mythology and medieval romance. Hyperion is a magnificent fragment, suggesting the first arch of a cathedral that was never finished. Its theme is the overthrow of the Titans by the young sun god Apollo. Realizing his own immaturity and lack of knowledge, Keats laid aside this work, and only the pleadings of his publisher induced him to print the fragment with its completed poems. Throughout this last volume, and especially in Hyperion, the influence of Milton is apparent, while Spenser is more frequently suggested in reading Endymion. Of the longer poems in the volume, Lamia is the most suggestive. It is the story of a beautiful enchantress who turns from a serpent into a glorious woman and fills every human sense with delight, until, as a result of the foolish philosophy of old Apollonius, she vanishes forever from her lover's sight. The Eve of St. Agnes, the most perfect of Keats' medieval poems, is not a story after the manner of the metrical romances, but rather a vivid painting of a romantic mood, such as comes to all men at times to glorify a workaday world. Like all the work of Keats and Shelley, it has an element of unreality, and when we read at the end, "And they are gone, aye, ages long ago these lovers fled away into the storm," it is as if we were waking from a dream, which is the only possible ending to all of Keats' Greek and medieval fancies. We are to remember, however, that no beautiful thing, though it be intangible as a dream, can enter a man's life and leave him quite the same afterwards. Keats' own word is here suggestive. "The imagination," he said, "may be likened to Adam's dream. He awoke and found it true." It is by his short poems that Keats is known to the majority of present-day readers. Among these exquisite shorter poems we mention only the 4 odes, On a Grecian Urn, To a Nightingale, To Autumn, and To Psyche. These are like an invitation to a feast. One who reads them will hardly be satisfied until he knows more of such delightful poetry. Those who study only the Ode to a Nightingale might find 4 things: a love of sensuous beauty, a touch of pessimism, a purely pagan conception of nature, and a strong individualism, which are characteristic of this last of the Romantic poets. As Wordsworth's work is too often marred by the moralizer, and Byron's by the demagogue, and Shelley's by the reformer, so Keats' work suffers by the opposite extreme of aloofness from every human interest, so much so that he is often accused of being indifferent to humanity. His work is also criticized as being too effeminate for ordinary readers. 3 things should be remembered in this connection. First, that Keats sought to express beauty for its own sake, that beauty is as essential to normal humanity as is government or law, and that the higher man climbs in civilization, the more imperative becomes his need of beauty as a reward for his labors. Second, that Keats' letters are as much an indication of the man as is his poetry, and in his letters, with their human sympathy, their eager interest in social problems, their humor, and their keen insight into life, there is no trace of effeminacy, but rather every indication of a strong and noble manhood. The third thing to remember is that all Keats' work was done in 3 or 4 years, with small preparation, and that, dying at 25, he left us a body of poetry which will always be one of our most cherished possessions. He is often compared with the marvelous boy, Chatterton, whom he greatly admired, and to whose memory he dedicated his Endymion. But though both died young, Chatterton was but a child, while Keats was in all respects a man. It is idle to prophesy what he might have done had he been granted a Tennyson's long life and scholarly training. At 25 his work was as mature as was Tennyson's at 50. Though the maturity suggests the too rapid growth of a tropical plant, which under the warm rains and the flood of sunlight leaps into life, grows, blooms in a day, and dies. As we have stated, Keats' work was bitterly and unjustly condemned by the critics of his day. He belonged to what was derisively called the Cockney school of poetry, of which Leigh Hunt was chief, and Proctor and Beddoes were fellow workmen. Not even from Wordsworth and Byron, who were ready enough to recommend far less gifted writers, did Keats receive the slightest encouragement. Like young Lochinvar, he rode all unarmed, and he rode all alone. Shelley, with his sincerity and generosity, was the first to recognize this young genius, and in his noble Adonais, written, alas, like most of our tributes, when the subject of our praise is dead, he spoke the first true word of appreciation, and placed Keats, where he unquestionably belongs, among our greatest poets. The fame denied him in his sad life was granted freely after his death. Most fitly does he close the list of poets of the Romantic Revival, because in many respects he was the best workman of them all. He seems to have studied words more carefully than did his contemporaries, and so his poetic expression, or the harmony of word and thought, is generally more perfect than theirs. More than any other, he lived for poetry as the noblest of the arts, More than any other he emphasized beauty, because to him, as shown by his Grecian urn, beauty and truth were one and inseparable. And he enriched the whole Romantic movement by adding to its interest in common life the spirit, rather than the letter, of the classics and of Elizabethan poetry. For these reasons, Keats is, like Spenser, a poet's poet. His work profoundly influenced Tennyson, and indeed most of the poets of the present era. End of section 47. Section 48 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10 continued. Part 2. Prose Writers of the Romantic Period. Aside from the splendid work of the novel writers, Walter Scott, whom we have considered, and Jane Austen, to whom we shall presently return, the early 19th century is remarkable for the development of a new and valuable type of critical prose writing. If we accept the isolated work of Dryden and of Addison, it is safe to say that literary criticism in its modern sense was hardly known in England until about the year 1825. Such criticism as existed seems to us now to have been largely the result of personal opinion or prejudice. Indeed, we could hardly expect anything else before some systematic study of our literature as a whole had been attempted. In one age a poem was called good or bad according as it followed or ran counter to so-called classic rules. In another we have the dogmatism of Dr. Johnson. In a third, the personal judgment of Lockhart and the editors of the Edinburgh Review and the Quarterly, who so violently abused Keats and the late poets in the name of criticism. Early in the 19th century there arose a new school of criticism which was guided by knowledge of literature on the one hand, and by what one might call the fear of God on the other. The latter element showed itself in a profound human sympathy, the essence of the Romantic movement, and its importance was summed up by De Quincey when he said, "Not to sympathize is not to understand." These new critics, with abundant reverence for past masters, could still lay aside the dogmatism and prejudice which marked Johnson and the magazine editors, and read sympathetically the work of a new author with the sole idea of finding what he had contributed or tried to contribute to the magnificent total of our literature. Coleridge, Hunt, Hazlitt, Lamb, and De Quincey were the leaders in this new and immensely important development. And we must not forget the importance of the new periodicals, like the London Magazine, founded in 1820, in which Lamb, De Quincey, and Carlyle found their first real encouragement. Of Coleridge's Biographica Literaria and his lectures on Shakespeare we have already spoken. Leigh Hunt, 1784-1859, wrote continuously for more than 30 years as editor and essayist, and his chief object seems to have been to make good literature known and appreciated. William Hazlitt, 1778-1830, in a long series of lectures and essays, treated all reading as a kind of romantic journey into new and pleasant countries. To his work, largely with that of Lamb, was due the new interest in Elizabethan literature which so strongly influenced Keats' last and best volume of poetry. For those interested in the art of criticism and in the appreciation of literature, both Hunt and Hazlitt will well repay study. But we must pass over their work to consider the larger literary interest of Lamb and De Quincey, who were not simply critics of other men's labor, but who also produced some delightful work of their own, which the world has carefully put away among the things worthy to be remembered. Charles Lamb, 1775-1834. In Lamb and Wordsworth we have two widely different views of the Romantic movement. One shows the influence of nature and solitude, the other of society. Lamb was a lifelong friend of Coleridge and an admirer and defender of the poetic creed of Wordsworth. But while the latter lived apart from men, content with nature and with reading an occasional moral lesson to society, Lamb was born and lived in the midst of the London streets. The city crowd, with its pleasures and occupations, its endless little comedies and tragedies, alone interested him. According to his own account, when he paused in the crowded street, tears would spring to his eyes, tears of pure pleasure at the abundance of so much good life, and when he wrote, he simply interpreted that crowded human life of joy and sorrow, as Wordsworth interpreted the woods and waters, without any desire to change or to reform them. He has given us the best pictures we possess of Coleridge, Hazlitt, Landor, Hood, Cowden, Clark, and many more of the interesting men and women of his age, and it is due to his insight and sympathy that the life of those far-off days seems almost as real to us as if we ourselves remembered it. Of all our English essayists, he is the most lovable, partly because of his delicate, old-fashioned style and humor, but more because of that cheery and heroic struggle against misfortune which shines like a subdued light in all his writings. Life. In the very heart of London there is a curious, old-fashioned place known as the Temple. An enormous, rambling, apparently forgotten structure, dusty and still, in the midst of the endless roar of the city streets. Originally it was a chapter house of the Knights Templars, and so suggests to us the spirit of the Crusades and of the Middle Ages. But now the building is given over almost entirely to the offices and lodgings of London lawyers. It is this queer old place which, more than all others, is associated with the name of Charles Lamb. I was born, he says, and passed the first 7 years of my life in the Temple. Its gardens, its halls, its fountain, its river, these are my oldest recollections. He was the son of a poor clerk, or rather servant of one of the barristers, and was the youngest of 7 children, only 3 of whom survived infancy. Of these 3, John, the elder, was apparently a selfish creature who took no part in the heroic struggle of his brother and sister. At 7 years, Charles was sent to the famous Blue Coat Charity School of Christ's Hospital. Here he remained 7 years, and here he formed his lifelong friendship for another poor, neglected boy whom the world remembers as Coleridge. Note: see Christ's Hospital 35 years ago in Essays of Elia. When only 14 years old, Lamb left the charity school and was soon at work as a clerk in the South Sea House. 2 years later he became a clerk in the famous India House, where he worked steadily for 33 years, with the exception of 6 weeks in the winter of 1795-1796, spent within the walls of an asylum. In 1796, Lamb's sister, Mary, who was as talented and remarkable as Lamb himself, went violently insane and killed her own mother. For a long time after this appalling tragedy, she was in an asylum at Hoxton. Then Lamb, in 1797, brought her to his own little house, and for the remainder of his life cared for her with a tenderness and devotion which furnishes one of the most beautiful pages in our literary history. At times the malady would return to Mary, giving sure warning of its terrible approach, and then brother and sister might be seen walking silently, hand in hand, to the gates of the asylum, their cheeks wet with tears. One must remember this, as well as Lamb's humble lodgings and the drudgery of his daily work in the big commercial house if he would appreciate the pathos of The Old Familiar Faces, or the heroism which shines through the most human and the most delightful essays in our language. When Lamb was 50 years of age, the East India Company, led partly by his literary fame following his first Essays of Elia, and partly by his 33 years of faithful service, granted him a comfortable pension, and, happy as a boy turned loose from school, he left India House forever to give himself up to literary work. He wrote to Wordsworth in April 1825, "I came home forever on Tuesday of last week. It was like passing from life into eternity." Curiously enough, Lamb seems to lose power after his release from drudgery, and his last essays, published in 1833, lack something of the grace and charm of his earlier work. He died at Edmonton in 1834, and his gifted sister Mary sank rapidly into the gulf from which his strength and gentleness had so long held her back. No literary man was ever more loved and honored by a rare circle of friends, and all who knew him bear witness to the simplicity and goodness which any reader may find for himself between the lines of his essays. Works. The works of Lamb divide themselves naturally into three periods. First, there are his early literary efforts, including the poems signed C.L. in Coleridge's Poems on Various Subjects, 1796, his romance Rosamund Gray, 1798, his poetical drama John Woodville, 1802, and various other immature works in prose and poetry. This period comes to an end in 1803, when he gave up his newspaper work, especially the contribution of 6 jokes, puns, and squibs daily to the Morning Post at 6 apiece. The second period was given largely to literary criticism, and the Tales from Shakespeare, 1807, written by Charles and Mary Lamb, the former reproducing the tragedies and the latter the comedies, may be regarded as his first successful literary venture. The book was written primarily for children, but so thoroughly had brother and sister steeped themselves in the literature of the Elizabethan period that young and old alike were delighted with this new version of Shakespeare's stories, and the Tales are still regarded as the best of their kind in our literature. In 1808 appeared his Specimens of English Dramatic Poets Contemporary with Shakespeare. This carried out the splendid critical work of Coleridge, and was the most noticeable influence in developing the poetic qualities of Keats, as shown in his last volume. Essays of Elia. The third period includes Lamb's criticisms of life, which are gathered together in his Essays of Elia, 1823, and his Last Essays of Elia, which were published 10 years later. These famous essays began in 1820 with the appearance of the New London Magazine. Note: in the first essay, The South Sea House, Lamb assumed as a joke the name of a former clerk, Elia. Other essays followed, and the name was retained when several successful essays were published in book form in 1823. In these essays, Elia is Lamb himself, and Cousin Bridget is his sister Mary. End of note. And were continued for many years. Such subjects as the dissertation on roast pig, old china, praise of chimney sweepers, imperfect sympathies, a chapter on ears, Mrs. Battle's opinions on whist, Macquarie End, Grace before meat, Dream Children, and many others, being chosen apparently at random, but all leading to a delightful interpretation of the life of London as it appeared to a quiet little man who walked unnoticed through its crowded streets. In the first and last essays which we have mentioned, Dissertation on Roast Pig and Dream Children, we have the extremes of Lamb's humor and pathos. Lamb's style. The style of all these essays is gentle, old-fashioned, irresistibly attractive. Lamb was especially fond of old writers, and borrowed unconsciously from the style of Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy, and from Browne's Religio Medici, and from the early English dramatists. But this style had become a part of Lamb by long reading, and he was apparently unable to express his new thought without using their old quaint expressions. Though these essays are all criticisms or appreciation of the life of his age, they are all intensely personal. In other words, they are an excellent picture of Lamb and of humanity. Without a trace of vanity or self-assertion, Lamb begins with himself, with some purely personal mood or experience, and from this he leads the reader to see life and literature as he saw it. It is this wonderful combination of personal and universal interests, together with Lamb's rare old style and quaint humor, which make the essays remarkable. They continue the best tradition of Addison and Steele, our first great essayists, but their sympathies are broader and deeper, and their humor more delicious than any which preceded them. End of section 48. Section 49 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, continued. Thomas De Quincey, 1785-1859. In De Quincey, the romantic element is even more strongly developed than in Lamb, not only in his critical work, but also in his erratic and imaginative life. He was profoundly educated, even more so than Coleridge, and was one of the keenest intellects of the age, yet his wonderful intellect seems always subordinate to his passion for dreaming. Like Lamb, he was a friend and associate of the late poets, making his headquarters in Wordsworth's old cottage at Grasmere for nearly 20 years. Here the resemblance ceases, and a marked contrast begins. As a man, Lamb is the most human and lovable of all our essayists, while De Quincey is the most uncanny and incomprehensible. Lamb's modest works breathe the two essential qualities of sympathy and humor. The greater number of De Quincey's essays, while possessing more or less of both of these qualities, are characterized chiefly by their brilliant style. Life, as seen through De Quincey's eyes, is nebulous and chaotic, and there is a suspicion of the fabulous in all that he wrote. Even in The Revolt of the Tartars, the romantic element is uppermost, and in much of De Quincey's prose the element of unreality is more noticeable than in Shelley's poetry. Of his subject matter, his facts, ideas, and criticisms, we are generally suspicious, but of his style, sometimes stately and sometimes headlong, now gorgeous as an Oriental dream, now musical as Keats' Endymion, and always, even in the most violent contrasts, showing a harmony between the idea and the expression such as no other English writer, with the possible exception of Newman, has ever rivaled. Say what you will of the marvelous brilliancy of De Quincey's style, you have still only half expressed the truth. It is the style alone which makes these essays immortal. Life. De Quincey was born in Manchester in 1785. In neither his father, who was a prosperous merchant, nor his mother, who was a quiet, unsympathetic woman, do we see any suggestion of the son's almost uncanny genius. As a child he was given to dreams, more vivid and intense, but less beautiful than those of the young Blake, to whom he bears a strong resemblance. In the grammar school at Bath he displayed astonishing ability, and acquired Greek and Latin with a rapidity that frightened his slow tutors. At 15 he not only read Greek, but spoke it fluently, and one of his astounded teachers remarked, "That boy could harangue an Athenian mob better than you or I could address an English one." From the grammar school at Manchester, whither he was sent in 1800, he soon ran away, finding the instruction far below his abilities, and the rough life absolutely intolerable to his sensitive nature. An uncle just home from India interceded for the boy, lest he be sent back to the school which he hated, and with an allowance of a guinea a week he started a career of vagrancy much like that of Goldsmith, living on the open hills, in the huts of shepherds and charcoal burners, in the tents of gypsies, wherever fancy led him. His fear of the Manchester school finally led him to run away to London, where, without money or friends, his life was even more extraordinary than his gypsy wanderings. The details of this vagrancy are best learned in his Confessions of an English Opium Eater, where we meet not simply the facts of his life, but also the confusion of dreams and fancies, in the midst of which he wandered like a man lost on the mountains, with storm clouds under his feet, hiding the familiar earth. After a year of vagrancy and starvation, he was found by his family and allowed to go to Oxford, where his career was marked by the most brilliant and erratic scholarship. When ready for a degree in 1807, he passed his written tests successfully, but felt a sudden terror at the thought of the oral examination, and disappeared from the university, never to return. It was in Oxford that De Quincey began the use of opium to relieve the pains of neuralgia, and the habit increased until he was an almost hopeless slave to the drug. Only his extraordinary willpower enabled him to break away from the habit after some 30 years of misery. Some peculiarity of his delicate constitution enabled De Quincey to take enormous quantities of opium, enough to kill several ordinary men, and it was largely opium, working upon a sensitive imagination, which produced his gorgeous dreams, broken by intervals of weakness and profound depression. For 20 years he resided at Grasmere, in the companionship of the late poets, and here, led by the loss of his small fortune, he began to write with the idea of supporting his family. In 1821 he published his first famous work, the Confessions of an English Opium Eater, and for nearly 40 years afterwards he wrote industriously, contributing to various magazines an astonishing number of essays on a great variety of subjects. Without thought of literary fame, he contributed these articles anonymously, but fortunately in 1853 he began to collect his own works, and the last of 14 volumes was published just after his death. In 1830, led by his connection with Blackwood's magazine, to which he was the chief contributor, De Quincey removed with his family to Edinburgh, where his erratic genius and his singularly childlike ways produced enough amusing anecdotes to fill a volume. He would take a room in some place unknown to his friends and family, would live in it for a few years until he had filled it, even to the bathtub, with books and with his own chaotic manuscripts, allowing no one to enter or disturb his den, and then, when the place became too crowded, he would lock the door and go away and take another lodging, where he repeated the same extraordinary performance. He died in Edinburgh in 1859. Like Lamb, he was a small, boyish figure, gentle and elaborately courteous. Though excessively shy and escaping as often as possible to solitude, he was nevertheless fond of society, and his wide knowledge and vivid imagination made his conversations almost as prized as those of his friend Coleridge. Works. De Quincey's works may be divided into two general classes. The first includes his numerous critical articles, and the second his autobiographical sketches. All his works, it must be remembered, were contributed to various magazines, and were hastily collected just before his death. Hence the general impression of chaos which we get from reading them. Critical essays. From a literary viewpoint, the most illuminating of De Quincey's critical works is his Literary Reminiscences. This contains brilliant appreciations of Wordsworth, Coleridge, Lamb, Shelley, Keats, Hazlitt, and Landor, as well as some interesting studies of the literary figures of the age preceding. Among the best of his brilliant critical essays are On the Knocking at the Gate in Macbeth, 1823, which is admirably suited to show the man's critical genius, and Murder Considered as One of the Fine Arts, 1827, which reveals his grotesque humor. Other suggested critical works, if one must choose among such a multitude, are his Letters to a Young Man, 1823, Joan of Arc, 1847, The Revolt of the Tartars, 1840, and The English Mail Coach, 1849. In the last named essay, the Dream Fugue is one of the most imaginative of all his curious works. Confessions of an Opium Eater, etc. Of De Quincey's autobiographical sketches, the best known is his Confessions of an English Opium Eater, 1821. This is only partly a record of opium dreams, and its chief interest lies in the glimpses it gives us of De Quincey's own life and wanderings. This should be followed by Suspiria de Profundis, 1845, which is chiefly a record of gloomy and terrible dreams produced by opiates. The most interesting parts of his Suspiria, showing De Quincey's marvelous insight into dreams, are those in which we are brought face to face with the strange feminine creations Levana, Madonna, Our Lady of Sighs, and Our Lady of Darkness. A series of nearly 30 articles which he collected in 1853, called Autobiographic Sketches, completes the revelation of the author's own life. Among his miscellaneous works may be mentioned, in order to show his wide range of subjects, Klosterheim, a novel, Logic of Political Economy, the Essays on Style and Rhetoric, Philosophy of Herodotus, and his articles on Goethe, Pope, Schiller, and Shakespeare, which he contributed to the Encyclopedia Britannica. The style of De Quincey. De Quincey's style is a revelation of the beauty of the English language, and it profoundly influenced Ruskin and other prose writers of the Victorian Age. It has two chief faults: diffuseness, which continually leads De Quincey away from his object, and triviality, which often makes him halt in the midst of a marvelous paragraph to make some light jest or witticism that has some humor but no mirth in it. Notwithstanding these faults, De Quincey's prose is still among the few supreme examples of style in our language. Though he was profoundly influenced by the 17th century writers, he attempted definitely to create a new style which should combine the best elements of prose and poetry. In consequence, his prose works are often, like those of Milton, more imaginative and melodious than much of our poetry. He has been well called the psychologist of style, and as such his works will never be popular. But to the few who can appreciate him, he will always be an inspiration to better writing. One has a deeper respect for our English language and literature after reading him. Secondary writers of Romanticism. One has only to glance back over the authors we have been studying, Wordsworth, Coleridge, Southey, Byron, Shelley, Keats, Scott, Lamb, De Quincey, to realize the great change which swept over the life and literature of England in a single half-century under two influences which we now know as the French Revolution in history and the Romantic movement in literature. In life, men had rebelled against the too strict authority of state and society. In literature, they rebelled even more vigorously against the bonds of classicism, which had sternly repressed a writer's ambition to follow his own ideals and to express them in his own way. Naturally, such an age of revolution was essentially poetic. Only the Elizabethan age surpasses it in this respect, and it produced a large number of minor writers who followed more or less closely the example of its great leaders. Among novelists we have Jane Austen, Frances Burney, Maria Edgeworth, Jane Porter, and Susan Ferrier, all women, be it noted. Among the poets, Campbell, Moore, Hogg (the Ettrick Shepherd), Mrs. Hemans, Heber, Keble, Hood, and Ingoldsby (Richard Barham). And among miscellaneous writers, Sidney Smith, Christopher North (John Wilson), Chalmers, Lockhart, Leigh Hunt, Hazlitt, Hallam, and Landor. Here is an astonishing variety of writers, and to consider all their claims to remembrance would of itself require a volume. Though these are generally classed as secondary writers, much of their work has claims to popularity, and some of it to permanence. Moore's Irish Melodies, Campbell's Lyrics, Keble's Christian Year, and Jane Porter's Thaddeus of Warsaw and Scottish Chiefs have still a multitude of readers, where Keats, Lamb, and De Quincey are prized only by the cultured few. And Hallam's historical and critical works are perhaps better known than those of Gibbon, who nevertheless occupies a larger place in our literature. Among all these writers we choose only two, Jane Austen and Walter Savage Landor, whose works indicate a period of transition from the Romantic to the Victorian Age. End of section 49. Section 50 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10, continued. Jane Austen, 1775-1817. We have so lately rediscovered the charm and genius of this gifted young woman that she seems to be a novelist of yesterday rather than the contemporary of Wordsworth and Coleridge. And few even of her readers realize that she did for the English novel precisely what the late poets did for English poetry. She refined and simplified it, making it a true reflection of English life. Like the late poets, she met with scanty encouragement in her own generation. Her greatest novel, Pride and Prejudice, was finished in 1797, a year before the appearance of the famous lyrical ballads of Wordsworth and Coleridge. But while the latter book was published and found a few appreciative readers, the manuscript of this wonderful novel went begging for 16 years before it found a publisher. As Wordsworth began with the deliberate purpose of making poetry natural and truthful, so Miss Austen appears to have begun writing with the idea of presenting the life of English country society exactly as it was, in opposition to the romantic extravagance of Mrs. Radcliffe and her school. But there was this difference, that Miss Austen had in large measure the saving gift of humor, which Wordsworth sadly lacked. Maria Edgeworth, at the same time, set a sane and excellent example in her tales of Irish life, The Absentee and Castle Rackrent. And Miss Austen followed up the advantage with at least 6 works which have grown steadily in value until we place them gladly in the first rank of our novels of common life. It is not simply for her exquisite charm, therefore, that we admire her, but also for her influence in bringing our novels back to their true place as an expression of human life. It is due partly, at least, to her influence that a multitude of readers were ready to appreciate Mrs. Gaskell's Cranford and the powerful and enduring work of George Eliot. Life. Jane Austen's life gives little opportunity for the biographer unless, perchance, he has something of her own power to show the beauty and charm of commonplace things. She was the 7th child of Reverend George Austen, rector of Steventon, and was born in the parsonage of the village in 1775. With her sisters, she was educated at home, and passed her life very quietly, cheerfully, in the doing of small domestic duties to which love lent the magic lamp that makes all things beautiful. She began to write at an early age, and seems to have done her work on a little table in the family sitting-room in the midst of the family life. When a visitor entered, she would throw a paper or a piece of sewing over her work, and she modestly refused to be known as the author of novels, which we now count among our treasured possessions. With the publishers she had little success. Pride and Prejudice went begging, as we have said, for 16 years, and Northanger Abbey, 1798, was sold for a trivial sum to a publisher who laid it aside and forgot it until the appearance and moderate success of Sense and Sensibility in 1811. Then, after keeping the manuscript some 15 years, he sold it back to the family, who found another publisher. An anonymous article in the Quarterly Review following the appearance of Emma in 1815, full of generous appreciation of the charm of the new writer, was the beginning of Jane Austen's fame, and it is only within a few years that we have learned that the friendly and discerning critic was Walter Scott. He continued to be her admirer until her early death. But these two, the greatest writers of fiction in their age, were never brought together. Both were home-loving people, and Miss Austen especially was averse to publicity and popularity. She died quietly, as she had lived, at Winchester in 1817, and was buried in the cathedral. She was a bright, attractive little woman whose sunny qualities are unconsciously reflected in all her works. Very few English writers ever had so narrow a field of work as Jane Austen. Like the French novelists, whose success seems to lie in choosing the tiny field that they know best, her works have an exquisite perfection that is lacking in most of our writers of fiction. With the exception of an occasional visit to the watering place of Bath, her whole life was spent in small country parishes, whose simple country people became the characters of her novels. Her brothers were in the Navy, and so naval officers furnish the only exciting elements in her stories, but even these alleged heroes lay aside their imposing martial ways and act like themselves and other people. Such was her literary field, in which the chief duties were of the household, the chief pleasures in country gatherings, and the chief interests in matrimony. Life, with its mighty interests, its passions, ambitions, and tragic struggles, swept by like a great river, while the secluded interests of a country parish went round and round, quietly, like an eddy behind a sheltering rock. We can easily understand, therefore, the limitations of Jane Austen, but within her own field she is unequaled. Her characters are absolutely true to life, and all her work has the perfection of a delicate miniature painting. The most widely read of her novels is Pride and Prejudice, but three others, Sense and Sensibility, Emma, and Mansfield Park, have slowly won their way to the front rank of fiction. From a literary viewpoint, Northanger Abbey is perhaps the best, for in it we find that touch of humor and delicate satire with which this gentle little woman combated the grotesque popular novels of the Udolpho type. Reading any of these works, one is inclined to accept the hearty endorsement of Sir Walter Scott. That young lady has a talent for describing the involvements and feelings and characters of ordinary life, which is to me the most wonderful I ever met with. The big bow-wow strain I can do myself, like any now going, but the exquisite touch which renders ordinary commonplace things and characters interesting from the truth of the description and the sentiment is denied to me. What a pity such a gifted creature died so early. Walter Savage Landor, 1775-1864. While Hazlitt, Lamb, De Quincey, and other Romantic critics went back to early English literature for their inspiration, Landor shows a reaction from the prevailing Romanticism by his imitation of the ancient classic writers. His life was an extraordinary one, and, like his work, abounded in sharp contrasts. On the one hand, there are his egoism, his uncontrollable anger, his perpetual lawsuits, and the last sad tragedy with his children, which suggests King Lear and his daughters. On the other hand, there is his steady devotion to the classics and to the cultivation of the deep wisdom of the ancients, which suggests Pindar and Cicero. In his works we find the wild extravagance of Jabir, followed by the superb classic style and charm of Pericles and Aspasia. Such was Landor, a man of high ideals, perpetually at war with himself and the world. Life. Landor's stormy life covers the whole period from Wordsworth's childhood to the middle of the Victorian Era. He was the son of a physician, and was born at Warwick in 1775. From his mother he inherited a fortune, but it was soon scattered by large expenditures and law quarrels, and in his old age refused help by his own children. Only Browning's generosity kept Landor from actual want. At Rugby and at Oxford his extreme republicanism brought him into constant trouble, and his fitting out a band of volunteers to assist the Spaniards against Napoleon in 1808 allies him with Byron and his quixotic followers. The resemblance to Byron is even more strikingly shown in the poem Jabir, published in 1798, a year made famous by the lyrical ballads of Wordsworth and Coleridge. A remarkable change in Landor's life is noticeable in 1821, when, at 46 years of age, after having lost his magnificent estate at Lanthony Abbey in Glamorganshire, and after a stormy experience in Como, he settled down for a time at Fiesole, near Florence. To this period of calm after storm we owe the classical prose works for which he is famous. The calm, like that at the center of a whirlwind, lasted but a short time, and Landor, leaving his family in great anger, returned to Bath, where he lived alone for more than 20 years. Then, in order to escape a libel suit, the choleric old man fled back to Italy. He died at Florence in 1864. The spirit of his whole life may be inferred from the defiant farewell which he flung to it. I strove with none, for none was worthy of my strife. Nature I loved, and next to nature art. I warmed both hands before the fire of life. It sinks, and I am ready to depart. Works. Landor's reaction from Romanticism is all the more remarkable in view of his early efforts, such as Jabir, a wildly romantic poem which rivals any work of Byron or Shelley in its extravagance. Notwithstanding its occasional beautiful and suggestive lines, the work was not, and never has been, successful. And the same may be said of all his poetical works. His first collection of poems was published in 1795, his last a full half-century later in 1846. In the latter volume, the Hellenics, which included some translations of his earlier Latin poems, called Idyllia Eroica, one has only to read the Hamadryad and compare it with the lyrics of the first volume in order to realize the astonishing literary vigor of a man who published 2 volumes a half-century apart without any appreciable diminution of poetical feeling. In all these poems one is impressed by the striking and original figures of speech which Landor uses to emphasize his meaning. It is by his prose works largely that Landor has won a place in our literature, partly because of their intrinsic worth, their penetrating thought, and severe classic style, and partly because of their profound influence upon the writers of the present age. The most noted of his prose works are his 6 volumes of Imaginary Conversations, 1824-1846. For these conversations Landor brings together, sometimes in groups, sometimes in couples, well-known characters, or rather shadows, from the four corners of the earth and from the remotest ages of recorded history. Thus Diogenes talks with Plato, Aesop with a young slave girl in Egypt, Henry VIII with Anne Boleyn in prison, Dante with Beatrice, Leofric with Lady Godiva. All these and many others, from Epictetus to Cromwell, are brought together and speak of life and love and death, each from his own viewpoint. Occasionally, as in the meeting of Henry and Anne Boleyn, the situation is tense and dramatic, but as a rule the characters simply meet and converse in the same quiet strain, which becomes, after much reading, somewhat monotonous. On the other hand, one who reads the imaginary conversations is lifted at once into a calm and noble atmosphere which braces and inspires him, making him forget petty things like a view from a hilltop. By its combination of lofty thought and severely classic style, the book has won and deserves a very high place among our literary records. The same criticism applies to Pericles and Aspasia, which is a series of imaginary letters telling the experiences of Aspasia, a young lady from Asia Minor who visits Athens at the summit of its fame and glory in the great age of Pericles. This is, in our judgment, the best worth reading of all Landor's works. One gets from it not only Landor's classic style, but, what is well worth while, a better picture of Greece in the days of its greatness than can be obtained from many historical volumes. Summary of the Age of Romanticism. This period extends from the war with the colonies following the Declaration of Independence in 1776 to the accession of Victoria in 1837, both limits being indefinite, as will be seen by a glance at the chronology following. During the first part of the period especially, England was in a continual turmoil, produced by political and economic agitation at home and by the long wars that covered two continents and the wide sea between them. The mighty changes resulting from these two causes have given this period the name of the Age of Revolution. The storm center of all the turmoil at home and abroad was the French Revolution, which had a profound influence on the life and literature of all Europe. On the continent, the overthrow of Napoleon at Waterloo, 1815, apparently checked the progress of liberty which had started with the French Revolution. But in England the case was reversed. The agitation for popular liberty, which at one time threatened a revolution, went steadily forward till it resulted in the final triumph of democracy in the Reform Bill of 1832, and in a number of exceedingly important reforms, such as the extension of manhood suffrage, the removal of the last unjust restrictions against Catholics, the establishment of a national system of schools, followed by a rapid increase in popular education, and the abolition of slavery in all English colonies, 1833. To this we must add the changes produced by the discovery of steam and the invention of machinery, which rapidly changed England from an agricultural to a manufacturing nation, introduced the factory system, and caused this period to be known as the Age of Industrial Revolution. The literature of the age is largely poetical in form and almost entirely romantic in spirit. For, as we have noted, the triumph of democracy in government is generally accompanied by the triumph of romanticism in literature. At first, the literature, as shown especially in the early work of Wordsworth, Byron, and Shelley, reflected the turmoil of the age and the wild hopes of an ideal democracy occasioned by the French Revolution. Later, the extravagant enthusiasm subsided, and English writers produced so much excellent literature that the age is often called the second creative period, the first being the Age of Elizabeth. The 6 chief characteristics of the age are: the prevalence of romantic poetry, the creation of the historical novel by Scott, the first appearance of women novelists such as Mrs. Anne Radcliffe, Jane Porter, Maria Edgeworth, and Jane Austen, the development of literary criticism in the work of Lamb, De Quincey, Coleridge, and Hazlitt, the practical and economic bent of philosophy as shown in the works of Malthus, James Mill, and Adam Smith, and the establishment of great literary magazines like the Edinburgh Review, the Quarterly, Blackwood's, and the Athenaeum. In our study we have noted 1. The poets of Romanticism, the importance of the lyrical ballads of 1798, the life and work of Wordsworth, Coleridge, Scott, Byron, Shelley, and Keats. 2. The prose writers, the novels of Scott, the development of literary criticism, the life and work of the essayists Lamb, De Quincey, Landor, and of the novelist Jane Austen. Suggestive questions. Note: in a period like the Age of Romanticism, the poems and essays chosen for special study vary so widely that only a few general questions on the selections for reading are attempted. 1. Why is this period of Romanticism, 1789-1837, called the Age of Revolution? Give some reasons for the influence of the French Revolution on English literature, and illustrate from poems or essays which you have read. Explain the difference between classicism and romanticism. Which of these 2 types of literature do you prefer? 2. What are the general characteristics of the literature of this period? What 2 opposing tendencies are illustrated in the novels of Scott and Jane Austen, in the poetry of Byron and Wordsworth? 3. Wordsworth. Tell briefly the story of Wordsworth's life, and name some of his best poems. Why do the lyrical ballads, 1798, mark an important literary epoch? Read carefully, and make an analysis of the Intimations of Immortality, of Tintern Abbey. Can you explain what political conditions are referred to in Wordsworth's Sonnet on Milton, in his French Revolution? Does he attempt to paint a picture in his sonnet on Westminster Bridge, or has he some other object in view? What is the general teaching of the Ode to Duty? Compare Wordsworth's 2 Skylark poems with Shelley's. Make a brief comparison between Wordsworth's sonnets and those of Shakespeare and of Milton, having in mind the thought, the melody, the view of nature, and the imagery of the 3 poets. Quote from Wordsworth's poems to show his belief that nature is conscious, to show the influence of nature on man, to show his interest in children, his sensitiveness to sounds, to illustrate the chastening influence of sorrow. Make a brief comparison between the characters of Wordsworth's Michael and of Burns' The Cotter's Saturday Night. Compare Wordsworth's point of view and method in the 3 poems to a Daisy with Burns' view as expressed in his famous lines on the same subjects. 4. Coleridge. What are the general characteristics of Coleridge's life? What explains the profound sympathy for humanity that is reflected in his poems? For what, beside his poems, is he remarkable? Can you quote any passages from his poetry which show the influence of Wordsworth? What are the characters in The Ancient Mariner? In what respect is this poem romantic? Give your own reasons for its popularity. Does the thought or the style of this poem impress you? If you have read any of the lectures on Shakespeare, explain why Coleridge's work is called romantic criticism. 5. Scott. Tell the story of Scott's life, and name his chief poems and novels. Do you recall any passage from his poetry which suggests his own heroism? Why was he called the Wizard of the North? What is the general character of his poetry? Compare Marmion with one of the old ballads. having in mind the characters, the dramatic interest of the story, and the style of writing. In what sense is he the creator of the historical novel? Upon what does he depend to hold the reader's attention? Compare him in this respect with Jane Austen. Which of his characters impress you as being the most lifelike? Name any novels of the present day which copy Scott or show his influence. Read Ivanhoe and The Lady of the Lake, make a brief analysis of each work, having in mind the style, the plot, the dramatic interest, the use of adventure, and the truth to nature of the different characters. 6. Byron. Why is Byron called the revolutionary poet? Illustrate, if possible, from his poetry. What is the general character of his work? In what kind of poetry does he excel? Quote from Childe Harold to illustrate your opinion. Describe the typical Byronic hero. Can you explain his great popularity at first and his subsequent loss of influence? Why is he still popular on the continent? Do you find more of thought or of emotion in his poetry? Compare him in this respect with Shelley, with Wordsworth. Which is the more brilliant writer, Byron or Wordsworth? Which has the more humor? Which has the healthier mind? Which has the higher ideal of poetry? Which is the more inspiring and helpful? Is it fair to say that Byron's quality is power, not charm? 7. Shelley. What are the chief characteristics of Shelley's poetry? Is it most remarkable for its thought, form, or imagery? What poems show the influence of the French Revolution? What subjects are considered in Lines Written Among the Euganean Hills? What does Shelley try to teach in The Sensitive Plant? Compare Shelley's view of nature as reflected in The Cloud or The West Wind with Wordsworth's view as reflected in The Prelude, Tintern Abbey, Daffodils, etc. To what class of poems does Adonais belong? What is the subject of the poem? Name others of the same class. How does Shelley describe himself in this poem? Compare Shelley's Adonais and Milton's Lycidas with regard to the view of life after death as expressed in the poems. What kinds of scenes does Shelley like best to describe? Compare his characters with those of Wordsworth, of Byron. Do you recall any poems in which he writes of ordinary people or of ordinary experiences? 8. Keats. What is the essence of Keats' poetical creed as expressed in the Ode on a Grecian Urn? What are the remarkable elements in his life and work? What striking difference do you find between his early poems and those of Shelley and Byron? What are the chief subjects of his verse? What poems show the influence of the classics, of Elizabethan literature? Can you explain why his work has been called literary poetry? Keats and Shelley are generally classed together. What similarities do you find in their poems? Give some reasons why Keats introduces the old bedesman in The Eve of St. Agnes. Name some of the literary friends mentioned in Keats' poetry. Compare Keats' characters with those of Wordsworth, of Byron. Does Keats ever remind you of Spenser? In what respects? Is your personal preference for Wordsworth, Byron, Shelley, or Keats? Why? 9. Lamb. Tell briefly the story of Lamb's life and name his principal works. Why is he called the most human of essayists? His friends call him the last of the Elizabethans. Why? What is the general character of the essays of Elia? How is the personality of Lamb shown in all these essays? Cite any passages showing Lamb's skill in portraying people. Make a brief comparison between Lamb and Addison, having in mind the subjects treated, the style, the humor, and the interest of both essayists. Which do you prefer and why? 10. De Quincey. What are the general characteristics of De Quincey's essays? Explain why he is called the psychologist of style. What accounts for a certain unreal element in all his work? Read a passage from The English Mail Coach, or from Joan of Arc, or from Levana, Our Lady of Sorrows, and comment freely upon it, with regard to style, ideas, interest, and the impression of reality or unreality which it leaves. 11. Landor. In what respects does Landor show a reaction from Romanticism? What qualities make Landor's poems stand out so clearly in the memory? Why, for instance, do you think Lamb was so haunted by Rose Aylmer? Quote from Landor's poems to illustrate his tenderness, his sensitiveness to beauty, his power of awakening emotion, his delicacy of characterization. Do you find the same qualities in his prose? Can you explain why much of his prose seems like a translation from the Greek? Compare a passage from The Imaginary Conversations with a passage from Gibbon or Johnson to show the difference between the classic and the pseudo-classic style. Compare one of Landor's characters in Imaginary Conversations with the same character in History. 12. Jane Austen. How does Jane Austen show a reaction from Romanticism? What important work did she do for the novel? To what kind of fiction was her work opposed? In what does the charm of her novels consist? Make a brief comparison between Jane Austen and Scott, as illustrated in Pride and Prejudice and Ivanhoe, having in mind the subject, the characters, the manner of treatment, and the interest of both narratives. Do Jane Austen's characters have to be explained by the author, or do they explain themselves? Which method calls for the greater literary skill? What does Jane Austen say about Mrs. Radcliffe in Northanger Abbey? Does she make any other observations on 18th-century novelists? Chronology. End of the 18th and beginning of the 19th century. History. 1760–1820, George III. 1789–1799, French Revolution. 1800, Union of Great Britain and Ireland. 1802, Colonization of Australia. 1805, Battle of Trafalgar. 1807, Abolition of slave trade. 1808–1814, Peninsular War. 1812, Second War with United States. 1814, Congress of Vienna. 1815, Battle of Waterloo. 1819, First Atlantic Steamship. 1820, George IV, death, 1830. 1826, First Temperance Society. 1829, Catholic Emancipation Bill. 1830, William IV, death, 1837. First Railway. 1832, Reform Bill. 1833, Emancipation of Slaves. 1834, System of National Education. 1837, Victoria, death, 1901. Literature. 1770–1850, Wordsworth. 1771–1832, Scott. 1796–1816, Jane Austen's novels. 1798, Lyrical Ballads of Wordsworth and Coleridge. 1802, Scott's Minstrelsy of the Scottish Border. 1805–1817, Scott's Poems. 1807, Wordsworth's Intimations of Immortality. Lamb's Tales from Shakespeare. 1809–1818, Byron's Childe Harold. 1810–1813, Coleridge's Lectures on Shakespeare. 1814–1831, Waverley Novels. 1816, Shelley's Alastor. 1817, Coleridge's Biographia Literaria. 1817–1820, Keats' poems. 1818-1820, Shelley's Prometheus. 1820, Wordsworth's Dudden Sonnets. 1820-1833, Lamb's Essays of Elia. 1821, De Quincey's Confessions. 1824-1846, Landor's Imaginary Conversations. 1830, Tennyson's First Poems. 1831, Scott's Last Novel. 1833, Carlyle's Sartor Resartus. Browning's Pauline. 1853-1861, De Quincey's Collected Essays. End of section 50. End of chapter 10. Section 51 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Victorian Age, 1850-1900. The Modern Period of Progress and Unrest. When Victoria became queen in 1837, English literature seemed to have entered upon a period of lean years, in marked contrast with the poetic fruitfulness of the Romantic Age, which we have just studied. Coleridge, Shelley, Keats, Byron, and Scott had passed away, and it seemed as if there were no writers in England to fill their places. Wordsworth had written in 1835. Like clouds that rake the mountain summits, or waves that own no curbing hand, how fast has brother followed brother from sunshine to sunless land. In these lines is reflected the sorrowful spirit of a literary man of the early 19th century, who remembered the glory that had passed away from the earth. But the leanness of these first years is more apparent than real. Keats and Shelley were dead, it is true, but already there had appeared three disciples of these poets who were destined to be far more widely read than were their masters. Tennyson had been publishing poetry since 1827, his first poems appearing almost simultaneously with the last work of Byron, Shelley, and Keats. But it was not until 1842, with the publication of his collected poems in 2 volumes, that England recognized in him one of her great literary leaders. So also Elizabeth Barrett had been writing since 1820, but not till 20 years later did her poems become deservedly popular. And Browning had published his Pauline in 1833, but it was not until 1846, when he published the last of the series, called Bells and Pomegranates, that the reading public began to appreciate his power and originality. Moreover, even as Romanticism seemed passing away, a group of great prose writers, Dickens, Thackeray, Carlyle, and Ruskin, had already begun to proclaim the literary glory of a new age, which now seems to rank only just below the Elizabethan and the Romantic periods. Democracy. Historical summary. Amid the multitude of social and political forces of this great age, 4 things stand out clearly. First, the long struggle of the Anglo-Saxons for personal liberty is definitely settled, and democracy becomes the established order of the day. The king, who appeared in an age of popular weakness and ignorance, and the peers, who came with the Normans in triumph, are both stripped of their power and left as figureheads of a past civilization. The last vestige of personal government and of divine right of rulers disappears. The House of Commons becomes the ruling power in England, and a series of new reform bills rapidly extend the suffrage until the whole body of English people choose for themselves the men who shall represent them. Social unrest. Second, because it is an age of democracy, it is an age of popular education, of religious tolerance, of growing brotherhood, and of profound social unrest. The slaves had been freed in 1833, but in the middle of the century England awoke to the fact that slaves are not necessarily Negroes stolen in Africa to be sold like cattle in the marketplace, but that multitudes of men, women, and little children in the mines and factories were victims of a more terrible industrial and social slavery. To free these slaves also, the unwilling victims of our unnatural competitive methods, has been the growing purpose of the Victorian Age until the present day. The ideal of peace. Third, because it is an age of democracy and education. It is an age of comparative peace. England begins to think less of the pomp and false glitter of fighting, and more of its moral evils, as the nation realizes that it is the common people who bear the burden and the sorrow and the poverty of war, while the privileged classes reap most of the financial and political rewards. Moreover, with the growth of trade and of friendly foreign relations, it becomes evident that the social equality for which England was contending at home belongs to the whole race of men, that brotherhood is universal, not insular, that a question of justice is never settled by fighting, and that war is generally unmitigated horror and barbarism. Tennyson, who came of age when the great Reform Bill occupied attention, expresses the ideals of the liberals of his day who proposed to spread the gospel of peace. Till the war drum throbbed no longer, and the battle flags were furled in the Parliament of Man, the federation of the world. Arts and Sciences. Fourth, the Victorian Age is especially remarkable because of its rapid progress in all the arts and sciences and in mechanical inventions. A glance at any record of the industrial achievements of the 19th century will show how vast they are, and it is unnecessary to repeat here the list of the inventions from spinning looms to steamboats and from matches to electric lights. All these material things, as well as the growth of education, have their influence upon the life of a people, and it is inevitable that they should react upon its prose and poetry, though as yet we are too much absorbed in our sciences and mechanics to determine accurately their influence upon literature. When these new things shall by long use have become familiar as country roads, or have been replaced by newer and better things, then they also will have their associations and memories, and a poem on the railroads may be as suggestive as Wordsworth's sonnet on Westminster Bridge. And the busy, practical working men who today throng our streets and factories may seem to a future and greater age as quaint and poetical as to us seem the slow toilers of the Middle Ages. An age of prose. Literary characteristics. When one is interested enough to trace the genealogy of Victoria, he finds to his surprise that in her veins flowed the blood both of William the Conqueror and of Cerdic, the first Saxon king of England, and this seems to be symbolic of the literature of her age, which embraces the whole realm of Saxon and Norman life, the strength and ideals of the one, and the culture and refinement of the other. The Romantic Revival had done its work, and England entered upon a new free period, in which every form of literature, from pure romance to gross realism, struggled for expression. At this day it is obviously impossible to judge the age as a whole, but we are getting far enough away from the early half of it to notice certain definite characteristics. First, though the age produced many poets, and two who deserve to rank among the greatest, nevertheless this is emphatically an age of prose. And since the number of readers has increased 1,000-fold with the spread of popular education, it is the age of the newspaper, the magazine, and the modern novel. The first two being the story of the world's daily life, and the last our pleasantest form of literary entertainment, as well as our most successful method of presenting modern problems and modern ideals. The novel in this age fills a place which the drama held in the days of Elizabeth, and never before in any age or language has the novel appeared in such numbers and in such perfection. Moral purpose. The second marked characteristic of the age is that literature, both in prose and in poetry, seems to depart from the purely artistic standard of art for art's sake, and to be actuated by a definite moral purpose. Tennyson, Browning, Carlyle, Ruskin, who and what were these men if not the teachers of England, not vaguely, but definitely, with superb faith in their message, and with the conscious moral purpose to uplift and to instruct? Even the novel breaks away from Scott's romantic influence, and first studies life as it is, and then points out what life may and ought to be. Whether we read the fun and sentiment of Dickens, the social miniatures of Thackeray, or the psychological studies of George Eliot, we find in almost every case a definite purpose to sweep away error and to reveal the underlying truth of human life. So the novel sought to do for society in this age precisely what Lyell and Darwin sought to do for science, that is, to find the truth and to show how it might be used to uplift humanity. Perhaps for this reason the Victorian Age is emphatically an age of realism rather than of romance, not the realism of Zola and Ibsen, but a deeper realism which strives to tell the whole truth, showing moral and physical diseases as they are, but holding up health and hope as the normal conditions of humanity. Idealism. It is somewhat customary to speak of this age as an age of doubt and pessimism, following the new conception of man and of the universe which was formulated by science under the name of involution. It is spoken of also as a prosaic age, lacking in great ideals. Both these criticisms seem to be the result of judging a large thing when we are too close to it to get its true proportions, just as Cologne Cathedral, one of the world's most perfect structures, seems to be a shapeless pile of stone when we stand too close beneath its mighty walls and buttresses. Tennyson's immature work, like that of the minor poets, is sometimes in a doubtful or despairing strain, but his In Memoriam is like a rainbow after storm, and Browning seems better to express the spirit of his age in the strong, manly faith of Rabbi Ben Ezra and in the courageous optimism of all his poetry. Stedman's Victorian Anthology is, on the whole, a most inspiring book of poetry. It would be hard to collect more varied cheer from any age. And the great essayists, like Macaulay, Carlyle, Ruskin, and the great novelists, like Dickens, Thackeray, George Eliot, generally leave us with a larger charity and with a deeper faith in our humanity. So also the judgment that this age is too practical for great ideals may be only a description of the husk that hides a very full ear of corn. It is well to remember that Spencer and Sidney judged their own age, which we now consider to be the greatest in our literary history, to be altogether given over to materialism and to be incapable of literary greatness. Just as time has made us smile at their blindness, so the next century may correct our judgment of this as a material age, and looking upon the enormous growth of charity and brotherhood among us, and at the literature which expresses our faith in men, may judge the Victorian Age to be on the whole the noblest and most inspiring in the history of the world. End of section 51. Section 52 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, continued. Part 1. The Poets of the Victorian Age. Alfred Tennyson, 1809-1892. O young mariner, you from the haven under the sea cliff, you that are watching the gray magician with eyes of wonder, I am Merlin, and I am dying. I am Merlin, who follow the gleam. O young mariner, down to the haven call your companions, launch your vessel and crowd your canvas, and ere it vanishes over the margin, after it, follow the gleam. One who reads this haunting poem of Merlin and the Gleam finds in it a suggestion of the spirit of the poet's whole life, his devotion to the ideal as expressed in poetry, his early romantic impressions, his struggles, doubts, triumphs, and his thrilling message to his race. Throughout the entire Victorian period, Tennyson stood at the summit of poetry in England. Not in vain was he appointed laureate at the death of Wordsworth in 1850, for almost alone among those who have held the office he felt the importance of his place and filled it and honored it. For nearly half a century Tennyson was not only a man and a poet, he was a voice, the voice of a whole people, expressing in exquisite melody their doubts and their faith, their griefs and their triumphs. In the wonderful variety of his verse he suggests all the qualities of England's greatest poets. The dreaminess of Spenser, the majesty of Milton, the natural simplicity of Wordsworth, the fantasy of Blake and Coleridge, the melody of Keats and Shelley, the narrative vigor of Scott and Byron, all these striking qualities are evident on successive pages of Tennyson's poetry. The only thing lacking is the dramatic power of the Elizabethans. In reflecting the restless spirit of this progressive age, Tennyson is as remarkable as Pope was in voicing the artificiality of the early 18th century. As a poet, therefore, who expresses not so much a personal as a national spirit, he is probably the most representative literary man of the Victorian era. Life. Tennyson's life is a remarkable one in this respect, that from beginning to end he seems to have been dominated by a single impulse, the impulse of poetry. He had no large or remarkable experiences, no wild oats to sow, no great successes or reverses, no business cares or public offices. For 66 years, from the appearance of The Poems by Two Brothers in 1827 until his death in 1892, he studied and practiced his art continually and exclusively. Only Browning, his fellow worker, resembles him in this, but the differences in the two men are world-wide. Tennyson was naturally shy, retiring, indifferent to men, hating noise and publicity, loving to be alone with nature like Wordsworth. Browning was sociable, delighting in applause, in society, in travel, in the noise and bustle of the big world. Tennyson was born in the rectory of Somersby, Lincolnshire, in 1809. The sweet influences of his early natural surroundings can be better understood from his early poems than from any biography. He was one of the 12 children of the Reverend George Clayton Tennyson, a scholarly clergyman, and his wife Elizabeth Fitch, a gentle, lovable woman, not learned save in gracious household ways, to whom the poet pays a son's loyal tribute near the close of The Princess. It is interesting to note that most of these children were poetically inclined, and that two of the brothers, Charles and Frederick, gave far greater promise than did Alfred. When 7 years old, the boy went to his grandmother's house at Louth in order to attend a famous grammar school at that place. Not even a man's memory, which generally makes light of hardship and glorifies early experiences, could ever soften Tennyson's hatred of school life. His complaint was not so much at the roughness of the boys, which had so frightened Cowper, as at the brutality of the teachers, who put over the school door a wretched Latin inscription translating Solomon's barbarous advice about the rod and the child. In these psychologic days, when the child is more important than the curriculum, and when we teach girls and boys rather than Latin and arithmetic, we read with wonder Carlyle's description of his own schoolmaster, evidently a type of his kind, who knew of the human soul thus much, that it had a faculty called memory, and could be acted on through the muscular integument by appliance of birch rods. After 4 years of most unsatisfactory school life, Tennyson returned home and was fitted for the university by his scholarly father. With his brothers he wrote many verses, and his first efforts appeared in a little volume called Poems by Two Brothers in 1827. The next year he entered Trinity College, Cambridge, where he became the center of a brilliant circle of friends, chief of whom was the young poet Arthur Henry Hallam. At the university, Tennyson soon became known for his poetical ability, and 2 years after his entrance he gained the prize of the Chancellor's Medal for a poem called Timbuktu, the subject, needless to say, being chosen by the Chancellor. Soon after winning this honor, Tennyson published his first signed work, called Poems Chiefly Lyrical, 1830, which, though it seems somewhat crude and disappointing to us now, nevertheless contained the germ of all his later poetry. One of the most noticeable things in this volume is the influence which Byron evidently exerted over the poet in his early days. It was perhaps due largely to the same romantic influence that Tennyson and his friend Hallam presently sailed away to Spain with the idea of joining the army of insurgents against King Ferdinand. Considered purely as a revolutionary venture, this was something of a fiasco, suggesting the noble Duke of York and his 10,000 men. He marched them up a hill one day, and he marched them down again. From a literary viewpoint, however, the experience was not without its value. The deep impression which the wild beauty of the Pyrenees made upon the young poet's mind is reflected clearly in the poem Oenone. In 1831, Tennyson left the university without taking his degree. The reasons for this step are not clear, but the family was poor, and poverty may have played a large part in his determination. His father died a few months later, but by a generous arrangement with the new rector, the family retained the rectory at Somersby, and here for nearly 6 years Tennyson lived in a retirement which strongly suggests Milton at Horton. He read and studied widely, cultivated an intimate acquaintance with nature, thought deeply on the problems suggested by the Reform Bill, which was then agitating England, and during his leisure hours wrote poetry. The first fruits of this retirement appeared late in 1832 in a wonderful little volume bearing the simple name Poems. As the work of a youth only 23, this book is remarkable for the variety and melody of its verse. Among its treasures we still read with delight The Lotus Eaters, Palace of Art, A Dream of Fair Women, The Miller's Daughter, Oenone, and The Lady of Shalott. But the critics of the Quarterly, who had brutally condemned his earlier work, were again unmercifully severe. The effect of this harsh criticism upon a sensitive nature was most unfortunate, and when his friend Hallam died in 1833, Tennyson was plunged into a period of gloom and sorrow. The sorrow may be read in the exquisite little poem beginning, "Break, break, break on thy cold gray stones, O sea," which was his first published elegy for his friend. And the depressing influence of the harsh and unjust criticism is suggested in Merlin and the Gleam, which the reader will understand only after he has read Tennyson's biography. For nearly 10 years after Hallam's death, Tennyson published nothing, and his movements are hard to trace, as the family went here and there, seeking peace and a home in various parts of England. But though silent, he continued to write poetry, and it was in these sad, wandering days that he began his immortal In Memoriam and his Idylls of the King. In 1842 his friends persuaded him to give his work to the world, and with some hesitation he published his Poems. The success of this work was almost instantaneous, and we can appreciate the favor with which it was received when we read the noble blank verse of Ulysses and Morte d'Arthur, the perfect little song of grief for Hallam, which we have already mentioned, and the exquisite idylls like Dora and The Gardener's Daughter, which aroused even Wordsworth's enthusiasm and brought from him a letter saying that he had been trying all his life to write such an English pastoral as Dora, and had failed. From this time forward, Tennyson, with increasing confidence in himself and his message, steadily maintained his place as the best known and best loved poet in England. The year 1850 was a happy one for Tennyson. He was appointed poet laureate to succeed Wordsworth, and he married Emily Selwood, her whose gentle will has changed my fate and made my life a perfumed altar flame, whom he had loved for 13 years, but whom his poverty had prevented him from marrying. The year is made further remarkable by the publication of In Memoriam, probably the most enduring of his poems, upon which he had worked at intervals for 16 years. 3 years later, with the money that his work now brought him, he leased the house Farringford in the Isle of Wight, and settled in the first permanent home he had known since he left the rectory at Somersby. For the remaining 40 years of his life he lived, like Wordsworth, in the stillness of a great peace, writing steadily and enjoying the friendship of a large number of people, some distinguished, some obscure, from the kindly and sympathetic Victoria to the servants of his own farm. All of these he called with equal sincerity his friends, and to each one he was the same man, simple, strong, kindly, and noble. Carlyle describes him as a fine, large-featured, dim-eyed, bronze-colored, shaggy-headed man, most restful, brotherly, solid-hearted. Loving solitude and hating publicity as he did, the numerous tourists from both sides of the ocean who sought him out in his retreat and insisted upon seeing him made his life at times intolerable. Influenced partly by the desire to escape such popularity, he bought land and built for himself a new house, Aldworth, in Surrey, though he made his home in Farringford for the greater part of the year. His labor during these years and his marvelous freshness and youthfulness of feeling are best understood by a glance at the contents of his complete works. Inferior poems like The Princess, which was written in the first flush of his success, and his dramas, which were written against the advice of his best friends, may easily be criticized. But the bulk of his verse shows an astonishing originality and vigor to the very end. He died very quietly at Aldworth, with his family about him in the moonlight, and beside him a volume of Shakespeare open at the dirge in Cymbeline. Fear no more the heat of the sun, nor the furious winter's rages. Thou thy worldly task hast done, home art gone, and ta'en thy wages. The strong and noble spirit of his life is reflected in one of his best-known poems, Crossing the Bar, which was written in his 81st year, and which he desired should be placed at the end of his collected works. Sunset and evening star, and one clear call for me, and may there be no moaning of the bar when I put out to sea, but such a tide as, moving, seems asleep, too full for sound and foam, when that which drew from out the boundless deep turns again home. twilight and evening bell, and after that the dark. And may there be no sadness of farewell when I embark. For though from out our bourne of time and place the flood may bear me far, I hope to see my pilot face to face when I have crossed the bar. Works. At the outset of our study of Tennyson's works, it may be well to record two things by way of suggestion. First, Tennyson's poetry is not so much to be studied as to be read and appreciated. He is a poet to have open on one's table and to enjoy as one enjoys his daily exercise. And second, we should by all means begin to get acquainted with Tennyson in the days of our youth. Unlike Browning, who is generally appreciated by more mature minds, Tennyson is for enjoyment, for inspiration, rather than for instruction. Only youth can fully appreciate him, and youth, unfortunately, except in a few rare, beautiful cases, is something which does not dwell with us long after our school days. The secret of poetry, especially of Tennyson's poetry, is to be eternally young, and, like Adam in Paradise, to find every morning a new world, fresh, wonderful, inspiring, as if just from the hands of God. Early poems and dramas. Except by the student, eager to understand the whole range of poetry in this age, Tennyson's earlier poems and his later dramas may well be omitted. Opinions vary about both, but the general judgment seems to be that the earlier poems show too much of Byron's influence, and their crudeness suffers by comparison with the exquisitely finished work of Tennyson's middle life. Of dramatic works he wrote 7, his great ambition being to present a large part of the history of England in a series of dramas. Becket was one of the best of these works, and met with considerable favor on the stage. But like all the others, it indicates that Tennyson lacked the dramatic power and the humor necessary for a successful playwright. The Princess and Maud. Among the remaining poems there is such a wide variety that every reader must be left largely to follow his own delightful choice. Note: an excellent little volume for the beginner is Van Dyck's Poems by Tennyson, which shows the entire range of the poet's work from his earliest to his latest years. See selections for reading at the end of this chapter. End of note. Of the poems of 1842, we have already mentioned those best worth reading. The Princess, a medley, 1847, a long poem of over 3,000 lines of blank verse, is Tennyson's answer to the question of woman's rights and woman's sphere, which was then, as in our own day, strongly agitating the public mind. In this poem, a baby finally solves the problem which philosophers have pondered ever since men began to think connectedly about human society. A few exquisite songs like Tears, Idle Tears, Bugle Song, and Sweet and Low form the most delightful part of this poem, which in general is hardly up to the standard of the poet's later work. Maud, 1855, is what is called in literature a monodrama, telling the story of a lover who passes from morbidness to ecstasy, then to anger and murder, followed by insanity and recovery. This was Tennyson's favorite, and among his friends he read aloud from it more than from any other poem. Perhaps if we could hear Tennyson read it, we should appreciate it better. But on the whole it seems overwrought and melodramatic. Even its lyrics, like Come into the Garden, Maud, which make this work a favorite with young lovers, are characterized by prettiness rather than by beauty or strength. In Memoriam. Perhaps the most loved of all Tennyson's works is In Memoriam, which, on account of both its theme and its exquisite workmanship, is one of the few immortal names that were not born to die. The immediate occasion of this remarkable poem was Tennyson's profound personal grief at the death of his friend Hallam. As he wrote lyric after lyric, inspired by this sad subject, the poet's grief became less personal, and the greater grief of humanity mourning for its dead and questioning its immortality took possession of him. Gradually the poem became an expression, first of universal doubt, and then of universal faith, a faith which rests ultimately not on reason or philosophy, but on the soul's instinct for immortality. The immortality of human love is the theme of the poem, which is made up of over 100 different lyrics. The movement takes us through 3 years, rising slowly from poignant sorrow and doubt to a calm peace and hope, and ending with a noble hymn of courage and faith, a modest courage and a humble faith, love-inspired, which will be a favorite as long as saddened men turn to literature for consolation. Though Darwin's greatest books had not yet been written, science had already overturned many old conceptions of life. And Tennyson, who lived apart and thought deeply on all the problems of his day, gave this poem to the world as his own answer to the doubts and questionings of men. This universal human interest, together with its exquisite form and melody, make the poem, in popular favor at least, the supreme threnody or elegiac poem of our literature. Though Milton's Lycidas is, from the critical viewpoint, undoubtedly a more artistic work. Idylls of the King. The Idylls of the King ranks among the greatest of Tennyson's later works. Its general subject is the Celtic legends of King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table, and the chief source of its material is Malory's Morte d'Arthur. Here, in this mass of beautiful legends, is certainly the subject of a great national epic. Yet, after 400 years, during which many poets have used the material, the great epic is still unwritten. Milton and Spenser, as we have already noted, considered this material carefully, and Milton alone of all English writers had perhaps the power to use it in a great epic. Tennyson began to use these legends in his Morte d'Arthur, 1842, but the epic idea probably occurred to him later in 1856, when he began Geraint and Enid, and he added the stories of Vivian, Elaine, Guinevere, and other heroes and heroines at intervals until Balin, the last of the Idylls, appeared in 1885. Later, these works were gathered together and arranged with an attempt at unity. The result is in no sense an epic poem, but rather a series of single poems loosely connected by a thread of interest in Arthur, the central personage, and in his unsuccessful attempt to found an ideal kingdom. English Idylls. Entirely different in spirit is another collection of poems called English Idylls. Note: Tennyson made a distinction in spelling between the Idylls, Idylls, of the King, and the English Idylls, Idylls, like Dora, end of note, which began in the poems of 1842, and which Tennyson intended should reflect the ideals of widely different types of English life. Of these varied poems, Dora, the Gardener's Daughter, Ulysses, Locksley Hall, and Sir Galahad are the best, but all are worthy of study. One of the most famous of this series is Enoch Arden, 1864, in which Tennyson turns from medieval knights, from lords, heroes, and fair ladies, to find the material for true poetry among the lowly people that make up the bulk of English life. Its rare melody, its sympathy for common life, and its revelation of the beauty and heroism which hide in humble men and women everywhere, made this work an instant favorite. Judged by its sales alone, it was the most popular of his works during the poet's lifetime. Tennyson's later volumes, like the Ballads, 1880, and Demeter, 1889, should not be overlooked, since they contain some of his best work. The former contains stirring war songs, like The Defense of Lucknow, and pictures of wild, passionate grief, like Rizpah. The latter is notable for Romney's Remorse, a wonderful piece of work; Merlin and the Gleam, which expresses the poet's lifelong ideal; and several exquisite little songs like The Throstle and The Oak, which show how marvelously the aged poet retained his youthful freshness and inspiration. Here certainly is variety enough to give us long years of literary enjoyment. And we need hardly mention miscellaneous poems like The Brook and The Charge of the Light Brigade, which are known to every schoolboy, and Wages, and The Higher Pantheism, which should be read by every man who thinks about the old problem of life and death. Characteristics of Tennyson's poetry. If we attempt to sum up the quality of Tennyson as shown in all these works, the task is a difficult one. But three things stand out more or less plainly. First, Tennyson is essentially the artist. No other in his age studied the art of poetry so constantly or with such singleness of purpose, and only Swinburne rivals him in melody and the perfect finish of his verse. Second, like all the great writers of his age, he is emphatically a teacher, often a leader. In the preceding age, as the result of the turmoil produced by the French Revolution, lawlessness was more or less common, and individuality was the rule in literature. Tennyson's theme, so characteristic of his age, is the reign of order, of law in the physical world, producing evolution, and of law in the spiritual world, working out the perfect man. In Memoriam, Idylls of the King, The Princess, here are three widely different poems, yet the theme of each, so far as poetry is a kind of spiritual philosophy and weighs its words before it utters them, is the orderly development of law in the natural and in the spiritual world. Tennyson's message. This certainly is a new doctrine in poetry, but the message does not end here. Law implies a source, a method, an object. Tennyson, after facing his doubts honestly and manfully, finds law even in the sorrows and losses of humanity. He gives this law an infinite and personal source, and finds the supreme purpose of all law to be a revelation of divine love. All earthly love, therefore, becomes an image of the heavenly. What first perhaps attracted readers to Tennyson, as to Shakespeare, was the character of his women, pure, gentle, refined beings whom we must revere as our Anglo-Saxon forefathers revered the women they loved. Like Browning, the poet had loved one good woman supremely, and her love made clear the meaning of all life. The message goes one step farther. Because law and love are in the world, faith is the only reasonable attitude toward life and death, even though we understand them not. Such, in a few words, seems to be Tennyson's whole message and philosophy. If we attempt now to fix Tennyson's permanent place in literature as the result of his life and work, we must apply to him the same test that we applied to Milton and Wordsworth, and indeed to all our great poets, and ask with the German critics, what new thing has he said to the world or even to his own country? The answer is frankly that we do not yet know surely, that we are still too near Tennyson to judge him impersonally. This much, however, is clear. In a marvelously complex age, and amid 100 great men, he was regarded as a leader. For a full half-century he was the voice of England, loved and honored as a man and a poet, not simply by a few discerning critics, but by a whole people that do not easily give their allegiance to any one man. And that, for the present, is Tennyson's sufficient eulogy. End of section 52. Section 53 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11 continued. Robert Browning, 1812-1889. How good is man's life, the mere living! how fit to employ all the heart and the soul and the senses forever in joy. In this new Song of David, from Browning's Saul, we have a suggestion of the astonishing vigor and hope that characterize all the works of Browning, the one poet of the age who, after 30 years of continuous work, was finally recognized and placed beside Tennyson, and whom future ages may judge to be a greater poet, perhaps even the greatest in our literature since Shakespeare. The chief difficulty in reading Browning is the obscurity of his style, which the critics of half a century ago held up to ridicule. Their attitude toward the poet's early work may be inferred from Tennyson's humorous criticism of Sordello. It may be remembered that the first line of this obscure poem is, "Who will may hear Sordello's story told," and that the last line is, "Who would has heard Sordello's story told." Tennyson remarked that these were the only lines in the whole poem that he understood, and that they were evidently both lies. If we attempt to explain this obscurity, which puzzled Tennyson and many less friendly critics, we find that it has many sources. First, the poet's thought is often obscure or else so extremely subtle that language expresses it imperfectly. Thoughts hardly to be packed into a narrow act, fancies that broke through language and escaped. Browning's obscurity. Second, Browning is led from one thing to another by his own mental associations, and forgets that the reader's associations may be of an entirely different kind. Third, Browning is careless in his English, and frequently clips his speech, giving us a series of ejaculations. As we do not quite understand his process of thought, we must stop between the ejaculations to trace out the connections. Fourth, Browning's allusions are often far-fetched, referring to some odd scrap of information which he has picked up in his wide reading, and the ordinary reader finds it difficult to trace and understand them. Finally, Browning wrote too much and revised too little. The time which he should have given to making one thought clear was used in expressing other thoughts that flitted through his head like a flock of swallows. His field was the individual soul, never exactly alike in any two men, and he sought to express the hidden motives and principles which govern individual action. In this field he is like a miner delving underground, sending up masses of mingled earth and ore, and the reader must sift all this material to separate the gold from the dross. Here certainly are sufficient reasons for Browning's obscurity, and we must add the word that the fault seems unpardonable, for the simple reason that Browning shows himself capable at times of writing directly, melodiously, and with noble simplicity. Browning as a teacher. So much for the faults which must be faced and overlooked before one finds the treasure that is hidden in Browning's poetry. Of all the poets in our literature, no other is so completely, so consciously, so magnificently a teacher of men. He feels his mission of faith and courage in a world of doubt and timidity. For 30 years he faced indifference and ridicule, working bravely and cheerfully the while, until he made the world recognize and follow him. The spirit of his whole life is well expressed in his Paraclesus, written when he was only 22 years old. I see my way as birds their trackless way. I shall arrive. What time, what circuit first, I ask not. But unless God send his hail, or blinding fireballs, sleet, or stifling snow, in some time, his good time, I shall arrive. He guides me and the bird in his good time. He is not, like so many others, an entertaining poet, One cannot read him after dinner or when settled in a comfortable easy chair. One must sit up and think and be alert when he reads Browning. If we accept these conditions, we shall probably find that Browning is the most stimulating poet in our language. His influence upon our life is positive and tremendous. His strength, his joy of life, his robust faith, and his invincible optimism enter into us, making us different and better men after reading him. And perhaps the best thing he can say of Browning is that his thought is slowly but surely taking possession of all well-educated men and women. Life. Browning's father was outwardly a businessman, a clerk for 50 years in the Bank of England. Inwardly he was an interesting combination of the scholar and the artist, with the best tastes of both. His mother was a sensitive, musical woman, evidently very lovely in character, the daughter of a German ship-owner and merchant who had settled in Scotland. She was of Celtic descent, and Carlyle describes her as the true type of a Scottish gentlewoman. From his neck down, Browning was the typical Briton, short, stocky, large-chested, robust. But even in the lifeless portrait, his face changes as we view it from different angles. Now it is like an English businessman, now like a German scientist, and now it has a curious suggestion of Uncle Remus, these being, no doubt, so many different reflections of his mixed and unremembered ancestors. He was born in Camberwell, on the outskirts of London, in 1812. From his home and from his first school at Peckham, he could see London, and the city lights by night and the smoky chimneys by day had the same powerful fascination for the child that the woods and fields and the beautiful country had for his friend Tennyson. His schooling was short and desultory, his education being attended to by private tutors and by his father, who left the boy largely to follow his own inclination. Like the young Milton, Browning was fond of music, and in many of his poems, especially in Abt Vogler and a toccata of Galuppi's, he interprets the musical temperament better perhaps than any other writer in our literature. But unlike Milton, through whose poetry there runs a great melody, music seems to have had no consistent effect upon his verse, which is often so jarring that one must wonder how a musical ear could have endured it. Like Tennyson, this boy found his work very early, and for 50 years hardly a week passed that he did not write poetry. He began at 6 to produce verses, in imitation of Byron, but fortunately this early work has been lost. Then he fell under the influence of Shelley, and his first known work, Pauline, 1833, must be considered as a tribute to Shelley and his poetry. Tennyson's earliest work, Poems by Two Brothers, had been published and well paid for 5 years before, but Browning could find no publisher who would even consider Pauline, and the work was published by means of money furnished by an indulgent relative. This poem received scant notice from the reviewers, who had pounced like hawks on a dovecote upon Tennyson's first 2 modest volumes. 2 years later appeared Paracelsus, and then his tragedy, Strafford, was put upon the stage. But not till Sordello was published in 1840 did he attract attention enough to be denounced for the obscurity and vagaries of his style. 6 years later, in 1846, he suddenly became famous, not because he finished in that year his Bells and Pomegranates, which is Browning's symbolic name for poetry and thought, or singing and sermonizing, but because he eloped with the best-known literary woman in England, Elizabeth Barrett, whose fame was for many years, both before and after her marriage, much greater than Browning's, and who was at first considered superior to Tennyson. Thereafter, until his own work compelled attention, he was known chiefly as the man who married Elizabeth Barrett. For years this lady had been an almost helpless invalid, and it seemed a quixotic thing when Browning, having failed to gain her family's consent to the marriage, carried her off romantically. Love and Italy proved better than her physicians, and for 15 years Browning and his wife lived an ideally happy life in Pisa and in Florence. The exquisite romance of their love is preserved in Mrs. Browning's Sonnets from the Portuguese, and in the volume of Letters recently published. Wonderful letters, but so tender and intimate that it seems almost a sacrilege for inquisitive eyes to read them. Mrs. Browning died in Florence in 1861. The loss seemed at first too much to bear, and Browning fled with his son to England. For the remainder of his life he lived alternately in London and in various parts of Italy, especially at the Palazzo Rezzonico in Venice, which is now an object of pilgrimage to almost every tourist who visits the beautiful city. Wherever he went he mingled with men and women, sociable, well-dressed, courteous, loving crowds and popular applause, the very reverse of his friend Tennyson. His earlier work had been much better appreciated in America than in England, but with the publication of The Ring and the Book in 1868, he was at last recognized by his countrymen as one of the greatest of English poets. He died in Venice on December 12, 1889, the same day that saw the publication of his last work, Asolando. Though Italy offered him an honored resting place, England claimed him for her own, and he lies buried beside Tennyson in Westminster Abbey. The spirit of his whole life is magnificently expressed in his own lines in the epilogue of his last book. One who never turned his back, but marched breast forward, never doubted clouds would break, never dreamed, though right were worsted, wrong would triumph, held, we fall to rise, are baffled to fight better, sleep to wake. Works. A glance at even the titles which Browning gave to his best-known volumes: Dramatic Lyrics, 1842, Dramatic Romances and Lyrics, 1845, Men and Women, 1853, Dramatis Persona, 1864, will suggest how strong the dramatic element is in all his work. Indeed, all his poems may be divided into 3 classes: pure dramas, like Strafford and A Blot in the Scutcheon; dramatic narratives, like Pippa Passes, which are dramatic in form, but were not meant to be acted; and dramatic lyrics, like The Last Ride Together, which are short poems expressing some strong personal emotion or describing some dramatic episode in human life, and in which the hero himself generally tells the story. Browning and Shakespeare. Though Browning is often compared with Shakespeare, the reader will understand that he has very little of Shakespeare's dramatic talent. He cannot bring a group of people together and let the actions and words of his characters show us the comedy and tragedy of human life. Neither can the author be disinterested, satisfied as Shakespeare was with life itself, without drawing any moral conclusions. Browning has always a moral ready and insists upon giving us his own views of life, which Shakespeare never does. His dramatic power lies in depicting what he himself calls the history of a soul. Sometimes, as in Paracelsus, he endeavors to trace the progress of the human spirit. More often he takes some dramatic moment in life, some crisis in the ceaseless struggle between good and evil, and describes with wonderful insight the hero's own thoughts and feelings. But he almost invariably tells us how, at such and such a point, the good or the evil in his hero must inevitably have triumphed. And generally, as in My Last Duchess, the speaker adds a word here and there, aside from the story, which unconsciously shows the kind of man he is. It is this power of revealing the soul from within that causes Browning to fascinate those who study him long enough. His range is enormous, and brings all sorts and conditions of men under analysis. The musician in Abt Vogler, the artist in Andrea del Sarto, the early Christian in A Death in the Desert, the Arab horseman in Muteke, the sailor in Erfkiel, the medieval knight in Childe Roland, the Hebrew in Saul, the Greek in Balaustion's Adventure, the monster in Caliban, the immortal dead in Karshish. All these and 100 more histories of the soul show Browning's marvelous versatility. It is this great range of sympathy with many different types of life that constitutes Browning's chief likeness to Shakespeare, though otherwise there is no comparison between the two men. First period of work. If we separate all these dramatic poems into 3 main periods, the early from 1833 to 1841, the middle from 1841 to 1868, and the late from 1868 to 1889, the work of the beginner will be much more easily designated. Of his early soul studies, Pauline, 1833, Paraclesus, 1835, and Sordello, 1840, little need be said here except perhaps this, that if we begin with these works we shall probably never read anything else by Browning, and that were a pity. It is better to leave these obscure works until his better poems have so attracted us to Browning that we will cheerfully endure his worst faults for the sake of his undoubted virtues. The same criticism applies, though in less degree, to his first drama, Strafford, 1837, which belongs to the early period of his work. Second period. The merciless criticism which greeted Sordello had a wholesome effect on Browning, as is shown in the better work of his second period. Moreover, his new power was developing rapidly, as may be seen by comparing the 8 numbers of his famous Bells and Pomegranates series, 1841-1846, with his earlier work. Thus, the first number of this wonderful series, published in 1841, contains Pippa Passes, which is, on the whole, the most perfect of his longer poems. And another number contains A Blot in the Scutcheon, which is the most readable of his dramas. Even a beginner must be thrilled by the beauty and the power of these 2 works. 2 other noteworthy dramas of the period are Colombe's Birthday, 1844, and In a Balcony, 1855, which, however, met with scant appreciation on the stage, having too much subtle analysis and too little action to satisfy the public. Nearly all his best lyrics, dramas, and dramatic poems belong to this middle period of labor. And when The Ring and the Book appeared in 1868, he had given to the world the noblest expression of his poetic genius. Third period. In the third period, beginning when Browning was nearly 60 years old, he wrote even more industriously than before, and published on an average nearly a volume of poetry a year, such volumes as Fifine at the Fair, Red Cotton Night, Cap Country, The Inn Album, Jocoseria, and many others show how Browning gained steadily in the power of revealing the hidden springs of human action. But he often rambles most tiresomely, and in general his work loses in sustained interest. It is perhaps significant that most of his best work was done under Mrs. Browning's influence. What to read? Of the short miscellaneous poems there is such an unusual variety that one must hesitate a little in suggesting this or that to the beginner's attention. My Star, Evelyn Hope, Wanting is What? Home Thoughts from Abroad, Meeting at Night, One Word More, an exquisite tribute to his dead wife. Prospice (parentheses, Look Forward), songs from Pippa Passes, various love poems like By the Fireside and The Last Ride Together, The Inimitable Pied Piper, and the ballads like Hervé Riel and How They Brought the Good News. These are a mere suggestion, expressing only the writer's personal preference, but a glance at the contents of Browning's volumes will reveal scores of other poems which another writer might recommend as being better in themselves or more characteristic of Browning. Note: an excellent little book for the beginner is Lovett's Selections from Browning. End of note. Soul Studies. Among Browning's dramatic soul studies there is also a very wide choice. Andrea del Sarto is one of the best, revealing as it does the strength and the weakness of the perfect painter, whose love for a soulless woman with a pretty face saddens his life and hampers his best work. Next in importance to Andrea stands An Epistle, reciting the experiences of Karshish, an Arab physician, which is one of the best examples of Browning's peculiar method of presenting the truth. The half-scoffing, half-earnest, and wholly bewildered state of this Oriental scientist's mind is clearly indicated between the lines of his letter to his old master. His description of Lazarus, whom he meets by chance, and of the state of mind of one who, having seen the glories of immortality, must live again in the midst of the jumble of trivial and stupendous things which constitute our life, forms one of the most original and suggestive poems in our literature. My Last Duchess is a short but very keen analysis of the soul of a selfish man who reveals his character unconsciously by his words of praise concerning his dead wife's picture. In The Bishop Orders His Tomb, we have another extraordinarily interesting revelation of the mind of a vain and worldly man, this time a churchman, whose words tell you far more than he dreams about his own character. Abt Vogler, undoubtedly one of Browning's finest poems, is the study of a musician's soul. Muléykeh gives us the soul of an Arab, vain and proud of his fast horse, which was never beaten in a race. A rival steals the horse and rides away upon her back. But, used as she is to her master's touch, she will not show her best pace to the stranger. Muléykeh rides up furiously, but instead of striking the thief from his saddle, he boasts about his peerless mare, saying that if a certain spot on her neck were touched with the rein, she could never be overtaken. Instantly the robber touches the spot, and the mare answers with a burst of speed that makes pursuit hopeless. Muléykeh has lost his mare, but he has kept his pride in the unbeaten one, and is satisfied. Rabbi Ben Ezra, which refuses analysis, and which must be read entire to be appreciated, is perhaps the most quoted of all Browning's works, and contains the best expression of his own faith in life, both here and hereafter. All these wonderful poems are again merely a suggestion. They indicate simply the works to which one reader turns when he feels mentally vigorous enough to pick up Browning. Another list of soul studies, citing a toccata of Galuppi's, a grammarian's funeral, Fra Lippo-Lippi, Saul, Cleon, a death in the desert, and soliloquy of the Spanish cloister, might in another's judgment be more interesting and suggestive. Pippa Passes. Among Browning's longer poems there are two at least which well deserve our study. Pippa Passes, aside from its rare poetical qualities, is a study of unconscious influence. The idea of the poem was suggested to Browning while listening to a gypsy girl singing in the woods near his home, but he transfers the scene of the action to a little mountain town of Asolo in Italy. Pippa is a little silk weaver who goes out in the morning to enjoy her one holiday of the whole year. As she thinks of her own happiness, she is vaguely wishing that she might share it and do some good. Then, with her childish imagination, she begins to weave a little romance in which she shares in the happiness of the four greatest and happiest people in Asolo. It never occurs to her that perhaps there is more of misery than of happiness in the four great ones of whom she dreams, and so she goes on her way singing. The years at the spring, and days at the morn, mornings at 7, the hillsides dew-pearled, the larks on the wing, the snails on the thorn, God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. Fate wills it that the words and music of her little songs should come to the ears of four different groups of people at the moment when they are facing the greatest crises of their lives, and turn the scale from evil to good. But Pippa knows nothing of this. She enjoys her holiday and goes to bed still singing, entirely ignorant of the good she has done in the world. With one exception, it is the most perfect of all Browning's works. At best it is not easy nor merely entertaining reading, but it richly repays whatever hours we spend in studying it. The Ring and the Book. The Ring and the Book is Browning's masterpiece. It is an immense poem twice as long as Paradise Lost, and longer by some 2,000 lines than the Iliad. And before we begin the undoubted task of reading it, we must understand that there is no interesting story or dramatic development to carry us along. In the beginning we have an outline of the story, such as it is, a horrible story of Count Guido's murder of his beautiful young wife, and Browning tells us in detail just when and how he found a book containing the record of the crime and the trial. There the story element ends, and the symbolism of the book begins. The title of the poem is explained by the habit of the old Etruscan goldsmiths, who in making one of their elaborately chased rings would mix the pure gold with an alloy in order to harden it. When the ring was finished, acid was poured upon it, and the acid ate out the alloy, leaving the beautiful design in pure gold. Browning purposes to follow the same plan with his literary material, which consists simply of the evidence given at the trial of Guido in Rome in 1698. He intends to mix a poet's fancy with the crude facts and create a beautiful and artistic work. The result of Browning's purpose is a series of monologues in which the same story is retold 9 different times by the different actors in the drama: the Count, the young wife, the suspected priest, the lawyers, the Pope, who presides at the trial. Each tells the story, and each unconsciously reveals the depths of his own nature in the recital. The most interesting of the characters are Guido, the husband, who changes from bold defiance to abject fear; Caponsacchi, the young priest, who aids the wife in her flight from her brutal husband and is unjustly accused of false motives; Pompilia, the young wife, one of the noblest characters in literature, fit in all respects to rank with Shakespeare's great heroines; and the Pope, a splendid figure, the strongest of all Browning's masculine characters. When we have read the story as told by these 4 different actors, we have the best of the poet's work and of the most original poem in our language. Browning and Tennyson. Browning's place and message. Browning's place in our literature will be better appreciated by comparison with his friend Tennyson, whom we have just studied. In one respect at least, these poets are in perfect accord. Each finds in love the supreme purpose and meaning of life. In other respects, especially in their methods of approaching the truth, the 2 men are the exact opposites. Tennyson is first the artist and then the teacher. But with Browning the message is always the important thing, and he is careless, too careless, of the form in which it is expressed. Again, Tennyson is under the influence of the Romantic revival and chooses his subjects daintily, but all's fish that comes to Browning's net. He takes comely and ugly subjects with equal pleasure, and aims to show that truth lies hidden in both the evil and the good. This contrast is all the more striking when we remember that Browning's essentially scientific attitude was taken by a man who refused to study science. Tennyson, whose work is always artistic, never studied art, but was devoted to the sciences, while Browning, whose work is seldom artistic in form, thought that art was the most suitable subject for man's study. Browning's message. The two poets differ even more widely in their respective messages. Tennyson's message reflects the growing order of the age, and is summed up in the word law. In his view, the individual will must be suppressed. The self must always be subordinate. His resignation is at times almost oriental in its fatalism, and occasionally it suggests Schopenhauer in its mixture of fate and pessimism. Browning's message, on the other hand, is the triumph of the individual will over all obstacles. The self is not subordinate, but supreme. There is nothing oriental, nothing doubtful, nothing pessimistic in the whole range of his poetry. His is the voice of the Anglo-Saxon standing up in the face of all obstacles and saying, "I can and I will." He is therefore far more radically English than is Tennyson. And it may be for this reason that he is the more studied, and that while youth delights in Tennyson, manhood is better satisfied with Browning. Because of his invincible will and optimism, Browning is at present regarded as the poet who has spoken the strongest word of faith to an age of doubt. His energy, his cheerful courage, his faith in life, and in the development that awaits us beyond the portals of death, are like a bugle call to good living. This sums up his present influence upon the minds of those who have learned to appreciate him. Of the future we can only say that, both at home and abroad, he seems to be gaining steadily in appreciation as the years go by. End of section 53. Section 54 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, continued. Minor Poets of the Victorian Age. Elizabeth Barrett. Among the minor poets of the past century, Elizabeth Barrett, Mrs. Browning, occupies perhaps the highest place in popular favor. She was born at Coxhoe Hall, near Durham, in 1806, but her childhood and early youth were spent in Herefordshire, among the Malvern Hills, made famous by Piers Plowman. In 1835, the Barrett family moved to London, where Elizabeth gained a literary reputation by the publication of The Seraphim and Other Poems, 1838. Then illness and the shock caused by the tragic death of her brother in 1840 placed her frail life in danger, and for 6 years she was confined to her own room. The innate strength and beauty of her spirit here showed itself strongly in her daily study, her poetry, and especially in her interest in the social problems which sooner or later occupied all the Victorian writers. "My mind to me a kingdom is," might well have been written over the door of the room where this delicate invalid worked and suffered in loneliness and in silence. In 1844 Miss Barrett published her poems, which, though somewhat impulsive and overwrought, met with remarkable public favor. Such poems as The Cry of the Children, which voices the protest of humanity against child labor, appealed tremendously to the readers of the age, and this young woman's fame as a poet temporarily overshadowed that of Tennyson and Browning. Indeed, as late as 1850, when Wordsworth died, she was seriously considered for the position of poet laureate, which was finally given to Tennyson. A reference to Browning in Lady Geraldine's Courtship is supposed to have first led the poet to write to Miss Barrett in 1845. Soon afterwards he visited the invalid. They fell in love almost at first sight, and the following year, against the wishes of her father, who was evidently a selfish old tyrant, Browning carried her off and married her. The exquisite romance of their love is reflected in Mrs. Browning's Sonnets from the Portuguese, 1850. This is a noble and inspiring book of love poems, and Stedman regards the opening sonnet, "I thought once how Theocritus had sung," as equal to any in our language. For 15 years the Brownings lived an ideally happy life at Pisa and at Casa Guidi, Florence, sharing the same poetical ambitions. And love was the greatest thing in the world. How do I love thee? Let me count the ways. I love thee to the depth and breadth and height my soul can reach, when feeling out of sight for the ends of being and ideal grace. I love thee to the level of every day's most quiet need, by sun and candlelight. I love thee freely, as men strive for right. I love thee purely, as they turn from praise. I love thee with the passion put to use in my old griefs, and with my childhood's faith. I love thee with a love I seemed to lose with my lost saints. I love thee with the breath, smiles, tears of all my life, and if God choose, I shall but love thee better after death. Mrs. Browning entered with whole-souled enthusiasm into the aspirations of Italy in its struggle against the tyranny of Austria, and her Casa Guidi Windows, 1851, is a combination of poetry and politics, both, it must be confessed, a little too emotional. In 1856 she published Aurora Leigh, a novel in verse, having for its hero a young social reformer, and for its heroine a young woman, poetical and enthusiastic, who strongly suggests Elizabeth Barrett herself. It emphasizes in verse precisely the same moral and social ideals which Dickens and George Eliot were proclaiming in all their novels. Her last 2 volumes were Poems Before Congress, 1860, and Last Poems, published after her death. She died suddenly in 1861 and was buried in Florence. Browning's famous line, "O lyric love, half angel and half bird," may well apply to her frail life and aerial spirit. Rossetti, Dante Gabriel Rossetti, 1828–1882, the son of an exiled Italian painter and scholar, was distinguished both as a painter and as a poet. He was a leader of the pre-Raphaelite movement. Note this term, which means simply Italian painters before Raphael, is generally applied to an artistic movement in the middle of the 19th century. The term was first used by a brotherhood of German artists who worked together in the convent of San Isodoro in Rome, with the idea of restoring art to its medieval purity and simplicity. The term now generally refers to a company of 7 young men, Dante Gabriel Rossetti and his brother William Holman Hunt, John Everett Millais, James Collinson, Frederick George Stevens, and Thomas Woolner, who formed the pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood in England in 1848. Their official literary organ was called the Germ, in which much of the early work of Morris and Rossetti appeared. They took for their models the early Italian painters, who, they declared, were simple, sincere, and religious. Their purpose was to encourage simplicity and naturalness in art and literature, and one of their chief objects, in the face of doubt and materialism, was to express the wonder, reverence, and awe which characterizes medieval art. In its return to the mysticism and symbolism of the medieval age, this pre-Raphaelitism suggests the contemporary Oxford or Tractarian movement in religion. End of note. and published in the first numbers of The Germ his Hand and Soul, a delicate prose study, and his famous The Blessed Damozel, beginning, "The blessed damozel leaned out from the gold bar of heaven. Her eyes were deeper than the depth of waters stilled at even. She had 3 lilies in her hand, and the stars in her hair were 7. These 2 early works, especially The Blessed Damozel, with its simplicity and exquisite spiritual quality, are characteristic of the ideals of the Pre-Raphaelites. In 1860, after a long engagement, Rossetti married Elizabeth Siddal, a delicate, beautiful English girl whom he has immortalized both in his pictures and in his poetry. She died 2 years later, and Rossetti never entirely recovered from the shock. At her burial he placed in her coffin the manuscripts of all his unpublished poems, and only at the persistent demands of his friends did he allow them to be exhumed and printed in 1870. The publication of his volume of love poems created a sensation in literary circles, and Rossetti was hailed as one of the greatest of living poets. In 1881 he published his Ballads and Sonnets, a remarkable volume containing, among other poems, The Confession, modeled after Browning; the Ballad of Sister Helen, founded on a medieval superstition; The King's Tragedy, a masterpiece of dramatic narrative; and The House of Life, a collection of 101 sonnets, reflecting the poet's love and loss. This last collection deserves to rank with Mrs. Browning's Sonnets from the Portuguese and with Shakespeare's sonnets as one of the 3 great cycles of love poems in our language. It has been well said that both Rossetti and Morris paint pictures as well in their poems as on their canvases, and this pictorial quality of their verse is its chief characteristic. Morris. William Morris, 1834–1896, is a most interesting combination of literary man and artist. In the latter capacity, as architect, designer, and manufacturer of furniture, carpets, and wall-paper, and as founder of the Kelmscott Press for artistic printing and bookbinding, he has laid us all under an immense debt of gratitude. From boyhood he had steeped himself in the legends and ideals of the Middle Ages, and his best literary work is wholly medieval in spirit. The Earthly Paradise, 1868–1870, is generally regarded as his masterpiece. This delightful collection of stories in verse tells of a roving band of Vikings who are wrecked on the fabled island of Atlantis, and who discover there a superior race of men having the characteristics of ideal Greeks. The Vikings remain for a year, telling stories of their own Northland, and listening to the classic and Oriental tales of their hosts. Morris's interest in Icelandic literature is further shown by his Sigurd the Volsung, an epic founded upon one of the old sagas, and by his prose romances, The House of the Wolfings, The Story of the Glittering Plain, and The Roots of the Mountains. Later in life he became deeply interested in socialism, and 2 other romances, The Dream of John Ball and News from Nowhere, are interesting as modern attempts at depicting an ideal society governed by the principles of More's Utopia. Swinburne. Algernon Charles Swinburne, 1837–1909, is chronologically the last of the Victorian poets. As an artist in technique, having perfect command of all Old English verse forms, and a remarkable faculty for inventing new, he seems at the present time to rank among the best in our literature. Indeed, as Stedman says, before his advent we did not realize the full scope of English verse. This refers to the melodious and constantly changing form rather than to the content of Swinburne's poetry. At the death of Tennyson in 1892, he was undoubtedly the greatest living poet, and only his liberal opinions, his scorn of royalty and of conventions, and the prejudice aroused by the pagan spirit of his early work, prevented his appointment as poet laureate. He has written a very large number of poems, dramas, and essays in literary criticism, but we are still too near to judge of the permanence of his work or of his place in literature. Those who would read and estimate his work for themselves will do well to begin with a volume of selected poems, especially those which show his love of the sea and his exquisite appreciation of child life. His Atalanta in Calydon, 1864, a beautiful lyric drama modeled on the Greek tragedy, is generally regarded as his masterpiece. In all his work, Swinburne carries Tennyson's love of melody to an extreme, and often sacrifices sense to sound. His poetry is always musical, and, like music, appeals almost exclusively to the emotions. We have chosen somewhat arbitrarily these four writers: Mrs. Browning, D.G. Rossetti, Morris, and Swinburne, as representative of the minor poets of the age, but there are many others who are worthy of study. Arthur Hugh Clough and Matthew Arnold. Note, Arnold was one of the best-known poets of the age, but because he has exerted a deeper influence in our literature as a critic, we have reserved him for special study among the essayists. End of note. Who are often called the poets of skepticism, but who in reality represent a reverent seeking for truth through reason and human experience. Frederick William Faber, the Catholic mystic, author of some exquisite hymns, and the scholarly John Keble, author of The Christian Year, our best-known book of devotional verse, and among the women poets, Adelaide Proctor, Jean Ingelow, and Christina Rossetti, each of whom had a large, admiring circle of readers. It would be a hopeless task at the present time to inquire into the relative merits of all these minor poets. We note only their careful workmanship and exquisite melody, their wide range of thought and feeling, their eager search for truth, each in his own way, and especially the note of freshness and vitality which they have given to English poetry. End of section 54. Section 55 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, continued. Part 2, The Novelists of the Victorian Age. Charles Dickens, 1812-1870. When we consider Dickens' life and work in comparison with that of the two great poets we have been studying, the contrast is startling. While Tennyson and Browning were being educated for the life of literature and shielded most tenderly from the hardships of the world, Dickens, a poor, obscure, and suffering child, was helping to support a shiftless family by pasting labels on blacking bottles, sleeping under a counter like a homeless cat, and once a week timidly approaching the big prison where his father was confined for debt. In 1836 his Pickwick was published, and life was changed as if a magician had waved his wand over him. While the two great poets were slowly struggling for recognition, Dickens, with plenty of money and too much fame, was the acknowledged literary hero of England, the idol of immense audiences which gathered to applaud him wherever he appeared. And there is also this striking contrast between the novelist and the poets, that while the whole tendency of the age was toward realism, away from the extremes of the Romanticists and from the oddities and absurdities of the early novel writers, it was precisely by emphasizing oddities and absurdities, by making caricatures rather than characters, that Dickens first achieved his popularity. Life, In Dickens' early life we see a stern but unrecognized preparation for the work that he was to do. Never was there a better illustration of the fact that a boy's early hardship and suffering are sometimes only divine messengers disguised, and that circumstances which seem only evil are often the source of a man's strength and of the influence which he is to wield in the world. He was the second of 8 poor children, and was born at Landport in 1812. His father, who is supposed to be the original of Mr. Micawber, was a clerk in a navy office. He could never make both ends meet, and after struggling with debts in his native town for many years, moved to London when Dickens was 9 years old. The debts still pursued him, and after 2 years of grandiloquent misfortune he was thrown into the poor debtors' prison. His wife, the original of Mrs. Micawber, then set up the famous boarding establishment for young ladies, but in Dickens' words, no young ladies ever came. The only visitors were creditors, and they were quite ferocious. In the picture of the Micawber family, with its tears and smiles and general shiftlessness, we have a suggestion of Dickens' own family life. At 11 years of age, the boy was taken out of school and went to work in the cellar of a blacking factory. At this time he was, in his own words, a queer small boy who suffered as he worked, and we can appreciate the boy and the suffering more when we find both reflected in the character of David Copperfield. It is a heartrending picture, this sensitive child working from dawn till dark for a few pennies, and associating with toughs and waifs in his brief intervals of labor. But we can see in it the sources of that intimate knowledge of the hearts of the poor and outcast, which was soon to be reflected in literature and to startle all England by its appeal for sympathy. A small legacy ended this wretchedness, bringing the father from the prison and sending the boy to Wellington House Academy, a worthless and brutal school, evidently, whose headmaster was, in Dickens' words, a most ignorant fellow and a tyrant. He learned little at this place, being interested chiefly in stories and in acting out the heroic parts which appealed to his imagination. But again his personal experience was of immense value, and resulted in his famous picture of Dotheboys Hall in Nicholas Nickleby, which helped largely to mitigate the evils of private schools in England. Wherever he went, Dickens was a marvelously keen observer, with an active imagination which made stories out of incidents and characters that ordinary men would have hardly noticed. Moreover, he was a born actor, and was at one time the leading spirit of a band of amateurs who gave entertainments for charity all over England. These three things, his keen observation, his active imagination, and the actor's spirit which animated him, furnish a key to his life and writings. When only 15 years old, he left the school and again went to work, this time as a clerk in a lawyer's office. By night he studied shorthand in order to fit himself to be a reporter. This in imitation of his father, who was now engaged by a newspaper to report the speeches in Parliament. Everything that Dickens attempted seems to have been done with vigor and intensity, and within 2 years we find him reporting important speeches and writing out his notes as the heavy coach lurched and rolled through the mud of country roads on its dark way to London town. It was largely during this period that he gained his extraordinary knowledge of inns and stables and horsey persons, which is reflected in his novels. He also grew ambitious and began to write on his own account. At the age of 21, he dropped his first little sketch, stealthily, with fear and trembling, into a dark letter-box in a dark office up a dark court in Fleet Street. The name of this first sketch was Mr. Minns and His Cousin, and it appeared with other stories in his first book, Sketches by Boz, in 1835. One who reads these sketches now, with their intimate knowledge of the hidden life of London, can understand Dickens' first newspaper success perfectly. His best-known work, Pickwick, was published serially in 1836 to 1837, and Dickens' fame and fortune were made. Never before had a novel appeared so full of vitality and merriment. Though crude in design, a mere jumble of exaggerated characters and incidents, it fairly bubbled over with the kind of humor in which the British public delights, and it still remains, after 3/4 of a century, one of our most care-dispelling books. The remainder of Dickens' life is largely a record of personal triumphs. Pickwick was followed rapidly by Oliver Twist, Nicholas Nickleby, Old Curiosity Shop, and by many other works which seem to indicate that there was no limit to the new author's invention of odd, grotesque, uproarious, and sentimental characters. In the intervals of his novel writing, he attempted several times to edit a weekly paper, but his power lay in other directions, and with the exception of Household Words, his journalistic ventures were not a marked success. Again, the actor came to the surface, and after managing a company of amateur actors successfully, Dickens began to give dramatic readings from his own works. As he was already the most popular writer in the English language, these readings were very successful. Crowds thronged to hear him, and his journeys became a continuous ovation. Money poured into his pockets from his novels and from his readings, and he bought for himself a home, Gadshill Place, which he had always desired and which is forever associated with his memory. Though he spent the greater part of his time and strength in travel at this period, nothing is more characteristic of the man than the intense energy with which he turned from his lecturing to his novels, and then for relaxation gave himself up to what he called the magic lantern of the London streets. In 1842, while still a young man, Dickens was invited to visit the United States and Canada, where his works were even better known than in England, and where he was received as the guest of the nation and treated with every mark of honor and appreciation. At this time, America was, to most Europeans, a kind of huge fairyland, where money sprang out of the earth and life was happy as a long holiday. Dickens evidently shared this rosy view, and his romantic expectations were naturally disappointed. The crude, unfinished look of the big country seems to have roused a strong prejudice in his mind, which was not overcome at the time of his second visit 25 years later, and which brought forth the harsh criticism of his American Notes, 1842, and of Martin Chuzzlewit, 1843 to 1844. These two unkind books struck a false note, and Dickens began to lose something of his great popularity. In addition, he had spent money beyond his income. His domestic life, which had been at first very happy, became more and more irritating until he separated from his wife in 1858. To get inspiration, which seemed for a time to have failed, he journeyed to Italy, but was disappointed. Then he turned back to the London streets, and in 5 years, from 1848 to 1853, appeared Dombey and Son, David Copperfield, and Bleak House, 3 remarkable novels, which indicate that he had rediscovered his own power and genius. Later he resumed the public readings, with their public triumph and applause, which soon came to be a necessity to one who craved popularity as a hungry man craves bread. These excitements exhausted Dickens physically and spiritually, and death was the inevitable result. He died in 1870 over his unfinished Edwin Drood, and was buried in Westminster Abbey. Dickens' work in view of his life. A glance through even this unsatisfactory biography gives us certain illuminating suggestions in regard to all of Dickens' work. First, as a child, poor and lonely, longing for love and for society, he laid the foundation for those heart-rending pictures of children which have moved so many readers to unaccustomed tears. Second, as clerk in a lawyer's office and in the courts, he gained his knowledge of an entirely different side of human life. Here he learned to understand both the enemies and the victims of society, between whom the harsh laws of that day frequently made no distinction. Third, as a reporter and afterwards as manager of various newspapers, he learned the trick of racy writing, and of knowing to a nicety what would suit the popular taste. Fourth, as an actor, always an actor in spirit, he seized upon every dramatic possibility, every tense situation, every peculiarity of voice and gesture in the people whom he met, and reproduced these things in his novels, exaggerating them in the way that most pleased his audience. When we turn from his outward training to his inner disposition, we find two strongly marked elements. The first is his excessive imagination, which made good stories out of incidents that ordinarily pass unnoticed, and which described the commonest things, a street, a shop, a fog, a lamp-post, a stage-coach, with a wealth of detail and of romantic suggestion that makes many of his descriptions like lyric poems. The second element is his extreme sensibility, which finds relief only in laughter and tears. Like shadow and sunshine, these follow one another closely throughout all his books. Dickens and his public. Remembering these two things, his training and disposition, we can easily foresee the kind of novel he must produce. He will be sentimental, especially over children and outcasts. He will excuse the individual in view of the faults of society. He will be dramatic or melodramatic, and his sensibility will keep him always close to the public, studying its tastes and playing with its smiles and tears. If pleasing the public be in itself an art, then Dickens is one of our greatest artists. And it is well to remember that in pleasing his public there was nothing of the hypocrite or demagogue in his make-up. He was essentially a part of the great drifting panoramic crowd that he loved. His sympathetic soul made all their joys and griefs his own. He fought against injustice. He championed the weak against the strong. He gave courage to the faint and hope to the weary in heart. And in the love which the public gave him in return, he found his best reward. Here is the secret of Dickens' unprecedented popular success, and we may note here a very significant parallel with Shakespeare. The great difference in the genius and work of the two men does not change the fact that each won success largely because he studied and pleased his public. General plan of Dickens' novels. An interesting suggestion comes to us from a study of the conditions which led to Dickens' first three novels. Pickwick was written, at the suggestion of an editor, for serial publication. Each chapter was to be accompanied by a cartoon by Seymour, a comic artist of the day, and the object was to amuse the public, and incidentally to sell the paper. The result was a series of characters and scenes and incidents which, for vigor and boundless fun, have never been equaled in our language. Thereafter, no matter what he wrote, Dickens was labeled a humorist. Like a certain American writer of our own generation, everything he said, whether for a feast or a funeral, was supposed to contain a laugh. In a word, he was the victim of his own book. Dickens was keen enough to understand his danger, and his next novel, Oliver Twist, had the serious purpose of mitigating the evils under which the poor were suffering. Its hero was a poor child, an unfortunate victim of society, and in order to draw attention to the real need, Dickens exaggerated the woeful condition of the poor and filled his pages with sentiment which easily slipped over into sentimentality. This also was a popular success, and in his third novel, Nicholas Nickleby, and indeed in most of his remaining works, Dickens combined the principles of his first two books, giving us mirth on the one hand, injustice and suffering on the other, mingling humor and pathos, tears and laughter, as we find them in life itself. And in order to increase the lights and shadows in his scenes, and to give greater dramatic effect to his narrative, he introduced odious and loathsome characters, and made vice more hateful by contrasting it with innocence and virtue. His characters. We find, therefore, in most of Dickens' novels, 3 or 4 widely different types of character. First, the innocent little child like Oliver, Joe, Paul, Tiny Tim, and Little Nell, appealing powerfully to the child love in every human heart. Second, the horrible or grotesque foil, like Skeers, Fagin, Quilp, Uriah Heep, and Bill Sikes. Third, the grandiloquent or broadly humorous fellow, the fun-maker, like Micawber and Sam Weller. And fourth, a tenderly or powerfully drawn figure like Lady Dedlock of Bleak House, and Sidney Carton of A Tale of Two Cities, which rise to the dignity of true characters. We note also that most of Dickens' novels belong decidedly to the class of purpose or problem novels. Thus, Bleak House attacks the law's delays, Little Dorrit, the injustice which persecutes poor debtors, Nicholas Nickleby, the abuses of charity schools and brutal schoolmasters, and Oliver Twist, the unnecessary degradation and suffering of the poor in English workhouses. Dickens' serious purpose was to make the novel the instrument of morality and justice, and whatever we may think of the exaggeration of his characters, it is certain that his stories did more to correct the general selfishness and injustice of society toward the poor than all the works of other literary men of his age combined. The limitations of Dickens. Any severe criticism of Dickens as a novelist must seem at first glance unkind and unnecessary. In almost every house he is a welcome guest, a personal friend who has beguiled many an hour with his stories, and who has furnished us much good laughter and a few good tears. Moreover, he has always a cheery message. He emphasizes the fact that this is an excellent world, that some errors have crept into it, due largely to thoughtlessness, but that they can be easily remedied by a little human sympathy. That is a most welcome creed to an age overburdened with social problems. And to criticize our cheery companion seems as discourteous as to speak unkindly of a guest who has just left our home. But we must consider Dickens not merely as a friend, but as a novelist, and apply to his work the same standards of art which we apply to other writers. And when we do this, we are sometimes a little disappointed. We must confess that his novels, while they contain many realistic details, seldom give the impression of reality. His characters, though we laugh or weep or shudder at them, are sometimes only caricatures, each one an exaggeration of some peculiarity which suggest Ben Jonson's every man in his humor. It is Dickens' art to give his heroes sufficient reality to make them suggest certain types of men and women whom we know. But in reading him we find ourselves often in the mental state of a man who is watching through a microscope the swarming life of a water drop. Here are lively, bustling, extraordinary creatures, some beautiful, some grotesque, but all far apart from the life that we know in daily experience. It is certainly not the reality of these characters, but rather the genius of the author in managing them, which interests us and holds our attention. Notwithstanding this criticism, which we would gladly have omitted, Dickens is excellent reading, and his novels will continue to be popular just so long as men enjoy a wholesome and absorbing story. What to read? Aside from the reforms in schools and prisons and workhouses which Dickens accomplished, He has laid us all, rich and poor alike, under a debt of gratitude. After the year 1843, the one literary work which he never neglected was to furnish a Christmas story for his readers, and it is due in some measure to the help of these stories, brimming over with good cheer, that Christmas has become in all English-speaking countries a season of gladness, of gift-giving at home, and of remembering those less fortunate than ourselves, who are still members of a common brotherhood. If we read nothing else of Dickens once a year at Christmas time, we should remember him and renew our youth by reading one of his holiday stories, The Cricket on the Hearth, The Chimes, and above all the unrivaled Christmas Carol. The latter especially will be read and loved for as long as men are moved by the spirit of Christmas. Tale of Two Cities. Of the novels, David Copperfield is regarded by many as Dickens' masterpiece. It is well to begin with this novel, not simply for unusual interest of the story, but also for the glimpse it gives us of the author's own boyhood and family. For pure fun and hilarity, Pickwick will always be a favorite, but for artistic finish and for the portrayal of one great character, Sidney Carton, nothing else that Dickens wrote is comparable to A Tale of Two Cities. Here is an absorbing story with a carefully constructed plot, and the action moves swiftly to its thrilling, inevitable conclusion. Usually Dickens introduces several pathetic or grotesque or laughable characters besides the main actors, and records various unnecessary dramatic episodes for their own sake. But in A Tale of Two Cities, everything has its place in the development of the main story. There are, as usual, many characters. Sidney Carton, the outcast, who lays down his life for the happiness of one whom he loves. Charles Darnay, an exiled young French noble. Dr. Manette, who has been recalled to life from a frightful imprisonment, and his gentle daughter Lucy, the heroine. Jarvis Lorry, a lovable, old-fashioned clerk in the big banking house. The terrible Madame Defarge, knitting calmly at the door of her wine shop and recording, with the ferocity of a tiger licking its chops, the names of all those who are marked for vengeance, and a dozen others, each well drawn, who play minor parts in the tragedy. The scene is laid in London and Paris at the time of the French Revolution, and though careless of historical details, Dickens reproduces the spirit of the Reign of Terror so well that A Tale of Two Cities is an excellent supplement to the history of the period. It is written in Dickens' usual picturesque style, and reveals his usual imaginative outlook on life, and his fondness for fine sentiments and dramatic episodes. Indeed, all his qualities are here shown, not brilliantly or garishly as in other novels, but subdued and softened, like a shaded light for artistic effect. Those who are interested in Dickens' growth and methods can hardly do better than to read in succession his first three novels, Pickwick, Oliver Twist, and Nicholas Nickleby, which, as we have indicated, show clearly how he passed from fun to serious purpose, and which furnish in combination the general plan of all his later works. For the rest, we can only indicate those which in our personal judgment seem best worth reading: Bleak House, Dombey and Son, Our Mutual Friend, and Old Curiosity Shop. But we are not yet far enough away from the first popular success of these works to determine their permanent value and influence. End of section 55. Section 56 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, Chapter 11, continued. William Makepeace Thackeray, 1811–1863. As the two most successful novelists of their day, it is natural for us, as it was for their personal friends and admirers, to compare Dickens and Thackeray with respect to their life and work, and their attitude toward the world in which they lived. Dickens, after a desperately hard struggle in his boyhood, without friends or higher education, comes into manhood cheery, self-confident, energetic, filled with the joy of his work, and in the world, which had at first treated him so harshly, he finds good everywhere, even in the jails and in the slums, simply because he is looking for it. Thackeray, after a boyhood spent in the best of English schools, with money, friends, and comforts of every kind, faces life timidly, distrustfully, and dislikes the literary work which makes him famous. He has a gracious and lovable personality, is kind of heart, and reveres all that is pure and good in life. Yet he is almost cynical towards the world which uses him so well, and finds shams, deceptions, vanities everywhere, because he looks for them. One finds what one seeks in this world, but it is perhaps significant that Dickens sought his golden fleece among plain people, and Thackeray in high society. The chief difference between the two novelists, however, is not one of environment, but of temperament. Put Thackeray in a workhouse, and he will still find material for another Book of Snobs. Put Dickens in society, and he cannot help finding undreamed-of possibilities among bewigged and bepowdered high lords and ladies. For Dickens is romantic and emotional, and interprets the world largely through his imagination. Thackeray is the realist and moralist who judges solely by observation and reflection. He aims to give us a true picture of the society of his day, and as he finds it pervaded by intrigues and snobbery, he proceeds to satirize it and point out its moral evils. In his novels he is influenced by Swift and Fielding, but he is entirely free from the bitterness of the one and the coarseness of the other, and his satire is generally softened by a noble tenderness. Taken together, the novels of Dickens and Thackeray give us a remarkable picture of all classes of English society in the middle of the 19th century. Life. Thackeray was born in 1811 in Calcutta, where his father held a civil position under the Indian government. When the boy was 5 years old, his father died, and the mother returned with her child to England. Presently she married again, and Thackeray was sent to the famous Charterhouse School, of which he has given us a vivid picture in The Newcomes. Such a school would have been a veritable heaven to Dickens, who at this time was tossed about between poverty and ambition, but Thackeray detested it for its rude manners and occasionally referred to it as the slaughterhouse. Writing to his mother, he says, "There are 370 boys in the school. I wish there were only 369. In 1829 Thackeray entered Trinity College, Cambridge, but left it after less than 2 years without taking a degree, and went to Germany and France, where he studied with the idea of becoming an artist. When he became of age, in 1832, he came into possession of a comfortable fortune, returned to England, and settled down in the Temple to study law. Soon he began to dislike the profession intensely, and we have in Pendennis a reflection of his mental attitude toward the law and the young men who studied it. He soon lost his fortune, partly by gambling and speculation, partly by unsuccessful attempts at running a newspaper, and at 22 began for the first time to earn his own living as an artist and illustrator. An interesting meeting between Thackeray and Dickens at this time, 1836, suggests the relative importance of the two writers. Seymour, who was illustrating the Pickwick Papers, had just died, and Thackeray called upon Dickens with a few drawings and asked to be allowed to continue the illustrations. Dickens was at this time at the beginning of his great popularity. The better literary artist whose drawings were refused was almost unknown, and had to work hard for more than 10 years before he received recognition. Disappointed by his failure as an illustrator, he began his literary career by writing satires on society for Fraser's magazine. This was the beginning of his success, but though the yellow plush papers, the Great Hoggarty Diamond, Catherine, the Fitzboodlers, the Book of Snobs, Barry Lyndon, and various other immature works made him known to a few readers of Punch and of Fraser's Magazine, it was not till the publication of Vanity Fair, 1847 to 1848, that he began to be recognized as one of the great novelists of his day. All his earlier works are satires, some upon society, others upon the popular novelists, Bulwer, Disraeli, and especially Dickens, with whose sentimental heroes and heroines he had no patience whatever. He had married, meanwhile, in 1836, and for a few years was very happy in his home. Then disease and insanity fastened upon his young wife, and she was placed in an asylum. The whole after life of our novelist was darkened by this loss worse than death. He became a man of the clubs rather than of his own home, and though his wit and kindness made him the most welcome of clubmen, there was an undercurrent of sadness in all that he wrote. Long afterwards he said that, though his marriage ended in shipwreck, he would do it over again, for behold, love is the crown and completion of all earthly good. After the moderate success of Vanity Fair, Thackeray wrote the three novels of his middle life upon which his fame chiefly rests: Pendennis in 1850, Henry Esmond in 1852, and The Newcomes in 1855. Dickens' great popular success as a lecturer and dramatic reader had led to a general desire on the part of the public to see and to hear literary men, and Thackeray, to increase his income, gave two remarkable courses of lectures, the first being English Humorists of the 18th Century, and the second The Four Georges, both courses being delivered with gratifying success in England and especially in America. Dickens, as we have seen, was disappointed in America and vented his displeasure in outrageous criticism, but Thackeray, with his usual good breeding, saw only the best side of his generous entertainers, and in both his public and private utterances emphasized the virtues of the new land, whose restless energy seemed to fascinate him. Unlike Dickens, he had no confidence in himself when he faced an audience, and like most literary men he disliked lecturing and soon gave it up. In 1860 he became editor of the Cornhill magazine, which prospered in his hands, and with a comfortable income he seemed just ready to do his best work for the world, which has always believed that he was capable of even better things than he ever wrote, when he died suddenly in 1863. His body lies buried in Kensal Green, and only a bust does honor to his memory in Westminster Abbey. Henry Esmond. Works of Thackeray. The beginner will do well to omit the earlier satires of Thackeray, written while he was struggling to earn a living from the magazines, and open Henry Esmond, 1852, his most perfect novel, though not the most widely known and read. The fine historical and literary flavor of this story is one of its most marked characteristics, and only one who knows something of the history and literature of the 18th century can appreciate its value. The hero, Colonel Esmond, relates his own story, carrying the reader through the courts and camps of Queen Anne's reign, and giving the most complete and accurate picture of a past age that has ever appeared in a novel. Thackeray is, as we have said, a realist, and he begins his story by adopting the style and manner of a scholarly gentleman of the period he is describing. He has an extraordinary knowledge of 18th century literature, and he reproduces its style in detail, going so far as to insert in his narrative an alleged essay from the Tatler. And so perfectly is it done that it is impossible to say wherein it differs from the style of Addison and Steele. Realism of Esmond. In his matter also Thackeray is realistic, reflecting not the pride and pomp of war, which are largely delusions, but its brutality and barbarism, which are all too real. painting generals and leaders not as the newspaper heroes to whom we are accustomed, but as moved by intrigues, petty jealousies, and selfish ambitions, showing us the great Duke of Marlborough not as the military hero, the idol of war-crazed multitudes, but as without personal honor, and governed by despicable avarice. In a word, Thackeray gives us the back-stairs view of war, which is, as a rule, totally neglected in our histories. When he deals with the literary men of the period, he uses the same frank realism, showing us Steele and Addison and other leaders, not with halos about their heads as popular authors, but in slippers and dressing gowns, smoking a pipe in their own rooms, or else growing tipsy and hilarious in the taverns, just as they appeared in daily life. Both in style and in matter, therefore, Esmond deserves to rank as probably the best historical novel in our language. The plot of Esmond. The plot of the story is, like most of Thackeray's plots, very slight, but perfectly suited to the novelist's purpose. The plans of his characters fail. Their ideals grow dim. There is a general disappearance of youthful ambitions. There is a love story at the center, but the element of romance which furnishes the light and music and fragrance of love is inconspicuous. The hero, after 10 years of devotion to a young woman, a paragon of beauty, finally marries her mother, and ends with a few pious observations concerning heaven's mercy and his own happy lot. Such an ending seems disappointing, almost bizarre, in view of the romantic novels to which we are accustomed. But we must remember that Thackeray's purpose was to paint life as he saw it, and that in life men and things often take a different way from that described in romances. As we grow acquainted with Thackeray's characters, we realize that no other ending was possible to his story, and conclude that his plot, like his style, is perhaps as near perfection as a realistic novelist can ever come. Vanity Fair. Vanity Fair, 1847-1848, is the best known of Thackeray's novels. It was his first great work, and was intended to express his own views of the social life about him, and to protest against the overdrawn heroes of popular novels. He takes for his subject that Vanity Fair to which Christian and faithful were conducted on their way to the heavenly city, as recorded in Pilgrim's Progress. In this fair there are many different booths, given over to the sale of all sorts of vanities, and as we go from one to another we come in contact with juggling cheats, games, plays, fools, apes, knaves, rogues, and that of every kind. Evidently, this is a picture of one side of social life, but the difference between Bunyan and Thackeray is simply this, that Bunyan made Vanity Fair a small incident in a long journey, a place through which most of us pass on our way to better things, while Thackeray, describing high society in his own day, makes it a place of long sojourn, wherein his characters spend the greater part of their lives. Thackeray styles this work a novel without a hero. The whole action of the story, which is without plot or development, revolves about two women, Amelia, a meek creature of the milk and water type, and Becky Sharp, a keen, unprincipled intriguer who lets nothing stand in the way of her selfish desire to get the most out of the fools who largely constitute society. On the whole, it is the most powerful, but not the most wholesome of Thackeray's works. Pendennis. In his second important novel, Pendennis, 1849-1850, we have a continuation of the satire on society begun in Vanity Fair. This novel, which the beginner should read after Esmond, is interesting to us for two reasons. Because it reflects more of the details of Thackeray's life than all his other writings, and because it contains one powerfully drawn character who is a perpetual reminder of the danger of selfishness. The hero is neither angel nor imp, in Thackeray's words, but the typical young man of society, whom he knows thoroughly and whom he paints exactly as he is, a careless, good-natured, but essentially selfish person who goes through life intent on his own interests. Pendennis is a profound moral study, and the most powerful arraignment of well-meaning selfishness in our literature, not even excepting George Eliot's Romola, which it suggests. The Newcomes. Two other novels, The Newcomes, 1855, and The Virginians, 1859, complete the list of Thackeray's great works of fiction. The former is a sequel to Pendennis, and the latter to Henry Esmond, and both share the general fate of sequels in not being quite equal in power or interest to their predecessors. The Newcomes, however, deserves a very high place, some critics indeed placing it at the head of the author's works. Like all Thackeray's novels, it is a story of human frailty, but here the author's innate gentleness and kindness are seen at their best, and the hero is perhaps the most genuine and lovable of all his characters. Thackeray's essays. Thackeray is known in English literature as an essayist as well as a novelist. His English Humorists and The Four Georges are among the finest essays of the 19th century. In the former especially, Thackeray shows not only a wide knowledge but an extraordinary understanding of his subject. Apparently, this 19th century writer knows Addison, Fielding, Swift, Smollett, and other great writers of the past century almost as intimately as one knows his nearest friend. And he gives us the fine flavor of their humor in a way which no other writer, save perhaps Lamb, has ever rivaled. Note: it should be pointed out that the English Humorists is somewhat too highly colored to be strictly accurate. In certain cases also, notably that of Steele, the reader may well object to Thackeray's patronizing attitude toward his subject. End of note. The Four Georges is in a vein of delicate satire, and presents a rather unflattering picture of four of England's rulers and of the courts in which they moved. Both these works are remarkable for their exquisite style, their gentle humor, their keen literary criticisms, and for the intimate knowledge and sympathy which makes the people of a past age live once more in the written pages. General characteristics. In treating of Thackeray's view of life, as reflected in his novels, critics vary greatly, and the following summary must be taken not as a positive judgment, but only as an attempt to express the general impression of his works on an uncritical reader. He is first of all a realist, who paints life as he sees it. As he says himself, "I have no brains above my eyes. I describe what I see." His pictures of certain types, notably the weak and vicious elements of society, are accurate and true to life, but they seem to play too large a part in his books, and have perhaps too greatly influenced his general judgment of humanity. An excessive sensibility, or the capacity for fine feelings and emotions, is a marked characteristic of Thackeray, as it is of Dickens and Carlyle. He is easily offended, as they are, by the shams of society, but he cannot find an outlet, as Dickens does, in laughter and tears, and he is too gentle to follow Carlyle in violent denunciations and prophecies. He turns to satire, influenced doubtless by 18th century literature which he knew so well, and in which satire played too large a part. His satire is never personal like Pope's or brutal like Swift's. It is tempered by kindness and humor, but it is used too freely and generally lays too much emphasis on faults and foibles to be considered a true picture of any large class of English society. Thackeray is a moralist. Besides being a realist and satirist, Thackeray is essentially a moralist, like Addison, aiming definitely in all his work at producing a moral impression. So much does he revere goodness, and so determined is he that his Pendennis or his Becky Sharp shall be judged at their true value, that he is not content, like Shakespeare, to be simply an artist, to tell an artistic tale and let it speak its own message. He must explain and emphasize the moral significance of his work. There is no need to consult our own conscience over the actions of Thackeray's characters. The beauty of virtue and the ugliness of vice are evident on every page. His style. Whatever we may think of Thackeray's matter, there is one point in which critics are agreed, that he is master of a pure and simple English style. Whether his thought be sad or humorous, commonplace or profound, he expresses it perfectly without effort or affectation. In all his work there is a subtle charm, impossible to describe, which gives the impression that we are listening to a gentleman. And it is the ease, the refinement, the exquisite naturalness of Thackeray's style that furnishes a large part of our pleasure in reading him. End of section 56. Section 57 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, continued. Mary Ann Evans, George Eliot, 1819-1880. In nearly all the writers of the Victorian Age, we note, on the one hand, a strong intellectual tendency to analyze the problems of life, and on the other, a tendency to teach, that is, to explain to men the method by which these problems may be solved. The novels especially seem to lose sight of the purely artistic ideal of writing and to aim definitely at moral instruction. In George Eliot, both these tendencies reach a climax. She is more obviously, more consciously a preacher and moralizer than any of her great contemporaries. Though profoundly religious at heart, she was largely occupied by the scientific spirit of the age, and finding no religious creed or political system satisfactory, she fell back upon duty as the supreme law of life. All her novels aim, first, to show in individuals the play of universal moral forces, and second, to establish the moral law as the basis of human society. Aside from this moral teaching, we look to George Eliot for the reflection of country life in England, just as we look to Dickens for pictures of the city streets and to Thackeray for the vanities of society. Of all the women writers who have helped and are still helping to place our English novels at the head of the world's fiction, she holds at present unquestionably the highest rank. Life. Mary Ann, or Marian, Evans, known to us by her pen name of George Eliot, began to write late in life, when nearly 40 years of age, and attained the leading position among living English novelists in the 10 years between 1870 and 1880, after Thackeray and Dickens had passed away. She was born at Arbury Farm, Warwickshire, some 20 miles from Stratford-on-Avon, in 1819. Her parents were plain, honest folk of the farmer class who brought her up in the somewhat strict religious manner of those days. Her father seems to have been a man of sterling integrity and of practical English sense, one of those essentially noble characters who do the world's work silently and well, and who by their solid worth obtain a position of influence among their fellow men. A few months after George Eliot's birth, the family moved to another home in the parish of Griff, where her childhood was largely passed. The scenery of the Midland counties and many details of her own family life are reflected in her earlier novels. Thus we find her and her brother as Maggie and Tom Tulliver in The Mill on the Floss, her aunt as Dinah Morris, and her mother as Mrs. Poyser in Adam Bede. We have a suggestion of her father in the hero of the latter novel, but the picture is more fully drawn as Caleb Garth in Middlemarch. For a few years she studied at 2 private schools for young ladies at Nuneaton and Coventry, but the death of her mother called her at 17 years of age to take entire charge of the household. Thereafter her education was gained wholly by miscellaneous reading. We have a suggestion of her method in one of her early letters, in which she says, "My mind presents an assemblage of disjointed specimens of history, ancient and modern, scraps of poetry picked up from Shakespeare, Cowper, Wordsworth, and Milton, newspaper topics, morsels of Addison and Bacon, Latin verbs, geometry, entomology, and chemistry, reviews and metaphysics, all arrested and petrified and smothered by the fast thickening everyday accession of actual events, relative anxieties, and household cares and vexations." When Mary was 21 years old, the family again moved, this time to Foleshill Road, near Coventry. Here she became acquainted with the family of Charles Bray, a prosperous ribbon manufacturer, whose house was a gathering place for the free thinkers of the neighborhood. The effect of this liberal atmosphere upon Miss Evans, brought up in a narrow way, with no knowledge of the world, was to unsettle many of her youthful convictions. From a narrow, intense dogmatism, she went to the other extreme of radicalism. Then, about 1860, she lost all sympathy with the freethinkers, and being instinctively religious, seemed to be groping after a definite faith while following the ideal of duty. This spiritual struggle, which suggests that of Carlyle, is undoubtedly the cause of that gloom and depression which hang like an English fog over much of her work, though her biographer, Cross, tells us that she was not by any means a sad or gloomy woman. In 1849, Miss Evans' father died, and the Brays took her abroad for a tour of the Continent. On her return to England, she wrote several liberal articles for the Westminster Review, and presently was made assistant editor of that magazine. Her residence in London at this time marks a turning point in her career, and the real beginning of her literary life. She made strong friendships with Spencer, Mill, and other scientists of the day, and through Spencer met George Henry Lewes, a miscellaneous writer whom she afterwards married. Under his sympathetic influence, she began to write fiction for the magazines, her first story being Amos Barton, 1857, which was later included in The Scenes of Clerical Life, 1858. Her first long novel, Adam Bede, appeared early in 1859, and met with such popular favor that to the end of her life she despaired of ever again repeating her triumph. But the unexpected success proved to be an inspiration, and she completed The Mill on the Floss and began Silas Marner during the following year. Not until the great success of these works led to an insistent demand to know the author did the English public learn that it was a woman, and not an English clergyman, as they supposed, who had suddenly jumped to the front rank of living writers. Up to this point, George Eliot had confined herself to English country life, but now she suddenly abandoned the scenes and the people with whom she was most familiar in order to write an historical novel. It was in 1860, while traveling in Italy, that she formed the great project of Romola, a mingling of fiction and moral philosophy against the background of the mighty Renaissance movement. In this she was writing of things of which she had no personal knowledge, and the book cost her many months of hard and depressing labor. She said herself that she was a young woman when she began the work and an old woman when she finished it. Romola, 1862-1863, was not successful with the public. And the same may be said of Felix Holt, the Radical, 1866, and The Spanish Gypsy, 1868. The last named work was the result of the author's ambition to write a dramatic poem which should duplicate the lesson of Romola, and for the purpose of gathering material she visited Spain, which she had decided upon as the scene of her poetical effort. With the publication of Middlemarch, 1871-1872, George Eliot came back again into popular favor, though this work is less spontaneous and more labored and pedantic than her earlier novels. The fault of too much analysis and moralizing was even more conspicuous in Daniel Deronda, 1876, which she regarded as her greatest book. Her life during all this time was singularly uneventful, and the chief milestones along the road mark the publication of her successive novels. During all the years of her literary success, her husband Lewes had been the most sympathetic friend and critic, and when he died in 1878, the loss seemed to be more than she could bear. Her letters of this period are touching in their loneliness and their craving for sympathy. Later she astonished everybody by marrying John Walter Cross, much younger than herself, who is known as her biographer. Deep down below there is a river of sadness, but I am able to enjoy my newly reopened life, writes this woman of 60, who ever since she was a girl, whom we know as Maggie Tulliver, must always have someone to love and to depend upon. Her new interest in life lasted but a few months, for she died in December of the same year, 1880. One of the best indications of her strength and her limitations is her portrait, with its strong masculine features, suggesting both by resemblance and by contrast that wonderful portrait of Savonarola, which hangs over his old desk in the monastery at Florence. Works of George Eliot. These are conveniently divided into three groups, corresponding to the three periods of her life. The first group includes all her early essays and miscellaneous work, from her translation of Strauss's Leben Jesu in 1846 to her union with Lewes in 1854. The second group includes Scenes of Clerical Life, Adam Bede, Mill on the Floss, and Silas Marner, all published between 1858 and 1861. These four novels of the middle period are founded on the author's own life and experience. Their scenes are laid in the country, and their characters are taken from the stolid people of the Midlands, with whom George Eliot had been familiar since childhood. They are probably the author's most enduring works. They have a naturalness, a spontaneity, at times a flash of real humor, which are lacking in her later novels. And they show a rapid development of literary power which reaches a climax in Silas Marner. The novel of Italian life, Romola, 1862-1863, marks a transition to the third group, which includes three more novels: Felix Holt, 1866, Middlemarch, 1871-1872, Daniel Deronda, 1876, the ambitious dramatic poem The Spanish Gypsy, 1868, and a collection of miscellaneous essays called The Impressions of Theophrastus Such, 1879. The general impression of these works is not so favorable as that produced by the novels of the middle period. They are more labored and less interesting. They contain much deep reflection and analysis of character, but less observation, less delight in picturing country life as it is, and very little of what we call inspiration. We must add, however, that this does not express a unanimous literary judgment, for critics are not wanting who assert that Daniel Deronda is the highest expression of the author's genius. General character. The general character of all these novels may be described in the author's own term as psychologic realism. This means that George Eliot sought to do in her novels what Browning attempted in his poetry, that is, to represent the inner struggle of a soul and to reveal the motives, impulses, and hereditary influences which govern human action. Browning generally stops when he tells his story, and either lets you draw your own conclusion or else gives you his in a few striking lines. But George Eliot is not content until she has minutely explained the motives of her characters and the moral lesson to be learned from them. Moreover, it is the development of a soul, the slow growth or decline of moral power, which chiefly interests her. Her heroes and heroines differ radically from those of Dickens and Thackeray in this respect, that when we meet the men and women of the latter novelists, their characters are already formed, and we are reasonably sure what they will do under given circumstances. In George Eliot's novels, the characters develop gradually as we come to know them. They go from weakness to strength, or from strength to weakness, according to the works that they do and the thoughts that they cherish. In Romola, for instance, Tito, as we first meet him, may be either good or bad, and we know not whether he will finally turn to the right hand or the left. As time passes, we see him degenerate steadily because he follows his selfish impulses, while Romola, whose character is at first only faintly indicated, grows into beauty and strength with every act of self-renunciation. Moral teaching. In these two characters, Tito and Romola, we have an epitome of our author's moral teaching. The principle of law was in the air during the Victorian Era, and we have already noted how deeply Tennyson was influenced by it. With George Eliot, law is like fate. It overwhelms personal freedom and inclination. Moral law was to her as inevitable, as automatic as gravitation. Tito's degeneration and the sad failure of Dorothea and Lydgate in Middlemarch may be explained as simply as the fall of an apple, or as a bruised knee when a man loses his balance. A certain act produces a definite moral effect on the individual, and character is the added sum of all the acts of a man's life, just as the weight of a body is the sum of the weights of many different atoms which constitute it. The matter of rewards and punishments, therefore, needs no final judge or judgment, since these things take care of themselves automatically in a world of inviolable moral law. Perhaps one thing more should be added to the general characteristics of George Eliot's novels. They are all rather depressing. The gladsomeness of life, the sunshine of smiles and laughter, is denied her. It is said that once, when her husband remarked that her novels were all essentially sad, she wept, and answered that she must describe life as she had found it. What to read? George Eliot's first stories are in some respects her best, though her literary power increases during her second period, culminating in Silas Marner, and her psychological analysis is more evident in Daniel Deronda. On the whole, it is an excellent way to begin, with the freshness and inspiration of the Scenes of Clerical Life, and read her books in the order in which they were written. In the first group of novels, Adam Bede is the most natural and probably interests more readers than all the others combined. The Mill on the Floss has a larger personal interest because it reflects much of George Eliot's history and the scenes and the friends of her early life. The lack of proportion in this story, which gives rather too much space to the girl and boy experiences, is naturally explained by the tendency in every man and woman to linger over early memories. Silas Marner. Silas Marner is artistically the most perfect of George Eliot's novels, and we venture to analyze it as typical of her ideals and methods. We note first the style, which is heavy and a little self-conscious, lacking the vigor and picturesqueness of Dickens and the grace and naturalness of Thackeray. The characters are the common people of the Midlands, the hero being a linen weaver, a lonely outcast who hoards and gloats over his hard-earned money, is robbed, thrown into utter despair, and brought back to life and happiness by the coming of an abandoned child to his fire. In the development of her story, the author shows herself first a realist by the naturalness of her characters, and the minute accuracy with which she reproduces their ways and even the accents of their speech. Second, a psychologist, by the continual analysis and explanation of motives. Third, a moralist, by showing in each individual the action and reaction of universal moral forces, and especially by making every evil act bring inevitable punishment to the man who does it. Tragedy, therefore, plays a large part in the story. For according to George Eliot, tragedy and suffering walk close behind us or lurk at every turn in the road of life. Like all her novels, Silas Marner is depressing. We turn away from even the wedding of Eppie, which is just as it should be, with a sense of sadness and incompleteness. Finally, as we close the book, we are conscious of a powerful and enduring impression of reality. Silas, the poor weaver, Godfrey Cass, the well-meaning, selfish man, Mr. Macy, the garrulous and observant parish clerk, Dolly Winthrop, the kind-hearted countrywoman who cannot understand the mysteries of religion and so interprets God in terms of human love. These are real people, whom, having once met, we can never forget. Romola. Romola has the same general moral theme as the English novels, but the scenes are entirely different, and opinion is divided as to the comparative merit of the work. It is a study, a very profound study, of moral development in one character and of moral degeneracy in another. Its characters and its scenes are both Italian, and the action takes place during a critical period of the Renaissance movement, when Savonarola was at the height of his power in Florence. Here is a magnificent theme and a superb background for a great novel, and George Eliot read and studied till she felt sure that she understood the place, the time, and the people of her story. Romola is therefore interesting reading, in many respects the most interesting of her works. It has been called one of our greatest historical novels, but as such it has one grievous fault. It is not quite true to the people or even to the locality which it endeavors to represent. One who reads it here, in a new and different land, thinks only of the story and of the novelist's power, but one who reads it on the spot which it describes, and amidst the life which it pictures, is continually haunted by the suggestion that George Eliot understood neither Italy nor the Italians. It is this lack of harmony with Italian life itself which caused Morris and Rossetti, and even Browning, with all his admiration for the author, to lay aside the book, unable to read it with pleasure or profit. In a word, Romola is a great moral study and a very interesting book. But the characters are not Italian, and the novel as a whole lacks the strong reality which marks George Eliot's English studies. End of section 57. Section 58 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11 continued. Minor novelists of the Victorian Age. In the three great novelists just considered, we have an epitome of the fiction of the age. Dickens, using the novel to solve social problems, Thackeray to paint the life of society as he saw it, and George Eliot to teach the fundamental principles of morality. The influence of these three writers is reflected in all the minor novelists of the Victorian Age. Thus Dickens is reflected in Charles Reade, Thackeray in Anthony Trollope and the Bronte sisters, and George Eliot's psychology finds artistic expression in George Meredith. To these social and moral and realistic studies we should add the element of romance, from which few of our modern novelists can long escape. The 19th century, which began with the Romanticism of Walter Scott, returns to its first love like a man glad to be home, in its delight over Blackmore's Lorna Doone and the romances of Robert Louis Stevenson. Charles Reade. In his fondness for stage effects, for picturing the romantic side of common life, and for using the novel as the instrument of social reform, there is a strong suggestion of Dickens in the work of Charles Reade, 1814–1884. Thus, his Peg Woffington is a study of stage life from behind the scenes. A Terrible Temptation is a study of social reforms and reformers, and Put Yourself in His Place is the picture of a working man who struggles against the injustice of the trades unions. His masterpiece, The Cloister and the Hearth, 1861, one of our best historical novels, is a somewhat laborious study of student and vagabond life in Europe in the days of the German Renaissance. It has small resemblance to George Eliot's Romola, whose scene is laid in Italy during the same period. But the two works may well be read in succession as the efforts of two very different novelists of the same period to restore the life of an age long past. Anthony Trollope. In his realism, and especially in his conception of the novel as the entertainment of an idle hour, Trollope, 1815–1882, is a reflection of Thackeray. It would be hard to find a better duplicate of Becky Sharp, the heroine of Vanity Fair, for instance, than is found in Lizzie Eustace, the heroine of The Eustace Diamonds. Trollope was the most industrious and systematic of modern novelists, writing a definite amount each day, and the wide range of his characters suggests the human comedy of Balzac. His masterpiece is Barchester Towers, 1857. This is a study of life in a cathedral town, and is remarkable for its minute pictures of bishops and clergymen with their families and dependents. It would be well to read this novel in connection with The Warden, 1855, The Last Chronicle of Barset, 1867, and other novels of the same series, since the scenes and characters are the same in all these books, and they are undoubtedly the best expression of the author's genius. Hawthorne says of his novels, "They precisely suit my taste, solid and substantial, and just as real as if some giant had hewn a great lump out of the earth and put it under a glass case, with all the inhabitants going about their daily business and not suspecting that they were being made a show of." Charlotte Brontë. We have another suggestion of Thackeray in the work of Charlotte Brontë, 1816–1855. She aimed to make her novels a realistic picture of society, but she added to Thackeray's realism the element of passionate and somewhat unbalanced romanticism. The latter element was partly the expression of Miss Brontë's own nature, and partly the result of her lonely and grief-stricken life, which was darkened by a succession of family tragedies. It will help us to understand her work if we remember that both Charlotte Brontë and her sister Emily, note Emily Brontë, 1818–1848, was only a little less gifted than her famous sister. Her best-known work is Wuthering Heights, 1847, a strong but morbid novel of love and suffering. Matthew Arnold has said of her that, for the portrayal of passion, vehemence, and grief, Emily Brontë has no equal save Byron. An exquisite picture of Emily is given in Charlotte Bronte's novel Shirley. End of note. Turned to literature because they found their work as governess and teacher unendurable, and sought to relieve the loneliness and sadness of their own lot by creating a new world of the imagination. In this new world, however, the sadness of the old remains, and all the Brontë novels have behind them an aching heart. Charlotte Bronte's best-known work is Jane Eyre, 1847, which, with all its faults, is a powerful and fascinating study of elemental love and hate, reminding us vaguely of one of Marlowe's tragedies. This work won instant favor with the public, and the author was placed in the front rank of living novelists. Aside from its value as a novel, it is interesting in many of its early passages as the reflection of the author's own life and experience. Shirley, 1849, and Villette, 1853, make up the trio of novels by which this gifted woman is generally remembered. Bulwer Lytton. Edward Bulwer Lytton (1803–1873) was an extremely versatile writer who tried almost every kind of novel known to the 19th century. In his early life he wrote poems and dramas under the influence of Byron, but his first notable work, Pelham (1828), one of the best of his novels, was a kind of burlesque on the Byronic type of gentleman. As a study of contemporary manners in high society, Pelham has a suggestion of Thackeray, and the resemblance is more noticeable in other novels of the same type, such as Ernest Maltravers (1837), The Caxtons (1848, 1849), My Novel (1853), and Kenelm Chillingly (1873). We have a suggestion of Dickens in at least two of Lytton's novels, Paul Clifford and Eugene Aram, the heroes of which are criminals, pictured as the victims rather than as the oppressors of society. Lytton essayed also, with considerable popular success, the romantic novel in The Pilgrims of the Rhine and Zanoni, and tried the ghost story in The Haunted and The Haunters. His fame at the present day rests largely upon his historical novels, in imitation of Walter Scott, The Last Days of Pompeii (1834), Riezza (1835), and Harold (1848), the last being his most ambitious attempt to make the novel the supplement of history. In all his novels, Lytton is inclined to sentimentalism and sensationalism, and his works, though generally interesting, seem hardly worthy of a high place in the history of fiction. Kingsley. Entirely different in spirit are the novels of the scholarly clergyman Charles Kingsley (1819–1875). His works naturally divide themselves into three classes. In the first are his social studies and problem novels, such as Alton Locke (1850), having for its hero a London tailor and poet, and Yeast (1848), which deals with the problem of the agricultural laborer. In the second class are his historical novels, Hereward the Wake, Hypatia, and Westward Ho. Hypatia is a dramatic story of Christianity in contact with paganism, having its scene laid in Alexandria at the beginning of the 5th century. Westward Ho, 1855, his best-known work, is a stirring tale of English conquest by land and sea in the days of Elizabeth. In the third class are his various miscellaneous works, not the least of which is Water Babies, a fascinating story of a chimney sweep which mothers read to their children at bedtime, to the great delight of the round-eyed little listeners under the counterpane. Mrs. Gaskell. Mrs. Elizabeth Gaskell, 1810–1865, began, like Kingsley, with the idea of making the novel the instrument of social reform. As the wife of a clergyman in Manchester, she had come in close contact with the struggles and ideals of the industrial poor of a great city, and she reflected her sympathy as well as her observation in Mary Barton, 1848, and in North and South, 1855. Between these two problem novels she published her masterpiece, Cranford, in 1853. The original of this country village, which is given over to spinsters, is undoubtedly Knutsford in Cheshire, where Mrs. Gaskell had spent her childhood. The sympathy, the keen observation, and the gentle humor with which the small affairs of a country village are described make Cranford one of the most delightful stories in the English language. We are indebted to Mrs. Gaskell also for the life of Charlotte Brontë, which is one of our best biographies. Blackmore. Richard Doddridge Blackmore, 1825–1900, was a prolific writer, but he owes his fame almost entirely to one splendid novel, Lorna Doone, which was published in 1869. The scene of this fascinating romance is laid in Exmoor in the 17th century. The story abounds in romantic scenes and incidents. Its descriptions of natural scenery are unsurpassed. The rhythmic language is at times almost equal to poetry, and the whole tone of the book book is wholesome and refreshing. Altogether, it would be hard to find a more delightful romance in any language, and it well deserves the place it has won as one of the classics of our literature. Other works of Blackmore which will repay the reader are Clara Vaughan, 1864, his first novel; The Maid of Sker, 1872; Springhaven, 1887; Purley Cross, 1894, and Tales from the Telling House, 1896. But none of these, though he counted them his best work, has met with the same favor as Lorna Doone. Meredith. So much does George Meredith (1828–1909) belong to our own day that it is difficult to think of him as one of the Victorian novelists. His first notable work, The Ordeal of Richard Feverel, was published in 1859, the same year as George Eliot's Adam Bede, but it was not till the publication of Diana of the Crossways in 1885 that his power as a novelist was widely recognized. He resembles Browning not only in his condensed style, packed with thought, but also in this respect, that he labored for years in obscurity, and after much of his best work was published and apparently forgotten, he slowly won the leading place in English fiction. We are still too near to him to speak of the permanence of his work, but a casual reading of any of his novels suggests a comparison and a contrast with George Eliot. Like her, he is a realist and a psychologist. But while George Eliot uses tragedy to teach a moral lesson, Meredith depends more upon comedy, making vice not terrible but ridiculous. For the hero or heroine of her novel, George Eliot invariably takes an individual and shows in each one the play of universal moral forces. Meredith constructs a type man as a hero, and makes this type express his purpose and meaning. So his characters seldom speak naturally, as George Eliot's do. They are more like Browning's characters in packing a whole paragraph into a single sentence or an exclamation. On account of his enigmatic style and his psychology, Meredith will never be popular. But by thoughtful men and women he will probably be ranked among our greatest writers of fiction. The simplest and easiest of his novels for a beginner is The Adventures of Henry Richmond, 1871. Among the best of his works, besides the two mentioned above, are Beauchamp's Career, 1876, and The Egoist, 1879. The latter is, in our personal judgment, one of the strongest and most convincing novels of the Victorian Age. Hardy. Thomas Hardy, 1840, seems, like Meredith, to belong to the present rather than to a past age, and an interesting comparison may be drawn between these two novelists. In style, Meredith is obscure and difficult, while Hardy is direct and simple, aiming at realism in all things. Meredith makes man the most important phenomenon in the universe, and the struggles of men are brightened by the hope of victory. Hardy makes man an insignificant part of the world, struggling against powers greater than himself, sometimes against systems which he cannot reach or influence, sometimes against a kind of grim world spirit who delights in making human affairs go wrong. He is therefore hardly a realist, but rather a man blinded by pessimism, and his novels, though generally powerful and sometimes fascinating, are not pleasant or wholesome reading. From the reader's viewpoint, some of his earlier works, like the idyllic love story Under the Greenwood Tree, 1872, and A Pair of Blue Eyes, 1873, are the most interesting. Hardy became noted, however, when he published Far from the Madding Crowd, a book which, when it appeared anonymously in the Cornhill magazine, 1874, was generally attributed to George Eliot, for the simple reason that no other novelist was supposed to be capable of writing it. The Return of the Native, 1878, and The Woodlanders are generally regarded as Hardy's masterpieces, but two novels of our own day, Tess of the D'Urbervilles, 1891, and Jude the Obscure, 1895, are better expressions of Hardy's literary art and of his gloomy philosophy. Stevenson. In pleasing contrast with Hardy is Robert Louis Stevenson, 1850-1894, a brave, cheery, wholesome spirit who has made us all braver and cheerier by what he has written. Aside from their intrinsic value, Stevenson's novels are interesting in this respect, that they mark a return to the pure romanticism of Walter Scott. The novel of the 19th century had, as we have shown, a very definite purpose. It aimed not only to represent life, but to correct it and to offer a solution to pressing moral and social problems. At the end of the century, Hardy's gloom in the face of modern social conditions became oppressive, and Stevenson broke away from it into that land of delightful romance in which youth finds an answer to all its questions. Problems differ, but youth is ever the same, and therefore Stevenson will probably be regarded by future generations as one of our most enduring writers. To his life, with its heroically happy struggle, first against poverty, then against physical illness, it is impossible to do justice in a short article. Even a longer biography is inadequate, for Stevenson's spirit, not the incidents of his life, is the important thing, and the spirit has no biographer. Though he had written much better work earlier, he first gained fame by his Treasure Island, 1883, an absorbing story of pirates and of a hunt for buried gold. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, 1886, is a profound ethical parable, in which, however, Stevenson leaves the psychology and the minute analysis of character to his readers, and makes the story the chief thing in his novel. Kidnapped, 1886, The Master of Ballantrae, 1889, and David Balfour, 1893, are novels of adventure, giving us vivid pictures of Scotch life. Two romances left unfinished by his early death in Samoa are The Weir of Hermiston and St. Ives. The latter was finished by Quiller Couch in 1897. The former is happily just as Stevenson left it, and though unfinished is generally regarded as his masterpiece. In addition to these novels, Stevenson wrote a large number of essays, the best of which are collected in Virginibus Puerisque, Familiar Studies of Men and Books, and Memories and Portraits. Delightful sketches of his travels are found in An Inland Voyage, 1878, Travels with a Donkey, 1879, Across the Plains, 1892, and The Amateur Immigrant, 1894. Underwoods, 1887, is an exquisite little volume of poetry, and A Child's Garden of Verses is one of the books that mothers will always keep to read to their children. In all his books, Stevenson gives the impression of a man at play rather than at work, and the reader soon shares in the happy spirit of the author. Because of his beautiful personality, and because of the love and admiration he awakened for himself in multitudes of readers, we are naturally inclined to exaggerate his importance as a writer. However that may be, a study of his works shows him to be a consummate literary artist. His style is always simple, often perfect, and both in his manner and in his matter he exercises a profound influence on the writers of the present generation. End of section 58. Section 59 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, continued. Part 3. Essayists of the Victorian Age. Thomas Babington Macaulay, 1800–1859. Macaulay is one of the most typical figures of the 19th century. Though not a great writer, if we compare him with Browning or Thackeray, he was more closely associated than any of his literary contemporaries with the social and political struggles of the age. While Carlyle was proclaiming the gospel of labor and Dickens writing novels to better the condition of the poor, Macaulay went vigorously to work on what he thought to be the most important task of the hour, and by his brilliant speeches did perhaps more than any other single man to force the passage of the famous Reform Bill. Like many of the Elizabethans, he was a practical man of affairs rather than a literary man, and though we miss in his writings the imagination and the spiritual insight which stamp the literary genius, we have the impression always of a keen, practical, honest mind which looks at present problems in the light of past experience. Moreover, the man himself, with his marvelous mind, his happy spirit, and his absolute integrity of character, is an inspiration to better living. Life. Macaulay was born at Rothley Temple, Leicestershire, in 1800. His father, of Scotch descent, was at one time governor of the Sierra Leone colony for liberated Negroes, and devoted a large part of his life to the abolition of the slave trade. His mother, of Quaker parentage, was a brilliant, sensitive woman whose character is reflected in that of her son. The influence of these two, and the son's loyal devotion to his family, can best be read in Trevelyan's interesting biography. As a child, Macaulay is strongly suggestive of Coleridge. At 3 years of age he began to read eagerly. At 5 he talked like a book. At 10 he had written a compendium of universal history, besides various hymns, verse romances, arguments for Christianity, and one ambitious epic poem. The habit of rapid reading, begun in childhood, continued throughout his life, and the number and variety of books which he read is almost incredible. His memory was phenomenal. He could repeat long poems and essays after a single reading. He could quote not only passages but the greater part of many books, including Pilgrim's Progress, Paradise Lost, and various novels like Clarissa. Once, to test his memory, he recited 2 newspaper poems which he had read in a coffee-house 40 years before, and which he had never thought of in the interval. At 12 years of age, this remarkable boy was sent to a private school at Little Shelford. At 18, he entered Trinity College, Cambridge. Here he made a reputation as a classical scholar and a brilliant talker, but made a failure of his mathematics. In a letter to his mother he wrote, "Oh, for words to express my abomination of that science, discipline of the mind, say rather starvation, confinement, torture, annihilation." We quote this as a commentary on Macaulay's later writings, which are frequently lacking in the exactness and the logical sequence of the science which he detested. After his college course, Macaulay studied law, was admitted to the bar, devoted himself largely to politics, entered Parliament in 1830, and almost immediately won a reputation as the best debater and the most eloquent speaker of the Liberal or Whig party. Gladstone says of him, "Whenever he arose to speak, it was a summons like a trumpet call to fill the benches." At the time of his election he was poor, and the loss of his father's property threw upon him the support of his brothers and sisters. But he took up the burden with cheerful courage, and by his own efforts soon placed himself and his family in comfort. His political progress was rapid, and was due not to favoritism or intrigue, but to his ability, his hard work, and his sterling character. He was several times elected to Parliament, was legal adviser to the Supreme Council of India, was a member of the cabinet, and declined many offices for which other men labor a lifetime. In 1857 his great ability and services to his country were recognized by his being raised to the peerage with the title of Baron Macaulay of Rothley. Macaulay's literary work began in college with the contribution of various ballads and essays to the magazines. In his later life, practical affairs claimed the greater part of his time, and his brilliant essays were written in the early morning or late at night. His famous essay on Milton appeared in the Edinburgh Review in 1825. It created a sensation, and Macaulay, having gained the ear of the public, never once lost it during the 20 years in which he was a contributor to the magazines. His Lays of Ancient Rome appeared in 1842, and in the following year 3 volumes of his collected essays. In 1847 he lost his seat in Parliament temporarily through his zealous efforts in behalf of religious toleration, and the loss was most fortunate, since it gave him opportunity to begin his History of England, a monumental work which he had been planning for many years. The first 2 volumes appeared in 1848, and their success can be compared only to that of the most popular novels. The 3rd and 4th volumes of the History, 1855, were even more successful, and Macaulay was hard at work on the remaining volumes when he died quite suddenly in 1859. He was buried near Addison, in the Poets' Corner of Westminster Abbey. A paragraph from one of his letters, written at the height of his fame and influence, may give us an insight into his life and work. I can truly say that I have not for many years been so happy as I am at present. I am free, I am independent, I am in Parliament, as honorably seated as a man can be. My family is comfortably off. I have leisure for literature, yet I am not reduced to the necessity of writing for money. If I had to choose a lot from all that there are in human life, I am not sure that I should prefer any to that which has fallen to me. I am sincerely and thoroughly contented. Essay on Milton. Works of Macaulay. Macaulay is famous in literature for his essays, for his martial ballads, and for his History of England. His first important work, the Essay on Milton, 1825, is worthy of study not only for itself as a critical estimate of the Puritan poet, but as a key to all Macaulay's writings. Here, first of all, is an interesting work which, however much we differ from the author's opinion, holds our attention and generally makes us regret that the end comes so soon. The second thing to note is the historical flavor of the essay. We study not only Milton, but also the times in which he lived and the great movements of which he was a part. History and literature properly belong together, and Macaulay was one of the first writers to explain the historical conditions which partly account for a writer's work and influence. The third thing to note is Macaulay's enthusiasm for his subject, an enthusiasm which is often partisan, but which we gladly share for the moment as we follow the breathless narrative. Macaulay generally makes a hero of his man, shows him battling against odds, and the heroic side of our own nature awakens and responds to the author's plea. The fourth and perhaps most characteristic thing in the essay is the style, which is remarkably clear, forceful, and convincing. Jeffrey, the editor of the Edinburgh Review, wrote enthusiastically when he received the manuscript, "The more I think, the less I can conceive where you picked up that style." We still share in the editor's wonder, but the more we think, the less we conceive that such a style could be picked up. It was partly the result of a well-stored mind, partly of unconscious imitation of other writers, and partly of that natural talent for clear speaking and writing which is manifest in all Macaulay's work. Other essays. In the remaining essays we find the same general qualities which characterize Macaulay's first attempt. They cover a wide range of subjects, but they may be divided into 2 general classes, the literary or critical and the historical. Of the literary essays, the best are those on Milton, Addison, Goldsmith, Byron, Dryden, Leigh Hunt, Bunyan, Bacon, and Johnson. Among the best known of the historical essays are those on Lord Clive, Chatham, Warren Hastings, Hallam's Constitutional History, Von Ranke's History of the Papacy, Frederick the Great, Horace Walpole, William Pitt, Sir William Temple, Machiavelli, and Mirabeau. Most of these were produced in the vigor of young manhood, between 1825 and 1845, while the writer was busy with practical affairs of state. They are often one-sided and inaccurate, but always interesting, and from them a large number of busy people have derived their first knowledge of history and literature. Lays of Ancient Rome. The best of Macaulay's poetical work is found in the Lays of Ancient Rome, 1842, a collection of ballads in the style of Scott, which sing of the old heroic days of the Roman Republic. The ballad does not require much thought or emotion. It demands clearness, vigor, enthusiasm, action, and it suited Macaulay's genius perfectly. He was, however, much more careful than other ballad writers in making his narrative true to tradition. The stirring martial spirit of these ballads, their fine workmanship, and their appeal to courage and patriotism made them instantly popular. Even today, after more than 50 years, such ballads as those on Virginius and Horatius at the Bridge are favorite pieces in many school readers. History of England. The History of England, Macaulay's masterpiece, is still one of the most popular historical works in the English language. Originally, it was intended to cover the period from the accession of James II in 1685 to the death of George IV in 1830. Only 5 volumes of the work were finished, and so thoroughly did Macaulay go into details that these 5 volumes cover only 16 years. It has been estimated that to complete the work on the same scale would require some 50 volumes, and the labor of one man for over a century. In his historical method, Macaulay suggests Gibbon. His own knowledge of history was very great, but before writing he read numberless pages, consulted original documents, and visited the scenes which he intended to describe. Thackeray's remark that Macaulay reads 20 books to write a sentence and travels 100 miles to make a line of description is, in view of his industry, a well-warranted exaggeration. As in his literary essays, he is fond of making heroes, and he throws himself so heartily into the spirit of the scene he is describing that his word pictures almost startle us by their vivid reality. The story of Monmouth's rebellion, for instance, or the trial of the 7 bishops, is as fascinating as the best chapters of Scott's historical novels. While Macaulay's search for original sources of information suggests the scientific historian, his use of his material is much more like that of a novelist or playwright. In his essay on Machiavelli, he writes, "The best portraits are perhaps those in which there is a slight mixture of caricature, and we are not certain that the best histories are not those in which a little of the exaggeration of fictitious narrative is judiciously employed. Something is lost in accuracy, but much is gained in effect." Whether this estimate of historical writing be true or false, Macaulay employed it in his own work and made his narrative as absorbing as a novel. To all his characters he gives the reality of flesh and blood, and in his own words he shows us over their houses and seats us at their tables. All that is excellent, but it has its disadvantages. In his admiration for heroism, Macaulay makes some of his characters too good and others too bad. In his zeal for details, he misses the importance of great movements and of great leaders who are accustomed to ignore details. And in his joy of describing events, he often loses sight of underlying causes. In a word, he is without historical insight, and his work, though fascinating, is seldom placed among the reliable histories of England. General characteristics. To the reader who studies Macaulay's brilliant essays and a few chosen chapters of his history, 3 things soon become manifest. First, Macaulay's art is that of a public speaker rather than that of a literary man. He has a wonderful command of language, and he makes his meaning clear by striking phrases, vigorous antitheses, anecdotes, and illustrations. His style is so clear that he who runs may read, and from beginning to end he never loses the attention of his readers. Second, Macaulay's good spirits and enthusiasm are contagious. As he said of himself, he wrote out of a full head, chiefly for his own pleasure or recreation, and one who writes joyously generally awakens a sense of pleasure in his readers. Third, Macaulay has the defect of his qualities. He reads and remembers so much that he has no time to think or to form settled opinions. As Gladstone said, Macaulay is always conversing or recollecting or reading or composing, but reflecting never. So he wrote his brilliant essay on Milton, which took all England by storm, and said of it afterward that it contained scarcely a paragraph which his mature judgment approved. Whether he speaks or writes, he has always before him an eager audience, and he feels within him the born orator's power to hold and fascinate. So he gives loose rein to his enthusiasm, quotes from 100 books, and in his delight at entertaining us forgets that the first quality of a critical or historical work is to be accurate, and the second to be interesting. End of section 59. Section 60 of English Literature by William J. Long. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, continued. Thomas Carlyle, 1795-1881. In marked contrast with Macaulay, the brilliant and cheerful essayist, is Thomas Carlyle, the prophet and censor of the 19th century. Macaulay is the practical man of affairs, helping and rejoicing in the progress of his beloved England. Carlyle lives apart from all practical interests, looks with distrust on the progress of his age, and tells men that truth, justice, and immortality are the only worthy objects of human endeavor. Macaulay is delighted with material comforts. He is most at home in brilliant and fashionable company, and he writes, even when ill and suffering, with unfailing hopefulness and good nature. Carlyle is like a Hebrew prophet just in from the desert, and the burden of his message is, "Woe to them that are at ease in Zion." Both men are, in different ways, typical of the century, and somewhere between the two extremes, the practical, helpful activity of Macaulay and the spiritual agony and conflict of Carlyle, we shall find the measure of an age which has left the deepest impress upon our own. Life of Carlyle. Carlyle was born at Ecclefechan, Dumfriesshire, in 1795, a few months before Burns's death, and before Scott had published his first work. Like Burns, he came of peasant stock, strong, simple, God-fearing folk, whose influence in Carlyle's later life is beyond calculation. Of his mother, he says, "She was too mild and peaceful for the planet she lived in." And of his father, a stonemason, he writes, "Could I write my books as he built his houses, walk my way so manfully through this shadow world, and leave it with so little blame, it were more than all my hopes." Of Carlyle's early school life we have some interesting glimpses in Sartor Resartus. At 9 years he entered the Annan Grammar School, where he was bullied by the older boys, who nicknamed him Tom the Tearful. For the teachers of those days he has only ridicule, calling them hide-bound pedants. And he calls the school by the suggestive German name of Hinterschlag Gymnasium. At the wish of his parents, who intended Carlyle for the ministry, he endured this hateful school life till 1809, when he entered Edinburgh University. There he spent 5 miserable years, of which his own record is, "I was without friends, experience, or connection in the sphere of human business, was of sly humor, proud enough and to spare, and had begun my long curriculum of dyspepsia." This nagging illness was the cause of much of that irritability of temper which frequently led him to scold the public, and for which he has been harshly handled by unfriendly critics. The period following his university course was one of storm and stress for Carlyle. Much to the grief of the father whom he loved, he had given up the idea of entering the ministry. Wherever he turned, doubts like a thick fog surrounded him, doubts of God, of his fellow men, of human progress, of himself. He was poor, and to earn an honest living was his first problem. He tried successively teaching school, tutoring, the study of law, and writing miscellaneous articles for the Edinburgh Encyclopedia. All the while he was fighting his doubts, living, as he says, in a continual, indefinite, pining fear. After 6 or 7 years of mental agony, which has at times a suggestion of Bunyan's spiritual struggle, the crisis came in 1821, when Carlyle suddenly shook off his doubts and found himself. All at once, he says in Sartor, there arose a thought in me, and I asked myself, what art thou afraid of? Wherefore like a coward dost thou forever pip and whimper, and go cowering and trembling? Despicable biped, what is the sum total of the worst that lies before thee? Death? Well, death, and say the pangs of Tophet too, and all that the devil and man may, will, or can do against thee. Hast thou not a heart? Canst thou not suffer whatsoever it be, and as a child of freedom, though outcast, trample Tophet itself under thy feet, while it consumes thee? Let it come then. I will meet it, and defy it. And as I so thought, there rushed like a stream of fire over my whole soul, and I shook base fear away from me forever. This struggle between fear and faith, and the triumph of the latter, is recorded in 2 remarkable chapters, The Everlasting No and The Everlasting Yea of Sartor Resartus. Carlyle now definitely resolved on a literary life, and began with any work that offered a bare livelihood. He translated Legendre's Geometry from the French, wrote numerous essays for the magazines, and continued his study of German while making translations from that language. His translations of Goethe's Wilhelm Meister appeared in 1824, his Life of Schiller in 1825, and his Specimens of German Romance in 1827. He began at this time a correspondence with Goethe, his literary hero, which lasted till the German poet's death in 1832. While still busy with hack work, Carlyle in 1826 married Jane Welsh, a brilliant and beautiful woman whose literary genius almost equaled that of her husband. Soon afterwards, influenced chiefly by poverty, the Carlyles retired to a farm at Craigen Puttoch (Hawks Hill), a dreary and lonely spot, far from friends and even neighbors. They remained here 6 years, during which time Carlyle wrote many of his best essays, and Sartor Resartus, his most original work. The latter went begging among publishers for 2 years, and was finally published serially in Fraser's Magazine in 1833-1834. By this time Carlyle had begun to attract attention as a writer, and thinking that one who made his living by the magazines should be in close touch with the editors, took his wife's advice and moved to London to seek work and bread. He settled in Cheyne Row, Chelsea, a place made famous by Moore, Erasmus, Bolingbroke, Smollett, Leigh Hunt, and many lesser lights of literature. He began to enjoy the first real peace he had known since childhood. In 1837 appeared The French Revolution, which first made Carlyle famous, and in the same year, led by the necessity of earning money, he began the series of lectures, German Literature, 1837, Periods of European Culture, 1838, Revolutions of Modern Europe, 1839, Heroes and Hero Worship, 1841, which created a sensation in London. "It was," says Leigh Hunt, "as if some Puritan had come to life again, liberalized by German philosophy and his own intense reflection and experience." Though Carlyle set himself against the spirit of his age, calling the famous Reform Bill a "progress into darkness," and democracy "the rule of the worst rather than the best," his rough sincerity was unquestioned, and his remarks were more quoted than those of any other living man. He was supported, moreover, by a rare circle of friends: Edward Irving, Southey, Sterling, Landor, Leigh Hunt, Dickens, Mill, Tennyson, Browning, and, most helpful of all, Emerson, who had visited Carlyle at Craigenputtoch in 1833. It was due largely to Emerson's influence that Carlyle's works were better appreciated and brought better financial rewards in America than in England. Carlyle's fame reached its climax in the monumental History of Frederick the Great, 1858-1865, published after 13 years of solitary toil, which, in his own words, made entire devastation of home life and happiness. The proudest moment of his life was when he was elected to succeed Gladstone as Lord Rector of Edinburgh University in 1865, the year in which Frederick the Great was finished. In the midst of his triumph, and while he was in Scotland to deliver his inaugural address, his happiness was suddenly destroyed by the death of his wife, a terrible blow from which he never recovered. He lived on for 15 years, shorn of his strength and interest in life, and his closing hours were like the dull sunset of a November day. Only as we remember his grief and remorse at the death of the companion who had shared his toil but not his triumph can we understand the sorrow that pervades the pages of his reminiscences. He died in 1881, and at his own wish was buried not in Westminster Abbey, but among his humble kinsfolk in Ecclefechan. However much we may differ from his philosophy or regret the harshness of his minor works, we shall probably all agree in this sentiment from one of his own letters, that the object of all his struggle and writing was that men should find out and believe the truth and match their lives to it. Works of Carlyle. There are two widely different judgments of Carlyle as a man and a writer. The first, which is founded largely on his minor writings, like Chartism, Latter-day Pamphlets, and Shooting Niagara, declares that he is a misanthrope and dyspeptic with a barbarous style of writing, that he denounces progress, democracy, science, America, Darwin, everybody and everything that he does not understand, that his literary opinions are largely prejudices, that he began as a prophet and ended as a scold, and that in denouncing shams of every sort he was something of a sham himself, since his practice was not in accord with his own preaching. The second judgment, which is founded upon heroes and hero worship, Cromwell, and Sartor Resartus, declares that these works are the supreme manifestation of genius, that their rugged picturesque style makes others look feeble or colorless by comparison, and that the author is the greatest teacher, leader, and prophet of the 19th century. Somewhere between these two extremes will be found the truth about Carlyle. We only note here that, while there are some grounds for the first unfavorable criticism, we are to judge an author by his best rather than by his worst work, and that a man's aims as well as his accomplishments must be taken into consideration. As it is written, "Whereas it was in thine heart to build an house unto my name, thou didst well that it was in thine heart." Whatever the defects of Carlyle and his work, in his heart he was always planning a house or temple to the God of truth and justice. Carlyle's important works may be divided into three general classes: critical and literary essays, historical works, and Sartor Resartus, the last being in a class by itself, since there is nothing like it in literature. To these should be added a biography, the admirable Life of John Sterling, and Carlyle's Letters and Reminiscences, which are more interesting and suggestive than some of his better-known works. We omit here all consideration of translations and his intemperate denunciations of men and institutions in Chartism, latter-day pamphlets, and other essays which add nothing to the author's fame or influence. Essay on Burns. Of the essays, which are all characterized by Carlyle's zeal to get at the heart of things and to reveal the soul rather than the works of a writer, the best are those on Burns, Scott, Novalis, Goethe, Characteristics, Signs of the Times, and Boswell's Life of Johnson. Note: the student should remember that Carlyle's literary opinions, though very positive, are to be received with caution. Sometimes, indeed, they are so one-sided and prejudiced that they are more valuable as a revelation of Carlyle himself than as a study of the author he is considering. End of note. In the famous essay on Burns, which is generally selected for special study, we note four significant things. 1. Carlyle is peculiarly well fitted for his task, having many points in common with his hero. 2. In most of his work, Carlyle, by his style and mannerisms and positive opinions, generally attracts our attention away from his subject. But in this essay he shows himself capable of forgetting himself for a moment. To an unusual extent he sticks to his subject and makes us think of Burns rather than of Carlyle. The style, though unpolished, is fairly simple and readable, and is free from the breaks, crudities, ejaculations, and general nodulosities which disfigure much of his work. 3. Carlyle has an original and interesting theory of biography and criticism. The object of criticism is to show the man himself, his aims, ideals, and outlooks on the universe. The object of biography is to show what and how produced was the effect of society upon him, what and how produced was his effect on society. 4. Carlyle is often severe, even harsh, in his estimates of other men. But in this case the tragedy of Burns' Life of Fragments attracts and softens him. He grows enthusiastic, and, a rare thing for Carlyle, apologizes for his enthusiasm in the striking sentence, "We love Burns, and we pity him, and love and pity are prone to magnify." So he gives us the most tender and appreciative of his essays, and one of the most illuminating criticisms of Burns that has appeared in our language. Heroes and hero worship. The central idea of Carlyle's historical works is found in his Heroes and Hero Worship, 1841, his most widely read book. Universal history, he says, is at bottom the history of the great men who have worked here. To get at the truth of history we must study not movements but men, and read not state papers but the biographies of heroes. His summary of history, as presented in this work, has 6 divisions. 1. The hero as divinity, having for its general subject Odin, the type Norseman, who Carlyle thinks was some old heroic chief, afterwards deified by his countrymen. 2. The hero as prophet, treating of Mahomet and the rise of Islam. 3. The hero as poet, in which Dante and Shakespeare are taken as types. 4. The hero as priest or religious leader, in which Luther appears as the hero of the Reformation, and Knox as the hero of Puritanism. 5. The hero as man of letters, in which we have the curious choice of Johnson, Rousseau, and Burns. 6. The hero as king, in which Cromwell and Napoleon appear as the heroes of reform by revolution. It is needless to say that Heroes is not a book of history. Neither is it scientifically written in the manner of Gibbon. With science in any form Carlyle had no patience, and he miscalculated the value of that patient search for facts and evidence which science undertakes before building any theories either of kings or cabbages. The book, therefore, abounds in errors, but they are the errors of carelessness and are perhaps of small consequence. His misconception of history, however, is more serious. With the modern idea of history as the growth of freedom among all classes, he has no sympathy. The progress of democracy was to him an evil thing, a turning of the face towards darkness and anarchy. At certain periods, according to Carlyle, God sends us geniuses, sometimes as priests or poets, sometimes as soldiers or statesmen, but in whatever guise they appear, these are our real rulers. He shows, moreover, that whenever such men appear, multitudes follow them, and that a man's following is a sure index of his heroism and kingship. Whether we agree with Carlyle or not, we must accept for the moment his peculiar view of history, else Heroes can never open its treasures to us. The book abounds in startling ideas, expressed with originality and power, and is pervaded throughout by an atmosphere of intense moral earnestness. The more we read it, the more we find to admire and to remember. French Revolution. Carlyle's French Revolution, 1837, is to be taken more seriously as a historical work. But here again his hero worship comes to the front, and his book is a series of flashlights thrown upon men in dramatic situations, rather than a tracing of causes to their consequences. The very titles of his chapters, Astrea Redux, Windbags, Broglie the War God, do violence to our conception of history, and are more suggestive of Carlyle's individualism than of French history. He is here the preacher rather than the historian. His text is the eternal justice, and his message is that all wrongdoing is inevitably followed by vengeance. His method is intensely dramatic. From a mass of historical details he selects a few picturesque incidents and striking figures, and his vivid pictures of the storming of the Bastille, the rush of the mob to Versailles, the death of Louis XVI, and the Reign of Terror seem like the work of an eyewitness describing some terrible catastrophe. At times, as it portrays Danton, Robespierre, and the great characters of the tragedy, Carlyle's work is suggestive of an historical play of Shakespeare, and again, as it describes the rush and riot of men led by elemental passion, it is more like a great prose epic. Though not a reliable history in any sense, it is one of the most dramatic and stirring narratives in our language. Oliver Cromwell. Two other historical works deserve at least a passing notice. The History of Frederick the Great, 1858-1865, in 6 volumes, is a colossal picture of the life and times of the hero of the Prussian Empire. Oliver Cromwell's Letters and Speeches is, in our personal judgment, Carlyle's best historical work. His idea is to present the very soul of the great Puritan leader. He gives us, as of first importance, Cromwell's own words, and connects them by a commentary in which other men and events are described with vigor and vividness. Cromwell was one of Carlyle's greatest heroes, and in this case he is most careful to present the facts which occasion his own enthusiasm. The result is, on the whole, the most lifelike picture of a great historical character that we possess. Other historians had heaped calumny upon Cromwell, till the English public regarded him with prejudice and horror. And it is an indication of Carlyle's power that by a single book he revolutionized England's opinion of one of her greatest men. Sartor Resartus. Carlyle's Sartor Resartus, 1834, his only creative work, is a mixture of philosophy and romance, of wisdom and nonsense, a chaotic jumble of the author's thoughts, feelings, and experiences, during the first 35 years of his life. The title, which means the tailor patched up, is taken from an old Scotch song. The hero is Diogenes Teufelsdrück, a German professor at the University of Weiß nicht wo, don't know where. The narrative concerns this queer professor's life and opinions, and the central thought of the book is the philosophy of clothes, which are considered symbolically as the outward expression of spirit. Thus, man's body is the outward garment of his soul, and the universe is the visible garment of the invisible God. The arrangement of Sartor is clumsy and hard to follow. In order to leave himself free to bring in everything he thought about, Carlyle assumed the position of one who was translating and editing the old professor's manuscripts, which are supposed to consist of numerous sheets stuffed into 12 paper bags, each labeled with a sign of the zodiac. The editor pretends to make order out of this chaos, but he is free to jump from one subject to another and to state the most startling opinion by simply using quotation marks and adding a note that he is not responsible for Teufelsdrück's crazy notions, which are in reality Carlyle's own dreams and ideals. Partly because of the matter, which is sometimes incoherent, partly because of the style, which, though picturesque, is sometimes confused and ungrammatical. Sartor is not easy reading, but it amply repays whatever time and study we give to it. Many of its passages are more like poetry than prose, and one cannot read such chapters as The Everlasting No, The Everlasting Yea, Reminiscences, and Natural Supernaturalism, and be quite the same man afterwards. For Carlyle's thought has entered into him, and he walks henceforth more gently, more reverently through the world, as in the presence of the eternal. Carlyle's style. General characteristics. Concerning Carlyle's style, there are almost as many opinions as there are readers. This is partly because he impresses different people in widely different ways, and partly because his expression varies greatly. At times he is calm, persuasive, grimly humorous, as if conversing; at other times wildly exclamatory, as if he were shouting and waving his arms at the reader. We have spoken of Macaulay's style as that of the finished orator, and we might reasonably speak of Carlyle's as that of the exhorter, who cares little for method so long as he makes a strong impression on his hearers. Every sentence is alive to its fingertips, writes a modern critic. And though Carlyle often violates the rules of grammar and rhetoric, we can well afford to let an original genius express his own intense conviction in his own vivid and picturesque way. His message. Carlyle's message may be summed up in two imperatives: labor and be sincere. He lectured and wrote chiefly for the upper classes, who had begun to think somewhat sentimentally of the conditions of the laboring men of the world, and he demanded for the latter not charity or pity, but justice and honor. All labor, whether of head or hand, is divine, and labor alone justifies a man as a son of earth and heaven. To society, which Carlyle thought to be occupied wholly with conventional affairs, he came with the stamp of sincerity, calling upon men to lay aside hypocrisy and to think and speak and live the truth. He had none of Addison's delicate satire and humor, and in his fury at what he thought was false, he was generally unsympathetic and often harsh. But we must not forget that Thackeray, who knew society much better than did Carlyle, gave a very unflattering picture of it in Vanity Fair and the Book of Snobs. Apparently the age needed plain speaking, and Carlyle furnished it in scripture measure. Harriet Martineau, who knew the world for which Carlyle wrote, summed up his influence when she said that he had infused into the mind of the English nation sincerity, earnestness, healthfulness, and courage. If we add to the above message Carlyle's conceptions of the world as governed by a God of justice, who never forgets, and of human history as an inarticulate Bible, slowly revealing the divine purpose, we shall understand better the force of his ethical appeal and the profound influence he exercised on moral and intellectual life of the past century. End of Section 60.